Chapter 101. Mrs. Liang was invited by Lin Miyue and Shifeng to meet the relatives of their grandson's wife today to show respect. So when Baochai followed her mother into the Tsihui Hall to pay her respects, the noble concubine Lin Miyue and Mrs. Liang were sitting in the main room, and Sister Feng was standing by the side. No need to be polite. I know your family, Yunxia. Please ask Mrs. Shui and Miss Shui to sit down, and you don't have to stand there. Go and sit down by yourself. After Lin Miyue accepted the courtesy, first arranged for Yunxia to ask Mrs. Shui and Baochai to sit down, and then teased Wang Shifeng and asked her to sit down by herself. Shifeng pursed her lips and smiled. Today, I am in front of the Queen Mother, the grandmother and the aunt. How could I lose the face of Miss Wang? How could you expose me so quickly? Mrs. Shui saw that her niece was so comfortable in front of the Queen Mother and the grandmother, especially when she spoke to Lin Miyue in a friendly tone. And she knew that her niece was living a good life now. So she saw that Mrs. Liang was just smiling kindly. And she said, "It can be seen that the Queen Mother and the Madam are both kind people. So you can be so presumptuous." Shifeng saw that when Lu and others came to serve tea at this time, so she personally served tea to everyone present. When she served tea to her aunt, she also smiled and said, "Aunt, please have it. You see, I am diligent. You, a girl, are not at a disadvantage with your mouth." Mrs. Shui smiled and said, after hearing what her niece said, Baochai had only spoken when she bowed when she came in. Now, when she took the tea, she said thank you, sister. After that, she kept smiling appropriately while watching her mother talking to everyone. After Lin Miyue drank a few sips of tea, she saw Baochai taking the initiative to start a conversation. She said to Mrs. Shui, "No wonder people say that the mountains and rivers in the south can nourish people. I have been here for less than a year, and I have met many smart girls. The local governor Lin has a daughter who is very smart. The Shen family, where I temporarily stayed with the king of Wu, also has a very outstanding girl. Today, I am feasting my eyes on the girl from the madam's family." Baochai could no longer remain silent after being named by the noble concubine. However, she was naturally not a proud person. After hearing the praise, she just said some humble words appropriately. After praising her, Lin Miyue knew that she was not that close to the Shui family, nor did she have an acquired alliance like the Lin Hai family. So she could only regretfully skip the topic from Baochai and talk to Mrs. Shui about how they got here on the road. And then, they talked about the customs and habits of Jinling, Beijing, and Mingzhou. After everyone talked together for more than an hour, Lin Miyue said considerately, "It's already this time. Mrs. Shui and Baochai should go to Shifeng's courtyard. You aunt and niece have not seen each other for many years, so you must have a lot to say. Come to me at dinner time." Mrs. Shui was satisfied with talking to the noble concubine for a while today, so after paying her respects, she also said goodbye with Wang Shifeng and went to her courtyard. Seeing her granddaughter-in-law leading people out, Lin Miyue said to Madame Liang, "Aunt, would you like to come in and sit down and talk to me? I'd rather obey than be respectful." Madame Liang also had the same idea. So she stood up and went into the inner room with Lin Miyue. The two sat opposite each other and continued to talk. The Shui family came to pay their respects. Not just to see Feng girl, right? Madame Liang met the Shui family mother and daughter today, and was also a little surprised at the appearance of the daughter. After thinking about it, she had some ideas in her mind. Lin Miyue nodded. The girl next to Mrs. Shui wants to go to Beijing to participate in this election. I think she wants me to take care of her. After so many years in the East Palace and the harem, Lin Miyue once took charge of the palace for a long time. So she does have some connections in the palace. Mrs. Shui said that she wanted to pay tribute to the prince's mansion mainly for this reason. It can be seen that the prince's previous memorial and the emperor's later reward have caused another wave of waves. Mrs. Liang also felt that the Shui family was well informed. Cheng Yu and Lin Miyue sent gifts to the capital, and the Empress Dowager and the emperor naturally had to express their gratitude. After a few exchanges, the ministers also tasted some meaning of brotherly harmony, and naturally changed their attitude towards Cheng Yu, the king of Wu, the noble concubine behind him, and the Lin family. This Mrs. Shui is from the Wang family. Although her brother is no longer in that important position, it is not difficult to get these news. I guess it was his advice that she came here this time. After all, Shifeng is here. If I had such a relationship, I would have to try it out. Lin Miyue almost guessed what was going on. Now she was thinking about whether to help Baochai. Madame Liang also knew what the other person meant. Madam, are you thinking about whether to give that little girl a break? Pushing a small box in front of her aunt, Lin Miyue motioned for Madame Liang to open it. Take a look at this. After opening the box, Madame Liang saw a silver note of 50,000 taels under a jade pendant. She closed the box and said, "This is quite generous. The prince's salary of 10,000 dan is equivalent to 20,000 taels of silver at the highest price." Madame Shui gave 50,000 taels at once. Although the princes nowadays are not. She was supported by the imperial court salary. But 50,000 taels of silver was not a small sum. Lin Miyue felt the same way. It's not a big deal to help her. But I don't really want to send this girl into the fire pit. I've asked Phone to persuade her. But I can't accept the silver. Lin Miyue felt that the palace was a place where people were eaten. And she couldn't figure out the new emperor's preferences. Bao Chai's background was there. Even if she had good looks and good character, Lin Miyue felt that she might not have any good results after entering the palace. And although the emperor and his son now maintain superficial harmony, Lin Miyue thinks it would be fine if Bao Chai is not selected. But it is not a good thing if she is selected, and has too much involvement with her family. I asked Yunxia to find a tourmaline bracelet and a tourmaline hairpin for the girl that I wore when I was young. The female official in charge of these girls this time should be someone I had dealings with in the past. I think she will take care of them a little bit after seeing these things. Lin Miyue took the banknotes out of the box and put them aside. She told Madame Liang what she meant, so that Bao Chai could be taken care of when she passed the second round and entered the palace for selection. As for other things, forget it. Although she didn't want to accept the money from the Shui family, Lin Miyue couldn't just return the things. She planned to put the things in the jewelry box. She knew that Bao Chai was a careful person, so the child would definitely find the banknotes after receiving the things. On the other side, Shifeng led her Aunt Mrs. Shui and Bao Chai back to her courtyard. She had already asked Pinger to prepare snacks and other things that her aunt and sister liked. Now as soon as she entered the courtyard, she said, "Aunt, please make yourself comfortable here. We are real relatives, so there is no need to be too polite. It's been so many years, and now seeing that you are so nice, I feel relieved," Mrs. Shui said to her niece happily. After entering the house, Mrs. Shui was asked to sit on the couch opposite Wang Shifeng. Pinger also brought an embroidered cushion for Bao Chai, and served some snacks commonly seen in Jinling. "It's been a long day. Aunt and sister, please use something to cushion your breath. Don't drink tea when you come to my place. I have prepared some steamed cheese with sugar. Let's have a bowl each." The little maid behind also came with something. Wang Shifeng was not in a hurry to speak. She knew that her aunt and sister must have gotten up early to come to the palace. They had been talking for so long just now. It was just right to eat something now. Mrs. Shui and Bao Chai saw that Wang Shifeng's words were sincere, so they did not refuse. They ate some things together first. After using the things, Wang Shifeng asked Pinger to take her aunt and sister to wash their hands and change clothes. After they had packed up, the three of them calmed down and talked. Aunt said in the letter that she wanted to go to Beijing before the new year. "I have packed some things here. I plan to ask Aunt to take them home to honor my uncle and aunt. There are also some for my brothers and sisters." After Wang Shifeng opened her mouth, she didn't say anything else. She first mentioned that she was also thinking about the Wang family in Beijing, and asked Mrs. Shui to help deliver things to Beijing. Mrs. Shui nodded. "It's hard for you to still care about me. Why do you even need to ask me?" The two chatted about the Wang family, and Mrs. Shui said after a pause, "You have seen your sister today. To be honest, I have lost my backbone since your uncle passed away. It happened that His Majesty was holding a general election after ascending the throne. So I thought it was an opportunity. So I decided to send your sister to try." It was not easy to mention this matter directly to the Empress, and Mrs. Shui originally planned to pass the message through her niece. Seeing her niece today was a face-saving thing in front of the Empress, so she felt more at ease. Wang Shifeng felt that this sister Bao Chai was extraordinary from the first time she saw her. Such a little girl. She was at ease in entering the mansion today without any mistakes. She also saw that the queen and her mother-in-law looked at Bao Chai with admiration. Sister, with such appearance and character, should go there for a visit. But I have something to persuade my aunt. Lin Miyue had already found Wang Shifeng to talk after reading the visiting card, and told her opinion. Before the death of the queen mother in the previous dynasty, she said that the girls from Jiangnan were not allowed to participate in the beauty contest, saying that this was her legacy to the girls from Jiangnan. There is no good place in this palace. I will tell you something from my heart today. If you can persuade her, please let your aunt not have this idea. After Lin Miyue finished talking to Wang Shifeng that day, she did not say anything else, and did not force her. She just let Wang Shifeng decide whether to persuade her or not. Wang Shifeng was also hesitant. Although they were aunt and niece, her aunt had married to Jean Ling when she was young, and she was a junior. Now that the other party had made up their minds, it seemed inappropriate for her to say this. However, it was the intention of the noble concubine after all. After thinking about it for a while, she decided to tell her aunt in a gentle way. Chapter 102. After seeing off her aunt and her family, Pinger held a lantern in her hand, and Wang Shifeng followed behind them. They walked slowly towards the courtyard where they lived. Wang Shifeng had a lot to say, and she waited until she entered the house before sending people out. She sat in front of the mirror and waited for Pinger to help her take off her headdress before she started talking. I have spent a long day, and I know what my aunt is thinking. It's a pity that the queen has a different idea. Mrs. Shui was generous. When she came to see her niece this time, she also gave her niece 2,000 taels of silver in private. However, Wang Shifeng thought about it and didn't take it. In the end, she pushed the money away. Pinger walked around Wang Shifeng, took off the hairpins on her head one by one, and then spread her hair before saying, "That's right. If the queen is willing to help, it's fine. But now that you have said that, how can you accept money from auntie?" Wang Shifeng turned around and looked at Pinger and said, "But I don't think auntie can let it go. It's a pity. When my uncle was alive, the Shui family was prosperous. Now that my uncle is gone, my eldest brother Shui can't stand on his own." Pinger smiled. "The men in this family are useless. But it's up to the girls to take over. I think Miss Shui is a person of character. No matter how important she is, what can a little girl do in the affairs of the capital?" Wang Shifeng has learned a lot about the affairs of the court since she married into the Lin family. Now she also knew that the situation in Beijing was complicated. The faction of the Marquis of Anding and the faction of Lord Pei were fighting fiercely. Don't the two families and their relatives have outstanding girls? No matter how smart Baochai is, these ladies can surpass her by their family background. Pinger, who has been with Wang Shifeng for so long, also knew these things. So she twisted a handkerchief and handed it to Wang Shifeng. "Don't think about these things. Master Yi will be back soon. You should worry about your own things." Wang Shifeng and Lin Jingyi have been married for a while, but they don't spend much time together on weekdays. So Wang Shifeng hasn't announced any good news until now. The Lin family didn't care much about this. Mrs. Liang even said that they could have a child in a few years. After all, the two young couples were still young. But Wang Shifeng heard some urging in the family letters of the Wang family. Wang Ziding and his wife only had one daughter, so Mrs. Cheng's worry was extended to her niece. She couldn't help but mention a few words in the letter to Wang Shifeng. Wang Shifeng was not very patient to hear this. He is studying in the academy all day long. "What can I do? I know that this man is most suitable to live with books. Why does he need me?" Although she said so, Pinger knew that Wang Shifeng would send a roll of bedding to the academy today and a few purses tomorrow. She did not expose Wang Shifeng, but just said, "Isn't it good that Master Yi is willing to live with books? You are so tough now. The education of male children in noble families and literati families is not the same. Most noble families have inherited their father's military positions. So when young masters reach old age, there are a lot of people in their rooms. Later, although there are more and more playboys in each family, few of them can ride a horse and bend a bow. They still abide by this bad rule. On the contrary, the Lin family, a family with a clean family tradition, does not follow these rules. The three brothers Lin Feng only have one wife. Lin Jingyi also never does anything to mess around with other women. Wang Shifeng originally brought Pinger as a dowry, with the intention of giving someone who knows her well to her husband. But one reason is that Wang Shifeng herself is still not pregnant, and the other reason is that the Lin family does not follow such things. So Pinger is now just working with her at ease, thinking of the behavior of the young master of the noble family around her, and her own worries, before getting married. Wang Shifeng decided to fool around with the topic. "It's getting colder these days. You should help me get that cloak out." He said that people in the academy don't compete with each other. "I picked this material with great difficulty. I can wear it as soon as I make it." However, before Wang Shifeng's cloak was finished, Lin Jingyi returned to the palace in advance. When he came back, he had a box in his arms. He showed it to his wife, like a treasure. "Look at this. I was so unlucky that day. I sneaked out of the academy to get it. And I was almost bumped under the stairs by someone. Wang Shifeng opened the box. Inside was an exquisitely shaped pearl hairpin. The bright pearl on it was not only round and flawless, but also huge. Lin Jingyi looked at his wife's bun today, and then raised his hand to carefully pin the hairpin on his wife's hair. After looking at the mark on the box, Wang Shifeng asked again, "When did you go to Zenyaoxuan?" Lin Jingyi was a little confused by his wife's question, but he thought for a while and said, "It seems to be a few days before your aunt came to the mansion to pay a visit. The jewelry Baochai wore that day." Wang Shifeng saw that the craftsmanship and shape were somewhat similar to the pearl hairpin her husband gave her today. She smiled and said, "The man you bumped into seems to be my aunt's younger brother." Recalling that person, Lin Jingyi's face was a little hard to describe. So he took his wife's hand and sat down. And the young couple whispered something together. After Baochai stayed in Mingzhou with her mother and brother for a few days, she also set out for the capital. She was from Jinling, and should actually be in Jinling. But her family was the relatives of a high-ranking official in the capital after all. So she could report the matter to the palace after arriving in the capital. It was not easy to sail in winter. So when the Shui family arrived in the capital, it was not long before the new year. Mrs. Shui took her children and went directly to the Wang family. Wang Ziting and his wife were also happy to see their sister and nephew and niece whom they had not seen for many years. Wang Shiming is married now, and the family title is now inherited. But the men in the family are working under Wang Ziting. So Wang Shiming is living a comfortable life after marriage. Now that her aunt has come to Beijing, the young couple went back to the Wang family to meet her aunt. Mrs. Shui got off the carriage and entered the mansion. Seeing that her brother and sister-in-law were all waiting at the main courtyard gate to greet her, she also took Baochai and walked forward quickly. Shui Pan and Baochai greeted Wang Ziting and his wife. And Wang Shiming and his wife also went forward to greet their aunt. It is said that the more distant, the more fragrant it is. The closer it is, the more it stinks. Mrs. Chung had been dealing with her elder sister-in-law, Mrs. Wang, who married into the Jia family. In Beijing, she had not seen this younger sister-in-law very often. Now that she had seen her, she thought more about the good things they had experienced together in the past. So the two sisters-in-law hugged each other and cried for a while. It was Wang Ziting who stroked his beard and made peace, persuading everyone to go in. Although Shui Pan was a playboy, he did not dare to act unruly in front of his uncle. He was polite when he should be polite, and called people when he should be called. Wang Ziting looked at his nephew's figure and dress, and felt that he did not look smart and capable. But he did not know what to say when they just met, so he just praised him with some high-class words. Mrs. Chung, on the other hand, really liked Baochai. She and Wang Shifeng had almost the same feeling when they first met Baochai. Wang Shifeng was not an ordinary lady, and Wang Shiming was even more daring. The two of them together were even more extraordinary. Baochai was like a standard painting of a lady sitting there. How could she not attract Mrs. Cheng's love? So after finishing the meal, Wang Ziting took his nephew Wang Ren and his nephew Shui Pan back to the front yard, leaving Mrs. Liang to talk to her sister and niece. Mrs. Shui was naturally more relaxed and at ease when she arrived at her brother's house than in the palace. She took Baochai with her and talked about some old things with Mrs. Liang. Later, seeing that it was not too early, she made an excuse to let Baochai go back to rest, and she stayed to talk with her sister-in-law, Mrs. Liang. Seeing Baochai and the maid go back to the room to rest, Mrs. Shui said to her sister-in-law, "I want to trouble you about Baochai's matter." Mrs. Shui had naturally discussed the matter of sending her daughter to participate in the election with her brother and sister-in-law through correspondence. Now she was thinking about telling her sister-in-law about meeting the noble concubine in Mingzhou City this time. "You mean, the prince and the noble concubine confiscated the silver you sent?" Mrs. Chung frowned when she heard it. The noble concubine gave Baochai some gifts, but also returned the silver notes with the gifts. Mrs. Shui listened to her sister-in-law's words, sighed and told the story. Just as Lin Miyue thought, Baochai was indeed careful. When she returned to the inn where she was staying temporarily, she found the silver notes that were sent back again. Mrs. Shui thought about it again, and still didn't send it again through her niece. "I talked to Shifeng that day, and this child wanted me to give up the idea of running for the election. Now I want to ask my brother and sister-in-law, is there anything wrong with the situation in Beijing now?" Without waiting for her sister-in-law to say anything, Mrs. Shui asked directly. Although she wanted to send her daughter to the palace to win a future for the family, Mrs. Shui would not want to let her daughter get into trouble if the situation was really wrong. Mrs. Chung did not hesitate. After thinking for a while, she said, "What the noble concubine said makes some sense. Although this is the first time that the new emperor is selecting a queen. Let me be frank. Not to mention your family. Even if there is another girl of the right age in my family, she is not qualified to be the queen." In fact, when the sister-in-law sent the letter, Wang Ziting and his wife were not very willing to let their niece participate in this election. However, the sister-in-law's letter was sincere, and Mrs. Shui had not returned to Beijing for many years after getting married. Wang Ziting finally agreed and planned to discuss it after the person entered Beijing. Mrs. Shui nodded. She had never thought of letting her daughter become the queen. "I don't have such ambition. But if she can enter the palace, she can have an advantage even if she is not the queen. If she has a son or a daughter, she will always be able to rely on her in the future. I also want to be honest with my sister-in-law. Bao Chai is good in everything. Unfortunately, her father died early, and her brother is not a promising man. It will always be a problem for her to get married in the future. That's why I thought of sending her to the palace. Why does your majesty not want to send Miss Shui to the palace? If you want to say hello now, you don't need the palace maid to take care of her. You can just say a word to the queen mother. In this way, the girl will have nothing to worry about." Wen Lu has been with Lin Miyue for a long time. He has become more and more courageous. One day, when he saw Lin Miyue mention Miss Shui again, he asked the doubts in his heart. It's not that simple. Just look at the family of the Jingshao prefect. The one in his family was the first to get pregnant after the late emperor ascended the throne. But the child died later for unknown reasons. Even though the Empress Dowager and I had no bad intentions, such a thing still happened. Hearing Wen Luwen, Lin Miyue's memories also drifted back to the past. Lin Miyue later thought about why Concubine Rong wanted to murder Luo's dragon fetus. After leaving the capital, she gradually figured it out. She guessed that Concubine Rong and the people behind her wanted to take this opportunity to test her status and weight in the emperor's heart. Unless Concubine Pan was pregnant, they might hesitate to take action. No matter who it was estimated that no one else could escape the evil hand. Luo was just a cannon fodder and unlucky person who lost her child inexplicably. Wen Lu was also working in the palace at that time. Now, after hearing what Concubine Gui said, he thought for a while and said, "That's the truth. I just don't know what the wife of that family thinks. Do your best and leave it to fate." Lin Miyue also felt a little regretful that she couldn't persuade too much. However, she thought for a while and said, "Mrs. Shui is now raising her children. She is not a fool. I think the Wang family in Beijing is even less foolish." Chapter 103. This new year, everyone in the capital, from the Empress Dowager to the Emperor and the families, had a dull time. The Empress Dowager was still looking forward to marrying her son after the new year. But Chengyu himself had no expectations for the wedding. He just wanted to appease his mother and make the people in the court, who had their own ulterior motives, even more divided. When offering sacrifices to the ancestors in the Fengxian Hall on New Year's Day, Chengyu looked at the tablets of his ancestors and his father in front of him. He was a little self-deprecating in his heart. He recalled the past and knew that his father's actions were clearly paving the way for his younger brother. It was just that the late emperor cared so much about the concubine and his second brother. But today, it was his son who offered sacrifices to the late emperor in the Fengxian Hall during the New Year's Day. Chengyu couldn't help but feel a little ironic when he thought about it. In fact, Chengyu had resentment towards his father and stepmother, and his younger brothers in the past. Especially when he was young. He often competed with his younger brothers. However, Chengyu had a slippery character since he was a child. And he was always respectful and humble to his brother in front of others. In particular, he saved Chengyu and his study companion once. Since then, Chengyu was embarrassed to show his displeasure to his younger brother. After growing up, Su Ruiqing, as a father, treated him equally on the surface. But whether it was during study or when they were getting along in private, Chengyu could feel his father's subconscious partiality. He knew that his father would only show his true character in front of the imperial concubine and his younger brother. He would smile gently at the imperial concubine and pat his younger brother's shoulder affectionately. As he thought about the ranking of his father and ancestors, Chengyu's thoughts drifted further and further away, and he did not notice that he had been in this palace for a long time. Kong Sheng was the apprentice of the eunuch Wang in front of the emperor. Later, he was recommended by his master to serve Li Wancheng, who was still the queen at that time. Later, the queen gave him to her son. When the eldest prince ascended the throne, His status also rose. Now he is also working in the Seligion as a seal eunuch. The eunuch Chunlai, who was in charge of the imperial household department, was the former eunuch in front of the emperor. However, the new emperor disliked him. Therefore, the person who could best guess the emperor's intentions and influence the emperor's mind was Kong Sheng. Kong Sheng entered the palace at a young age because of poverty. So he abandoned his previous name and surname and followed the former eunuch Wang. His name was also given by him when he was accepted as an apprentice. Now he is called Eunuch Wang or Eunuch Wang by others, or Grandpa Wang by the young eunuchs in the palace. The previous emperor Su Ruiqing did not like to use eunuchs. He even issued an edict to reprimand the people for the evil of castrating themselves to become eunuchs for the sake of wealth and fame after he ascended the throne. However, after Chengyu ascended the throne, he reused a group of eunuchs and factory guards such as Kong Sheng. However, it is not very obvious in the struggle between the two factions of Anding Ho and Pei Golao. The emperor was offering sacrifices to his ancestors in the hall, and the eunuchs were waiting outside the door. A thin eunuch looked at the sky, came to Kong Sheng and said, "It's already this hour and His Majesty hasn't come out yet. The banquet may be late. Grandpa Wang, do you want to send someone to tell the Queen Mother?" Kong Sheng was leaning against a pillar and taking a nap. He adjusted the gauze hat on his head and looked up at the sky. "Send someone to tell the Queen Mother. I guess His Majesty will come out soon." The eunuch took the order and went to do it. Just as Kong Sheng thought, the door was pushed open with a creak in less than 3/4 of an hour, and Chengyu came out of the hall by himself. He also frowned when he saw the sky outside. Kong Sheng knew what was going on when he saw Chengyu's face. He quickly bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I have sent someone to the Queen Mother to tell her that the banquet will be delayed. Would you like to go there now? There is no queen in the palace now. So Li Wancheng had to organize this year's palace banquet by herself. According to the procedure, the emperor had to worship his ancestors early in the morning, and then receive congratulations from foreign officials and envoys. Chengyu was not only worried, but also had to worship in the Fengxian Hall after that. Therefore, the original banquet for the ministers in the Qianqing Palace had to be postponed. Well, let's go there quickly. It's not good to be late." Chengyu also got on the dragon sedan and took people back to the Qianqing Palace. Su Ruiqing himself did not live in the Qianqing Palace, but he also repaired and renovated it over the years. Now that Chengyu ascended the throne, he was not polite and moved here directly. The excuse he used was the same as Su Ruiqing's back then, that he lived in a separate palace to respect the place where his father lived. Those who could attend the banquet in the palace were not ordinary officials. The royal family, the cabinet elders, the 6 ministries, and the powerful nobles and military generals in the capital gathered together. Because the emperor did not come, everyone sat quietly in their seats without saying a word, until the voice of the eunuchs came from outside. Everyone knew that His Majesty had arrived and stood up to greet him. Naturally, no one went to this kind of banquet just to eat. Chengyu toasted the elders of the royal family, the 3 ministers, and his own grandfather. The rest of the people did not have this honor. They had to come forward to congratulate the emperor on the new year according to their seniority and official positions. Chengyu occasionally drank a glass of wine, and most of the time, he just accepted the greetings and let people leave. When Lin Feng returned home, his third brother Lin Ling was also waiting in the front hall of his main courtyard. Seeing his brother coming back, he asked the attendant to go down, and personally helped his brother to sit down, and raised his hand to pour a cup of tea for his brother. Glancing at his younger brother, Lin Feng knew that those who showed kindness without any reason were either treacherous or thieves. "Tell me, what is waiting for me?" Lin Ling choked. "I am already this age, and my eldest brother still always says this to me. How can there be any bad things during the new year? It was my second brother from the south and Muyu, Chengyu and others who sent letters and things home. I was waiting for my brother here because I was thinking about why they sent New Year gifts before the new year and sent things after the new year." After taking a stack of letters from his younger brother, Lin Feng handed the letter to his third brother back after reading the cover of the letter. The 2 brothers opened the letter and read it. Mr. Lin Er is now unemployed at home. Their brothers are neither too old nor too young. After thinking it over, Lin Ling resigned his official position. Now he is the most idle one, studying, painting, riding horses, and walking birds at home. In the letters he received now, Mr. Lin Sen wrote to his brother about the scenery and famous poets in Jiangnan, and Lin Miyue and Chung Yu wrote about some interesting things and Jiangnan experiences. He finished reading 10 lines at a glance. Seeing that his brother's brows were getting tighter and tighter as he read the letter, he honestly shrank his neck and waited. Sure enough, after a while, Lin Feng finished reading the letter and said, Miyue asked me if I could find a way to keep Lin Hai in the local area to work for her. She said that the position of right governor was vacant, and it was suitable for Lord Lin. Lin Miyue had discussed this matter with her family before, and now she wanted to ask her father if she could settle the matter. After discussing with her third uncle and her son, she felt that the position of right governor was quite suitable. This isn't a difficult matter, is it? The people the late emperor loved to use are now retired or out of the capital. There's nothing unusual about Lin Hai. Why is your brow so furrowed? Said Lin Ling, stroking his chin. Among the 3 brothers, only Lin Ling didn't grow a beard. Lin Feng had said this to his younger brother several times before, but now he was used to it. He ignored his younger brother's little action and said, It's not that I'm wrong. It's that Mu Yu is afraid that His Majesty would rather transfer people to idle offices in the capital than keep them there. Lin Ling laughed when he heard his brother's words. Where are the idle offices that can release people at will? This Lord Lin Hai must be transferred to a position no lower than the 3rd rank in the capital, otherwise it won't look good even if he can be given an honorary title. Nowadays, these idle positions above the 3rd rank are rare. I think you don't have to worry, brother. The Ministry of Promotion will be abolished. I don't think His Majesty necessarily wants such a person to come to the capital. After being told so much by his younger brother, Lin Feng thought that it was a bit unreasonable, so he didn't mention it. In that case, Mu Yu has already said that the position of the right governor of the provincial administration office is vacant. So just fill it up. Daughter and grandson brought so many soldiers with them when they left the capital, and Jiangnan was still relatively peaceful. Lin Feng was not worried about the safety of his daughter and grandson. But civil servants and clerks are needed to do things. So Lin Hai was able to stay in the fiefdom, and Lin Feng was happy to make it happen. This government office has been abolished, and those with connections can be transferred to other places, and the rest are considered a bargain for Chung Yu, Lin Ling said, stroking his chin again. For a government office to operate normally, it is important to know who the officials are, and it is also important to know how capable the officials are. The remaining clerks, although their ranks are not high or even have no ranks, are often ignored. However, the officials all have a term of office, and the officials below them are all trying their best to get promoted. The clerks are mostly locals. On the one hand, they are familiar with the writing of various documents and affairs, and on the other hand, they have a better understanding of the local area. Lin Feng also knew about these things, so he nodded and said, Even if Mu Yu and Chung Yu don't understand these things, my 3rd brother will remind them, so we don't have to worry about it. After the 2 brothers finished talking about the matter, Lin Feng planned to go back to the main house at the back, but Lin Ling also took his brother to the study at this time. The banquet in the harem has not ended yet, and my sister-in-law has not returned home yet. What's the point of my brother going back alone? We 2 brothers haven't had a good drink for a long time. Oh, don't I know your alcohol tolerance? Let's go. So when Mrs. Wang returned home, she got a husband who was really drunk. She didn't want to see this miserable man, so she ordered someone to clean up her husband and move him to the bed. And she took people in to change the heavy headgear and formal dress into casual clothes. Lin Feng has a bad habit when he gets drunk. He likes to talk to people. When Lin Miyue was young, Lin Feng had not yet reached his current high position and had to attend social events. In order to avoid being stopped and talked, she would hide from her father. Mrs. Wang was not afraid of being stopped and talked. After she had packed up, she asked everyone else to leave. She went in and faced a man whose eyes were a little straight, but he was already leaning against the bed waiting for her husband. However, Lin Feng had been talking about serious matters with his brother for so long today, and he did not intend to talk about these things with his wife. He watched Mrs. Wang come in, held her hand and squeezed it for a while, and suddenly said, Your Majesty is about to get married. Chung Yu is only a little younger than Your Majesty, and I don't know what Miyu thinks. Mrs. Wang's mind was working fast just now, thinking back to what she heard from the Queen Mother today, and she had stored a lot of details that could be connected to the previous dynasty. Unexpectedly, her husband started talking about a family matter. It was rare that she didn't know what to say, so Mrs. Wang had to listen to her husband's continued chattering in silence. Fortunately, drunk people don't need any response when they talk. Lin Feng continued to talk to himself. It's a pity that it's in the south. The late emperor also told me about several girls from different families. Now I guess it's not possible. It is a matter of care to marry a prince. Su Ruiqing began to pay attention to the outstanding people and ladies in each family after his children were 10 years old. He also talked about these things with Lin Feng in private at the beginning. Unfortunately, he didn't take care of his last child. Especially when Cheng Yu went to Jiang and all of a sudden, the range of families that could marry was reduced a lot. Lin Feng was drunk today and expressed his concerns in this regard. Mrs. Wang had a headache. She perfunctorily answered her husband. After putting him into the quilt, she said, "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. Cheng Yu is busy with affairs now, and is not in a hurry to get married. It's getting late. Go to bed quickly. There are still young people waiting to come and pay New Year's greetings tomorrow." Chapter 104. During the Chinese New Year, Lin Miyue ordered someone to make a batch of jewelry. When Lin Hai came to pay New Year's greetings with his wife and daughter, Lin Miyue called Dai forward and took a box from Yun Xia beside her. After opening it, there was a plum blossom hairpin made of beeswax petals. Although Dai usually dressed like a lively girl, she seldom wore bright red clothes. It was just that she was paying New Year's greetings during the Chinese New Year, and today, she was wearing red all over, which was unusual and pleasing. Silver beaded jacket, goose crown and red skirt. The hem of the skirt is a pattern of four-season flowers. Lin Miyue was reminded of Wang Shifeng's usual dress when she saw this dress. Beeswax is a calm thing, and it is not often used by young people. But this craftsman has the ingenuity to use it to imitate the petals of winter plum, which is both genuine and exquisite and beautiful, and called Dai to come over and help her put on the hairpin. Looking at the thing on the little girl's head, Lin Miyue nodded with satisfaction and felt that her vision was not bad. Seeing Dai return to her side, Jiamin smiled and said, "The queen has only been here for a short time. Many of the things Dai wears on her head, wears on her body, and uses on a daily basis are good things given by the queen." Mrs. Liang was also happy to see the little girl dressed up beautifully. Girls of this age look good even without makeup, let alone dressed up like this. Looking at Dai sitting next to her mother, Lin Miyue also said, "Okay, since we have received the children's congratulations, and I have delivered all the things here, Dai and your sister Feng can go to the back to play. Let's talk together as adults. It's annoying for you children to listen to these things here. Because of the new year, Lin Jingyi is also in the mansion now. He is also entertaining Lin Hai in front with his grandfather and the prince. However, it is necessary to be more cautious." So Lin Miyue only asked Wang Shifeng to take Dai to the warm room behind her for a while. Although Wang Shifeng was a little older than Dai, she was the only one in the Wu Wang mansion who could entertain Dai. In addition, she knew that Dai was more talented and calm than her age. So the two sisters with a big age gap got along very well on weekdays. After hearing Lin Miyue's words, they left hand in hand. Dai entered the room, and the first thing she saw was a picture of the cold relief. Wang Shifeng saw Dai looking at the picture for a few more times, and she took her sister's hand to take a closer look. "Sister, take a look at my picture. What do you think?" After being pulled over by Shifeng to take a closer look, Dai smiled knowingly and said, "This picture seems to be drawn by brother Lin, and the poem on the side is written by sister. How about it? Am I right?" The picture hanging in Wang Shifeng's room is a very traditional cold relief picture. There are many red marks on the middle of the white plum tree, and there is a small poem about looking forward to the return of spring on the side. Others would think that it was written by one person, but Dai found some clues when she came in today. The painting of plum blossoms on the wall looked elegant, but the poem on the side looked like it was written by a beginner. So Dai knew it was probably written by the couple. "You guessed it right. Please sit down." "Sister." Wang Shifeng was not surprised that the person in front of her could guess this, and she quickly let Dai sit on the couch. Dai sat on the couch and saw a book upside down on the small table above. She asked curiously, "It's the new year now, and brother Lin is still reading. Pinger was giving them some fruits, hazelnuts, snacks and other things, and she couldn't help laughing when she heard this." Wang Shifeng was a little embarrassed. "Well, it's not his book. It's just a book I picked up to kill time." Dai was very interested when she heard that it was a book her sister read herself. "What book is it? Sister, can I take a look?" Dai saw that Wang Shifeng's reward during the Mid-Autumn Festival was a handwritten copy of an ancient book. She had been thinking about finding a chance to ask if she could borrow it to read. But she didn't have a chance to open her mouth. Now looking at this book, she thought it might be the same as before. So she asked. The affairs of the palace are taken care of by the female officials. Wang Shifeng, a young daughter-in-law, usually only worries about the affairs of her own family. So she is not busy now, and can even be said to be leisurely. She often borrows some books to kill time. There is a library in the palace, most of which are the wool Lin Miyue got from the palace. Lin Jun and Lin Jingyi also have a lot of books. Lin Jingyi knew that his wife wanted to read books, so he carefully selected some poetry collections, travel notes, and strange novels for her to kill time. Today, Wang Shifeng was reading a travelogue. When she saw Dai Yu asking, she handed the book to her. It's not a book of sages. If you want to read it, you can take it home and read it slowly. This was Wang Shifeng's own book, but it was also a hand-copied book from Lin Miyue's collection. The book was copied by a palace maid who was good at calligraphy around Lin Miyue. So Wang Shifeng had no regrets about giving it away. Seeing Dai Yu's curiosity, she said it was okay to give it to her. Dai Yu took it, glanced at the cover, and casually read a few pages before tidying up the corners of the book and putting it on the table. I have a copy of this book at home. Do you like to read travel notes? Too? Although Wang Shifeng herself is young, she has seen the scenery from north to south. When she heard this, she said, if I had stayed in one place all the time, I wouldn't have thought it was a big deal. But since I left Beijing, I feel that the scenery in different places is very different. So now I like to read some travel notes. Dai Yu usually reads a lot of books, and she is very interested in talking about travel notes. Pinger saw that the two of them were talking about books and found this scene very interesting. Before Wang Shifeng married into the Lin family, she didn't like travelogues or poems. But now she can talk about them with the daughter of the third-place winner. The New Year's Day is easy, but life is hard. During the Lantern Festival, Lin Miyue held a banquet and invited her relatives to the palace to watch the craftsmanship of the royal craftsmen in making lanterns. After such a lively time, everyone started their busy days again. For Chengyu, the most important thing after the new year was not anything else, but the spring plowing that he had been worried about for a long time. He inspected the farm last year, and first settled some farmers who had lost their land because of the local officials' random patchwork of land, and gradually returned the land to these families. Most of the remaining farms will continue to grow rice and wheat, which are what farmers are used to growing now, under the double cropping system of 1 rice and 1 wheat. The most basic income of the Wu Wangfu and the food for the people on the farms will be guaranteed. After the new year, Lin Miyue also followed her son to inspect several farms near Mingzhou City. The managers of the imperial farms are all eunuchs who came from the capital. The main tenants are partly the original tenants on these farms, and partly the families who lost their land due to various circumstances. I thought they were all planting rice, but I didn't expect that paddy fields and dry fields were cultivated alternately. No wonder the grain output in the south is higher than that in the north. Lin Miyue changed into ordinary cloth clothes today. She watched the people in the fields preparing for farming, and she felt more and more the hard work of these farmers. Chengyu had read a lot of local chronicles recently. When he heard his mother say this, he replied, "My son has read some documents. Now if this acre of land is planted with rice, the maximum yield is about 5 sure. If rice and wheat are planted alternately, the yield can be increased by at least 1 sure." When the steward next to him saw that the prince had finished speaking, he added, "Your Majesty and Madam, the farmland here is planted according to the previous rules as ordered by the prince. Not only rice and wheat, but also, they will plant some sorghum, millet and other crops intermittently, to show their gratitude to the prince and the queen. These people are also diligent in farming and working, and the harvest should be greater." Lin Miyue laughed off these flattering words. But after listening to them, she asked Chengyu, "What are the overseas grains you selected? And where are they planted?" The west of the provincial government is the most expensive, which is the main grain production area today. And the east is Zhongping, which can almost represent the average grain production of the entire Jiangnan region. Lin Miyue saw that the fields here were flat and connected. And just now she learned that her son said that 1 mu of land here could yield 5 stones. And she knew that this was probably the best place in the farm of the king of Wu. So her son and his subordinates probably didn't want to plant those foreign grains whose yields were unknown. My son plans to try it on some farms with poor soil first. Chengyu also had his own plans in mind, although the people who brought in these foreign things had guaranteed that they were high-yield crops. The climate and scenery in different places were different after all. And even the crops planted in the north and south of a country were not exactly the same. So he planned to use the worst fields to test the yield of these crops. Lin Muyue was talking to him and didn't pay attention to her steps. She suddenly tripped and fell. Chung Yu quickly supported his mother. Be careful. The road here is not smooth. Why don't we go to the yard over there to talk? Knowing that the prince and the noble concubine were coming. Although Chung Yu had instructed not to make a big fuss, the eunuch in charge of the manor still prepared a yard and vegetables to entertain the two. Chung Yu had been protecting his mother just now. When Lin Muyue accidentally fell, he quickly wanted his mother to go to the yard to rest. After being helped by his son, he managed to stabilize his body. Looking at Chung Yu, who looked a little thin but very strong, Lin Muyue sighed. I don't think I'm old, but you have really grown up. Chung Yu was stunned and a little embarrassed. He coughed and said, My son is no longer a child. I wanted to say this when you gave me the New Year's money this year. Lin Muyue refused to talk about this. If you are not married, you are a child. So of course you can get the red envelope. She easily changed the subject and said, What did you choose in the end? What do you plan to plant? Seeing that his mother was talking about serious matters, Chung Yu also became serious again. I chose 3 kinds. One is a sweet potato. One is a potato that is similar to the last one, but tastes tasteless. And the other is a crop with golden seeds. My son has only seen the seeds, and I don't know what it will look like when it grows. Sweet potatoes. Potatoes and corn. Chung Yu said one. And Lin Muyue followed with another in her mind. She knew that these were all common high-yield crops in the future. And they were all good things that she knew in history that could adapt to this land. So Lin Muyue nodded and said, 3 kinds are fine. Too few is meaningless. And too many can't be taken care of. Since you already have a plan, then do it step by step. Chapter 105. Fresh vegetables are hard to come by at this time. But the eunuch Ho Gong, who manages the manor, and the head of the manor put together a table of food that has some farm-like flavor and can be presented to the prince and the queen. After Lin Muyue sat down and saw the dishes on the table, she liked them a little, but she still said with some regret, This season is not very good. Otherwise we can have some fun tasting wild vegetables. Hearing his mother say this, Chung Yu glanced at the eunuch beside him, being stared at by the prince. How could the eunuch not understand what he meant? He quickly handed a basket of steamed buns to Chung Yu. Your Majesty and the Queen, please try this. It is made of wild vegetables, bamboo shoots, and mushrooms. It is quite interesting. Chung Yu picked up a steamed bun for his mother with a public chopstick. Please, mother. When Lin Muyue was in the capital, she always ate steamed buns with mutton filling. The new chef hired in Mingzhou City also made steamed buns with glutinous rice and meat fillings. Now that she came to the farm and tasted this steamed bun with wild vegetables and mushrooms, she felt that it had a different flavor. After eating what her son picked for her, Lin Muyue also took the serving chopsticks and stretched out the chopsticks towards the plate of salted duck, picked up a duck leg and put it on her son's plate. You are growing up. This is just right. Chung Yu was a little helpless to be treated as a child again, but he still obediently ate what his mother picked for him. And the mother and son had a very interesting dinner together. It was time for the tenants on the farm to have dinner, and everyone in the family carried hoes and other farm tools to go home. These fields originally belonged to a local squire named Yi. Mr. Yi was also a philanthropist, so these tenants lived a good life. But it was still a level lower than the current direct rule of King Wu. First of all, except for the taxes to the court, Chung Yu exempted all other miscellaneous taxes. The fields cultivated by the farmers were considered as good fields. If they only had to pay the grain tax stipulated by the court, they would be able to save much more grain in a busy year. Secondly, Lin Muyue also suggested that Chung Yu let some experienced farmers and agricultural officials get together to try and improve the methods of cultivating good varieties and increasing soil fertility in various agricultural books. Some rewards were also set up for those who experimented with usable methods, and families with high yields in the fields were also rewarded. With such rewards in front of them, everyone's enthusiasm for work was also mobilized. The agricultural officials were familiar with books such as Guangji and Qiming Yaoshu, and the old farmers, who had made a living by farming for generations, could check whether the methods recorded in these books were feasible in practice. Qing Yu attached great importance to farming, and the agricultural officials he selected were all young people who were down to earth and hard-working, and did not have the bad habits of the current scholars. Therefore, the cooperation between the two played a significant role. Yin Da looked at the setting sun and went home with his wife. The two were accompanied by their eldest son, who was already 14 years old. Yin Da's son Yin Guang was now a half-grown man, who was 2 years away from becoming an adult. Naturally, he had to go to the fields to help his parents. When Yin Guang was born, it was the time when the cocks crowed in the morning. That day happened to be the day when the steward of the Yi family came to collect rent. Yin was very happy. But the steward asked him a strange question. After hearing the answer, the steward named his eldest son Yin Guang. Today, the steward said bacon to every household. Mom will go home and make fried meat with garlic sprouts for you. The Yin family was originally well off, but Yin Guang's father had a serious illness. After that, although the family was not hungry, they lived a tight life. Food like meat was not often available. In the past year, the steward distributed cloth and meat in the name of the palace. The wealthier families in the manor used these things for their own use. But Yin Guang's family exchanged them for food with others, and kept them for later consumption. This time, for some reason, the steward in the manor distributed things to each family again. Yin Da thought about it again, and decided to leave them for his family. So he asked his wife to cook a good dish for the family after returning home today. Yin Guang was still young after all, and the Yin family had a good life before. It was only because old man Yin fell ill that they became poor. Although he was very sensible and tried hard to help his parents with work on weekdays. He swallowed his saliva silently and said, "Mom, you are a good cook. I like whatever you cook." Inside the Yin family, Yin Xiaomei had already cooked the rice and prepared the dishes, waiting for her mother to come back and cook. She was 12 years old this year, and although she was also an experienced hand at the stove, her cooking skills were not comparable to her mother's, so she did not dare to touch the precious bacon, but just cooked the rice. Old man Yin had just recovered from a serious illness. He felt sorry for his granddaughter, who was busy in the house. Seeing that she still wanted to chop firewood, he quickly said, "Just wait for your father to come back and clean up. Come and take a rest." No family would ask a little girl to chop firewood. Although Yin Xiaomei was born small, she had been helping the family with work all year round, and was not the kind of person who could not carry anything. After hearing what her grandfather said, she just pursed her lips and smiled. "I understand, Grandpa. I won't do much. I will just chop some more firewood and boil some hot water. The water in the well is too cold. Dad, Mom and Big Brother have been working in the fields all day. How can they come back without water?" The children in the family are all sensible. Seeing that he could not persuade her, Grandpa Yin also brought a small stool out to help his granddaughter. "Oh, old man, you should go back to the house. I just lit a charcoal pot. It would be bad for you to warm your hands for a while." Yin Xiaomei saw her grandfather helping her to gather and put firewood, thinking of her grandfather's health after he had just recovered from a serious illness. She hurriedly called him out to chase him away. Old man Yin ignored his granddaughter and focused on the work in his hands. "My old bones can still work. Okay, finish the work quickly and let's go into the house together. Grandpa left some beans for you. Let's roast them quietly, and don't let your parents and elder brother know." After Mr. and Mrs. Yin and Yin Guang returned home, they saw that the hot water and rice were ready at home. Mrs. Yin smiled and said to everyone, "I'll go fry some bacon. Xiao Guang, go serve the rice." The steward sent not only a piece of bacon, but also some sausages, rice cakes, sugar, pickles, and other miscellaneous items. Mrs. Yin packed up the things and took out only enough meat for one meal. After cutting the meat, she put it in the pot to fry out the fat, and then added the garlic sprouts to stir fry. After cooking this dish, Mrs. Yin thought about it again, and called her daughter to buy a piece of tofu from the tofu seller in the village, and took out some preserved pickled bamboo shoots to make a pot of tofu and bamboo shoot soup, a plate of garlic sprouts and bacon, a large bowl of tofu soup, and mixed grain rice. Everyone gathered together to eat until their stomachs were full. Yin Guang quickly stuffed the last piece of meat into his sister's bowl, and he also finished the rice in his bowl in a few mouthfuls. After eating, everyone huddled around the charcoal basin to keep warm. Yin Da looked at his father, and he was a little hesitant whether to tell the words he heard from the village head today. Old man Yin knew his son very well. He pulled his cotton-padded jacket closer and asked his son, "The whole family is here. Just say whatever you want to say." Madam Yin looked at her husband. who began to shrink his neck after being told by his father. She first poured a cup of hot water from a coarse porcelain jar to warm her father-in-law's hands. And then she spoke. The manager of the farm has some instructions. The prince wants to think about some new crops. He said that if anyone in the family is willing to work hard, they can move to another farm to farm. In addition to the harvest from the fields, they can also get half a guan of money every month. Half a guan of actual copper coins is half a tael of silver, which is about 6 taels of silver in a year, in addition to the harvest from the fields. This is a considerable income for a farmer's family. This is also because Chung Yu didn't know the yield of the new grain. So after thinking about it, he felt that if the yield was too low, he should give some subsidies to the farmers. You mean? Daon wants our family to move to the new village? Old man Yin settled down in the local area because he followed the boat when he was young. After finding a local to marry, he used the family property he earned before to buy land. Unfortunately, Yin Da's mother passed away after giving birth to Yin Da. So over the years, old man Yin has been both a father and a mother, and his energy has been tied up. The Yin family's assets have never been very rich. Later, in order to marry Yin Da, old man Yin sold his original land to the Yi family and became a tenant farmer. He also knew that this had always been a knot in his son's heart. Now that he had the opportunity to save money, old man Yin knew that Yin Da just wanted to save more money and finally buy some more land for his family. Old man Yin kept silent. After a long while, he said, "What's the big deal? Now you are the head of the family. Just make the decision." Yin Guang and Yin Xiaomei saw that their parents and grandfather were all frowning, and they sat in their seats and didn't dare to speak. Now they saw that their parents laughed again after their grandfather finished speaking, and they relaxed. Lin Miyue took the report sent by the 4 Jishan in the mansion, thinking about some things that needed to be ordered. When Lu lifted the curtain and came in and said, "Madam, the prince is here to pay his respects to you." Looking at the hands of the self-ringing clock, Lin Miyue was a little surprised. Why is he here at this time? Please invite him in. Chung Yu also came in with a roll of things. After paying his respects to his mother, the mother and son sat opposite each other. He spread out the things and placed them in front of his mother. "I have to trouble you with some things." Looking at the things Chung Yu brought, Lin Miyue flipped through them and said, "This seems to be a list of farmers in each farm. How can? Are there not enough people to farm?" Nodding helplessly, Chung Yu told his mother the story. The people who lost their land before said they would not move no matter what. There are many people in each farm who have been farming and working in the farm for generations. I asked the agricultural officials to go down and preach several times, and only those on the list were willing to go to other farms to work. So I came to my mother for help. After finally getting the land back from the palace, the farmers whose land had been taken away naturally no longer dared to move. Basically, the agricultural officials and the heads of the farms could not persuade them to move. Few people in the remaining farms wanted to leave their homeland. Seeing Chung Yu also looking at the things in his hand, Lin Muyu asked, "Do you want to arrange for the children of the right age in the Silesian Hall to work? 16 years old is considered an adult, and the Silesian Bureau also uses this age as the residence age for these children. My son is thinking that children of this age can work after a little teaching, which is better than idling around in the city." Chung Yu obviously did his homework, and he was also very knowledgeable when it came to the Silesian Hall. Chapter 106. I thought my mother would agree to what I said. And Chung Yu also knew that her mother's biggest headache was how to place the children in the charity hall. So she was full of confidence when she came. The Ji Lao Tang was full of lonely old people without family and relatives. Such old people were actually rare in this era, because even if they had no direct children, but nowadays they all value the prosperity of the population and family inheritance. Ordinary lonely old people also had relatives and relatives to support them. So the number of old people in the Ji Lao Tang was not large. Yang Shentang is an institution that helps the poor and the needy. If a family is in trouble, they can borrow money from it with someone as a guarantor to tide over the difficulties. They also help some families, such as old couples who have lost their children, and widows who live alone with their children. Yang Shentang also acts as a matchmaker, introducing jobs to unemployed people who have a skill. The workload on weekdays is not too big, but it is not too small. Pharmacies are easier to manage. People nowadays are in awe of professions like doctors. It's just that Dr. Xiao Luo and Fu Shan have been worried about how to promote a new method of vaccination recently, so the people inside are a little busy. Unfortunately, just as Chung Yu mentioned his plan, His mother smiled and shook her head, rejecting his proposal directly. Although what you propose makes sense, I don't think it will work. Cheng-yu, who was planning to continue discussing the details with his mother, was stunned when he heard the 3 words "not very good," and his face was full of disbelief and confusion. Lin Miyue laughed out loud at her son's expression. Why are you like this? Didn't expect me to reject you? It took him a long time to find his voice. Cheng-yu's eyes were full of doubts. He sorted out his thoughts for a while before asking, This? Why doesn't mother agree? I have discussed it with my great-uncle and many adults, and everyone thinks it's a good idea. Lin Miyue spread out the list in his hand. I know you are short of manpower, but what you need now are skilled farmers. These children. Although the children have been able to work hard since childhood, most of them only help with sewing, sweeping and cooking, and few can really do farm work. Most of the children in the charity church are abandoned babies, who cannot be raised by families in the city or nearby. Lin Miyue knows that nowadays, it is rare for rural areas to abandon children, unless they are born with diseases that cannot be cured. Every additional boy means an additional labor force in the family. And girls can also help take care of younger brothers and sisters, and get a dowry when they get married. The children grew up in the charity hall, and had no chance to work in the fields. The former manager, Mrs. Wu, could do some needlework, and her embroidery was decent. The clever and likable girls could learn from Mrs. Wu. After leaving the hall, some girls with good luck and skills could make a living. The boys usually did things like chopping wood, fetching water, and washing clothes. When it came to farm work, it was just as Lin Miyue said. These children had no foundation or skills for farm work. Cheng-yu thought for a while. I didn't think of this, but there are so many children here. Isn't there anyone who can help? Lin Miyue nodded this time. Of course there are. But if you want these people to fill the gaps you need, then it's not enough. Moreover, Lin Miyue always felt that although his son had been to the farm several times, neither he nor the people working under him seemed to think that farming was too simple. Even if these half-grown children grew up in farming families, they were not strong enough to be the main force in farming. For example, Su Ruiqing used to pretend to plow the fields every year to show his attention to agriculture and sericulture. These nobles were also good at archery and horse riding, but they couldn't straighten their backs after plowing the fields. After thinking for a while, Cheng-yu said, Okay, but I'd better trouble you to find some people. I'll also ask people to transfer a group of tenant farmers, who can work from other farms, which should be enough. For 3 different kinds of grain, Cheng-yu chose 2 farms in total, and there were enough farm tools and oxen in the farms, so the work was actually easier than that of ordinary farmers. The farm would also grow some vegetables for the palace and the families there, so these children could do these light jobs. Knowing that his son was so insistent, partly because he really needed manpower, partly because he wanted to share some of the burden, Lin Miyue agreed to it. In that case, you can send someone to contact Jiangku. I think the number of children who can be sent is about 30. In the previous generation, there were also institutions such as orphanages and orphanages. After reading some history books and local chronicles, Lin Miyue found that there were precedents in nearby palaces to send girls to learn weaving and embroidery, and to send boys to school to study and write. However, Lin Miyue thought that sending girls to learn these things was reasonable. After all, weaving is something that basically everyone can learn. Besides, Jiang enclosed the world, and there was indeed a labor shortage. However, sending all boys to learn to read and study was not a long-term solution. Nowadays, people's biggest desire to study was to change their family background through the imperial examination. However, the Cio Hall certainly could not support these children to study in this way. The Cio Hall is a little difficult to manage, but there are precedents to follow. I looked through the regulations of previous dynasties and drafted some proposals for Jiangku. I hope these children will have a better future. Lin Miyue put the things in her hand on the table. She felt that it might be because she had a child that she felt pity for the children in the Cio Hall. So she was so entangled in these things. After saying all these things, Lin Miyue complained to her son. I wanted to ask the children of the Lin family, Shin family, etc. to come to the mansion more often to chat with me. But I don't know if these girls are busy on weekdays. After the Chinese New Year, I have a lot of things piled up on my desk. Cheng-yu smiled. Mother can't sit still. These things should actually be taken care of by her son. Thank you for worrying about them. I also want to run a girls' school. I think if Dayu and Lin Ru can help me with these affairs after they get married, I can save some trouble. The title of prince is hereditary. Lin Miyue knows that her family has to take root in the local area. So she hopes that after she passes away, these institutions that can help people can continue to exist. It is not in line with the current trend for unmarried young ladies to go out and do things. But it is not out of line for married ladies to do some charity-related affairs. Therefore, Lin Miyue hopes to select some girls of appropriate age from the homes of local officials and wealthy people to study in the palace and learn some management skills through osmosis. If any of these girls marry in the local area in the future, they could also help her do some things. Chung Yu couldn't comment on these things, so he poured himself a glass of water. After drinking it, he choked. He looked at the ice-cracked pot on the table suspiciously and asked, "What did you brew? This taste." Lin Miyue poured herself a glass and drank it without changing her expression. "It's water made from citron and mint. Isn't it delicious? It's refreshing and cool. I think it's not bad. Mint lemon water is refreshing and refreshing. Lin Miyue loved this thing before. And it can clear away heat and reduce fire with mint. I don't know if it's a psychological effect. Anyway, she felt a lot better after drinking it." Chung Yu looked at the snack box on his mother's table again, as if he was afraid of eating something strange again. He stood up and said goodbye. "New tea will be available in a few days. I will pick some good ones for you. Now that we have finished talking, I will go and do my work. I will come to have dinner with you in the evening." Zhang Ginjun was also on duty at Lin Miyue's place today. There was no confidential topic between the mother and son, so she listened to it more or less. Seeing the prince walking away in a hurry, she came to her queen's side and said, "If the queen really likes the girls from the Lin and Shen families, the prince is now at the age to marry a concubine, and the girl from the Lin family can be a good match for the prince." In fact, Zhang Ginjing thought that both girls were good. The girl from the Lin family was more than qualified to be the princess of the prince. And if the prince liked the girl from the Shen family, he could take her into the palace as a concubine. However, she knew that her queen was originally a concubine, and the prince did not arrange a concubine for her at this age. He probably didn't like these things, so she only mentioned that the girl from the Lin family could be the main concubine. Shocked by Zhang Ginjing's words, Lin Miyue was unusually at a loss. She opened her mouth and said, "Dai is still young. Qing Yu is several years older than her." Although she had disrupted the marriages of many people in the book, when it comes to Dai, the fairy of the Crimson Pearl, Lin Miyue always felt that she should be matched with a certain Mr. Jia in Beijing. The Jia family should not end up being confiscated in this life. If Dai enters the Jia mansion again, it is not impossible for the two families to get married. Before Zhang Ginjin said these words today, she really had no intention of arranging a marriage for Dai. Didn't the queen say before that she would wait until the prince came of age before finding him a wife? Then this time is just right. Zhang Ginjin was a little confused when he heard Lin Miyue say this. "Have you changed your mind?" After the death of the previous emperor, Lin Miyue had discussed Chung Yu's marriage with people around her, but Lin Miyue felt that it was not good to get married and have children when the child was too young, and she said at the time that since he had left the capital, it was up to her to decide Chung Yu's marriage. So when Zhang Ginjin saw the concubine dowager like this today, he thought she had changed her mind. If the queen has changed her mind, then you should make plans early. For the right age girls, the girls from the governor's family and local weavers can also be considered. For some reason, Lin Miyue suddenly understood Zhang Ginjin's thoughts strangely. Yes, she entered the dream with a monk and a Taoist priest, but the dream was broken up by the golden dragon. After that, the two of them never appeared again. She didn't know what changed when she appeared. She watched the Jia mansion privately for so long, and Qin Keqing didn't appear. Does this mean that the gods and ghosts in the original text have been broken? She doesn't have to think that Dai must marry into the Jia mansion. So Lin Miyue thought for a while and said, "Sister Zhang's words do make some sense, but I still need to think about it." Chapter 107. In Lin Miyue's opinion, love is a luxury at all times. Whether in Dezheng, where marriages are arranged by parents or matchmakers, or in the place where she used to live. In her own life experience, Lin Miyue, whether in her past life or in this life, believes that she has never experienced what pure love is like. When thinking about her son's marriage, Lin Miyue is also a little unsure about what kind of girl her son will like, and whether he will really love someone from the bottom of his heart. On the contrary, if her son really likes a girl, what will the other person think? Whether she likes the king of Wu or just likes Chung Yu. These questions are still very important to Lin Miyue. Zhang Yinjing's idea is based on the general thinking of the people at that time. According to the current standards, Cheng Yu was born in the royal family and has a hereditary title. He is certainly a good candidate for son-in-law in many people's minds. Dai Yu was born in a noble family and was smart since childhood. She is also a good candidate for daughter-in-law in the minds of many ladies and wives. Even if we put aside these external identities, they can still be called a perfect match based on their appearance and talents. However, Lin Miyue felt that although she could arrange this marriage for her son through discussion with Lin Hai and Jia Min, and the Lin family would probably agree, this approach would be unfair to Dai Yu and Cheng Yu. She stroked her bracelet in her hand, and decided to put this matter aside for the time being. Putting these things aside in her mind, Lin Miyue still picked up the pen and began to write replies to the accounts and documents submitted by the 4 Jishan Bao. From the history that Lin Miyue knew, no matter which dynasty, digital management and records were not taken seriously. It was basically the norm to have chaotic and loose accounting. It was not uncommon for the accounts of the number of fields, production and taxes to be in a mess. She could not manage other places and institutions. But the palace and the institutions managed by the 4 Jishan all used the accounting model that Lin Miyue had newly sorted out according to the current situation. She introduced some advanced ideas of modern accounting models. So the various accounts in the palace were much clearer. After carefully checking the accounts submitted by everyone and writing suggestions and replies to questions raised by some people, Lin Miyue also rubbed her sore wrists. She also planned to see what the weather would be like tomorrow, and whether she should go out to enjoy the flowers and relax. When Lu saw the Empress frowning and rubbing her wrist, and hurried forward to say, "Your Majesty, you have worked hard. Would you like me to give you a massage?" Lin Miyue knew that when Lu learned the massage technique from the female doctor in the palace. So she nodded and agreed. "Okay. These days, I have finally experienced what it is like to work hard on paperwork." Speaking of this uncle and Cheng Yu, they are also always tired. It would be nice to let the doctors in the palace and people to give them a massage to relax. When Lu smiled and replied, Dr. Yang brought a few apprentices and medicine boys. It seems that some of them know how to massage. I will find time to ask them. After the Middle Age in Beijing, all families were ready to go. The emperor officially issued an order to select a concubine in early February, which was also expected by the ministers. However, the new emperor did not make a big fuss about this selection. The order only stipulated that women of appropriate age from officials' families in the northern and southern capitals should be selected to enter the capital for selection. I have inherited the imperial order, and I have shown my kindness and grace to you. I have ordered the 2 capitals of the north and south, and all the prefectures and counties to select beautiful women to fill the 6 palaces. When this imperial edict was read, the ministers had different expressions. However, this time the selection was to select a queen. So each family began to get busy. Zhu Yanfu was now honored as the virtuous and suitable concubine. She naturally lived in the main hall of Shokong Palace, where concubines lived in the palace. Although she had a prince, she was not married yet. The queen mother and the new emperor used this as an excuse to not let her and her son leave the palace to set up a residence. Although Shokong Palace is large, except for Li Wancheng, who was promoted to Empress Dowager, who now lives alone in Xineng Palace. Only the noble concubine brought her son to the vassal state. Although the remaining concubines have given birth to children, these princes and princesses are still young. So now all the concubines live in one palace. After getting up, Zhu Yanfu had breakfast and looked at the sky outside and said, "The sun looks good outside, but it's still a little cold to go out for a walk." Lan Xiao, the maid serving beside her, has now been promoted to a female official. She replied, "The Shangfu Bureau has sent a new cloak in the style you like. How about I ask someone to find that cloak for you to put on before going out for a walk? There's nothing to go around at this time. I envy Sister Lin. The scenery in Jiangnan should be very good now," Zhu Yanfu said softly with a smile on her lips. Hearing that the master mentioned the noble concubine, Lan Xiao could not help but keep silent and dared not speak anymore. Glancing at her, Zhu Yanfu smiled. "What are you afraid of? My good sister is the best at judging the situation. And so is her family. My brother is now stationed in the northern border. And even if her family wants to deal with Pei Galau, they will not go against the Anding Marquis mansion so quickly. Zhu Yanfu's father and brother are not people who enjoy wealth and luxury, but they are ambitious people. At the beginning, the Zhu family and the queen reached an agreement. Li Wancheng and Cheng Yu of the Beijing camp and the nearby troops must not give in. in the end, except for Anding Marquis himself, who stayed in Beijing and was promoted. Zhu Yanfu's brother was still sent to the northern border to take charge of a part of the troops. Ma Chao didn't understand much about these things, so she didn't say much except echoing a few words about the bravery and might of her master. Zhu Yanfu also found these words boring, and said after sighing, "Forget it. You can accompany me to sit with Concubine Yuan. Her son Qingluan is also going to be engaged in this selection. I will talk to her about the concubines. Among the concubines of the previous emperor, except for Kai and Qi who had children later, the children of others are now about the same age. In this selection, the concubines will not only become queens and imperial concubines, but may also be arranged to marry other princes and royal family members. Yun Danyuan is now honored as concubine Wenshu, and is the second most important person in Shokong Palace after Zhu Yanfu. Shokong Palace is a palace complex to the east of the Imperial Palace. According to the rules, Yun Danyuan could live in the back hall, but she saw that there was a separate courtyard behind it, and after asking the Queen Mother for her opinion, she moved there to live alone. After becoming a concubine, Yun Danyuan felt that her life was no different, except that she felt it was a pity that her friend Lin Miyue had left the capital, although she still lived in the palace. The Queen Mother did not need the concubines to pay respects every day. Qingluan also became much more sensible after her father passed away and her elder brother ascended the throne. So she continued to grow flowers and drink tea every day, and took care of Lin Miyue's old cat Sanhua, who stayed in the palace. Although Lin Miyue and Chengyu were reluctant to part with the cat that had been with them for so long, Sanhua was indeed very old among cats. It took both a boat and a carriage to travel from the south to the north. Lin Miyue felt that it would not be good for Sanhua's health to bring the cat with her after such a long journey. So before leaving Beijing, Lin Miyue entrusted the cat to her good friend. In order to raise a cat, Yun Danyuan reluctantly sent many flowers and plants that were harmful to cats back to the flower and bird room. When Zhu Yanfu came, she saw that the sun was shining today, so she sat in the corridor with the cat in her arms to bask in the sun. Before leaving Beijing, Lin Miyue also revealed some secrets to Yun Danyuan, who had always been close to her. Although she didn't say it explicitly, she knew that with the intelligence of her longtime friend, she would definitely understand what she meant. Yun Danyuan was also shocked after hearing what Lin Miyue said, but she knew that this was just the extension of the previous dynasty's struggle to the harem, and she and her son would not be in any danger. Therefore, although she was a little cautious when getting along with Zhu Yanfu in the past, she did not completely stop interacting with her. Yun Danyuan greeted the person opposite him, and handed the cat to Jiang Shui beside him, and said, "Sister Zhu, why are you here at this hour?" Zhu Yanfu glanced at the cat and replied, "I came to talk to you when I had nothing to do. Don't you know what happened recently? Sister, please come in and talk. Xiaowu, go and get some good tea." Yun Danyuan asked Zhu Yanfu to go to his room, and they sat down and started to chat slowly. The ladies in the palace were all moved by the selection of the imperial concubines, and the ladies outside the palace were even more uneasy. After entering the capital, Mrs. Shui began to quietly wait for news from the palace. After the imperial edict was issued, Mrs. Chung looked at her sister-in-law opposite and sighed. "Don't think about anything else. The imperial edict states that all girls of the two capitals must enter the palace. Now it's too late to regret it. Before, everyone in the capital speculated that the imperial edict would select girls in Yanqing, the capital, and nearby. An Shui's original intention was that if only girls from Yanqing were selected, then let her daughter go through some connections before participating in this election. However, the new emperor and the empress dowager seemed to want to expand the scope, so they issued an edict that all girls from the two capitals must enter the capital for selection. In this way, Bao Chai, who was born in Jinling, must enter the palace for selection. Mrs. Shui looked at her sister-in-law and was a little worried. But it's already a foregone conclusion. I just want to think about how Bao Chai will behave after entering the palace. The girls who passed the preliminary selection in the Zheng dynasty's selection had to stay in the palace for a period of time. During this period, the ladies had to learn the rules and show their talents such as needlework. So if the girls from each family want to be selected in the end, then entering the palace is one way to show it. If they don't want to be selected, then restraining their edge after entering the palace is another way to show it. Mrs. Chum looked at the expression of the person opposite her and knew that she had taken her previous words to heart. Just behave properly. The rules in the palace are the most important. since Bao Chai has been blessed by the noble concubine. She will not be bullied after entering the palace. And you don't have to worry too much. Mrs. Xue nodded. Bao Chai went to the Jia mansion to play today. The girls in his family don't have to worry about this. They are still young. I am a little envious now. After hearing what her sister-in-law said, Mrs. Chung couldn't help laughing. What you said is that as a mother, you are too concerned. His family can get away with it this year. But can they get away with it next time? Mrs. Xue reacted after her sister-in-law said that. She shook her head and smiled. Sister-in-law is right. I have been so busy lately that I have lost my mind. Chapter 108. The Jia family is an old noble family in Yanqing. Although they have been quiet and not in the emperor's eyes in the past few years, the family has not produced a loyal minister who can share the emperor's worries, but because of this, they have not been involved in various struggles. Even major events such as the selection of concubines did not stir up the Jia family much. One day, Jia Zhu had a rare free time, so he took his two younger brothers Jia Lian and Jia Baoyu out of the clan school for examination. The clan school of the Jia family has been rectified once because of Jia Zhu's suggestion, and hired a scholar recommended by Jia Zhu in the same year to be a teacher. Although Jia Dairu was still in charge of the school before, he was just a nominal salary. After calling his brothers to talk about studying for a while today, Jia Zhu first said to Jia Lian, although your uncle has a quota for the imperial examination, what are you going to do if you can't even pass the examination to become a scholar? Jia Lian has restrained his previous dandy behavior since he got married. But he is indeed mediocre in his study. He has neither the determination and hard work of Jia Zhu, who is determined to study hard to make a name for himself, nor the intelligence of Jia Baoyu. Now that he was criticized by his elder brother, he could only say with a bitter face, it's not that I don't study hard, but reading and memorizing is fine. When I'm really asked to write an article, I can't think of any way to come up with a single word. Not listening to his brother's excuses, Jia Zhu said angrily, I don't know you. If you really memorized all the books, you will be able to write. I have a lot of questions here. Take them back and finish them. Bring them back when I'm on vacation next time. I'll review them for you in detail then. Jia Lian is not even a scholar now. Even if he wants to enter the Imperial College and wait for the time to be selected as an official, he is not qualified. Although there is a title to inherit in the family, both the old lady and Jia, she agree that although there is a title and a hidden position, Jia Lian should at least study to become a scholar. This year's autumn exam was the deadline set by the family for Jia Lian. He must pass the exam to become a scholar by this time of the year. And Jia, she would be willing to write a letter to ask for a title for his son. After teaching his brother from the next room a lesson, Jia Zhu turned his attention to his brother Baoyu, who was born from the same mother. With Jia Zhu as the eldest brother, the burden on Jia Baoyu, the youngest son, was much lighter. He was as talented in poetry as always, but although he had read the 4 books and 5 classics, he always had some unique insights after reading them. Jia Baoyu has always been obedient in front of his father, but he often shows some foolishness in front of his brother. Today, when he was called by his brother, he let out a few dirty words. Jia Zhu is used to getting along with this younger brother. He said to his brother helplessly, you can just say these words in front of me, but if you take them to father, you will be scolded again. Baoyu used to say these words only to the maids in the room. But now he said something wrong in front of his brother, which was regretful. Now that he heard that his brother did not blame him, he quickly bowed and said, I can save myself from it. Thank you, big brother. Jia Zhu started from the household department for many years, and was transferred to the supervisory office as a supervisory censor. He is upright and not pedantic. Now the 2 chief judges of the supervisory office value him very much. There is a rumor that he will be promoted to a deputy censor soon. Jia Zheng may have had a promising eldest son, Jia Zhu, so he turned a blind eye to his second son, and he was relieved to hand over his youngest son to his eldest son. His biggest concern now was that his eldest son's official position was about to surpass his father, so he had some thoughts about whether to resign to pave the way for his son's future. After Jia Zhu assigned homework to his brothers, he went to the front yard to pay his respects to his father. Just as Jia Zheng had the thought of resigning from his post flash through his mind, he saw his son coming. He also felt that it was God's will for him to do so. After the father and son talked for a while, he looked at his son, who was as strong as a pine and as strong as a bamboo, and said, the weather has been changing recently, and I am also a little uncomfortable. It can be seen that time is unforgiving. not knowing what his father was thinking. Jiazhu thought that his father was a little emotional. So he said, "Father is in good health. But he is not used to the changing solar terms. I hope you take care of yourself. Mother and son are relying on you." Seeing that his son did not understand his intention, Jiazheng stroked his beard and smiled. "I am not forcing my emotion. Just seeing Launer is already this age. I have no power to covet in my current position. I have made up my mind. I will resign after this period is over." Knowing that his father is obsessed with the imperial examination and becoming an official, Jiazhu was a little stunned when he heard him say that. He hurriedly replied, "You are now at the age to serve the country. Why say such sad words? If I can continue to insist on being an official at this age, I don't need to say more. I also know that the two generals value you. Sure, the future of the Jia family is still up to you and your brothers to decide. I have nothing to teach you." When Jia Zheng was young, his father asked for an imperial decree on his deathbed. Since then, he has always felt depressed that he was a talent that was not appreciated. But after so many years of ups and downs in the Ministry of Works, Jia Zheng was just wandering around in the circle of officials. After seeing his son studying and entering the court, he became more open-minded. Now that his son has a future, why can't he, as a father, give in? Like her husband, Mrs. Wang also has things to worry about now. What she cares about most now is Yuan Chun, who has entered the palace. After so many years, Yuan Chun has no intention of leaving the palace. Although there are letters coming, the words in them all reveal that she wants to stay in the palace for a long time. As a mother, she is always worried about her daughter's future. Mrs. Xue stayed at her brother's house when she came to Beijing this time. The first time she went to Jia's house to talk to her sister. She only went back with Bao Chai in the afternoon. She did not spend much time with the Jia family. Afterwards, Bao Chai came to Jia's house several times to chat and laugh with the sisters, which also made Jia Baoyu miss this sister for a while. Madame Wang saw that her sister was also going to send her daughter to the palace. Although Yuan Chun was a female official for the royal family, Bao Chai was now going to enter the palace to be selected as a concubine. She also felt that there was a sense of sympathy. So recently she began to like to invite her sister to her house to talk and complain. Mrs. Xue wanted to learn more about the palace from her sister, so she was willing to come to the Jia mansion more often. After the imperial edict was issued, Bao Chai had already handed in her name list and could not go out. Therefore, when Mrs. Wang invited her again today, only Mrs. Xue came alone. Mrs. Wang was a little surprised that her sister came alone. "Bao girl, I know it's not easy to go out now. Why didn't Panner come?" When she heard her sister talking about Xue Pan, Mrs. Xue smiled helplessly. "Panner had some problems due to drinking before, and has been thrown into the barracks by my eldest brother." Although the Xue family went to Beijing at this time to avoid the incident between Mr. Feng and Jininglian, Xue Pan was a thief with a bold heart. There were many playboys in Beijing. After he went to drink wine with his cousin Wang Ren several times, he also had a conflict with a family in Beijing. Fortunately, they only said some harsh words to each other and had some physical friction. Mrs. Xue was furious when she found out about this. She couldn't help but hit her son hard in front of her brother and sister-in-law. After Xue Pan sobered up, he knew he had made trouble. He resisted for a while, but Wang Ziting frowned and stopped his sister. He threw his nephew directly into the military camp to train. After saying this, Mrs. Xue envied her sister's family. "Jure from your sister's family is so outstanding. Baoyu is also a motivated person. He is much better than me. Every family has its own problems, let alone other things. I am worried about Yuan Chun not wanting to leave the palace now." Mrs. Wang couldn't say anything else after hearing her sister's words, so she brought up her daughter's matter again. Yuan Chun doesn't want to leave the palace, but she has to serve in the palace all the time? This is not the first time that Mrs. Xue has heard her sister talk about this, but today, her sister's face is obviously worried, so she hurriedly asked. Madame Wang talked to her sister today and sent everyone else out, so she also told her sister the truth. "Back then, I wanted to ask for mercy from the Empress Dowager Duanxi, but the Empress Dowager was bedridden at the end, and it was not easy to disturb her, and then one thing after another delayed it. The old ancestor of the Jia family, Jia Mu, and the Empress Dowager of Emperor Gozong, who was Su Ruiqing's mother, were still able to talk, and the Jia family also thought that the old ancestor would go to the palace in person to ask for mercy, but it was a pity that there were too many changes later, which delayed Yuan Chun. This child said that it would be difficult for her to get married after leaving the palace. It would be better for her to continue teaching and educating people in the palace. She has no shortage of people to serve her now. And she is happy to read with the princesses every day. Mrs. Wang thought that her daughter really regretted her actions in the past. But now she also knew that her daughter's words were true. It is indeed difficult for Yuan Chun to get engaged to someone she knows in Beijing at her age. On the contrary, she would have a better life if she continued to stay in the palace. Mrs. Shui felt a little empathy when she saw her sister like this. At least there is still grace in the palace during the new year. And your sister can still see Yuan Chun. I said Bao girl to the palace. If she is not selected, it will be fine. If she is selected, we will be separated from each other forever. Unlike the gloomy Jia mansion, there are several girls in Beijing who are eager to enter the palace to pursue their careers. Zhu Yanfu herself has a niece from her brother's family who is participating in this election this year. She can be regarded as the leader among the noble girls. Zhu Hui has been learning the rules from the maid sent home by the imperial concubine. There are rules for sitting, lying down and walking in the palace. Especially for the newly entered concubines, the first period of time in the palace is very tiring. The Zhu family has high hopes for Zhu Hui this time, so they invited someone to teach her early. Mrs. Liu, Zhu Yanfu's mother, saw her granddaughter working so hard now, and secretly cursed the royal family for being dishonest. When the Zhu family sent their daughter to the East Palace, they were planning to take the family to the next level by following the emperor. And when Su Ruiqing was the crown prince, the relationship between the crown princess and the concubine in the East Palace was delicate. The Zhu family also thought of letting their daughter sow discord between the two, and taking advantage of the situation after both sides were hurt. When the emperor was dying, one of the conditions for the Zhu family to support the queen and her son was to let their daughter marry the eldest prince. Unfortunately, Peigo Lao also planned to do so, and the initiative was returned to the queen mother and the new emperor. However, no matter how much she loved her granddaughter, it was hard to say these words. So Madame Lu just said to the old mother beside her, "You have learned the rules these days. Let Hui relax." Madame Gu beside Madame Lu also watched this young lady grow up. So she quickly said, "Sister Hui has been hardworking recently. But fortunately, she has suffered now, and she will be able to relax after entering the palace." That's right. Although you can learn the rules after entering the palace, but you only need to look at how popular the female officials and aunts from the palace are now, and you will know how many families have prepared in advance. Madame Lu has a keen insight into the current situation in Beijing, and knows how many families are eyeing the position of the queen now. Madame Gu also agreed. That's right. But since Huijie is our daughter, it's naturally different. Madam, don't worry too much. Chapter 109. Zhu Hui took her maid Shanhu and Shui Jing back to the room. The maids who stayed behind saw that the young lady had returned and quickly brought hot water to help Zhu Hui wash up. After tying her hair into a homely bun again, Zhu Hui lay on the couch and felt sore all over her body. Shanhu also took the beauty hammer to hit her to relax her. Shui Jing immediately went to the kitchen to urge the steward to send some of the young lady's favorite food. Mrs. Lu knew that her granddaughter had been working hard these days, so she tacitly allowed Zhu Hui to order some of her favorite dishes in the kitchen. Unlike her aunt who looks generous and cheerful but is thoughtful, Zhu Hui is a girl with a gentle and quiet mind. Now, her family, led by her grandmother, asks her to learn the rules from the maids in the palace. Zhu Hui's mother, Madame Qi, privately advises her daughter not to be so obedient and hardworking. But the child still silently completes all the tasks assigned by the maid. In fact, the Zhu family also knows that Zhu Hui's personality is not suitable for entering the palace. But thinking that there is Zhu Yanfu, the concubine, to help in the palace, the queen mother thinks that she will like such a girl. So she told Zhu Hui to listen to her aunt after entering the palace. And she should think more about everything and say less and do less. After being hit by Shanhu for a while, Zhu Hui also felt that the pain in her body had dissipated a lot. Okay, you and Shanhu have been with me these days, and it's hard. When dinner comes, you can pick 2 dishes and eat them. I have Danner and the others here. Shanhu smiled and kept moving her hands. It's okay. We are used to it. You are the one who has suffered these days. Although the rules in the palace are strict, the little girls of the Zhu family who can serve the master have all suffered. These days, Shanhu and Shui Jing have learned the rules with Miss Zhu. Although they feel a little tired, they can still hold on. When Shui Jing came back, she also heard the conversation between the master and the servant. She said with some worry, It's just that we can't accompany the girl to the palace after the preliminary selection. She still has to endure that period by herself. The girls were not allowed to bring maids with them during the period when they lived in the palace after the preliminary selection. Although Zhu Hui had the support of the concubine behind her, this rule could not be changed for her. The maids of the Zhu family and Zhu Hui were a little worried about her temper. It would be bad if she suffered any loss. Zhu Hui herself was quite open-minded. "Shuijing, you taught me how to make a bun. I think I learned it very well. And my aunt also said that there would be maids to take care of us. We don't have to do everything ourselves." Shanhu and Shuijing looked at each other. They both felt that their young lady was a carefree person. The difficulty they were talking about was that other young ladies might have bad intentions during this period. But their young lady only thought about whether there was anyone to serve her. "Miss, please enjoy it quickly. Today we have the pork loin you like." Shanhu quickly signaled Shuijing to set the table and changed the subject. It was a different situation at the home of Lord Pei. Although Pei Siming did not have an aunt, who was a concubine in the palace, the Pei family invited the retired female officials in the palace to teach their daughter about palace affairs. After a day of learning the rules, Pei Siming could take off her hairpins and rings by herself after returning to her room. The maid serving her did not dare to do anything extra without the master's instructions. For a while, the only sounds in the room were the friction of Pei Siming's sleeves and the collision of hairpins and rings when they were put into the dressing box. After Pei Siming had tidied herself up neatly, she turned to the maid Silu standing beside her and said, "I ordered before to replace the contents of the vase on the antique shelf with a peacock fan. Why is it still a bunch of magnolias?" Silu screamed in her heart, looked at the white glazed willow leaf vase on the antique shelf, thought for a while, and then called a maid named Xiaoling to come out. Replying to the young lady, "Xiaoling is in charge of tidying up the shelf today." Xiaoling was a new servant in the mansion, but she also knew that the rules here were the most important for the young lady. Now that she was called out by her elder sister, she was so young that she couldn't help crying. Looking at the little girl's appearance, Pei Siming took the handkerchief and applied it to her face while saying calmly, "Let someone take her out. I can't bear to see people cry. Tell Madame Li not to send such a dumb girl to me in the future." Silu heaved a sigh of relief after Pei Siming finished speaking. She thought to herself that the young lady seemed to be in a good mood today. She didn't ask for punishment or to take her back to learn the rules. So she quickly made a gesture to Saishi, who was also a big girl. Saishi immediately took the little girl and kowtowed to Pei Siming before leaving the house together. After Saishi left, she tapped the forehead of the girl named Xiaoling. "You are lucky. Go pack your things. I will find Motherly to take you back." After watching the little girl pack her bag and be taken away, Saishi hurried back to the house to continue serving Pei Siming dinner. The weather was getting warmer. In March, Lin Miyue, who lived in the south, felt that she had finally lived a more comfortable life. The temperature was not as cold and humid as before, and there was more sunshine. The wheels of the carriage were turning on the ground. Lin Miyue lifted the curtain and looked out. Although the mountains in the south are always colorful no matter what time it is, the vibrant green in spring still makes people feel happy. Chung Yu didn't like to ride in a carriage when he went out. Now he rode a horse around his mother. After listening to his mother's words, he looked at the scenery on the opposite side and said in agreement, "That's right. This mountain is not a famous mountain, but the mountains are full of clouds and mist, and the green is lush. It is still worth enjoying." Lin Miyue looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance and thought of the topography here. There is a saying that 7 mountains, 2 rivers and 1 field. However, this field is fertile and has a high yield per mu. 10 dough is 1 shur. Nowadays, most people in the north use dough instead of shur to measure grain, while in the south, shur is basically used to measure per mu. How far is it to get there? Lin Miyue asked her son while looking at the scenery along the way. Qingyu is a person who can't sit still. Now it's spring plowing time, and he often runs to the farm. The head of the farm and the steward, who used to be very nervous when they saw the prince, now have a familiar attitude when they see the mother and son. Qingyu has been to this farm several times, so he didn't need to ask the entourage around him and answered, "It will take half an hour to get there." Seeing Lin Miyue nodded and let down the curtain, Jiangku smiled and said, "In fact, it's enough for me and Madame Wu to come. Why should Madame go through all the trouble?" The biggest reason why Lin Miyue came to the farm with her son today was to see the children who were sent to the farm. Madame Wu, who used to manage the orphanage, also came with them and is now sitting in another car. It can be considered as an outing. It's boring for me to stay in the palace all day. Lin Muyue was worried about the children. And she really missed the fresh farm vegetables in the farm. Yun Xia was also free today. She smiled and said, Hongyu Hall has been cleaned up. Your Majesty will be busy even if you stay in the palace in the future. Hongyu Hall is where Lin Muyue wants to take girls from various families to study in the palace. The girls who are going to be temporarily selected now are the local governor Yi family, the promotion Lin family, the prefect Wu family, and the wealthy Shen family and Luo family. It is estimated that the left governor will be transferred to the south in a while. In fact, there will be only 4 girls in the end, Lin Muyue said with some regret. The left and right governors are set up in the provincial government office. The 2 governors usually work in 2 places respectively. The current left governor is in Mingzhou. But after Lin Hai takes down the position of right governor, the governor Yi may have to move to another position. Yun Xia also reacted after Lin Muyue finished speaking. It is true. In fact, there are many wealthy businessmen in the local area. But only the Shen family and the Luo family have legitimate relatives serving as officials. The Shen family and the prince's mansion had a friendship when they offered the garden to invite the prince and the noble concubine to stay temporarily. Although the Luo family did not have this kind of incense. Their family's relatives within the 5th mourning period were the Luo family. The current Jingzhou prefect in Beijing. Lin Muyue and Miss Luo were also concubines of the previous emperor. So she thought for a while, and sent a letter to this family. I can't handle too many people. And there's also the little girl from Yi Jishan's family. That child always didn't want to see strangers before. And was always timid when she saw me. Now there are girls together. And I thought I could let her come and play with us. Lin Muyue smiled. And looked at Yunxia rubbing her temples. And quickly took out a small bottle of mint cream and handed it to her. Here. Are you feeling uncomfortable again? You really don't care about your own affairs. Yunxia usually pays attention to everything when taking care of Lin Muyue's affairs. But she is perfunctory about her own affairs. She came with him this time. But she forgot to ask Dr. Yang for some newly made mint cream to prevent motion sickness. Taking the thing and touching a little on the temple. Yun Xia was a little uncomfortable with the cool, but stimulating smell. But after applying it, the nausea dissipated a lot. So he replied, Thank you very much. I just thought about it because of you. Jiang Ke was watching with a smile on his face. And after listening to Yun Xia's words, he said, The queen really treats us very well. No wonder Miss Yun Xia is like this. Everyone set out early in the morning. So it was not past noon when they arrived at the farm. Lin Muyue refused her son's hand to support her, and stepped on the small footstool to get off the carriage. She looked at the small green seedlings in the field in front of her. And based on her experience, she knew that it should be corn. However, this crop should not have a name yet. So Lin Muyue could only pretend to be ignorant and ask Cheng Yu, What is being planted in this field now? It doesn't have an official name yet. When I looked at the records of the Ministry of Households before, I only remembered the name of foreign wheat. Cheng Yu also asked someone to look through the records of the Ministry of Households before leaving Beijing. So he knew that the foreign wheat planted in front of him had actually been sent to Beijing a long time ago. But it just had not been tested and promoted in time. Lin Muyue nodded to show that she understood. After hearing what her son said, she knew that this was probably something Su Ruiqing had not had time to do. This time, her son chose these things to try planting, presumably with the intention of inheriting his father's legacy. The people busy in the fields also saw the carriage and the arrival of the people, but these people were probably told in advance not to be nervous, so even though they saw the arrival of the people, they continued to work in the fields. Only the eunuch in charge and the village head were waiting on the roadside, and they immediately came forward to greet the people when they saw them. Cheng Yu waved his hand to avoid the formality. No need to stand here, let's walk together. This place is a beautiful place with beautiful mountains and rivers, and a pastoral scenery. Lin Muyue saw rows of houses standing not far away. The further he walked, the more crowded it became. When he arrived at an open area, there was a group of people sitting on small stools and listening to someone talking. Jiang Ke looked carefully for a while before speaking. They seemed to be the children of Xiao Hall. The person who spoke in front seems to be a tenant here? The eunuch in charge of this place was named Tian. Eunuch Tian also echoed. You have good eyesight. It is an old man named Yen. He is a long-time old man. He knows a lot about farming and can read. The agricultural officer sent by the prince has figured out some new farming methods. Now it is the old man Yen who is teaching others. These children are young and have more flexible minds. Therefore, the prince ordered them to learn skills for half a day and then do farm work for half a day. After listening to this, Lin Miyue thought this method was really good. She had seen what the agricultural officers and old farmers had sorted out before. Compared with the original farming methods, it was indeed much more advanced. If it is improved and promoted from generation to generation, a more scientific farming method can be developed. And according to the current economic development level, Lin Miyue estimated that the West may have already shown signs of modern scientific development. Then, by trading with sea merchants, she could also let these captains smuggle some private goods for her. Even if she couldn't get ahead, she could still leave some legacy for future generations. Knowing that this method was probably thought up by her son, Lin Miyue was not stingy in praising him. No wonder you always want to ask me to bring these children over. It turns out that you have such an idea. Cheng Yu was actually very happy to be praised by his mother, but he still tried to keep a straight face in front of others. It is indeed some of my son's little thoughts. It's not worth it. Do you want to go to other places to have a look? Chapter 110. Cheng Yu came to the manor today to discuss other matters with his mother. He watched Jiang Ke go and talk to the children from the charity church, and asked his mother to sit in another secluded place. They all went to a small pavilion on the river bank. Lin Miyue saw a stone table and 4 stone benches inside. After arriving at the place, Cheng Yu asked the guards to guard from a distance before coming back to talk with his mother. Mother told me about the rent and various taxes in the fiefdom before. After discussing with the officials, I feel that there are indeed areas for adjustment, said Cheng Yu. The farm that everyone came to today was previously managed by the local government. When Cheng Yu took over the farm, he also asked the female officials and maids around his mother to help with the accounts. During this period, Lin Miyue glanced at the accounts and found some problems. She talked to her son once. The most important point is that the rent and tax of the land are unclear. For example, some families who obtain land because of their population pay both rent and tax without knowing it. There are no lakes, forests, or fishing and hunting in a village, but they were still charged corresponding taxes. Lin Miyue had the confidence to point this out. Several prefectures were territories of vassal kings. Cheng Yu himself left the capital and brought some soldiers with him. He took advantage of the new officials' 3 fires to change these unspoken rules. So what you mean is that you have already found a new way, but you want to ask me something. Lin Miyue saw that her son had brought up the matter so formally. She thought that he must have had some ideas, but encountered some troubles. So he discussed it with her. Cheng Yu smiled gently. I can't hide it from my mother. I do have some questions to ask you. The officials had different reactions to these messy taxes. But no matter what their attitude was, they were not young people who had just entered the court. They knew that even if the court did not have these taxes, the reason why local government offices had to collect them was nothing more than someone wanted to fill their own pockets. Some of these officials were from local prominent families. So in the end, there was no result after much discussion. Some people wanted to change the way of collecting various taxes in the fiefdom, while others persuaded Cheng Yu not to make a big move. Lin Miyue shook his head. I have told you everything I could teach you before. You may not like it, but the things you want to accomplish now are not what you, as a vassal king, should worry about. I know you want to make some changes after seeing the suffering of the people, but whether it is taxes or population, these things are too big, and you can't change too much after all. From the history that Lin Miyue learned, after decades of development in all feudal dynasties, the problem of land annexation will become very serious, and the rulers will also issue a series of policies to alleviate the problems of land annexation and hidden households, thereby increasing the income of the court and consolidating the rule. As long as it involves the issue of land, it will seriously affect the interests of the gentry class. These people are the foundation of the scholar class, and most of the officials are also from this class. In fact, it is easier to deal with Cheng Yu as a vassal king. After all, the scope of the fiefdom is limited, and it is easy to change. Everyone just thinks that the prince is young and can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. According to the current situation, these people have tacitly yielded a lot. If the emperor wants to change, it will be difficult. If you want to change, you can only change within the framework recorded in the court's household records. All taxes can be exempted. Clear the hidden households, and check the land that is privately registered in violation of the court's laws. That's all. Lin Miyue listed some suggestions, and saw his son's somewhat depressed look. The princes have the power to manage the affairs of their fiefdoms. But now the 5th generation of emperors has come to this generation. In order to avoid suspicion from the emperors, the princes basically do not manage the affairs of their fiefdoms. On the contrary, his son is stubborn and wants to keep moving forward. Lin Muyue stood up and patted Chengyu on the shoulder, as if he had heard these words when he was a child. I guess you have heard these words once. But unfortunately, I don't have any good solution. Chengyu was silent for a while before saying, Son knows. Lin Muyue was also a little helpless looking at her son. Chengyu may have encountered more setbacks since he left the capital than he had in the palace for more than 10 years. However, as a mother, she actually felt that this was a test. This child was not soft-hearted, but he was always a little idealistic. Therefore, Lin Muyue felt that it was necessary to let Chengyu understand that there were things that people could not do and could not obtain in their lives. After calming down for a while and adjusting his emotions, Chengyu looked up at his mother and said, I know what you mean. I have a clear conscience anyway. If I do more for the people today, I will suffer less. Let's not talk about this. Didn't you say before that you didn't experience the wild food and vegetables of Mr. Ouyang Wenzhong when you came to the farmer's house? Today, your son specifically asked them to prepare a celebration banquet. Chengyu stood up and said to his mother. Lin Muyue laughed, thinking that her son's words made her seem like she only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. She still needed to practice changing the subject. However, she did not expose him. She just said, Very good. I guess Jiangke and the others have finished talking to the children. Let's sit down and see what you have prepared. A group of people were happily eating wild vegetables and new bamboo shoots from the countryside. In the palace of Yanqing, Baochai looked at the 3 dishes on the table and sighed in her heart. After the preliminary election, there was another round of screening. In the end, a total of 22 girls were left. After entering the palace, these people lived in Yunhua Palace. 2 people to a room, waiting for selection. The person that Shui Baochai was assigned to live with happened to be from Jinling. She was the daughter of the noble Xinda Marquis Xiao family who stayed in Jinling. Although Baochai had never had an exchange with this daughter, she knew her family background. If the characters Xinda Shouchongning were used as titles of nobles, then this person's family probably got the title by marrying into the royal family. The ancestors of the Xiao family had married a lady. Miss Zhao's maiden name was Qingyi, and she was lively. After they talked about their ages, they found that she was half a year younger than Baochai, so she started to call Baochai's sister on weekdays. The maid brought the dinner and set it up before leaving. So Baochai and Xiao Qingyi were the only ones left in the room. Looking at the dishes and 2 bowls of rice on the table, Xiao Qingyi frowned, not knowing how to pick up the chopsticks. The food in Beijing was originally thick with oil and sauce, and the chefs who cooked for these concubines in the palace were not masters. So although these dishes looked okay, they were hard to describe in terms of appearance and taste. After eating for a while, Xiao Qingyi frowned subconsciously at the food. After the 2 of them finished their meal, she said admiringly, Sister is also from Jinling. We originally thought that you and I should have similar tastes. But I really can't adapt to the meals in the palace. Sister, are you okay with it? Although I am from Jinling, my mother is from Yanqing, so the dishes in Beijing are quite palatable to me. Baochai actually doesn't like these dishes very much. But after entering the palace, she has become more cautious and low-key. So when Xiao Qingyi asked today, she just said that her mother was from Yanqing, so she was used to eating these dishes. The house where the concubines lived was a small one without even a central hall. Only a floor-length awning separated the 2 rooms. So after dinner, the 2 of them sat on the Luohan bed and did some embroidery work. The Empress Dowager gave the concubines homework this time. Each concubine had to complete an embroidery work to show her needlework before meeting the emperor. If there were concubines who were good at calligraphy or painting, they could also submit their own calligraphy and painting. The concubines who could come to participate in this election had to pass 5 levels and cut 6 generals before staying. So no one had any objections to this. On the contrary, after hearing this, several girls were eager to try. After all, no one knew what type of women the emperor liked in terms of appearance. But in terms of embroidery and calligraphy and painting, there was always a difference. Many girls were confident of their talents and thought that they could leave a good impression in front of the emperor and the Empress Dowager. After Baochai received the news, she thought about it and only planned to finish one embroidery job. However, Xiao Qingyi was very interested in painting a spring outing. I heard from Miss Ye that we don't have to learn the rules tomorrow. The Queen Mother has granted us a grace to go to the Imperial Garden. Sister Shui, do you want to go with us? I want to go to the garden to find inspiration and paint a picture. Xiao Qingyi is one of the most lively people among the concubines. She can hear any news from somewhere without waiting for formal notification. Baochai has become accustomed to this. Although she doesn't want to show off and has no intention of painting, she will not refuse the face of her sister who lives with her. So she nodded and agreed. Okay. It's a rare opportunity to go for a walk. It's really boring to stay in the house. Unexpectedly, when Baochai accompanied Xiao Qingyi to the Imperial Garden the next day, she met acquaintances. The concubines knew that today was the day when the concubines could go to the garden and did not go out tacitly. However, several princesses could not stay idle. Under the leadership of Shiro, the third princess born to the queen, they talked to their mother and asked for leave from the masters of Lanji Palace. They sneaked out to see the concubines in the Imperial Garden. Yuan Shun is now a top female minister in Lanji Palace. The three princesses trust this sister very much. Today, the three of them forced her to go with them. The female officials in Lanji Palace have their own ranks. The female minister is the 5th rank. The female scholar is the 6th rank. And there is also the 9th rank female historian position added by Lin Muyue later. Li Wancheng, as the queen and queen mother, did not modify it. It continued like this, and became a new rule. Today, Yuan Shun was still dressed in her usual attire, while the three princesses were dressed as female officials. Before the four of them had walked for long, Yuan Shun met Baochai. Looking at the four people walking slowly towards them, Baochai and Xiao Qingyi looked at each other, and were a little confused. However, seeing that Yuan Shun's clothes were not much different from the Si Zheng who was beside the Empress Dowager when they first entered Yunhua Palace, they knew that she was a female official of a high rank. Although the three people following the leading female official were not very old, they were not dressed like ordinary palace maids. So the two of them stood up and bowed. Yuan Shun knew that the girls opposite her might become the main ones in the inner court in a short time. So she turned slightly aside, and did not accept the full courtesy of the people opposite her. After nodding in return, she whispered, I am Jia Shi, the female teacher in Lanji Palace. I am here with the princess to pick flowers in the Imperial Garden. I am sorry to bother you two girls. Chapter 111. Baochai saw that the female official opposite her looked familiar, and heard her introduce herself as a female official of Lanji Palace. She couldn't help but wonder if this was her Aunt Jia's sister. She spoke a step slower because of this thought. Xiao Qingyi was a little puzzled as to why Sister Shui beside her didn't speak, but she still spoke first. Master Jia, you are too polite. I am the daughter of the Xiao family of Xin the Marquis. The one beside me is the daughter of the Shui family, the descendant of Ziwei Sharon. Yuan Shun had a perfect smile on her face, which was common in the palace. When she heard the girl opposite her say that the one beside her was a daughter of the Shui family, she smiled in surprise. You two girls don't have to be polite. Is this Miss Shui from the Shui family in Jinling? If so, I would be so generous as to call you sister. Baochai had come back to her senses now. She stepped forward a few steps and bowed to Yuan Shun. That's right, Baochai greets Yuan Shun. Sister. Yuan Shun glanced at the three princesses behind her, and saw that Shiro and the others were all curious and not unhappy, so she hurried up to help Baochai up. Since we are all sisters from the same family, why should we be so polite? Shiro secretly tugged at the sleeve of her elder sister Princess Lingyu. Lingyu received her sister's signal, and spoke at the right time. It is okay for Lord Jia to meet family members to reminisce about the past, and the princess also ordered that things should be done before noon. Yuan Shun felt a little headache after hearing this, but she didn't show it on her face, and just said, In that case, then let's go over there and sit down. I saw Miss Xiao painting? I wonder if I can see her masterpiece. Just now, she talked to Baochai and revealed their relationship, so Yuan Shun began to praise Xiao Qingyi subtly. Xiao Qingyi actually didn't mind what happened just now, but she must have immediately accepted the goodwill of the person opposite her, and said with a humble smile, Although I painted with my heart, I don't deserve such praise from you. Please. After hearing this, Yuan Shun also felt that the person opposite her knew how to act. Although humility is good, since she chose to present the painting, it would not be a wise choice to be overly modest in front of the ladies-in-waiting who could see the princess, or even the Empress Dowager, and say that she was not good at painting. The Imperial Garden is not big, and there are only a few beautiful views. Xiao Qingyi and Baochai got up early today and hurriedly used some things before going out to grab such a good place. Yuan Shun brought 3 princesses dressed as female historians over. Princess Enian looked at the vivid birds in Xiao Qingyi's painting, and her eyes lit up. Oh! These 2 birds are really well painted. Although the cold plum blossoms on the dead branches show the proud spirit of plum blossoms on the snow. This picture has a more vibrant feeling of plum blossoms blooming, which makes people know at a glance that it is a spring scene. Plum blossoms and birds are a common theme in plum blossom paintings. Xiao Qingyi is indeed good at painting. The white plum blossoms she painted are beautiful and exquisite. And the 2 birds perched on the branches are added. The whole painting is well laid out, and the brushstrokes are mature. It seems to be the work of a veteran, who has been proficient in this art for many years. Only the vitality revealed in the picture, and the inscription on the upper right reveal a little girl's sentiment. After hearing what Enian said, Xiao Qingyi came close to her. This sister understands my thoughts very well. How should I address her? Enian smiled slyly, and wanted to ask her to call her Yue. But when she thought that this was the maiden name of the noble mother, she changed her mind. Well, Miss Xiao, you can call me Xing'er. Xiao Qingyi asked the eunuchs of Yunhua Palace to help carry a desk out. Seeing Enian and the others talking happily together, Ling Yu and her 3rd sister looked at each other and joined the discussion hand in hand. Although Yuan Shun and Bao Chai are cousins, they have never met each other. However, they are both considerate. Yuan Shun is older and has been in the palace for a long time. So she spoke first. Sister, you should go for a walk together. I remember there is a magnolia that blooms very well and grows in a secluded place. Let's go there to appreciate the flowers and talk. Yes, it is fate that I meet you today. Sister, please come in. Sister. Bao Chai walked to her side as Yuan Shun spoke. And the 2 sisters also found a quiet place to talk one after the other. Xiao Qingyi and the 3 female historians had a great time talking about books and paintings. In less than 2/4 of an hour, Yuan Shun came back with Bao Chai. She was reluctant to leave when she said goodbye to Enian and the others. Before the sun was at its hottest in the afternoon, Bao Chai and the others packed up and returned to Yunhua Palace. When they got to the room, Xiao Qingyi carefully put away her paintings, and did not ask Bao Chai what she had said to the female official today. After talking to Yuan Shun today, Shui Bao Chai lay on the bunk bed at night, fiddling with the bracelet on her hand, thinking that she had little chance of being selected this time, and just wanted to get through this period smoothly. After May, when Lin Miyue was already boating on the lake in a gauze dress, news came from the capital. The daughter of Xiao family and Jin Ling was personally granted a phoenix hairpin by the Empress Dowager. And the daughter of Pei family and the daughter of Zhu family were both made concubines and entered Yongshou Palace and Jingren Palace respectively. In addition, the daughter of Ren family, the left censor of the inspectorate, and the daughter of Zhou family, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, were respectively made Jiaoyi and Guipin. The emperor only selected 1 queen and 4 concubines in this selection. The remaining 17 girls were sent back to their families, and the royal family also gave some rewards to appease them. This is a Cheng Yao Jin who came out halfway. I guess the whole court has set its eyes on the girls in the capital. In the end, a girl from Jinling stood out from the crowd. And Zhou is too old to go out. Yun Xiao also asked to stay at home because of her seasickness. Lin Miyue went out for boating on the lake today, and she brought Zhang Qianzhen and Wen Huai with her. Several girls who came to the palace to study and Wang Shifeng were on another boat. And there were also guards who were protecting the imperial concubine and other noble ladies sailing the boat to lead the way. Zhang Qianzhen had been in the inner court for many years, and was also amazed by this move. I don't know which expert gave the advice, but the new queen's family background is indeed impeccable. She stood out in the end, which shows that there should be no problem with her talent. Lin Miyue looked at the ripples on the lake caused by the sunlight, which were all golden. The boat was floating slowly on the lake, and the people were very comfortable. I guess Pei Gulao and Anding Ho should have known that their daughters could not become queens. But they didn't expect that the emperor chose a girl from Jinling, which made these 2 powerful people have nowhere to use their power. Pei Gulao's connections and influence were among the civil officials, and Anding Ho was quite prestigious in the army. As a result, the queen mother directly chose a beautiful girl with a noble family background but no family connections, which made it impossible for these 2 powerful officials in the court to retaliate. Wen Lu was hesitant to speak after hearing this. Lin Miyue looked at her and found her expression interesting. We can't hear others talking in private. Just say whatever you want to say. Don't worry or be shy. after getting the approval of the queen. Wenlu said. But in this situation, will Miss Xiao enter the palace? Before she finished speaking, Wenlu shrank her neck and swallowed the rest of her words. Wenlu had been with the noble concubine for so long, and she also knew how the emperor died of an acute illness. So after hearing this, she was a little worried that someone might have evil thoughts again. Before Lin Miyue could speak, Zhang Ginjing smiled and shook his head. Although the Empress Dowager is a little confused about some things, she is not so ignorant of the principle of mending the fold after the sheep have been lost, thinking that it was obviously herself who lost the sheep after Su Ruiqing's death. Lin Miyue felt that Zhang Ginjing's idiom was a bit inappropriate, but the meaning was basically the same, so she also added a few words. That's right. We didn't catch up with that scene, and the Empress Dowager must have cleared out a group of palace maids in the harem. The time when Lin Miyue stayed in Beijing was the time when the new emperor and the Pei and Zhu families were in love. So Li Wansheng didn't do anything at that time. But later, eunuchs and officials who were selecting female officials and palace maids moved around in Beijing and Jiangnan. Although the rumor was that the new emperor released a group of female officials and palace maids after ascending the throne, what it meant behind it was completely self-evident. Wenlu was silent for a moment and felt a little cold on her back. When Huai patted her back, Zhang Ginjing handed her a piece of dingsheng cake. Eat something. It has nothing to do with us. Lin Miyue also looked at Wenlu and said, I said that little Wenlu and Yun Xia are just the same. Fortunately, we don't have to struggle for our lives there. Wenlu was a little embarrassed. When Sister Yun Xia walked in the palace, I was still a little maid. How dare I compare with Sister? At that time, I thought it was really impressive for Sister to serve the imperial concubine. Now she is really here with you, the queen. This shows that there is still a fate between us. As they talked, the boat turned into a place with dazzling flowers and trees on both sides. Lin Miyue fiddled with the petals on the water with her hand. She felt a little enlightened and felt like she had strayed into the peach blossom spring. Zhang Gian was looking at the trees on both sides of the river with some curiosity. I seem to have seen this flower in Beijing, but it is not as planted everywhere on both sides as it is now. 1,000-year-old cypress, 10,000-year-old fir, are not as good as a branch of catalpa tree. When Huai rarely answered a question, she felt a little embarrassed when she saw that everyone was looking at her. But she continued to explain. There was such a tree in my village when I was a child, and I often heard the old people in the village say this. Lin Miyue smiled and handed her a piece of cake. It can be seen how precious this catalpa tree is. It is indeed a blessing for us to feast our eyes on it today. The catalpa tree is tall, and the flowers are about to reach the sky. The warm wind and the late sun are all at a loss. Daiyu looked at the catalpa trees on both sides of the river, which were tall and full of flowers, and slowly recited a poem. The young lady of the prefectural Wu family was named Shuangjuan. After hearing what Daiyu said, she thought for a while and said, Is it the poem of Mr. Dongpa? Daiyu nodded and smiled. Yes, it is the quatrain in the dream. There was no one on this boat who was not well versed in literature. Should Lin Ru continue to say, I know this poem too. The last two lines are you only see the fallen petals all over the ground. And I am sad that another year has passed. Sister Lin, am I right? Yi Yining's daughter is called Shi Xiao. She doesn't read much but can read. She chewed on the words carefully for a moment, but said a little shyly, But it's a good time to travel with my sisters today. The girl of the Luo family was named Hoji after her brothers. She is the oldest and has a gentle personality, she said after her three sisters finished speaking. That's right. I heard from Lord Genjing beside the queen that there will be more girls later. Small banquet. If you sisters have any wonderful words, please don't be stingy later. Wang Shifeng also said after hearing this. Very true. I am a few years older than you sisters, and I don't have the ability to write poems and articles. But this flower banquet is organized by me to help the queen and the adults. I hope I will not let you down. After hearing this, everyone began to tease Wang Shifeng again. The chirping and crisp laughter of the young girls are just right for the bright spring at this time. If anyone can describe this scene with a wonderful pen, it can be painted into a scroll of spring breeze. Chapter 112. The place where Lin Miyue ordered the banquet today was a small island in the middle of the lake. There was a delicate and elegant house on the island. Someone had been busy preparing all the necessary things. Lin Miyue took Shifeng and a group of little girls to the shore. She felt like a class teacher taking middle school students on an outing. It was just that these girls, who were only middle school students, were more talented than each other. She didn't need to assign any assignments later, and they would probably be able to collect a pile of homework. Your Highness, the garden has been tidied up. You and your sisters can go to the garden to drink tea and write poems. The ingredients for the banquet are also ready. The chefs have been invited to the island. We are waiting for your order when to start the banquet. Wang Shifeng smiled and said this, and then led the people to the side. It was not easy to directly assign tasks to the cousin's wife, who had just arrived. But seeing that Wang Shifeng, who had the talent of a housekeeper, had been idle, Lin Miyue felt that it was a waste of talent. So after the new year, Lin Miyue invited Wang Shifeng to work with her. She wanted to gradually hand over some of the things in the palace to her first. And if there was a chance in the future, she could also try to let her handle things outside the palace. Thank you for your hard work. I see that everything in the garden is good. You sisters can't drink. You must drink a few cups with me later. Lin Miyue walked along the way, and saw that the servants in various places in the garden behaved politely. The scenery in the garden was also very well maintained. She knew that Shifeng had put in a lot of effort. Lin Miyue liked to have a few drinks privately. She remembered that the girls in the Red Mansion could drink some wine at every banquet. Shang Yun even recited ancient poems while drunk. However, she thought it was strange for such a young child to drink. So she only asked Shifeng to drink with her. Dai was careful. She saw that the people walking back and forth in the garden were dressed differently from those in the palace. She knew that this garden was probably borrowed from someone. It was not easy for Sister Feng to arrange it so well under such circumstances. Ling Ro was also amazed at the scenery in the garden. From a distance, this garden looks the same with white walls and green tiles. The houses inside are quite unusual. This side is full of small bamboo buildings. Luo Hoji knew why. This seems to be the garden of the Qi family. Someone in their family once went to the southwest to do business with a small country there. It is said that bamboo grows luxuriantly there, and the locals use it as material to build houses. This is novel. I have also seen some bamboo houses, but it is rare to see such exquisite ones. Wu Shuangyuan also looked at the bamboo houses curiously. Wang Shifeng smiled. The island and the lake is planted with trees and flowers. I think there are some flies and mosquitoes. These bamboo houses have been smoked with spices in advance. Although they are open on all sides, they are also hung with gauze curtains. The queen and the sisters can drink tea, write poems and paint here. Lin Miyue and the others entered the bamboo house, which was covered with mats and cushions. After sitting down, she looked at everyone and said, "Since we are in such a quiet and elegant place, today we will use the theme of bamboo as the theme. How about using your name as a decree to pass the order? There is no other punishment for the loser. I see there are many famous flowers in the garden. Pick one and write a poem or article for me." Zhang Ginjing smiled at this time. In this case, the queen should give a prize. I have some new things from the west for the winner, and I will give them to her when the time comes. Lin Miyue was confident. Although the maritime merchant office had been abolished, but as everyone expected, the number of maritime merchants coming and going in Ningzhou has not decreased, so she recently got a few microscopes for observation. She had been harming the flowers and insects in the palace for a long time. Today, she was very excited to take it out as a prize when she heard Zhang Ginjing's question. Although Zhang Ginjing thought that the girls might not like this thing, she couldn't refute it when she saw the look on the noble concubine's face. She could only think about filling some more things after she returned. So she said, "Then please let your majesty start the order first." After thinking for a moment, Lin Miyue said, "The year is over with the sound of firecrackers, and the spring breeze brings warmth to Tusu." The next person to answer was Luo Hoji. She said without thinking, "The temple in the bamboo forest. The sound of the bell is late." As soon as Luo Hoji finished speaking, Shen Lingru also quickly answered. "But it's strange that the sparse flowers outside the bamboo. The cold fragrance enters the jade seat. The Taoist courtyard is quiet, and the moss color is deep in the bamboo." Dai was quick-witted and answered without much thought. After a few rounds, Dai and Lingru went back and forth again. Lin Miyue listened to the two girls going from fluent to pondering for a while. Finally, Dai said the lotus wind sends fragrance. The bamboo dewdrops clear sound. Shen Lingru thought again and again, but couldn't come up with the next sentence. Seeing Lingru thinking hard but still couldn't come up with a sentence, she finally gave up and said, "No more. No more. I give up." And Lin Miyue announced that Dai won this round. Shen Lingru was slightly defeated but didn't get discouraged. She congratulated Dai with other sisters. After a day of fun, everyone went home in the evening. Lin Muyue took a box of poems back to the palace, and gave them to the female teachers she hired to appreciate them. There are many talented women in Jiangnan. The female teachers Lin Muyue chose for the girls were also well-read. These female celebrities were willing to teach in the palace because of the help from the Princess Dowager. In order to live up to the girls who came to the palace, Lin Muyue hired 3 female teachers in total. One of them, Wen Yunxin, was a female official in the palace and served the princess of Emperor Gaozong in her studies. When Lin Muyue entered the palace, this person had already retired from the palace with grace. Now that she has entered the palace again, Lin Muyue, the noble concubine, must treat her with more courtesy. The remaining 2 masters are namely Yinhe, who was once the wife of a local counselor and had an imperial decree. But her husband died unexpectedly, and the 2 of them had no children. So they were widows. The other one is even more of a strange woman. Her name is Yutongjian. She was also engaged when she was young. But the man in that family died before she could get married. Although both families politely cancelled the engagement, Yutongjian did not remarry. When Lin Muyue was chatting with her, she thought that she had a deep relationship with a man and didn't want to remarry, or that it was difficult to remarry due to the current trend. Unexpectedly, when talking about this issue, Yutongjian hesitated a little. But after thinking about it, she said, "To be honest with you, Your Majesty, I don't actually want to get married." After saying this, she seemed to be relieved a lot. Yutongjian looked at the noble concubine sitting at the top. Although she was a little surprised, but she didn't show any disgust. She didn't mean to interrupt her words and continued. "I don't have any hidden illness or like women. I just don't want to get married. After getting married, I obviously gave birth to a child. My parents and relatives seem to be strangers. I have to take care of the household chores for my husband and have children. I am a little scared every time I think of these." Lin Muyue looked at the woman, who was relieved after she finished speaking. She thought for a long time, and didn't know what to say. So she just sighed and said, "This is how the world is. You have had a hard time for so many years. You have worked hard." The girls wrote poems and verses, and some wrote some articles. Although the 3 masters did not travel together, they also revised and deleted the girls' poems and articles. Some of them were so interested after reading them that they wrote something themselves. So when she returned to the palace the next day, Lin Muyue's desk had a few more poems than before. Mrs. Liang also came to chat with her niece today. Seeing that someone had sent her an article, she also took a glass mirror to look at it. When she was young and waiting to be married, she didn't read. After marrying into the Lin family, she was worried that her husband would despise her. However, Lin Jun personally taught his wife to read and write. At that time, this couple was also a rare loving couple after the marriage between the nobles and the civil officials in the capital. Very good. Both very spiritual. If I were to say, people are really different. I still remember that when you were a child, you only thought about whether you could eat flour cakes after enjoying the flowers. Mrs. Liang was fine when she first spoke, but after a few words, she changed the subject and teased her niece. The Lin family has an open-minded style. They enjoy flowers on Flower Festival, go outing on Qingming Festival, and climb mountains on Double Ninth Festival. They always take the only girl in the family with them when they go out to play. Lin Muyue's mother, Mrs. Wang, is the eldest sister-in-law and sometimes cannot go out to socialize in various mansions. However, it is often Lin Muyue's 2 aunts who take her out to play. Lin Muyue didn't care about what her aunt said. What's the matter? If everyone in the world is a talented man or woman, it would be strange. Only ordinary people like us can show these words. Mrs. Liang laughed and said, "Apart from anything else, you always have a lot of these fallacies." Although Lin Muyue can't write poems, her painting skills have improved a lot over the years. The female masters wrote comments on the poems and essays submitted by the girl. After reading them, she drew some small pictures with titles in the blank space of each page. After carefully outlining the lines, Lin Muyue put down the pen and said to her aunt, "What a twist. Aunt, look at my painting." She stood up and took a look. Madame Liang praised her generously. "Madam, your painting is very vivid, but the brushstrokes are not as popular as they are now. The flowers are torn apart." Lin Muyue smiled but said nothing. She imitated the painting method in the flora. However, when her aunt mentioned this painting method, she remembered something. This is a painting method introduced from the West. Well, speaking of this, I still remember that I brought a book of Chung Yu's paintings when he was a child. It was also painted in this way. I will find it and show it to you. Chungyu, the nephew, is now an adult. Madame Liang was also curious about the picture book he drew when he was a child. What kind of thing is it? Lin Miyue walked to the bookcase and replied while searching. I remember that he drew it after entering school. I felt that he was too tired to study and practice martial arts at the same time. When I went to the garden, I thought of taking him to visit various places. Unfortunately, this child is very practical. I saw that he drew these things as if he was completing his homework. So later, I only took him to play, and I drew for him. I only saved this one of his handwritten drawings. Although Su Ruiqing was not a completely strict father at the beginning, he had high hopes for his son Xingyu, so he had high requirements for his schoolwork. Although Lin Miyue wanted to do something with her son to inspire his interest in natural science, but later, seeing that her son was too busy every day, she gave up. Lin Miyue's own bookcase has a lot of miscellaneous books. She flipped through it for a while, before pulling out a hard-covered book that looked like a masterpiece. I found it. This is it. Mrs. Liang took the book and flipped it open. The painting is good, but the handwriting looks like it was written by a child. Lin Miyue felt nostalgic when she looked at the book. She touched the words on it and said, looking at this book, I found that I also missed that time. Chungyu is getting busier and busier now. Mrs. Liang was a little worried that her niece would be sad when she heard her say that. So she put the book on the desk and patted Lin Miyue's hand. This child's filial piety to you has never changed since he was a child. Which is very good. My queen. Madam. The prince is here to pay his respects. Just as she was talking, a voice from Lu Bian came from outside. It was said that the prince was coming to pay his respects. Lin Miyue looked at the pile of things on the desk. She first gathered them casually, and then said to Mrs. Liang, why don't we have lunch together at this time? Auntie, come with us? Maybe because she is old and doesn't like to sleep in. So according to Lin Miyue's current habit, she has to eat 3 meals a day on time. She glanced at the self-ringing clock in the room and felt that it was just right to leave her son for lunch at this time. Lin Miyue called Wen Lu in and instructed, send the poems on the table back after the girls have taken a nap. There are also a few books there. All for Miss Lin. You can give them to her separately when the girls return home in the evening. After seeing Wen Lu agreed, Lin Miyue added, by the way, there is also the box on the table. Send it to Miss Lin as well. Chapter 113. After having lunch with Chungyu, Lin Miyue had a trip to Jimin Pharmacy in the afternoon. Dr. Xiao Luo had sent a letter saying that there had been progress in the method of inoculating smallpox. Now there were girls studying in the palace, so it would not be appropriate for him to go to the palace to meet the noble concubine. So Lin Miyue chose the pharmacy as the meeting place. Fu Shan's son also learned some family medical skills since he was a child. Later, he interrupted his studies because of his father's death. After his mother helped the palace, he did not want to study in the palace, but wanted to learn medical skills with Dr. Xiao Luo. After consulting his mother, Lin Miyue agreed, entering from the back door of Jimin Pharmacy. Dr. Luo and Fu Shan and her son were waiting for her in the back hall. When they saw Lin Miyue and Wen Hui coming in, they all stood up and saluted. Researching the method of vaccination inevitably requires the use of some medicinal materials. Fu Shan also had some official exchanges with Dr. Luo because of this. No need to be polite. After receiving Dr. Luo's letter, I quickly invited you to come. It's hard for you to toss and turn. Lin Miyue showed concern for Dr. Luo first. Dr. Luo may have stayed in the manor for a long time. He was darker and more energetic than before. He heard the words and said, Your Majesty, you are too kind. This is what I promised at the beginning. Now that there is finally some progress, it can be regarded as a matter of loyalty to the trust. Lin Miyue asked some details, and Dr. Luo answered fluently. Fu Shan also added something about the use of medicine. But after talking about these, Dr. Luo hesitated and said, There is nothing else. But there is one thing that the queen still needs to worry about. Although I think the cowpox method is better. Everyone is also used to the human smallpox method. Lord Fu and I are worried about how to promote this new method. I want to vaccinate the children in this Elysian Hall. Those children need to be vaccinated anyway. We can try it if we have this opportunity, said Fu Shan. Although it is a method, it always feels like testing medicine on these children. I think it is a bit inappropriate. Dr. Luo added after Fu Shan finished speaking. Lin Miyue knew that the two had disagreements on this aspect. Lin Miyue thought for a while. Dr. Luo should have summed up some experience and rules in these days. Can he write a book? Dr. Luo was stunned. As a doctor, he must be able to read. But he was a little hesitant. My medical skills are not outstanding even among my peers. As for writing a book, Lin Miyue felt that Dr. Luo was just being modest. If he was not a good doctor, why would Dr. Luo recommend him to her? Why would the Luo family let him out to destroy their reputation? So she looked at Wen Huai. Wen Huai saw the dowager's signal and quickly handed the book he brought to Dr. Luo. After he took it, Lin Miyue said, I don't want you to write a book of medical skills. But a booklet like this will do. This booklet was given to Lin Miyue by Father Lapu before. She also took it out in advance when she went out today. Seeing Dr. Luo flipping through the booklet, Lin Miyue continued, This booklet can be sent back to the capital. It can be read by the doctors in the Imperial Hospital, and it will add some credibility. Dr. Luo also resigned from the Imperial Hospital shortly after Lin Miyue left the capital, and went to travel around to practice medicine. However, Lin Miyue can still send a prescription back to the capital. The new emperor and the queen mother will definitely give her this face. With the endorsement of the Imperial Hospital, it will be much easier for this method to be adopted. Dr. Luo also nodded. It was not that he did not trust his ability, but he felt that directly letting the children of the Silesian Hall be vaccinated might be detrimental to the reputation of the palace, the prince, and the concubine. Now that this idea had come up, he would have no objection to vaccinating the children next, since they had already arrived at the Jimin pharmacy in the afternoon. Lin Miyue also stayed here for a long time to observe how many people came to seek medical treatment and get medicine. Seeing that the people who came and went could leave with medicine, she also felt that it was meaningful to reorganize these institutions. Before dinner, Lin Miyue took her people back to the palace in a carriage. However, Qing Yu had to take his subordinates to work in the evening and could not accompany her for dinner. After strolling around the palace garden, Lin Miyue was becoming more and more satisfied with the palace. According to Qing Yu and her ideas, there were not many courtyards built behind the palace, nor did they build a mountain artificially like some palaces even if there was no mountain. Instead, they just built a relatively large garden in a proper manner. After Lin Miyue moved in, she also filled the garden with fresh flowers and plants according to her own preferences. She likes to go to the garden to kill time when she has nothing to do. Lin Miyue took a few trumpet creepers picked from the garden back to the study. She was also interested in the things she found in the morning. In addition, there were fresh lenses presented by foreign merchants, so she wanted to draw some more botanical paintings. But when she returned to the room, she saw that the picture album of Cheng Yu's paintings on the desk had disappeared. She went back to the bookcase and searched for it, but couldn't find it. She was a little confused about where this thing was put. When Dai Yu returned home today, she first went back to her room to put away the books she had gotten today, and then washed and changed her clothes before going to her parents' courtyard to pay her respects. After entering the house, Jia Min looked at her daughter and then at her husband, and felt that there were two officials who had to report to work in her family. Lin Hai had to adapt to the new government office and affairs during this period, so it was rare for him to have such free time. Today, he came back early and waited for his daughter to finish school with Jia Min. How was today? Yesterday you went out to play, and the noble concubine originally said that she would give you a day off today, but you girls were reluctant to rest. Jia Min saw Dai Yu coming and asked her to sit next to her, and personally handed her a fruit bowl. Dai Yu took the bowl and saw the bright red cherries inside. She said to her mother first, "Time flies faster when I am with my sisters." Today, the master also commented on the articles we wrote yesterday. In the afternoon, we appreciated some excellent works together. Lin Hai saw that his daughter was so excited when she talked about going to school. He smiled and said, "Okay, the cherries are very fresh. Your mother specially saved them for you. Use them quickly." After having dinner with her parents, Dai Yu went back to her own yard. It was a good way to digest the food. She borrowed a new book from the Imperial Concubine today, and she couldn't wait to go back to her room to read. The maids who served Dai Yu had packed up her things and placed them on the square table she often used. Dai Yu sat on the rose chair and sorted out the books one by one. However, she found a book with a very good binding but no name on the cover. When she borrowed books before, the noble concubine had added books on a whim. So Dai Yu thought it was a new book given to her by the noble concubine. She flipped through it with interest and found that it was a picture album with many patterns. She became more interested in this book. She put the other books aside for the time being and started reading this picture album. In the capital, the 5 selected girls have now returned to their respective homes to wait for the royal canonization. The queen has a wedding ceremony, so the Ministry of Rites and the palace have to make careful preparations. Xiaoqing's family naturally has a house in the capital. Baochai also received palace-style snacks and materials from the other family. The mother who came to deliver the gift said to everyone that her daughter missed Miss Shui, so she sent these things. The failure of this election. The Wang family and the Shui family were not very disappointed. And Baochai's relationship with the future queen was also an unexpected gain. Mrs. Shui thought about it again and again, and decided to discuss with her brother and sister-in-law what to do in the future. Your brother also mentioned this matter. It will be a holiday in 2 days. He said that you should go to him to talk when that time comes. Mrs. Chung said so when her sister-in-law came to her and told her about her 2 children. Wang Ziting basically didn't go out during the holiday. He just rested quietly in the house. Their niece was married far away, and their daughter was also married. The only nephew left was Wang Ren. He would hide when he saw his uncle, and would not come to the study to disturb him. Wang Ziting was not surprised to see his sister coming. He motioned to his sister to sit down by herself. Come on. Sit down. Mrs. Shui thanked her brother before sitting down. After the brother and sister exchanged a few words, she said what she had drafted many times in her mind. I am sorry to bother you these days. Since Bao's matter didn't work out, we can't stay in Beijing for a long time. I plan to go back to Jinling in a while. Wang Ziting looked at his sister's complicated expression, and heard that he didn't mention the 2 children, but only said that he was going back to Jinling. He thought for a while before replying. Panner is a man after all, and the Shui family is also a fortune. As long as he doesn't do stupid things that will cost him his life, he can squander it all his life. But Baochai failed to enter the palace this time. What are your plans? During this period, Shui Pan was first warned by his mother not to mess around and affect his sister, and then he was sent to the military camp by his uncle for training for a period of time, until Baochai returned home. He was released, so when Baochai returned home, she saw her brother who was like a quail hiding at home. Brother is right, the family business was too big before. I don't expect Panner to do anything, but I don't want Baochai to delay her life, so I want to ask brother and sister-in-law for help. Is there any family in Beijing that knows her well enough to marry into? Mrs. Shui had thought about what she wanted to say today countless times, and now that she was here, she said it all. Wang Zitung knew his sister's concerns. In fact, since she has entered the palace once, and has such a good relationship with the young lady of the Xiao family, it is not difficult to arrange a marriage for Baochai in Beijing. However, it is best for you and Panner to stay in Beijing. Although Wang Ziting's official position is relatively high, he is only Baochai's uncle after all. Baochai was born here, and has a mother and brother. Unlike Shifeng, who has the same surname as Wang and grew up with her uncle and aunt, Wang Ziting is worried that he will not be able to find a family like the Lin family. He is also worried that Baochai will be wronged after getting married. Seeing his sister's hesitation, Wang Ziting took out a letter and handed it to her. This is a letter from Lin Sifa's family. It says that their second master is also going to go south. If you want to go back to the south, I think Mingzhou is also a good place. Chapter 114. Mrs. Shui had been to Mingzhou to visit her niece Wang Shifeng before coming to Beijing. Although she had never met the prince, she had dealt with the noble concubine. She took the letter and read it, and asked her brother hesitantly, Brother, do you want me to take Panner and Baochai to Mingzhou to get involved in the maritime business? Wang Ziting nodded. Yes, the Lin family wrote to us only because of the relationship with Feng Girl. If you are willing to go, I will formally write back to ask for a favor. But my brother also knows Panner's ability. I don't think I can help much if I take him there. Mrs. Shui was also tempted. The Shui family is the descendant of Ziwei Sharon. Mr. Shui was selected as the imperial merchant of the Ministry of Households and boarded the royal ship to accumulate so much wealth. Now that there is a chance to get in touch with the royal family again, Mrs. Shui is willing to do it. But her own son knows that, compared with her husband, Shui Pan is really insignificant, and is not the type to handle this mess. Mrs. Shui was a little worried when she heard her brother's words. Shui Pan, her nephew, has learned a lot from his uncle Wang Ziting in recent days. But he has his own way. Panner is also a man of the world. It's not that you want him to take charge of all the affairs. It's just that you are familiar with the people in Jinling and the surrounding areas. Can't he do something like a matchmaker? In the current business of sea merchants, foreign merchants bring spices, jewelry, toys and other items from overseas to Dajing. And the merchants in Dajing also sell porcelain and various materials to foreign merchants. The personal connections between businessmen are also extremely important. Xue Pan's brain is not enough to be a leader at the helm, but if he relies on the help of the Wu Wangfu to do some liaison work, he can still be considered capable. Mrs. Xue's eyes lit up. Brother, you can urge Panner to do these things. I think Panner has learned a little bit these days. Although he felt that his sister's words were just a mother's heart, and she thought what her son thought was good, Wang Ziting still didn't discourage his sister, but just said, "There is only one thing I want to make clear to you. His Royal Highness Wu Wang was a very strict person in the past, who clearly distinguished rewards and punishments. He hated people who didn't respect the law the most. If you want to take Panner with you, you have to change all your bad habits. But if you commit crimes and violate the law, the prince may not tolerate you." Although Cheng Yu has not officially entered the court to observe government affairs, Su Ruiqing often brought his son with him when he was in charge of government affairs. So close ministers, like Wang Ziting, are not unaware of the character of this former second prince, and now the king of Wu. She knew that her brother's words were for her own good. But Mrs. Xue was still a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly and said, "I know. Please ask my brother to write a letter to the Lin family," since she had made up her mind to return to the south. Mrs. Xue spent money in Beijing to buy many things to send as gifts to various places, including materials for Beijing embroidery, and excellent leather, and ginseng from the north. Hua's family had no sisters of the same age to get along with her daughter. So she also sent Bao Chai to Jia's house to stay for a few days, so that her daughter could get along with the sisters in Jia's house for a while, as the old lady in the house. Jia's mother had met Mrs. Xue and Bao Chai before, and thought that the child of her second daughter-in-law, the younger sister's family, was good. She was generous in her praise. This time when Bao Chai came to stay for a while, she also instructed her daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law to treat the girls from the relatives' family well. The wives of the two masters of the Jia family are no longer doing housework. Jia Zhu's wife Li Wan is in charge of household affairs, and Jia Lian's wife Yang is also learning from her sister-in-law. Although Lady Wang had only one biological daughter, she kept Tan Chun by her side, while Yuan Chun was still working in the palace. Lady Xing from the first house was a hands-off person. Jia Lian's wife Yang was young when she first entered the mansion and later helped the eldest sister-in-law to manage the household, So Ing Chun. The girl from the first house was also sent to her aunt to be raised. There was only one girl, Shichuan, in the mansion next door. She was young and the only girl in the mansion. Sister-in-law Yushir had been busy with the affairs of the mansion. In Rong Mansion, the old lady was still alive, and Lady Wang, the aunt and sister-in-law, sisters, So Ing Chun was also sent to live in Rong Mansion. So many girls gathered around Lady Wang. When Bao Chai went to Jia's house, not only did Mrs. Wang call her to talk for a long time, but she also lived with the sisters, which made the Jia's house lively. She also made Bo Yu call his sister all the time. Finally, he was punished by his elder brother Jia Zhu to do some homework. Bao Chai saw that Bao Yu was very good-looking. She was polite when they first met. However, after getting along with each other, she found that this cousin had a different personality from ordinary people. Fortunately, she was also staying in Jia's house temporarily, and didn't spend much time with Bao Yu. So she didn't pay much attention to it. She usually talked with her sisters, and didn't interact with Bao Yu much. The three sisters of the Jia family were a similar age, and had a good relationship with each other. After Bao Chai, such a generous and kind sister, came, the four of them got along very well. Ing Chun liked to play chess with Bao Chai. When the two of them played chess, the other sisters gathered around to watch. Tan Chun liked to listen to Bao Chai's stories about her trip, and the various things in the palace. She was happy to receive the brush from Bao Chai, because her sister knew her hobbies. Shichuan received a lot of high-quality rice paper and paint, which were also prepared by Bao Chai according to her preferences. Mrs. Xue originally wanted Bao Chai to marry her sister's son, but since she had made up her mind to go to Mingzhou, she put this idea aside, and did not reveal it to anyone. She sent her daughter to Jia's house to stay for a while, because she felt that she was busy packing things recently, and her daughter would inevitably worry about many things. So she let her go to her relative's house to relax, because Jia Zhu took over the responsibility of disciplining his younger brother. Although Mrs. Wang loved her youngest son, she did not spoil him too much. The old lady Jia Mu liked this little grandson, who looked very much like her husband. But she was still concerned about the reputation of the eldest wife, and her eldest grandson Jia Zhu, who was already an official. Jia Baoyu was now studying honestly. He knew that his aunt's sister was leaving the capital, so he did not dare to make a fuss openly. And he began to complain to the maid in his room privately. Sister Bao is so nice, why can't she stay at home? It would be nice to have a group of people chatting and laughing together. Jia Baoyu was also asked to write an extra article by his brother today. He sat behind the table, touching the inkstone for a while, and flipping through the book for a while, but he just didn't want to finish it quickly. The weather has been unpredictable these days. Shirin was arranging his clothes for tomorrow, and before she could say anything, Qingwen said with a smile, "You go to study every day. Aren't you also in the same group? Why do you miss your sister so much?" Baoyu choked and threw his pen on the table. "How can it be the same? What's so good about those stinky men? I just want to be with my sisters." Seeing that her young master was about to start talking nonsense again, Shirin quickly signaled Qingwen not to bother him again. She put the iron clothes on the hanger and went over to see the paper on the table with a few words missing. "Why are you only writing these few words? Second master, please write quickly. What if the eldest son asks you if you haven't finished writing?" As soon as these words came out, Baoyu instantly quieted down and started counting words in front of the table with a deep hatred. Shirin and Qingwen also held back their laughter and continued to work on their own things. When Mrs. Shui packed her things, she came to pick up her daughter. When Baochai said goodbye to her sisters, she felt a little reluctant. She had a brother but no sisters, so she didn't have many opportunities to get along with girls of the same age. She had been in the palace before, but she was always worried. It was not as relaxing and leisurely as she had been in the Jia family for a few days. The two people from the Lin family who went south this time were Lin Muyua's second uncle and second aunt. Lin Ling had been unemployed at home and had a carefree life. But after a long time, Lin Feng felt that it was a waste for his younger brother to stay at home. Lin Ling was sent out for a while when he was young. Later, he was involved in some foreign trade in the government offices he worked in. After the two brothers had a secret talk, Lin Ling planned to leave Beijing and go south to help his niece and nephew. Lin Feng originally wanted to write a letter to his daughter in advance to say hello. But Lin Ling persuaded his brother not to tell his niece first. Just treat it as a surprise for Mu Yu. Although Cheng Yu is your grandson, it is still the third brother who spends the most time with him. I don't know if this child will be close to me after I go there. As a cabinet elder, Lin Feng naturally had the qualifications to give lectures to the emperor and princes. But he was not as good as the Hanlin who did this. Cheng Yu naturally spent more time with Lin Jun, who taught him every day. But he could always see his grandparents. So he was close to Lin Jun and Mrs. Wang, and was also considerate to other people in the Lin mansion. For example, Lin Ling and his wife had separate gifts and greetings during festivals. Lin Ling rarely saw Cheng Yu, the nephew of the prince, so he was a little worried before the departure. Looking at his brother, Lin Feng was a little speechless. You have such a good relationship with Mu Yu, and you are Cheng Yu's elder. You will get familiar with each other after a while. What is there to worry about? After the Lin family received the letter from the in-laws Wang family, they also felt that it was not a big deal to wait for the Shui family to come over. So they also agreed to take a boat to the south together. Mrs. Shui, please. Bao Chai, don't be so polite. Please sit down. They were all on the same boat. And Lin Ling's wife would invite the Shui family mother and daughter to sit in her room from time to time. Lin Ling's wife, Wei, is gentle and calm. She is also the youngest of the three sisters-in-law in the Lin family. She looks like a lady in her 40s. Mrs. Shui felt that she had the secret to keeping her youthful appearance when she first met her. I was talking about incense with you before, and I remembered a recipe. I'll show you today if you can make it. Mrs. Shui handed a recipe to Mrs. Wei. Mrs. Wei has no other hobbies except tasting incense and collecting incense recipes. Mrs. Shui also took out a recipe passed down by the Shui family to cater to her preferences. This is actually the recipe for 3 portions of yuruxiang. The spices in Mingzhou should be more complete than those in Beijing. Maybe I can give it a try when the time comes. Mrs. Wei stared at the recipe and muttered. After a while, she came to her senses and said embarrassedly, I'm sorry. I get a little crazy when I see these things. Chapter 115. Mrs. Shui originally wanted to use this recipe to get closer to Mrs. Wei. Seeing that she liked it, she knew that she had made the right gift. Why would she mind this? No. As long as Madame likes it. Mrs. Wei felt a little embarrassed for accepting such a gift and being rude in front of the Shui family. She thought for a while and called out. Ji-yoon, go get my embroidery book and take it back to Mrs. Shui and Miss Shui later. After instructing the maid to do the work, Mrs. Wei said softly, this book was passed down from my mother's family. Unfortunately, not only me, but also the queen is the only girl in our family. There are many daughters-in-law, but unfortunately none of them like this. Mrs. Shui said before that the headband she was wearing was made by Miss Shui herself. I see that this child has very skillful hands, and she will not let this thing go to waste. Seeing that the girl responded and went to find something, the mother and daughter looked at each other, and Bao Chai quickly declined. I dare not accept such a precious thing from you, madam. It would be a waste if we kept this incense recipe. So I gave it to you, and I would not ask you to give up this family embroidery book. Seeing Bao Chai's refusal, Mrs. Wei persuaded her again. Good child. Although this embroidery book is something I brought from my mother's home, it was also collected from various places, and it is not a secret that is not passed on. I think you like it, so it won't be a problem for me to give it to you. Mrs. Wei spoke sincerely. After returning, the girl handed the embroidery pattern to her own wife, and Mrs. Wei handed it to Bao Chai herself. So she had no choice but to say, in this case, I feel ashamed to accept it. Thank you, madam. After receiving the things, Bao Chai still thought about making something to honor Mrs. Wei after returning. The ladies could still talk to kill time. After Bao Chai got the embroidery pattern, she would do some embroidery from time to time when the sun was good and the boat was moving smoothly. Lin Ling was a little bored. He didn't bring any staff or guests with him when he went south, so there was no one to talk to on the boat all day. Reading all day was very easy to get a headache. Seeing that the lady often invited the mother and daughter of the Shui family to talk, he also thought about whether to ask the boy of the Shui family to come over and test him. Although Wang Ziding's letter did not shy away from talking about the family scandal, Lin Ling didn't know about the incident caused by Shui Pan before. He thought that he also had a grandson who didn't like to read much. If it was just like this, it wouldn't be a big deal, so he still had some fantasies about Shui Pan in his heart. After calling Shui Pan over, Lin Ling felt helpless. He talked to Shui Pan about articles and poems, but Shui Pan knew nothing about them. He chatted a little about business matters, and found that Shui Pan also had only a vague understanding. It was only because he had lost some weight after being thrown into the military camp by Wang Ziding that he looked more pleasing to the eye. He also put on a look of shame. He was originally a child of a distant relative, so Lin Ling couldn't say anything harsh. In the evening, Lin Ling complained to his wife. You can talk about everything with the Shui family's wives and girls, but I met this Shui family boy today, and he didn't understand anything. If you have to say some of his strengths, it's just that he knows some principles of dealing with people. Madame Wei laughed softly. Really? This is also interesting. They are all children born from the same mother, but they are very different. When I talked to Miss Shui, I felt that she looked a bit like Muyu. Lin Ling was a little surprised to hear his wife say such words. Lin Muyu was very opinionated when she was young, and she grew up very fast after entering the palace. During the last days of the late emperor, she was able to quickly judge the situation and chose the most suitable path for the Lin family, herself and the prince. After leaving the capital, she also thrived in Mingzhou. Now hearing his wife praising the girl of the Shui family for being like Lin Muyu, Lin Ling recalled the little girl he had only met a few times, and doubted his wife's judgment. Seeing her husband's questioning expression, Mrs. Wei lowered her eyes and smiled lightly. It's the kind of tenacity in your bones that is somewhat similar. Okay, I know that in your heart. Muyu is the best niece. I won't say anything more. Before, Lin Muyu saw that her son's childhood painting album was missing. After thinking about it, she thought that it might be put away by Wenlu or given to Dayu by mistake. She asked someone to ask, and it turned out to be true. I told Qin Yun to pack up the things at that time. And then, I went to collect the new clothes and headgear sent by the eunuchs. Maybe it was given to Miss Lin by mistake. It's all my fault that I didn't explain the matter clearly to Qin Yun. Please punish me only. Wenlu regretted seeing such a big mess. At that time, she was in a hurry to go to see the things, so she gave the task directly to the little palace maid. Now that there is a problem, she is afraid that the little girl will be implicated, and she only takes the blame on herself. Seeing Wenlu explaining so eagerly, Yun Xia frowned slightly and said nothing. However, Zhang Genjin persuaded her. My queen, the most important thing now is to find the things back. Wenlu was just not careful this time. I hope you can forgive her once. Lin Miyue was not really angry. Okay. I just asked you where the things you wanted to know were. I didn't mean to blame you. Get up quickly. Lin Miyue has always been considerate to her palace maids. For so long, she has only punished those who were not clean and those who made big mistakes with her son. She has always let the palace maids go lightly when they made small mistakes. When Lu was so scared because she might have lost the prince's childhood things. When Lu was kneeling on the ground, and was relieved when she heard the words of the noble concubine. She stood up and said dejectedly, "It's all my fault. What should I do now?" After leaving Beijing, everyone didn't say that they were not diligent. But it was like a loose thread. When Lu also regretted why she was so careless. If she had been in the palace, she would never have made such a mistake. Go and ask Qingyun privately first, whether the thing was sent to Miss Lin or received somewhere else. And come back to tell me. Lin Miyue thought about it, thinking that although this was just her son's childhood thing, it would be a good thing if Daiyu was interested after reading it. She was still worried about how to match the two children. So she asked Wen Lu to find out where the thing was. And there was no need to do anything else. Lin Miyue had carefully packaged the picture album, making it look like a masterpiece. So she thought Qingyun would remember the book. Sure enough, after asking Lu quietly, Qingyun did remember the book and said that she had sent it to Miss Lin. After figuring out the matter, Lin Miyue temporarily put it aside. Daiyu would come to talk to her after borrowing books from her. So she also planned to hint at it. However, before Daiyu finished reading the book and came to her, Lin Miyue had another surprise. Uncle Lin and his wife, and the Shui family went all the way south, and finally arrived in Mingzhou City. Uncle Lin said that he would keep his group's itinerary a secret until his niece was informed. Until everyone entered the city. He sent a family member whom Lin Miyue also knew to the palace to deliver the letter. "Uncle Shi, why are you here?" Lin Miyue looked at the smiling old man with a round face below. She knew that this man was the long-term attendant of Uncle Lin. She thought of a possibility, and suddenly felt a headache. Replying to the queen, the master and the mistress have entered the city, and the Shui family also came with them. The master said that you knew this family. Lin Shi replied happily below. As the longest-serving attendant of Uncle Lin, Lin Shi is naturally familiar with Lin Miyue. When Lin Ling had something new when he was young and couldn't move by himself, he would often send Lin Shi to deliver things to Lin Miyue. In fact, Lin Miyue was also happy to know that her uncle was coming. "Okay. I know. It's a lot of running around. Uncle Shi, you should go and rest first." After settling everyone, Lin Miyue quickly asked Yun Xia to come. "Hurry up and take someone to clean up the yard. Uncle and aunt are here." "Master and madam?" Yun Xia was also a little confused by the news. But she smiled. "It's a pity that Master San is not here today. Otherwise, it would be lively." Lin Miyue's father is the eldest brother among the three brothers, and is naturally very majestic among the brothers. As the second brother, Lin Ling can't put on any brotherly airs in front of the third brother. On the contrary, he will be admonished by his upright younger brother. The interaction between the two brothers is also very interesting. Also, we need to prepare a banquet. Where are the prince and the third uncle? Send someone to tell General Wei, and have them come back early. Lin Miyue knew that her son was busy building a new port during this period, and he must have run out of the city, so she asked the guards of the palace to find him directly. Seeing Yun Xia was about to go to work after hearing the order, Lin Miyue remembered to arrange for the girls, and hurriedly said, "Also, as for the girls, you should also tell them to go home first, and have someone escort the girls back carefully. It would be bad if they bumped into each other in the chaos today." After everything was settled, Lin Miyue went into the house, changed into a more formal outfit, and went to the main room to wait for everyone to enter the palace. Mrs. Shui knew that the noble concubine was going to meet her family today, and she wanted to say goodbye after entering the city, and went directly to the inn where she stayed last time. Lin Ling was not in a hurry to go to the palace. They got along well with the Shui family along the way, and it was impossible to leave them behind at this time. She followed the Shui family to the inn first, and watched them settle down, before saying goodbye to each other and leaving. Cheng Yu and Lin Jun were not at home, but Madame Liang and Wang Shifeng were waiting for Lin Miyue. When they were drinking tea and chatting, Yun Xia came in and said, "Second master and madam are here." Lin Miyue stood up to greet her uncle and aunt when she saw them coming in. Seeing that they were going to pay their respects, she said in advance, "We are not in the capital anymore, and don't need to pay attention to these etiquettes. Please sit down. Uncle and aunt." Madame Liang also went forward to pay their respects with Shifeng. Madame Wei started chatting with her sisters-in-law and niece-in-law directly. Lin Ling sat helplessly on a chair beside them, and watched the three of them reminisce for a long time. Seeing the look on his second uncle's face, Lin Miyue couldn't help but smile. Third uncle and Qingyu should have gone out of town. Second uncle, you have to wait a while before you can come back. Now you can only talk to us. Lin Ling looked at his niece. It's enough for me to see that you are doing well. Qingyu is okay. But who has the patience to see the dark face of the third uncle? Madame Wei coughed lightly, and Lin Ling realized that the third uncle's wife and granddaughter-in-law were still there. He also quickly picked up the teacup and took a few sips. Ahem. This tea is not bad. Better than what I drink in Beijing. Lin Miyue couldn't hide the smile on her face when she saw the second uncle like this. As long as you like it. Chapter 116. Two of the three brothers of the Lin family are dignified and self-sustaining. Qingyu is also used to getting along with such elders. Therefore, he is the one who is least adapted to the second uncle of the Lin family. Lin Miyue liked the tea house when she was in the Shin family before, so she also set aside a place in the garden of the palace to build a small building for people to rest and drink tea. This place is in the garden of the back house of the palace. On weekdays, only Lin Miyue often spends time there. This day, Lin Miyue reads and drinks tea in it as usual. The difference is that after Madame Wei came, she likes to mix perfume. There is a small jade incense burner on Lin Miyue's small table. Qingyu smelled a long and sweet fragrance as soon as he entered the door. Seeing his son coming in, Lin Miyue put down the scroll in his hand. Didn't you say you wanted to talk with your two uncles? Why did you come to my place at this hour? Qingyu bowed and sat down cross-legged. Lin Miyue raised her hand and poured him a cup of tea. He drank the whole cup of tea in one breath. They were arguing about something, so I wanted to stay with you for a while. Lin Miyue poured another cup of tea for her son, knowing that his words were for the sake of respecting the elders. It was okay in Beijing. If the three brothers had different opinions, Lin Feng, as the eldest brother, could always make the final decision. But when the second and third uncles were together, although the third uncle's temperament might not make them argue loudly, the atmosphere was not something that ordinary people could endure. Why are they arguing again? Many things in Mingzhou are now on track, and anything here will be implemented only after discussing with Beijing. Lin Miyue was also curious about what these two had different opinions about. Qingyu's face was a little confused. He lowered his head and thought for a while. I don't know why. Either. We were originally talking about maritime merchants. We mentioned that a fleet had recently come here and brought a large ship of sandalwood, cardamom, pepper and other spices. They started talking to each other in words that my son couldn't understand. Lin Miyue looked at the small incense burner on the table and knew what the scene should be in Qingyu's study at this time. Why did these two start to be sarcastic to each other? Lin Ling's wife likes to collect incense recipes and make incense herself. In ancient times, pepper was recorded as a spice. Madame Wei had found a recipe for making incense with pepper as the main ingredient from somewhere before. But after she restored the recipe, she felt that the taste was not right. So she saved it. Unexpectedly, Lin Ling didn't know what was going on. He didn't use the lavender spices prepared by his wife. He took out a box of spices from the cabinet and used it for a long time as if it were a treasure. At that time, Lin Ling was transferred from outside Beijing to Beijing. So seeing his second brother returning home with a pepper smell and going out to socialize, Lin Jun felt very speechless. After persuading him several times, Lin Ling got angry again. In order to go against his brother, he liked to use this spice. The dispute between the two brothers ended when Lin Miyue was bored and roasted lamb legs at home one day. The spice he sprinkled included pepper. At that time, the smell of pepper spread throughout the mansion. The next day, Second Master Lin changed to lavender fragrance. But it was not good to tell her son about this. Lin Miyue decided to change the subject. You said before that you wanted some tutoring to teach foreign languages. I thought about it, and I have a way. But I don't know if you are willing. Being with his mother was often the most relaxing time for Qingyu. He felt very comfortable smelling the faint fragrance floating in the house, and felt that his drowsy mind was relaxed a little. Just tell me what you think. Your son is all ears. Do you still remember the priest before? The one who gave you the book on magic? Lin Miyue saw Qingyu's sudden realization when she spoke, and knew that he understood what she meant. Father Lapu not only wanted to build a good relationship with Lin Miyue, the imperial concubine, but also put a lot of effort into Qingyu, the prince. He knew that the little prince did not like new toys but liked reading. So he gave him a lot of Western books, including mathematics, astronomy, geography, natural encyclopedias and other types. However, hiring foreigners was still a bit out of the ordinary. Qingyu's grandfather had once given foreigners official positions, but that was just a special case. The current trend of the country is not to look down on those foreigners and the various strange skills and tricks that have come from them. Lin Muyue felt that although his son was not so narrow-minded, he was still worried that he would not be willing to spend the effort to suppress the objections of his subordinates. The old priest can't move now, but there is no shortage of people in the capital or on the ships. If you want someone to teach these things, these people are the most suitable. Looking at his son's expression, he knew that he also thought this method was feasible. Lin Muyue breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Sure enough, you have a way. Chengyu smiled embarrassedly. His father didn't believe in these things about gods and ghosts. Not to mention foreign monks. Even the masters of high virtue in the country were not welcome. So he didn't think about it for a while. In fact, when Lin Muyue mentioned Father Lapu, she had some private opinions. According to her current situation, she estimated that the current scientific development in the West should also be in its initial stage. At this stage, many missionaries are knowledgeable people. These people can teach some mathematics and other knowledge while teaching languages. Even if these people are not good at these, Lin Muyue thought that they should know some capable people. Just look at the scene of merchant ships coming and going after the lifting of the maritime ban to know the attraction of the East to the West. She thinks it should not be difficult to attract some talents to Zhengzhou if there is a chance. Chengyu was very happy to have found a solution. Lin Muyue was also very happy that the way to smuggle goods was opened. She asked Chengyu, "How is your new port going?" "I haven't asked you yet. Why do you want to open a new port?" "There is a new port in the south. Logically, our place is not deserted. But it shouldn't be prosperous enough to need a new port." This question touched on Chengyu's expertise. He chuckled and said, "It's not everywhere that there is a chief officer like Lord Lin Hai who can control people. The port in the south has been opened. But there are many other things to deal with. Merchants can't bear it, so they come to Mingzhou more and more." Lin Ling's arrival also made his brother and nephew laugh. The newly built port in the south is actually better than Mingzhou in terms of geographical location. Nanyang and Guizhou have always had a lot of exchanges. And foreign merchants are also accustomed to going ashore and going north by land. But the tribute and the market opened, as a result, were not so bad before. The local officials did not dare to be too presumptuous. Although there was exploitation, it was within the controllable range. Merchants were also tolerant. Now the establishment of a fixed government office has instead encouraged a bad atmosphere. In addition, the chief official of that place is the emperor's uncle. This Li family uncle is of the same lineage as his father. He is good at studying and has good luck in the imperial examinations. But he is not capable and does things in a muddled way. How can he manage such a large mess? What is even more shocking is that there has been a murder and robbery recently. The local garrison insisted that there was a thief hiding in a merchant ship that was about to dock. The poor ship owner was a novice and had no idea that he was asking for benefits. No matter how many explanations he made, it was useless. The garrison officers and soldiers actually sank the merchant ship. This was too arrogant. Since then, although some merchants are still willing to enter from the southern port for convenience, some ships still want to come to Mingzhou even if they have to take a detour. After hearing her son's explanation, Lin Muyue was also stunned. When Su Ruiqing was still alive, he only let his father-in-law be a decoration. It was Chengyu, a younger generation, who couldn't withstand the pressure from his grandparents. After all, he let his uncle leave the capital to take such an important position. Brother may think that this position is both important and can bring some convenience and money. So he sent Lord Li out of the capital. Unfortunately, this position is related to the national treasury income. Brother, this move is wrong. Chengyu now knows the importance of maritime commerce. The taxes paid to the court by his office were already a terrifying figure. After the Tizusi was abolished, he and his subordinates also set the commercial tax after consultation. This money is also one of the most important incomes of the Wu Wangfu. After thinking about her son's words for a while, Lin Muyue also felt that the price of the new emperor's grace was a bit high. It's because of this. Except for the old man, the Li family is indeed a bit outrageous. But I remember that your majesty's companion was okay. I just hope that the child doesn't grow up to be a bad boy. Chung Yu did not comment. He knew that Li Luo was indeed a good man. But a good man without ability can't accomplish anything. After saying that, Lin Muyue saw that his son had been sitting for so long, and was a little uncomfortable. So he said, "There is a small couch behind the screen. If you don't want to move, go and rest for a while. I just have something to do in the study." "That's fine. Your son will take a short rest here, and then go back to deal with things." Chung Yu also nodded to thank his mother for her kindness, and went to rest. Lin Muyue had invited Daiyu to come to the study to talk to her. The prize she had given Daiyu before was a rare lens, which could magnify small things. However, after trying it, Lin Muyue felt that it was not really a microscope, but something similar to an ordinary magnifying glass. But it was still interesting to use it to observe flowers and plants. She mistakenly gave Daiyu the picture album that Qingyu had drawn when he was a child. She was really interested in it after reading it, and she happened to get the lens. Daiyu not only read the picture album, but also found some flowers and plants in the garden to observe and record them. Looking at the pattern drawn by Daiyu, Lin Muyue couldn't help but smile in admiration. "If you didn't tell me, I really couldn't tell that it was drawn by someone who just learned this painting method." Botanical paintings seem to be just depicting things that exist in the world, but they require a lot of effort, especially some subtle details that require the painter to observe carefully before they can be drawn. Daiyu only looked at the picture book and figured out the painting method by herself, and painted it so carefully, which is really rare. You have also seen the change of this hydrangea from light green to pure white. But you also have this flower at home. Lin Muyue saw a painting that was very interesting. A total of 6 pictures depicting the growth process of hydrangea very accurately. Daiyu was also a little happy to see that the Empress saw a set of pictures that she was very satisfied with. "That's right. There is a very beautiful hydrangea in my house. My mother said that it was originally transplanted from the house in Yangzhou. I thought it would fail after all the trouble. But it took root, and now blooms very beautifully every year." Hydrangeas are divided into herbaceous and woody plants. Lin Muyue saw the picture drawn by Daiyu, and knew that this should be a very beautiful wood hydrangea. "It's really not easy. I also have a lush hydrangea in my garden. The color of this flower is as white as snow, which is really the appearance of an immortal. The lens you gave me is also very interesting. I have gained a lot from using it to see things." Daiyu has been looking at the picture album and holding the lens these days. She has rarely shown a bit of curiosity and instability. Recently, she has been playing with it in her spare time after returning home. "Oh, this thing is really interesting. But I always feel that it is still a bit crude. If we can find a skilled craftsman to polish the glass lens carefully, we should be able to get a better one." Seeing that Daiyu was really interested in these things, Lin Muyue was also very happy. Daiyu was more interested after hearing this. "I not only used the lens to see things, but also figured out how the mirror was made." "Do you mean that you know the principle? I wonder if the queen can teach me." She thought that Daiyu was indeed a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Not only was she spiritual in poetry and prose, but she was also interested in these things, and wanted to get to the bottom of them. Lin Muyue was also happy to teach her. She went over and pulled Daiyu to sit on both sides of the Luohan bed with her. She cleared the decorations on the small table in the middle, and put out paper and pens. She explained to Daiyu in detail the principle of microscope imaging. Daiyu looked at the picture drawn by Lin Muyue. "It is said that the study of things leads to knowledge. Today, I have received such new knowledge from you. I feel that the principles of the world are endless. Although we have the heart to explore the principles of the world, it is a blessing to gain 1 or 2 in our lifetime. If one person knows something new, 10,000 people will have 10,000 new things. There are also people like you who can learn by analogy and surpass others. This will continue from generation to generation. Not to mention exploring the principles of all things in the world. It will eventually change the world." After listening to Daiyu's words, Lin Muyue first thought that she was insightful, and then said a few words to encourage her. "There is a glass workshop in the palace. The masters there are also skilled in this field. I have given them this lens. Let's see if they can make a few better ones. I will also give you sisters one to play with." Seeing Daiyu's thoughtful look, Lin Muyue continued to make a promise. She thought it would be okay to give these girls some related courses. But it was not easy to find teachers to teach this knowledge. The other girls were also very interested when they heard Daiyu talk about playing with lenses at home. Lin Muyue also heard the teachers complain that the girls were distracted by something these days. After comforting Wenjiayu, she was very happy. She just waited for Qingyu to invite a teacher, and then asked if there was any capable person who could be recruited as a teacher. Chapter 117. This Miss Lin is also interesting. Even if ordinary ladies pretend to be men, they only have some achievements in poetry and literature. Her thoughts and ideas are quite different from those of ordinary people. When Lin Miyue and Dai Yu were talking, Zhang Ginjing and Yun Xiao were handling affairs in the outer room. When Dai Yu went out, Zhang Ginjing came in to answer, and said with interest. Lin Miyue felt that the little girl she had been in contact with was somewhat different from the Dai Yu in her impression. She did not lose her parents, did not go thousands of miles away to live under someone else's roof, but was treated as a treasure by her parents, and grew up in their love. She had both rare talents and a confident character. Although she had seen the monks and Taoist priests once in her dream, Lin Miyue never heard of the whereabouts of these two immortals after that. She suspected that her various actions might have changed the fate of everyone. But the changes she learned about were all good things. So she didn't dwell on them. It's better to say that regardless of whether it's men or women, there are few people in the world who are so clear-headed. How can it be said that men must have farsightedness, and women can only be confined to trivial matters? Lin Miyue said while looking at the document Zhang Ginjing handed to her. Yun Xia smiled as if she had thought of something, causing Lin Miyue to look up at her. What are you laughing at? There is nothing wrong with what I said. It's not that your words are wrong. But the second master brought many people from the mansion with him from the capital. They also said a lot of nonsense from the idle people in the capital during their chat. I was very angry when I heard those words. But when I heard what you said today, I felt that those mediocre words should not be taken to heart. Looking at the puzzled look on her own queen's face, Yun Xia hurriedly explained. Yun Xia's words aroused Lin Miyue's curiosity. The gossip in the capital. Is it about me and Chengyu? King Wu was the loser in the fight for the throne. Lin Miyue had heard some rumors during her time in the capital. However, King Wu later became more successful after leaving the capital. Lin Miyue ignored all the rumors. Seeing Lin Miyue asking, Yun Xiao was a little embarrassed to say, it's just some sour words saying that you and our family control the affairs of the fiefdom, and that the prince is just a chess piece in your hands. Lin Eri and his family had just arrived at the palace, and Lin Miyue was afraid that the hospitality was not thoughtful enough. So she also asked Yun Xia to go to the courtyard of the two more often to ask a few questions. One day when Yun Xia went there, she heard the servants of the Lin family in Beijing chatting together, and mentioned these words. Although these people were also standing up for their own imperial concubine and prince, Yun Xia was still furious when she heard it. It was not until today that she heard these words that she completely calmed down her anger. I thought it was something else. Lin Miyue smiled indifferently. The way she and her son get along is indeed different from that of ordinary mothers and sons. When Qingyu was in the palace before, he used to discuss things with his mother. And this was even more so after leaving Beijing. Lin Miyue was also used to not only being a mother who cared about her son's daily life, but also giving her son various suggestions as a guide to some extent. Speaking of which, the choice of the queen in Beijing has been decided. And the wedding and the ceremony of establishing the queen should not be delayed for much longer. It will definitely be completed before the Mid-Autumn Festival. Remember to prepare the gifts for the new queen. When it comes to Beijing, Lin Miyue remembered another important thing, and quickly told Yun Xia to do it. Zhang Ginjing followed suit. I have some old rules for reference. Counting the emperors and empresses of previous dynasties, only Taizong married the empress after he ascended the throne. The palace held the ceremony according to the rules of the emperor and empress's wedding. Although Zhang Ginjing had not experienced the grand occasion at that time, he also checked the relevant records in advance when he left the palace, just to prepare for the new emperor's wedding. Yun Xia responded with yes, and said with some regret, it's a pity that the girl of the Shui family has to go back to Jinling with her mother and brother. Otherwise she can tell us more about the new queen. Lin Miyue had met the Shui family once before, and Mrs. Shui said apologetically at that time that she would take her children back to Jinling again, and then settle in Mingzhou to serve the palace. Lin Miyue estimated that his family might have many businesses that had not been dealt with yet, and that they also had to select people to look after the old house and ancestral hall. So she also expressed her understanding. The new Xiao family had already gone all the way north to Beijing to accept the royal rewards. And now they were happily preparing to send their daughter to the position of empress. She was not stingy with her father-in-law, the new Emperor Xinghe, and the Marquis of Xinda was also granted the title of Duke of Cheng'an, according to convention. The Xiao family also got a new mansion in Beijing. Among the 6 ceremonies, The 3 ceremonies of receiving the marriage gift and announcing the date have been completed. Xiao Qingyi has also been following the female officials from the palace to prepare for the next 3 ceremonies and the wedding. The one who came to explain the etiquette to the queen was a female official who was familiar with the palace rules and regulations. Although the ceremony of issuing the imperial edict and welcoming the queen is one ceremony, it will take 2 days for the queen to receive the imperial edict, and the day she enters the palace is another day. So today I will explain the first etiquette to you first. When Xiao Qingyi heard the female official's steady tone, she couldn't help but yawn slightly under the cover of her round fan. The maid Nianyun standing beside her quickly poured her a cup of tea, signaling her master to hold on a little longer, and another maid Nianfeng quietly went out to ask someone to add some ice. After drinking a cup of tea to suppress his sleepiness, Xiao Qingyi perked up and listened to the female official's speech. He continued to listen to the names of various official positions and Li Nan, Li Bei, Li Dong, Li Shi and Bai Xing. When bathing at night, Xiao Qingyi complained to Nian Yun and Yin Feng beside him in a low voice. I have been listening to them for the whole afternoon. I feel that I don't need to do anything. I just stand there and watch them toss and turn. Why do they need to talk for so long? Nian Yun scooped hot water and slowly added it to the bathtub. He couldn't help laughing when he heard her words. Seeing Xiao Qingyi's eyes full of resentment, he held back his smile and turned his face away to continue adding water. The imperial eunuchs, who were able to come to see the queen that day, were all the mistresses of the most famous families in the capital. The eunuchs and female officials who came to greet you and guide the process were also powerful figures in the palace. You should just recognize their faces first. Nian Feng took a bottle of rose water from the small cabinet on the wall and poured it into the bathtub, and comforted his master with a few words. The Xiao family was a noble family in the past. After going to Jinling, they gradually faded out of the social circle of Yanqing. Therefore, the day of canonization and receiving the imperial edict was also an opportunity for Xiao Qingyi to meet the wives of the most powerful families in the capital. It was also the first appearance of the late queen in front of the imperial eunuchs. In fact, Xiao Qingyi herself knew this truth, but she was still a little annoyed. Alas, I know. It was nothing during this election. But recently I think about entering the palace soon, and I always feel reluctant to leave my parents. It will take at least 2 months for you to enter the palace. By then, the autumn weather will be the best season in Yanqing, so you don't have to worry too much. Nian Yun continued to comfort her after adding water. Although she complained to her maid several times in private, Xiao Qingyi still listened carefully to the female officials explaining various etiquettes one by one. When she first appeared in front of the ladies and the palace eunuchs and female officials, she was dignified and elegant. The ladies in the capital nodded secretly when watching the new queen's words and deeds. Only the ladies of the Zhu and Pei families felt uncomfortable when watching the daughter of the Xiao family wearing a phoenix crown and receiving the imperial seal and treasure in the sound of ritual music. After entering the palace, Xiao Qingyi showed the majesty of the queen on the surface, but she was still outgoing and lively when she was with the emperor in private. In Qingyou's eyes, his little queen's personality that could be seen through at a glance was really comforting, so he really liked this queen a little bit after getting along with her, and the emperor and the queen got along well. However, with the arrival of the empress, the other concubines of the new emperor also entered the palace according to the rules. The etiquette for the emperor to marry a queen is complicated. Although there is a set process for taking a concubine, it does not need to be a grand ceremony. So in the 2nd month after the empress entered the palace, Zhu Hui was named Jingfei, Pei Siming was named Anfei, and entered the palace with Ren Zhaoyi and Zhou Guipin. Zhu Hui has a peaceful personality and does not fight or compete after entering the palace. She is also smart. After entering the palace, she went to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and her aunt, and she noticed the subtle relationship between the two. Zhu Yanfu also told her that she only needed to be filial to the Empress Dowager, and she could come less often. She also gave her some relationships that she had cultivated over the years, and had not been liquidated by the Empress Dowager. Cheng Yu often went to Zhu Hui's place at first, but Zhu Hui's personality was not good at pleasing others. After he went there a few times, he felt bored and gradually went to Jingren Palace less and less. On the contrary, Pei Anfei in Yongshou Palace, Pei Gulao's appearance was ordinary, but Pei Siming, the granddaughter, was born charming and attractive. Although she was very strict with the people around her, she was a different attitude towards the emperor. Cheng Yu knew Pei Siming's style of doing things, but since she didn't do anything out of the ordinary, and was obedient in front of him, He didn't bother to care. People in the palace always changed their attitude according to the situation. Seeing Pei Anfei doing this, they were willing to please her. Yongshou Palace became a hot spot in the palace. Ren Jiaoyi and Zhou Guipin were a little transparent. Since the queen was favored and had a concubine of high birth, the two seemed a little inconspicuous, so they naturally formed a group. The queen is kind-hearted, but Concubine is a little too overbearing. In Ren Jiaoyi's palace, she and Concubine Zhou sat opposite each other and talked with snacks. Concubine Zhou just picked up a piece of peach cake and wanted to eat it, but when she heard Ren Jiaoyi's complaint, she quickly put it down. Sister Jiaoyi's words are true. The queen was just being humble. Concubine Jing declined, but Concubine indirectly agreed to do it and was not polite at all. The first major event the queen faced after entering the palace was the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet in the palace. Xiao Qingyi had a female official sent by the queen mother to help her. She was also familiar with the palace rules before entering the palace, so she was not so scared to take the lead in hosting the banquet after entering the palace. However, when the concubines went to pay respects to the queen motherly said that if she was too busy, Concubine Jing and Concubine and would help the queen share her worries. At that time, Zhu Hui declined, but Pei Siming unexpectedly agreed. The queen mother did not say much after hearing this. Xiao Qingyi still had a smile on her face at that time, but when the concubines went to pay respects to the queen alone the next day, her attitude towards Pei Siming was indeed a little colder. Pei Siming did not care about the queen's attitude. The time when everyone entered the palace was not much different. She was a concubine at the beginning. As long as she gave birth to an heir in the future, the position of the 4 concubines would be just a piece of cake. Now that the queen mother offered concubines Jing and the opportunity to control the palace power, Pei Siming would naturally not refuse. However, before everyone in the capital had a feast to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, the urgent news from the northern border directly broke the peace in the capital. The Ang tribe once again raised troops to knock on the border and rob the border people. Chapter 118. Madame Wei is good at making perfumes. After arriving at the palace, Lin Miyuan naturally couldn't waste this talent. After several requests, Madame Wei couldn't resist her niece's earnest words and agreed to open a course to teach the girls how to taste and make perfumes. Lin Miyue herself was also very interested in this, so she often participated in it. Madame Wei brought a rosewood incense box inlaid with yellow and white jade today. She took out some incense balls from the box with an incense spoon and poured them into the incense burner on the table. After a while, a quiet and sweet fragrance wafted out of it. Can this incense recipe be improved a bit? Mid-Autumn Festival is coming soon. It would be perfect if a few strands of sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance could be added. After closing her eyes and quietly tasting the incense for a while, Lin Miyue opened her eyes and made her request. Mrs. Wei thought for a while and said, "This incense uses some overbearing spices. Sweet-scented osmanthus also has a charming fragrance. The incense-making process also requires the main, secondary, auxiliary and envoy, so that they can be combined and harmonized. I'll give it a try. Whether it can be made into incense in the end depends on God's will." Luo Hoji closed his eyes and felt it carefully for a while. I smell that there are already 2 kinds of agarwood and sandalwood in this incense, which seem to be the main fragrance. But there are also the smells of musk and borneol. It is a strange incense recipe. Agarwood and sandalwood are calm and tolerant and are often used as the main fragrance. But musk and borneol are both spices with strong fragrance. It is rare to put these 2 materials in one incense recipe. The Luo family has been engaged in maritime business for generations. They were able to thrive in the tribute market before the maritime ban was lifted. Luo Hoji's mother also liked to burn incense. She also knew more about these spices. Dayu came to the incense burner and said, "It seems to have the smell of linden. My family's books are protected from insects. Linden is a kind of incense, and it is also used as a spice and medicinal material. It is also a kind of thing that book collectors often put in the library to prevent books from being eaten by insects." Dayu has a large collection of books at home, so she noticed this smell first. Baochai also took a round fan and waved it slightly to send a few wisps of fragrance. There are also the smells of patchouli and duck tongue incense. Wu Shuangjuan and Shishao also stood up from their seats. The girls gathered together to guess what other spices were in the recipe. Lin Miyue smiled and said, "If you say a few more, you will get the recipe. I will have to compensate you with a new recipe." Mrs. Wei was happy to see the girls talking about incense one after another. After hearing what Lin Miyue said, she said bluntly, "Your Majesty is so rich. Why don't you want to give up a few small recipes? No. It's not because I'm afraid that there are too many recipes, and is tired of thinking about these recipes day and night. That's my fault. After hearing what Mrs. Wei said, Lin Miyue quickly begged for mercy. Madame Wei couldn't help laughing. There are so many juniors here. Your Majesty doesn't care. I am also a junior in front of my aunt. What's there to be embarrassed about? Lin Miyue went too far, and even came to Madame Wei's side and fanned her twice. She was pushed back by Madame Wei and returned to her seat. However, when it comes to the incense recipe, Lin Miyue asked Bao Chai, I heard that your family sent a recipe to my aunt before, and you just tasted 2 spices. But you are also interested in these things on weekdays. Have you made any incense pills to take? Comments? Speaking of Bao Chai and incense, Lin Miyue naturally thought of Lingxiang pills, which are extremely complicated and sophisticated to make. Nowadays, many spices used in incense making are also Chinese medicinal materials. Burning incense can also be used as a way to relieve some symptoms. Lin Miyue and Madame Wei have been tinkering with spices recently, and have learned many things that she had never noticed before. She feels that this Lingxiang pill should have both medicinal value and a precious scent pill. So she asked this question. Bao Chai answered truthfully when she saw the noble concubine asking, Although I often burn incense, I have never made any special fragrance. Lin Miyue nodded and said nothing more. The text only said that the recipe for Lingxiang pill was given by a bald monk. But Inger clearly said that the gold necklace and gold lock engraved with the words and Bao Yu's jade image were given by the bald monk. However, Lin Miyue saw that Bao Chai usually did not wear any necklaces, and when she asked again today, she found that she did not wear any Lingxiang pills. She guessed that the gods had really given up interfering in human affairs. Everyone was talking happily, but when Huai hurriedly came in from outside and whispered a few words to Lin Miyue, Madame Wei and the girls saw that the noble concubine's expression was turned, and her brows were furrowed, showing a solemn look. When Huai stepped aside after he finished speaking, Lin Miyue saw that everyone was looking at her. First she said a few words to comfort them. Some news came from the capital. I have to go and discuss some countermeasures with Cheng Yu and the others, and you and the girls can continue, but I have to leave now. Mrs. Wei knew that since Lin Miyue said so, she must have some urgent business to attend to, so she quickly replied, Go and do whatever you want. I and the masters will take care of it here, so there won't be any trouble. Lin Miyue nodded and stood up and left. Everyone also stood up and bowed, and continued to talk about the incense recipe. Only Dai looked in the direction where Lin Miyue left with some worry. When did the imperial report arrive? When did something happen in the north? Lin Miyue walked hurriedly, asking Wen Huai beside her. Wen Huai was a little dull, but she was a top student from the inner study. Lin Miyue originally wanted to train her to be a right-hand female official in the future, but she didn't succeed. But even in Mingzhou, compared to Wen Lu, who usually handled trivial matters for Lin Miyue, Wen Huai could help pass messages everywhere and advise Lin Miyue on matters related to the outside world. Today, a report was sent to the Provincial Administration Commissioner's office. The An tribe was detained at the end of last month. Moreover, a eunuch came to visit just now. Although there was no imperial edict for the prince, it seemed that he also came with the emperor's oral instructions. Wen Huai followed Lin Miyue's footsteps and replied clearly. After Lin Miyue arrived at Cheng Yu's study, she found that there were not many people gathered inside. Only Lin Hai and his 2 uncles were there. Seeing the arrival of the noble concubine, Lin Hai seemed a little surprised. But seeing that both His Royal Highness the King of Wu and the 2 Lords Lin were accustomed to it, he just stood up and saluted without thinking. Seeing his mother coming, Cheng Yu asked Lin Miyue to sit down and handed her the official report. This is the official report sent today. The An tribe did not plunder the border like before. Instead, the troops of several tribes, led by the Khan, broke through Fancheng in one fell swoop and occupied the city. Lin Miyue glanced at the official report and frowned. Fancheng has at least 30,000 soldiers stationed, and there are high walls and powerful cannons. How could it be broken so quickly? 30,000 soldiers is already a very large number now. Lin Miyue also knows that the soldiers stationed in Fancheng are led by Su Ruiqing. The commander is a general named Wan Jijie, who was promoted by Su Ruiqing. He is not a good for nothing. She really can't understand why they were defeated so quickly. Fancheng is an important town on the border, although it is not a strategic location that can lead directly to the capital. After losing Fancheng, the Zheng dynasty had to allow the other party to make conditions to a certain extent. whether it is war or peace. The price to be paid is extremely high. Chung Yu also knows the key points. My son is also curious about this matter. There must be something strange about it. Lin Ling heard this and said, for such a big event, my brother will definitely send a letter. Then we will know why. Today, I mainly want to think of a way to deal with the eunuchs from the capital. When Huai just told Lin Miyue about the eunuchs sent from the capital, thinking of the war in the north, she immediately knew what the emperor in the capital was thinking. Are they here to urge the autumn grain? The oral order said by the eunuch means that my son's fiefdom also needs to hand over another batch of grain as military supplies to the north. Chung Yu said, according to the conventions of the imperial court, all income from the prince's fiefdom, except for the taxes that must be paid, should be the prince's own income. There has been no precedent for the prince to send food over the years. However, if there is a disaster in the prince's fiefdom, it is mainly the prince himself who will provide relief. Therefore, Chung Yu is not reluctant to give up the food, but feels that this loophole should not be opened so easily. After King Wu finished speaking, Lin Hai also added, the provincial administration has already passed down the order to collect grain in advance. This time, the eunuch handed over the oral order to the prince. I always feel that this method is consistent with some of the emperor's previous actions. Only eunuchs are sent without imperial edicts. Now the treasury is sufficient, and there is money. This oral order is more of a test than a practical meaning. Lin Miyue thought for a long time, and turned to ask his second uncle, does the emperor like to use eunuchs now? Who is the most favored eunuch in front of the emperor now? What is the trend in the capital? Lin Ling thought in his heart. After a while, there is one, a eunuch named Wang, whom his majesty gave the name Wang Xian. This man is the most favored by the emperor, and is the eunuch that the flatterers in the court like to cling to the most. After looking at her son, Lin Miyue said, it should be Kong Sheng. I always feel that this method should be proposed by him to the emperor. The new emperor could not rely on any of the civil officials, military generals, or relatives, so he turned his attention to the eunuchs, which was within Lin Miyue's expectations. However, the ideas Kong Sheng came up with were all sinister, and Lin Miyue was a little troubled to have such a person around the emperor. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was in an uproar. Lin Jun said with disgust, such villains who instigate discord between the emperor and his subjects, and brothers who quarrel with each other are really hateful. Food should not be given. Qingyu, you should take the initiative to write a letter to donate 1 year's salary to resist the enemy. Lin Miyue also agreed that his son should not openly ask for this. This kind of thing is a test. The emperor also knows that this matter cannot be done openly. This is why he sent eunuchs privately. As for the border affairs, let's wait and see after the letter from the eldest brother. If you really need so much food and grass, it will not be too late to send food to the capital at that time. Lin Jun also said in agreement. Lin Feng in the capital naturally understood this matter better than in Jiangyan. So after discussing how to deal with the eunuchs today, everyone went back with worries. After Lin Miyue returned to the study, she took out the map of Dezheng and looked at the location of Fancheng for a long time. Zhang Genjing, Yunxia, Wen Huai, Wen Lu and others also put down their work and came to the study. Seeing her so worried, Yunxia persuaded her a little. Your Majesty, don't worry too much. Although Fancheng is important, it is not impossible to get it back. There are still heavy troops guarding the important passes behind. Zhang Genjing was also looking at the map with his eyes. After hearing Yunxia's words, she sighed. Your Majesty should not only be thinking about this matter now. Do you still remember the arrogant words that the Khan of the Ong tribe said after the border was seized when His Majesty first ascended the throne? Chapter 119. Yun Xia also understood what Zhang Genjing meant after hearing her words. You are talking about the marriage. Lin Miyue put away the map. It may not necessarily come to that, but I am worried. The Khan of the Ong tribe made a bold statement when he was at the border last time, saying that the great Zheng would send a princess to marry. If someone was to be sent for marriage, the new Emperor Chengyu naturally did not have a daughter old enough, so the daughters of the late Emperor Su Ruiqing, the current princesses, would have to be married. Lin Miyue usually loves the princesses. According to their ages, both the princesses of the Lu family and the Yao family are suitable. No matter which princess has to suffer this. Lin Miyue feels uncomfortable. Zhang Genjing also comforted her. Your Majesty also loves the sisters. Your Majesty does not need to worry too much. I hope so. Lin Miyue was not so confident in her heart. She felt that even if the emperor did not have this intention, but when the pressure from inside and outside came, Cheng Yu might not be able to withstand it. Besides, his relationship with his sisters was just like that. Except for his sister, the third princess, who was born of the same mother, he might not be reluctant to give up his half-sister. When the news of the unrest in the border areas just reached the capital, Cheng Yu hurriedly took his mother and concubines back to the palace from the summer palace, and the important officials in the capital were also urgently summoned to the palace to discuss matters. Such an important border place, the gates will be opened as soon as the bandits arrive. If these bandits enter the capital directly, do my generals have to defend the city like this? Cheng Yu was not unaware that the Ong tribe in the north was eyeing them covetously. In June, he issued an imperial edict to General Ji and others, asking them to train their troops diligently and pay more attention to the movements outside the border. Unexpectedly, such a big thing happened, especially the relatives of the 2 generations of concubines who caused the trouble. Seeing the emperor throw the memorial to the ground with a furious look, the important ministers who came to discuss the matter immediately knelt on the ground. Lin Feng knelt beside Pei Golao and thought that he was really not afraid of the foreign relatives being spoiled, but was afraid that the foreign relatives were incompetent and had their own ideas. He had also read the memorial. The reason why Fancheng was lost so quickly was entirely because General Zhu's rival made a hasty judgment and misjudged the situation, and withdrew most of the soldiers in Fancheng. So the city was broken so quickly. Later, he was also the backbone of the northern border army. The general stationed at the border, General Ji, made a prompt decision and led his troops to help. Otherwise, the loss this time might not be just Fancheng. No matter what Pei Gulao thought, he was worried about the country and the people. He fell to the ground and said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, calm down. The most important thing now is how to take back Fancheng. Other rewards and punishments will not be discussed until the enemy is driven out." Although Lin Feng knew that Pei Gulao's words were meant to put the blame on the Zhu family for missing the opportunity to fight and causing the loss of land, the most important thing was to mobilize troops and food to the north to help General Ji resist the enemy. What Pei Gulao said makes sense. The most important thing now is to approve the food and weapons to be sent to the front line. General Ji has been able to resist the enemy for many years, and will surely lead the soldiers to recover the lost land. Lin Feng immediately agreed after Pei Gulao finished speaking. Cheng Yu had just lost some of his temper after a fit of rage. He heard that both the Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister had expressed their opinions. So he went down the stairs. It should be so. Everyone, please stand up. We need to discuss how much food and grass to allocate, and who to send to escort out of Kyoto. Today, you will work with me all night long. If you can't come to a conclusion, you don't have to leave the palace. The harem was also in turmoil because of the previous dynasty. Since General Zhu had made a mistake, he was directly dismissed and sent back to Beijing to be imprisoned. Zhu Yanfu was also shocked when she received the news. She slammed the table heavily. How foolish! How can my brother be so aggressive? General Zhu was also at the age of knowing his destiny. Zhu Yanfu couldn't understand why her brother was so impatient like a rookie. The Zhu family had thought about what would happen if they could command the army and make the emperor jealous in the future, and also thought about what would happen if Zhu Hui had a prince after entering the palace. However, they did not expect that the eldest master of the Zhu family, who was well versed in military books and had some martial arts skills, would be the first to get into trouble. As they were thinking about all sorts of things, a message came from outside. A little maid came in and said, "Your Majesty, Concubine Jing wants to see you." Zhu Yanfu adjusted the hairpins that were a little loose because of the previous action, and Lan Chao also hurried to help Her Majesty to tidy them up. When she could not see any mistakes, she said to the maid, "Go and let Hui in." Zhu Hui was waiting outside anxiously. The General Zhu who was in trouble was her father. She was very anxious since she got the message from outside, and hurried to her aunt to discuss countermeasures. The maid who had finally gone in to deliver the message came out and asked her to come in. She also took a deep breath to relax herself, and went in with 2 maids, who were also from the Zhu family. Seeing her aunt sitting on the Luohan bed, drinking tea as usual, Zhu Hui's anxious anger suddenly subsided a little. She hurried forward and knelt deeply and said, "Greetings to aunt." Seeing that her niece did not get up after paying her respects, Zhu Yanfu looked at Lan Chao helplessly, motioning her to help Zhu Hui up. "Okay, get up. I know what you are anxious about, but it's a pity that this matter can't be rushed. You sit down first, and we will discuss a countermeasure carefully. Just now, the maid came to report that Concubine Jing was here. And Zhu Yanfu suddenly realized something else. And after seeing her niece, she immediately came up with a plan. So when Cheng Yu went for a walk in the Imperial Garden at night, he saw Zhu Hui wearing a sparkling blue Lucian dress, carrying a glass palace lantern and walking by the lake with two maids. Seeing the emperor coming to the lake with a group of palace servants, Zhu Hui had just the right amount of surprise on her face. When the emperor walked towards her, she shyly lowered her head and smiled lightly. Swaying her wide sleeves and moving gracefully, she bowed softly and said, "Greetings to your majesty. May your majesty live long." Seeing Zhu Hui's different dress and behavior, Cheng Yu also chuckled. "Get up. I don't often see you walking around in the Imperial Garden. Why are you here today?" The emperor's tone was not very good, and Zhu Hui's heart trembled. But she still smiled and replied, "I was bored and thought of coming to Yushuan Lake for a stroll. This place is open, and you can see the bright moon in the sky. I feel a little relieved after walking here." After a while of silence, Zhu Hui heard the sound of fabric rubbing and her hand was taken by someone. She turned her head slightly to look at the emperor. "Your majesty?" Cheng Yu gestured to Zhu Hui to give him the glass lamp in her hand. "I am not feeling well either. Please accompany me for a walk." Pei Anfei was watching people packing up her dressing box in the palace. These days are not peaceful. She thought about putting away the head ornaments that were full of wealth and luxury that she usually wore, and finding a few simpler ones. When Saishi came in to reply, Sailu was carefully holding a box of palace flowers to show her master. Concubine Payan looked at the box of flowers, picked out two and put them on the table, and instructed, "When you go to pay respects tomorrow, use the set of white jade jewelry, and add these two palace flowers to add some color." Seeing that the master had finished speaking and looked at her, Saishi hurriedly said, Your Majesty did not turn over the cards today. But Xiao Fuzi just replied that Your Majesty went to Concubine Jing's place today." Saishi replied with trepidation in her heart. But unexpectedly, Concubine Payan was not angry. "It's expected. Your Majesty is doing this for the nobles who are watching. Just appease the concubines, and don't show your coldness. Then you can deal with General Zhu according to national and military laws. And no one else can gossip." Kai Lu asked boldly. "But what if Concubine Jing is favored one day and asks His Majesty to let General Zhu go lightly?" Pei Anfei smiled faintly when she heard this. "Lightly punish? Even if Concubine Jing doesn't ask His Majesty, she won't punish him severely. It's just to go with the flow and make the Zhu family more grateful to her." Before entering the palace, Pei Gulao called his granddaughter to explain a few words. Since then, Pei Anfei knew that as long as the Zhu family didn't rebel, the emperor would protect their lives no matter how serious the crime was. No matter how angry the emperor is now, General Zhu's life is not in danger. He will be idle at home at most. What the Zhu family wants is a chance to be reinstated in the future. Zhu Hui doesn't understand. But Pei Siming thinks that the concubine will understand this principle. So at this time, there is no sound outside the palace. But Zhu Hui in the palace has taken action. If you are impatient, you will be busy. I think after a while, the Zhu family will react, and it will be fine. Didn't you see that there is no movement from the Anding Marquis outside the palace? And only Concubine Jing went to show her courtesy to His Majesty? Concubine Payan is indeed worthy of being the daughter of the Pei family." After these words, Sailu and Saishi also calmed down. Seeing that the emperor had shown an intention to comfort his niece recently, Zhu Yanfu also had an idea. She summoned her mother and sister-in-law to the palace. After a discussion, Anding Ho took the initiative to write a letter to apologize, saying that he had not taught his son well. Now that Fancheng had been lost, he was to blame, and was willing to take the blame for his son. Cheng Yu was also afraid that forcing the Zhu family too much would cause trouble. So he continued to show goodwill in accordance with Anding Ho's letter, so that the Zhu family could feel at ease. However, after the eunuchs around him came back, the matter of reporting the collection of grain and grass was blocked, which made Cheng Yu depressed again. Although Kong Sheng had been given the name Wang Xian, Cheng Yu was still used to calling him by his original name, Kong Sheng. What do you think the letter from King Wu means? Considering the other princes in his fiefdom, Cheng Yu did not directly submit a memorial to donate his salary, but wrote a letter to his brother. In this letter, he complained to his brother about his poverty, saying that the fields in his fiefdom were not fertile, and there was really no extra grain to hand over to the capital. Only the salary of the prince was reasonable, and he was willing to give it to his brother. Cheng Yu was so angry that he almost laughed when he saw the letter. Cheng Yu's fiefdom was much larger than that of an ordinary prince. His father had given the noble concubine a lot of private property in the past. Now he saw his brother and himself crying poor, and he really didn't know what to say. Kong Sheng first secretly observed the emperor's expression. Seeing that he was a little angry but also a little helpless, he knew that he might not be very angry with King Wu in his heart. But he thought about it and said, "Your Highness King Wu took the initiative to offer his salary, which can be regarded as respect for his majesty, and share his majesty's worries. I think such a thing should be announced to the previous dynasty." Cheng Yu glanced at the eunuch beside him, and saw through his thoughts. But he also wanted to see what his brother would do after he did this, so he also ordered. "It's the same reason. You go and ask the cabinet to draft an imperial edict to praise King Wu." Chapter 120. Another way to take care of the beginning, and not the end. Lin Muyue in the Wuwang mansion was a little speechless after receiving the imperial edict from the capital. Cheng Yu took the scroll of the imperial edict and rubbed it for a few times, and gave it to Mao Kai beside him to keep it for worship. Indeed, I guess it was the idea of the eunuch Quan again, and my elder brother agreed to it. Since knowing that there was a eunuch who always stirred up trouble around his brother, Cheng Yu had been prepared for some strange eunuchs, and it was not surprising to receive this imperial edict. Now the other princes are at least your uncles. Seeing you brothers fighting, they won't have any reaction. It will just make people laugh. Lin Muyue had a headache. Those who can get the title of prince are either the princes who were very favored by their fathers, or the princes who were very respectful to their brothers who ascended the throne. Cheng Yu's father and grandfather did not confer titles. Although these princes are distantly related to the royal family, many of them are of a high generation. They will not care about the conflicts between these juniors. Uncle and Wang also sent a letter to comfort me. Cheng Yu knew that his mother had some contacts with Uncle and Wang before, and then continued to contact him with this excuse, so the two princes also developed some friendship when this happened. How could the princes not know the emperor's intention? Prince and sent a letter. All the princes are so embarrassed that they can cry poor in front of the young emperor. The emperor wants to use you to hit them, but it's like playing the lute to a cow. Lin Muyue heard that Prince had also sent a letter to comfort his son, and he thought this old prince was really interesting. Cheng Yu thought that his elder brother might also have the intention of reducing the power of the vassal states. This move was probably to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. However, this move had the opposite effect. Looking back at several dynasties, it was Taizu who took back the throne given to his son. Other emperors only abolished the thrones of several vassal states without heirs. Speaking of this, how are the crops planted in your farms? Lin Muyue thought of the letter her son had sent back to Beijing. She thought of asking again about the yield of the farms. When Cheng Yu heard his mother's question, he walked to his desk and flipped through it for a while, then found a booklet and handed it to his mother. The yield is good? Compared with rice and wheat, the yield per mu is indeed quite high. I heard from the agricultural officials that this is the first time that everyone is not very experienced in tending such crops. If they make some improvements, the yield should be improved. The agricultural officials are indeed dedicated. Some of them are basically stationed on the farm and only return to the city when reporting to the prince. The report they submitted in the end is also a thick stack. The report Cheng Yu handed to his mother is only a part of it. The soil and water in the north and south are different. My son went to the farm several times later. He heard from several old farmers that these crops seem to be more suitable for planting in the north. If so, it would be even better. Cheng Yu added, the south is a place with a suitable climate for farming. Even if there are no high-yield crops, it is still a major grain-producing area. Cheng Yu was happy to know that these crops might grow better in the north. Lin Muyue recalled according to her limited geographical knowledge. She could not remember whether potatoes and corn were suitable for planting in the south or the north. But corn seemed to be planted more in northern provinces, and seemed to be more suitable for planting in the north. That's good. But in this case, I think it's better to prepare some food. If things change in the north, you should send some food to the capital, since he was granted a fief in the fertile land in the south. Although Cheng Yu's jurisdiction was not a major grain-producing area, Lin Muyue thought that since some high-yield crops had been cultivated in the fiefdom, and there was no shortage of food, it was reasonable to make some preparations for a rainy day. Cheng Yu had no objection. Yes, son. I know. It's just my personal opinion. You don't have to take it seriously. I always feel that the things in the north this time will not be so easy to end. Lin Muyue felt relieved when she saw her son agreed. She had been looking at the map, recalling what the Khan had done. She always felt that the previous attempts had allowed the Han people to understand the border defenses and the temperaments and abilities of several generals. This time, they went straight to an important place like Fancheng, which showed how big their plans were. Chung Yu turned his head to look at his mother. Is this why mother asked me to prepare food? Lin Miyue nodded. Although the food we collected this year is enough. If the war gets serious, the emperor will have to collect food in the south. Not only to deal with the emperor, but also for the soldiers and people at the border. If it really comes to that, we should also send some food over. There should be some silver in the court. But when the war starts, the silver will flow like water, and it may not be sufficient. Chung Yu also roughly knows how much silver there is in the treasury. The funeral of the previous emperor is one thing, and the wedding of the new emperor and the construction of the mausoleum are another. Now if the remaining silver can quickly settle the matter in the north, it will be fine. If it is delayed, it will indeed be a problem. I hope it won't be delayed to that point. Seeing that her son was willing to listen to her advice, Lin Miyue knew that she had explained everything she could do. So she returned to her Tsihui palace. After returning to the house and changing into casual clothes from the formal dress she wore according to the regulations, Lin Miyue first lay on the couch for a while, and then called Wen Lu over. There will be no big banquet this year during the Mid-Autumn Festival. When the time comes, you will send some things to these mansions. Give each girl an extra reward, and give Shifeng one more. The palace will hold a banquet on the Mid-Autumn Festival. But the 15th day is not possible. Lin Miyue actually promised the girls to take them to the villa to enjoy the moon and crabs on the 16th or 17th day. But now she can only break the promise. She plans to meet the girls in the afternoon and explain the matter to them. Bao Chai went back to Jinling with her mother and brother. After returning, she went to study in the mansion at the invitation of Lin Miyue. Her brother also went to work for Mr. Lin Air and helped with some business matters. Lin Miyue insisted that everyone take a break after lunch, so each of the girls had a room to rest. Dayu got up at noon and washed and dressed herself with the help of the maid. She took the book and went to the place where everyone was studying. Lin Miyue had previously taken advantage of her son's need to find foreign language talent, and actually found an old priest with a white beard to explain some Western scientific knowledge to the girls in the mansion. The old priest thought about giving himself a local name. Baoxin, Father Baoxin, like Father Lapu, wanted to spread the doctrine to Lin Miyue. Unfortunately, Lin Miyue was very familiar with these tricks. She confused the old priest in a few moves, and then began to ask questions. Knowing that he did have some knowledge reserves in arithmetic and geometry, she kept him as a teacher. Speaking of classical mathematical works from the East and the West, the most classic and famous ones are Zhang's Song, Geng Shouchang's 9 chapters on the mathematical art, and Euclid's Elements of Geometry. Lin Miyue also selected these 2 books as teaching materials. There was no talent proficient in mathematics among the female teachers who gave lectures. However, Lu Shuwei, one of the 4 Jishan, was proficient in this subject. He volunteered to take time to teach the girls. Teaching 9 chapters on the mathematical art and principles of geometry was taught by Father Baoxin. However, not all the girls were interested in this. After a few classes, only Dayu and Shishao could keep up with the progress. Shishao was mediocre in reading and writing, but she was really talented in mathematics. Lin Miyue found an opportunity to praise her more, which helped the little girl's self-confidence to improve. So when it was her turn for this class, Shishao came here early to review her lessons. When she saw Dayu coming, she greeted her. Dayu, you are here. Did you solve the problem left by Father Baoxin yesterday? I solved it. I thought of 2 solutions. How many solutions did you get? Dayu knew that Shishao was good at this. Considering that she had 2 solutions, she should have more than one. As expected, Shishao smiled shyly. I got 3 solutions this time. Dayu also knew that this sister of the same age was always a little lacking in confidence. The other girls in her class were from official families, and the girls raised by wealthy merchants. Only Shijiao's family background was slightly inferior. However, these girls were very talented, whether it was the poetry and calligraphy and painting skills taught by the female teachers, or the stories about the outside world told to them by the noble concubines and female officials. Shishao was not very interested in these things, and it was a bit difficult for her to learn them. Only in mathematics, Shishao could master it immediately. Dayu also noticed this, and she usually paid attention to talking to her about these courses. Others came one after another while the two were talking. They gathered together to talk for a while, and then listened to the teacher's lectures carefully. After a class, some of the remaining time was originally left for the girls to do their homework or go to the library to borrow books and read. However, today, the priest had just packed up and accepted everyone's greetings and left. And when Lu came in and said to the girls, "The queen has something to say to the girls. Please move. I wanted to take you out to play. But now that something like this has happened, it is really not the time to go out for fun." Seeing the girls coming, Lin Muyue also said with a slightly apologetic tone. The girls were not ignorant. They knew that such a big thing had happened in the north. Although the south was not affected that much, it was not appropriate for the Wu Palace to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival as a role model. Although Daiyu was not the oldest among the group, the others were very convinced of her. So she replied at this time, "The soldiers in the north are fighting bloody battles. And we, the ministers, also understand this matter." When the others heard Daiyu's words, they also echoed her, knowing that these girls were smart and sensible. Lin Miyue also said a few words to comfort them. After autumn, the weather is not very good. It is cold and damp everywhere, and there is nothing to do. If there is no chance on the Double Ninth Festival, then wait until the Flower Festival next year. It happens to be Daiyu's birthday. I will take you boating in the spring. Chapter 121. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Not to mention the Flower Festival next year, even the Qingming Festival. A good time for outings. No one was in the mood to go out. Although the war in the north did not spread to the south of the Yangtze River, it never stopped once it started, so officials in the south were all working cautiously, and did not dare to do anything out of the ordinary at this time of year. General Ji had been guarding the north for many years, and he was naturally experienced in defending the city, but his ability to take the initiative to attack and drive out the enemy was far behind. After the Ong tribe occupied Fancheng, they not only defended the city, but also continued to plunder the surrounding areas. General Ji could only send several generals under his command to patrol and guard. Despite this, the border residents were still troubled. There were already refugees wandering in the various provincial governments in the north, and even some ragged people appeared near the capital. Cheng Yu held the battle report and looked at it carefully. General Wei, who was sitting at the bottom, also frowned. After Cheng Yu put down the paper in his hand, he couldn't help but say, "Your Majesty, I think the number of casualties in this battle report is too high. The North has had sufficient food and military equipment in recent years. How could the war be fought like this?" General Wei also has some strategies in his mind. Although he is only the general commander of the Prince's Palace now, he has not lost his ability to read battle reports and deploy troops. As soon as he saw the news from the capital, he felt something was wrong. Other officials were also whispering. One official named He Lingon said, "I heard that there are many noble children in the Northern Army. Maybe this is related." When General Zhu went north, he also brought a group of nobles with him. After General Zhu was dismissed, some of these people asked for connections to return to Beijing, and some continued to serve in the army. These noble children basically have official titles, so some of them are also officers who can lead troops. Unfortunately, fighting is not a joke. It was good that General Zhu covered them before. Once General Zhu's umbrella fell, these young masters who were pampered on weekdays showed their cowardice after going into battle. General Ji was not unaware of the existence of such parasites in the army, but changing generals before a battle was a taboo. He originally thought that even if these people were not good at martial arts, they had read military books thoroughly to get here, and the harm they could do was limited. Who would have thought that a few of them were really incompetent? They were frightened by the aggressive cavalry of the Ong tribe when they confronted each other in battle. Not only did they flee from the battlefield, but they also asked their subordinates and soldiers to cover them and escape from the battlefield. In the end, General Ji was forced to execute several people by military law, and pardon the soldiers who only followed orders. Lin Jingyi has now passed the provincial examination and obtained the title of Juren. He did not rush to Beijing to take the examination, but became a staff member of the royal palace at the suggestion of his grandfather, helping to advise on some matters. It is indeed as Lord he said. There is another thing. The winter in the north is bitterly cold. The officers and soldiers stationed there for a long time are fine, but the soldiers who came to reinforce are not very adapted to the climate there, and it is difficult for them to go out of the city to meet the enemy. Lin Jingyi also added at this time, since the city is to be attacked, the soldiers stationed at the border are not enough. So the emperor also sent troops to the north. It was already August when the bandits were entrenched. It took time for the generals to discuss the method of sending troops and decide who to send as the vanguard. By the time the reinforcements were finished, it was already September. In September, the temperature in the northern border was not high in the morning and evening. Sometimes the weather was bad, and there was even snow. The An tribe had adapted to such adverse conditions, but many soldiers of the Zheng dynasty had no experience fighting in such adverse conditions. Except for General Ji, there were no other capable generals. Although a few of the vanguards who charged into battle performed well, and there were occasional reports of victory, there was no great victory after all. Another person continued. Very true, and the older General Ji gets, the less aggressive he becomes. So he will lose his edge in leading the army. Following the words of the previous person, someone else echoed. Lin Jun also listened to everyone's words in silence. When the discussion gradually faded away, he said, "The prince summoned us here at this time. Does His Majesty have any other intention?" In fact, everyone could only talk about the deployment of troops after the fact. However, Lin Jun saw that there seemed to be more than one report on Cheng Yu's desk, and thought that there should be other things to discuss. I can't hide it from you. I've been looking at the war reports in the north, and I think the imperial decree for grain collection will be issued to me soon. Cheng Yu thought to himself that his mother had predicted this, so he was not completely unprepared now. It was He Ling Han who spoke earlier who replied. The prince had previously ordered that the archives in each farm be kept, and then the granaries be built to store grain. Except for those reserved for grain seeds, the rest are registered and stored in the granaries. Cheng Yu nodded after hearing the reply. I don't know how much grain is needed. If the grain we have stored is not enough, we will open the warehouse to get silver to buy grain. Taking the warm water brought by the little eunuch, Cheng Yu took out a pill from the box and swallowed it. After a while, his face flushed with unnatural red. Kong Sheng carefully helped the emperor lie down on the couch for a nap. And then he stepped back carefully after his breathing became even. Seeing him come out, Kong Sheng's apprentice Xiao Fan also came over carefully and said, Master, the Empress and Concubine and both sent nourishing soups. What do you think we should do with him? Glancing at his apprentice, Kong Sheng also lowered his voice and said, His Majesty has ordered that except for the things sent by the Empress Dowager, no one should reply to any other lady or master who sent them. How come you can't even remember this? Xiao Fan hid himself after being told by his master. Oh, my apprentice is stupid. I thought that the beauties before were always waiting for the master to send them things. But this time it was sent by the two ladies. So I asked this question. Kong Sheng smiled. These soups and drinks are not important. Come with me. I have something else to tell you to do. Pei Siming asked Saishi after she came back. How is it? Did you see the emperor? Saishi shrank back when she saw her master asking. The eunuch in front of the emperor said that the emperor had just gone to bed. I just handed the things to eunuch Fan. She thought her master would blame her. But Pei Siming just said lightly, I know. Salu went to get the quota. You and I will go to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The emperor has been ill recently. And the Empress Dowager was anxious and felt uncomfortable. Therefore, the concubines in the palaces could not see the emperor. And they were willing to go to the Empress Dowager to show their courtesy. Pei Siming can read people's expressions and speak well. She can't get as much face as the queen in front of the Queen Dowager. But she is much more liked by the Queen Dowager than concubine Jing Zhu Hui. After entering the Queen Dowager's Sinang Palace, Pei Siming saw the palace maids around the queen in the corridor in front of the palace. She raised her eyebrows and felt that the queen was indeed filial. She basically came back to the Sinang Palace every other day to talk to the Queen Dowager. No wonder the Queen Dowager liked her so much. However, when Pei Siming entered the main hall, she felt that she didn't check the almanac before going out today. The Queen Dowager sat on the rosewood phoenix throne at the top of the hall with a frown on her face. The queen sat on the chair below, fidgeting and unable to hide the embarrassed look on her face. Concubine Yao knelt on the ground below and cried sadly. She didn't stop when she saw someone coming in. Seeing Pei Siming coming in, Xiao Qingyi seemed relieved and smiled again, saying, Concubine, you are here. Come and help me to help the queen mother up. After being called by the queen, Pei Siming had to go forward with the queen even if she didn't want to do it. The two of them went together to help Concubine Yao sit on the chair. Seeing the concubine was helped up, Xiao Qingyi was also relieved. She had come to pay her respects to the queen mother, as usual today. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sat opposite each other in the inner room and talked about some things about the emperor's health. The sudden visit of Concubine Yao caught the two of them off guard, especially when she knelt down while talking. Li Wancheng still had nothing to say, which made the Queen Mother seem too cold and heartless. Queen Xiaoqingyi didn't know what to do when Concubine Yao started crying. When the concubine fell to the ground crying without caring about her image, she also wanted to help her up. But unfortunately no one helped her up after she tried for a long time. Fortunately, Concubine came soon, and she quickly called Pei Siming to help the concubine, making the atmosphere in the room less awkward. Queen Mother Li Wancheng had been worried about her son's poor health recently. When Concubine Yao cried, she felt her head hurt even more. Just now, Concubine Yao came in and started crying. She talked about the princess' childhood and the promise made by the Queen Mother to choose a good marriage for the princess. The most rare thing was that she could speak very clearly while crying, and she kept talking. Li Wancheng wanted to interrupt, but didn't find a chance. Seeing that the crying finally subsided after the person was helped up, Li Wancheng also breathed a sigh of relief. Is there anything that can't be said nicely? You don't feel ashamed in front of the younger generation. Concubine Yao didn't care about being scolded by the Queen Mother. She said with red eyes, I have no other choice but to come here to cry and beg you. I heard that the princess is going to marry a foreign prince. I only have this one child. How can I not be anxious? Princess Yin is now at the right age to get married. Concubine Yao also knows that she is of low birth and has no maternal family to rely on. Now she can only risk her reputation to give her daughter a glimmer of hope. Li Wancheng herself has a daughter and knows how she feels. However, she doesn't know much about the affairs of the previous dynasty. And now she doesn't dare to make any promises to her son. She just said, these things are decided by the emperor. What's the point of you crying here? I watched Yin grow up, and I can't bear to leave her. But now that things have come to a head, even the emperor has been working day and night until he is sick. You are also the emperor's elder. Don't you even have a heart of sympathy? Upon hearing this, Concubine Yao sobbed. Your Majesty is blessed by God. I know my status and position, and I dare not call myself an elder. I can only eat vegetarian food and pray to the gods and Buddhas to protect your Majesty. Li Wancheng felt a little awkward after hearing this. But at least Yao stopped crying. So she pulled Yao aside and talked to her for a few more words before sending her back. Chapter 122. Finally, the people were sent back. Li Wancheng didn't have the energy to talk to her daughters-in-law anymore. So she told the queen and concubine and to take care of the palace affairs. After they said that they should be diligent, they were sent away. After returning to the inner room, Li Wancheng couldn't help but complain to Fu Yu beside her. This Yao is a woman who is not famous at all. When she makes a scene here, she makes a big splash. I don't know where this joke will spread. Fu Yu felt that Concubine Yao was really willing to sacrifice herself for her daughter. But she still followed the Queen Mother and said, what does the master mean? Li Wancheng sighed. Even if she didn't make a scene, the emperor probably wanted Lingshu's child. After all, Lingshu is the elder sister. There's no reason to let the younger sister marry before the older sister. After hearing what the Queen Mother said, Fu Yu was speechless for a moment. But she still asked, this, Your Majesty? Is there no room for reversal? There was no precedent of marriage before our ancestors. Is it wrong for Your Majesty to set this example? How could she not know this truth? She did not agree to the marriage at first. But later she saw that the war in the north had not improved, and her son was injured because of it. So the balance in her heart was constantly tilting. Xiaoqingyi took the palace maids back to her cunning palace. Watching Yanfeng, whom she had brought into the palace, redressing her, she looked in her face in the mirror and suddenly said, Yanyun, you said it has come to this point. Is there any point in sending the princess to marry? Although Xiaoqingyi was a member of the harem, the war in the north had made the capital city panic. But the atmosphere in the palace became tense as the emperor suddenly fell ill and had the idea of breaking the jar. The proposal to use such a stupid method as marrying the princess to solve the problem in the northern border also had the support of many people in the court. Yangyun didn't know how to respond after hearing the queen's words. After thinking for a while, she could only say, Your Majesty is the queen. If you give birth to a princess in the future, you will be as worry-free as the princess of the Queen Dowager today. She silently took off the pendant on her ear. Xiaoqingyi's fear and worry were not dispelled by Nianyun's words. Today, she is the princess of the concubines. Who knows if it will be the turn of the queen's legitimate daughter in the future? If there is another day when the mountains and rivers fall, no queen, concubines, princesses or wives will be able to escape, clearing away the rebellious thoughts in his heart. Xiaoqing just said, "Okay, let's do it this way. I'll rest for a while, and then we'll go to the Buddhist temple to worship in the evening." The income of the Wu Wang mansion in Mingzhou is mainly divided into two parts. One part is the various incomes from the farms, lakes, marshes and forests, and the other part is the profit after intervening in the affairs of maritime merchants. These incomes are the basis for Chengyu to support his own palace soldiers and experiment with new crops and toss various things. Lin Miyue also has some miscellaneous shops and workshops, such as the glass workshop that was handed over to Shifeng for a period of time. These shops and workshops were also handed over to Shifeng by Lin Miyue for management bit by bit. This part of the income is mainly to maintain the expenses of the palace and Lin Miyue's own ideas. The accounting methods in the palace and the fiefdom were reformed and smoothed by Lin Miyue. Later, the female officials in the palace also had the experience of helping with the accounting. Therefore, Chengyu wanted to prepare for the delivery of grain in advance. And naturally he contacted his mother and asked people to help. The prince would naturally have a team when he went to the fiefdom. Although Chengyu left the capital in a hurry, many positions were still vacant, but they have been filled up after so long. At first, the officials of the household department felt a little awkward when they saw the female officials coming to help. But after a few times, they really felt the professionalism and seriousness of these female officials, and gradually adapted to working with them from time to time. Because of these things, even the teachers who taught the girls were urgently trained and pulled over to help. So Lin Miyue temporarily changed the curriculum for the girls. Except for Father Baoxin's daily lessons, the girls could allocate the rest of their time by themselves, whether they wanted to study or do something else. Dayu naturally went to the palace to study. After Lin Miyue knew that she was also interested in plant paintings, she also took the trouble to find some more professional picture books from the West. So now that she had time, Dayu directly studied and copied pictures in the library of the palace. Baochai joined the women's study class in the palace later. When she first came, she was surprised by the whim of the noble concubine. She thought it was just a gathering of some rich ladies to learn needlework and talk about poetry. Unexpectedly, she heard a lot of things that she thought were only done by men outside. However, Baochai actually felt that her talents were never inferior to men. When her father was still alive, he loved his daughter and did not shy away from talking about his business in front of her. When Baochai was young, she could always express some opinions. At that time, she could always see her father's expression of amazement and regret. As she grew up, Baochai also understood why her father had such an expression. It was only because she was a girl. Although her brother was not very successful, he was the male who could continue the Shui family's bloodline and business. No matter how outstanding she was, she could only marry into another family. So even if she had thousands of ideas and plans in her heart, Baochai just kept them in her heart and did not show them in front of others. However, after arriving in Mingzhou, although her brother had gradually shed his previous dandy habits, he had grown up a little in the increasingly pleased eyes of Mrs. Shui. But since Baochai entered the mansion to study, she felt that many of her thoughts could no longer be suppressed, and she began to resist her mother and herself for finding a husband for her. Among all the girls who were studying, Baochai and Dayu were somewhat related. Since she came to study, although Dayu was still younger, she always took the initiative to talk to this Baojie sister, and gradually integrated her into the original group. Today, all the girls went to do their own things. Shenlin Gru and Luo Hoji had decided to play chess together early, and Shishao asked Father Baoxin to stay for a while, and took many questions that she had accumulated to ask for advice. Wu Shuangjuan's grandmother was not in good health recently, so she simply asked for leave and went back. Baochai thought for a while, and put aside her original idea of doing some needlework, and took her to the direction of the library. Dayu was fascinated by the book. The picture in the album was a kind of flower unique to the West. She also had a few books such as Supplement to Materia Medica and Illustrated Classic of Materia Medica that she had just found for reference. After reading for a while, she felt that the pages she had just seen should be a flower called tulip recorded in these books. This flower, like daffodils, grows from a bulb. Daffodils have existed in the country since ancient times. I wonder if this flower can be planted in the country. Dayu muttered as she looked at the album. Sister, what are you reading? You are so absorbed in it. Baochai heard Dayu's words when she just entered the library, so she also covered her smile with a fan and said this softly. looking up at Bao Chai coming in. Dayu also smiled. I thought it was someone else. Why? Sister, don't you stay in the room to do needlework? Walking to Dayu's side and sitting down. Bao Chai also replied. Can't I relax a little? What book are you reading? It's really new. Pushing the book to Bao Chai. Dayu introduced. It's a Western book. The Queen sent me a picture album by mistake before. I was very interested after reading it. The Queen remembered it in her heart. A few days ago, Mr. Zhang told me that these picture albums had just arrived. I happened to be free today, so I came to take a look. Bao Chai was not very interested in these things. But after taking a closer look, she said with some envy, Sister, you have caught the eye of the noble concubine. I see that the Queen has a wide range of interests. The palace even has these books. Sister is also a reader. And you can be called a pair of confidants with the Queen. During the time when she entered the palace to study, Bao Chai also saw the current mistress of the palace, the noble concubine, and the female officials around her more than before. So she knew more and more about the favorite concubine of the late emperor. In Bao Chai's original impression, although she had never seen other imperial concubines, she had also seen many wives and wives on weekdays. For example, if a wife of Lin Muyue's age had lost her husband and had only one son, she would basically only focus on her son. On weekdays, apart from circling around her son, she would at most chant Buddhist scriptures. However, there was no Buddhist temple in the Wu Wang mansion that was common in other families. Bao Chai had also entered the Zihui Hall several times, but she did not see any Buddha or Guanyin enshrined there. What surprised Bao Chai the most was the way the noble concubine and her son, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu, got along with each other and her authority in the fiefdom. Although she had never met the Prince of Wu, she had heard the replies from the female officials around the Queen a few times when she went to pay her respects to the noble concubine. These words not only included things in the palace, but also things in the fiefdom that His Royal Highness the Prince of Wu asked his mother to make decisions and give her opinions among all the girls studying in the palace. Although Lin Muyue treated everyone the same and did not show preferential treatment to anyone, the relationship between people also depends on fate. Bao Chai paid close attention, and it was not difficult to feel that Dayu was the one who won the noble concubine's heart the most. How dare I call you a confidant of the Empress? Please don't make fun of me. Sister. Dayu laughed after hearing Bao Chai's words, interrupting Chai's thoughts. Bao Chai shook her head after hearing this and said seriously, I'm not joking. But I always feel that my sister is not limited by her daughter's identity. Always confident and high-spirited, which is very similar to the Empress. You don't seem to care much about routine things, and always have your own ideas. Dayu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Bao Chai to say such a thing. Bao Chai has always been respectful and humble since she entered the mansion to study. Every word and action is very appropriate and caring for others, showing the gentle and meticulous side of a woman. But today's words revealed some of the ruggedness hidden in her heart. Chapter 123. Fancheng could not be captured after a long siege, but the army and food reinforcements made the generals move their troops and generals to make the Ong tribe dare not move lightly. Although the long stalemate made everyone from the emperor to the ministers very tired, the vast territory of Zheng and the southern rice fields could be used to transport food and grass, so they managed to withstand the continuous war. After the Ong tribe Khan's battle line was prolonged, the daily expenses were also huge, so after a stalemate of half a year, both sides began to test each other's bottom line and began to discuss peace talks. The Khan of the Ong tribe initially made a huge demand for Zheng to cede Fancheng, and also asked Zheng to send a princess as a bride and 100,000 taels of silver. Emperor Xinghan naturally could not agree to give up Fancheng, but he gradually changed from not supporting the princess's marriage to wavering, and gradually felt that this was a solution after some minister's advice. So Emperor Xinghe sent envoys, and the two sides signed a contract in Fancheng. Zheng took back Fancheng, and the eldest princess Lingyu would soon marry in the grassland. Since she got the news, concubine Lu has been crying in her room. Later, the female official Tang who had been working beside her looked at her with a sense of helplessness. What's the point of you just crying in the room? Madam? When concubine Yao got wind of the news, she went to the queen mother and cried. Your friendship with the queen mother and concubine Xiani was not deeper than that between concubine Yao and them? Why don't you go and beg for help? Madame Tang watched her own madam cry more and more sadly, and she was so anxious that she walked to her side and said. Unfortunately, Lu didn't respond to these words. She still covered her face with a handkerchief and shed tears. It wasn't until Nun Guantang pushed her gently, regardless of the hierarchy, that she raised her head slightly, revealing a pair of red and swollen eyes, and said, "Ling Yu is the eldest sister. If there must be a princess to marry, it should be her. How can I cry and beg?" After hearing what Concubine Lu said, Nun Guantang almost blacked out. The lady in front of her was really a diehard. Having said that, if the princess born by the Empress Dowager was the eldest, would His Majesty and the Empress Dowager be willing to marry her off? It is said that success depends on human effort. But the Empress and her own family can only cry in the room. She did not try hard before when things were uncertain. And now that they are basically settled, she can only cry. She does not want to get more benefits for the princess she gave birth to. Lady Tang took a deep breath to calm herself down, and swallowed the remaining words of persuasion. Once the imperial edict was issued, there was no turning back. Jia Yuanchun walked hurriedly. Her skirt fluttered, and the accessories on her body jingled. She rarely cared about the etiquette that had been engraved in her bones, and hurried all the way to Fuiying Palace where the princesses lived. The princesses could have lived with their mother until they reached adulthood, but the previous emperor passed away in a hurry. After Emperor Xinghe ascended the throne, he renovated a group of palaces as temporary residences for his younger sisters. There were many three-story courtyards in Fuiying Palace, and the three older princesses lived here together. After the rumors of marriage came, the Queen Mother used her physical discomfort as an excuse to summon her own daughter, Princess Shiro, to live in Xineng Palace. Later, the Queen Mother said that the princess missed her mother and brother, and she wanted to chant sutras and pray for the two elders in the big Buddhist hall in the back hall of Xineng Palace. Jia Yuanchun had a thin layer of sweat on her head from the journey, and her breathing was a little rapid due to her hurried steps. But she didn't care about these things. After arriving at Fuiying Palace, she hurried to Hea Hall where Ling Yu lived. Ling Yu was comforting her sister Princess Enian when she heard her maid Erju come in and report, "Princess, Lady Jia is here. Do you want to see her?" Enian had always been a little embarrassed because of her mother's behavior, and she had been trying to avoid her sister before. As they got older, the princesses now had irregular courses and homework, so they hadn't met in recent days. But after the imperial edict was issued, Princess Enian still couldn't hold back, and went directly to her sister's courtyard to cry and apologize to Ling Yu. Ling Yu would never feel resentful towards her sister. She just coaxed her sister for a long time. But Enian still just hugged her sister and kept sobbing. At this time, she was relieved to hear Erju coming to pass. "Please come in quickly, and go get some hot water and cream." Erju was waiting outside just now and heard Princess Enian crying. So after hearing the princess's order, she first invited Jia Yuanchun in, and then hurried to bring in hot water and cream. Jia Yuanchun had been in the palace for many years, and had a deep friendship with the princesses. When she was not in the palace, she was also a sister loved by her brothers. After her younger brother was born, she loved her younger brother Baoyu very much. After entering the palace, Jia Yuanchun and Ling Yu got along very well. Although she remembered that she was a minister serving the princess, she always showed some sisterly care for Ling Yu and other princesses. Not counting the brothers, who didn't get along much, Ling Yu herself was the eldest sister of the sisters. It was novel to receive such care suddenly. The relationship with Yuanchun also improved little by little. It was also because of this relationship that Yuanchun quickly became a female scholar from a female minister. "Sister Yuanchun, please sit down for a while. I will wipe our Enian's little face first." She cried so hard that it looked like she spilled her makeup and rouge and mixed them together again. Ling Yu was in a good mood to joke. She first let Yuanchun sit down by herself, and then she took her sister to wash up. Enian felt a little embarrassed to continue crying when she saw Yuanchun coming, and she was led by her sister to wash her face obediently. She helped Enian sit down in front of the dressing table, and Ling Yu personally retied her sister's hair and put on makeup. Yuanchun also helped for a while. After everything was packed up, Ling Yu looked at the bright sunshine outside the window. "It's a little colder inside than outside at this time. Why don't we go to the yard to talk?" Fuiying Palace was exquisitely built, and it had a small garden inside. After Ling Yu finished speaking, the other two people also thought it was good. So they moved to the stone table and stone bench in the garden and sat down. Sister is still so careful and thoughtful. Ling Yu didn't say anything else after sitting down, and first praised Yuanchun's meticulousness. When everyone came out just now, Yuan-shun asked Erju to bring out some cushions. And she also laid out the cushions before everyone sat down. Although Enian stopped crying, she was still a little depressed. Yuan-shun looked at her worriedly before looking up at Lingyu, and said seriously, "But what's the point of being more careful? I thought I would stay in the palace to continue teaching. But I could send a few princesses to the palace. If I get old and can't teach these noble ladies anymore, there are still a few princesses who can live out their days in the palace." Lingyu was amused by these words and laughed. Sister is usually upright and honest, and she would rather not make any mistakes. And she doesn't say a word at this time, saying such interesting things. Yuan-shun was a little powerless. She could only shout softly, "Princess." Looking at the worry on Yuan-shun's face, and seeing her sister Enian seem to be about to cry again, Lingyu quickly said, "Okay, I know what you mean, but since this kind of thing cannot be avoided, crying is useless. I have already met the emperor, not only for silver, cloth and other things. I also asked for 300 soldiers to accompany me to marry on the grassland." As soon as Lingyu finished speaking, Yuan-shun was fine. Enian couldn't help but exclaimed. The Dezheng princesses were given silver, farms, shops and other properties by the princess's mansion and the royal family. The capable princesses could live a happy life in the capital. It was the first time for Emperor Xinghe to marry his sister to the grassland for a marriage. Therefore, the Ministry of Rites and the 6 bureaus in the palace were a little hesitant when they were in charge of the princess's marriage. After repeated discussions, the plan they came up with was also different from the usual princesses' marriages. When Lingyu learned that the marriage was a fait accompli, she hurried to her brother to cry and beg. In the end, the emperor felt guilty and agreed to send soldiers to the princess as guards. 300 soldiers were not too many, not too few, and they were enough to protect the princess. The Ang tribe had no way to find fault with this number, and they knew that the princess had her own ideas. "Princess, I don't know when I can return to Beijing. Can you stay with the concubine dowager?" Erju made the bed for the princess at night, and couldn't help asking when he lowered the curtain. Lingyu had already lain down, but she stood up and patted the bed to signal Erju to sit down. "I don't know how to face my mother." In fact, when the news of selecting a person for marriage was first leaked, Lingyu heard that concubine dowager Yao had given up her face and cried in front of the queen mother. She was a little envious of Enian for having such a mother, knowing that her mother was just holding her and crying without any action. Lingyu understood, but she was also a little sad in her heart. Concubine Lu told her daughter that she still had to take care of the Lu family, brothers and sisters, especially the future of her brother, who was now a minor official in the Ministry of Revenue. Lingyu listened silently and comforted her mother, but she never went to Shokong Palace again after that. Erju also knew this, but she was also called over by the people from the concubine dowager, saying that the concubine dowager missed her daughter. Lady Tang held her and talked for a long time, asking her to persuade the princess to take the initiative to pay respects to the concubine dowager. "When I was a child, my mother was always very cautious. I don't have much memory of the time in the Eastern Palace, but I also vaguely felt that my mother seemed to be always afraid. Afraid of my mother, afraid of Lady Lin, and only Lady Zhu was close to my mother at that time." Lingyu lowered her eyes and whispered, "Later, my father ascended the throne, and my mother was already a 9 concubines. But she was always timid and didn't like to talk about anything. Only when talking about reading, she could say a few words." Lingyu said again, recalling her childhood. Lingyu suddenly felt fortunate that her father had opened the Lonji Palace for her with great fanfare, and selected female teachers for her to study. After this incident, she felt that if she stayed with her mother, she would become as timid as her mother, and dare not say a word. Erju wanted to say something, but she bit her lip and said, "I also have something to say to the princess. I wonder if the princess wants to hear it." Lingyu looked up at Erju. "You can say it. The princess is a princess of a rich family, a noble and honorable princess. The queen dowager was the daughter of a tribute student. Although the queen entered the palace, everything she saw and learned in her life could not get rid of her family's rules. It's not that she doesn't care about you, but she really has no way to do it." After Erju finished speaking, she was relieved to see that Lingyu didn't blame herself for all her thoughts. Lingyu thought for a while and said, "This is not what you said. It should be what Lord Tang asked you to say to me." Erju stammered a few times, and finally stood up and knelt down to apologize. "Yes. I can't hide it from you, princess." Lying down and turning over with her back to Erju, Lingyu said softly, "It's nothing. I don't mean to blame you. Well, there are a lot of things to do recently. You should also take a rest. There are still many things to do tomorrow. Chapter 124. Is Chungyu still preparing to submit a petition? Lin Miyue took Yun Xia to a secluded place in the palace garden, walked to the corner, and brought the bucket to her side, picked up the floating water scoop in the bucket, and began to water a crop in front of her. The plant on this piece of land was an ornamental plant that a Western captain had sent to the palace before. After Chungyu saw it, he wanted to be filial to his mother, and sent it to Tsihui Hall. Lin Miyue looked at the plant, and found it more and more familiar. It was not until the small yellow flowers appeared that she realized that this thing was a tomato. So she quickly moved it from the celadon pot to the yard, and watered this single seedling every day. Yun Xiao watched Lin Miyue finish watering this small piece of land, and handed her a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Yes, Your Highness's memorial was not approved before, and the masters also advised him not to continue to submit memorials. But Your Highness was very stubborn about this matter. Since the rumor of the marriage was released, Chungyu had expressed his opinions to his mother angrily several times in private. The Khan just wanted to step on the emperor's face to ask for more benefits. What's the saying that sending the princess to marry can make the two families friendly and form an alliance of marriage? It's just a lie to deceive 3-year-old children. Lin Miyue had actually been prepared for this in her heart. Marriage is a good deal for everyone except the princess. The silver and various cloths, salt, tea and other things as the princess's dowry are not a large amount compared to the military expenses. From the war reports of the past few days, if we want to take Fancheng, we either need to continue to increase troops and use the army to attack the city directly, or we need to delay for a while and wait until the Ong tribe's food and grass supplies can no longer hold out and attack the city when the people are exhausted. It is not as convenient as marrying a princess directly. Lin Miyue looked at the anger on her son's face and said this slowly. In fact, from ancient times to the present, marriage is a profitable business, compared with raising an army to deter with military force. The cost and price of sending a princess to marry is naturally much smaller. So this has become a method that many people in power like to use. I know all these situations. But if you give in one step, you will have to give in step by step in the future. Chungyu understood this truth, but he felt sorry for his sister, and felt that this was a way to quench thirst with poison, and it could not really solve the problem. According to Chungyu's idea, the Khan of the Ong tribe was a typical example of a person who feared power but not virtue. For such a person with a heart of a tiger or a wolf, he should be beaten with a big stick before talking about other things. I have sent a letter to your grandfather, and we will see what the result is. Lin Miyue also strongly disapproved of this matter, so she sent a letter to her father, asking him to persuade the emperor. Recalling the conversation between her and her son a few days ago, Lin Miyue put the ladle back into the bucket, took the towel handed over by Yun Xia and wiped her hands, then tapped her waist again. This child is also stubborn. He is like his father. In Lin Miyue's opinion, Su Ruiqing looks gentle and humble, but in fact he is a person who will not turn back until he hits the wall. It's just that he has become more sophisticated as he gets older, so it's not easy to see. Forget it. You accompany me to talk to him again. I will persuade him again. Lin Miyue straightened up and looked at the corner of her skirt, and found that it was not splashed with water and not dirty. So she didn't plan to change her clothes. Since the enemy is looking like a tiger and looking back at a wolf, we should defeat them with force. Now that the princess is married, what will happen tomorrow? I am a humble and incompetent minister who knows this. Your Majesty is a saint and wise man, and you are as virtuous as the sun and the moon. I hope that your Majesty will respect the laws of the ancestors and not follow this strategy. After thinking for a while, Chungyu carefully added the ending of the cliché and put the memorial aside. Lin Miyue saw the scene when she entered the room. She stopped Maokai from passing on the message outside, and went into the room, walked to her son's desk, picked up the memorial and took a look. Chungyu was startled by his mother's action. He wanted to stand up and salute, but Lin Miyue pressed his shoulder and pressed him down on the chair. He could only turn his head to observe his mother's expression when she read the memorial he wrote. It's well written, but it's not necessarily what your brother wants to see. After saying that, Lin Miyue asked again, have you read the letter your grandfather gave you? Chungyu watched his mother put the memorial he wrote back on the table and asked about his grandfather's letter. He could only reply, yes, I have read my grandfather's letter. In fact, My son wrote such a memorial because he couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. The fact that the officials were summoned to prepare food and grass at that time was still vivid in his mind. Chung Yu now thinks back to the content of the discussion at that time and feels ironic. A group of people were worried about how to send troops and generals in the north. But they didn't know that the emperor was already preparing to marry his sister. When the last memorial from the king of Wu arrived in the capital, the imperial edict for the princess marriage had already been issued, and preparations for Ling Yu's marriage had already begun in and outside the palace. Princess, I heard that His Royal Highness the King of Wu has submitted another memorial. Erbai, like Erju, is a maid serving Ling Yu. Today, Erbai went to the Shanggong Bureau to discuss the ceremonial process with the female officials there. She heard a lot of things there, and when she came back, she quickly learned them for the princess. Ling Yu was looking at the wedding dress sent by the Shanfu Bureau. She touched the intricate and gorgeous embroidery on it, and felt mixed emotions in her heart. She smiled when she heard Erbai's words. I don't know how many memorials my second brother has submitted. My third brother also contradicted my elder brother before, and was fined a year's salary by my elder brother. Unfortunately, I can only remember the kindness of my brothers in my heart. When Qingluan heard that the eldest brother, the emperor, wanted to marry his sister, he not only begged his elder brother for a long time when he asked for an audience in private, but also stood firmly on the side opposing the marriage at the court meeting, waving the flag and shouting, which made Emperor Xinghe very angry. Later, he found an opportunity to punish his younger brother, although the king of Wu, who was far away in Mingzhou, did not cause trouble for the emperor in the court. His increasingly urgent memorials also made the families in the capital see enough excitement. For a time, Emperor Xinghe felt that his father had left him so many younger brothers, which was really troublesome. Unfortunately, the two princes were unable to change their brother's mind in the end. The Ministry of Rites and the palace were busy organizing the ceremony of the princess's marriage according to the date. Emperor Xinghe also sent his sister out of the capital on the agreed date. Because of the princess's marriage, everyone in the King of Wu's mansion was in a low mood for a while. The female officials who taught the girl to read were originally transferred to help deal with things. At that time, everyone thought that there would be news of a great victory one day, but they didn't expect that the final outcome would be like this. Beauty has always been a burden to the body. Who would be willing to help the country if they are meat-eaters? Wu Shuangjuan recited a poem with a sarcastic tone, causing others to look at her sideways. Baochai was also a little sad. When she first entered the palace to participate in the election, she met her cousin Yuan Chun and 3 female officials, with the current queen. She later learned from Yuan Chuan's hint that they were the 3 princesses of the previous emperor. Now recalling what happened at that time, she suddenly felt that the world is impermanent. Shen Lingru whispered, "Forget it. The masters are coming. Shuangjuan, stop talking." She Xiao also saw the masters who taught them coming together. So she also said, "I see the masters are here. Everyone go back to your seats." Among the female masters who taught the girls, the 3 of them were led by Wen Yunqin, who had been a female official and had a long career. She was also the most strict with the girls when teaching them. Shi Xiao looked at her from a distance and felt that she didn't look very good today. So she quickly asked the sisters to sit down. However, after the 3 female teachers came in, the maids of the palace followed them and brought in a zither table. When Yunqin personally took out her zither and placed it on it. There is something that happened recently, and I believe the girls all know it. Music can convey feelings. I don't have anything else to teach you today. I once learned this song from a noble in the palace. I will play this song for you. After the song ended, the girls sitting below were speechless. This ancient zither music was passionate, and there was a faint sound of golden swords. It was completely different from the songs that the girls often played when they plucked the strings in their spare time. Everyone also knew why Mr. Wen chose this song today. Because of this song, the afternoon class ended in a hurry. The girls had agreed to fly kites, but they were not in the mood. So they sat together and chatted after class. I heard that Mr. Wen once taught the princess, so he was so angry, Luo Hoji said, shaking his fan, breaking the silence. Originally, she was writing and drawing on paper to recall the song played by the master today. Shen Lingru looked up and said, "It's because of this. It can be seen that the master should have thought of the princess he taught in the past. Everyone seems to be unhappy recently. My mother told me that the noble concubine and the prince have been worried about this matter for a long time." Shi Zhao's mother, as a direct subordinate of Lin Miyue, also dealt with her a lot. She also felt that the queen was unhappy during this period. Wu Shuangyuan was also a little depressed. She packed up the things in front of her and said apologetically, "Sisters, please chat for a while. I have something to do at home, so I'll leave now." Everyone knew that Wu Shuangyuan's family was not peaceful recently. Her grandmother was bedridden and her condition had not improved. The palace also sent a medical officer and Dr. Xiao Luo to her home to treat the old lady. But there was no improvement. When she said this, everyone nodded in understanding and stood up to see her out. On the way back, Dai gently patted Bao Chai's shoulder with a round fan. Seeing Bao Chai turn around, she pulled her and said, "I have heard everything you said to me before, but I don't know how to reply. If you want to ask, just go and ask the queen." Bao Chai smiled when she heard Dai say this. "Sister, did you hear what sister she said just now? Do you want to ask me to accompany the queen to have fun?" This was a complete joke. Bao Chai knew Dai's character and was just teasing her. "You don't know how to be kind. Do you miss me so much?" Dai pretended to be angry. The two girls smiled at each other for a while before walking away hand in hand. Chapter 125. Lin Miyue wanted to refuse the idea of giving Bao Chai advice and acting as her life mentor to some extent. Lin Miyue thought that if her arrival had not disrupted everyone's fate, Bao Chai, as a little girl, could have her own ideas and write the poem "The Good Wind Relies on Its Power to Send Me to the Blue Sky," and could get along well with the sisters in the Jia family without anyone saying a bad word. Bao Chai's thoughts, ideas, and actions were completely unlike those of a girl of this age. Such a transparent character would not need her guidance. Even with Dai, who she has been in contact with quite a lot, besides indirectly helping her not to lose her parents, Lin Miyue only tried to help her explore more interests and hobbies, and did not interfere too much with her other things. But when she saw Dai looking at her with an earnest and pleading look, her defenses were gradually broken. And she agreed and thought hard for a long time before she could save some words to say. So when the two girls wanted to come to see her today, Lin Miyue thought about it, and asked someone to take them to the tea room first. This tea room in the palace is spacious and seldom disturbed. It is elegantly and comfortably decorated. Lin Miyue feels that it is easier to relax and talk about things here. It is the first time for Bao Chai to come to this tea room. Under Dai's guidance, she sat down on the cushions on the mat. The two of them sat on both sides of a small rosewood table, leaving the seat at the top for the noble concubine, who has not arrived yet. Not long after, Lin Miyue also came with Wen Lu and Wen Huai. She said a few words to them, and asked them to take some tea and snacks, and then go to the garden to walk around. There is no need to wait here all the time. She planned to talk to Bao Chai and Dai alone. "I am a little late. But school just ended? I told Wen Lu and the others to get something, so you can eat something to fill your stomach later." Lin Miyue first signaled that they didn't need to stand up and salute, and then asked this question. Lin Miyue was just looking at the newly opened shops in the palace, and the account book sent by several caravans, so she was delayed for some time. However, when she said this, she felt like an old mother waiting for her daughter to come back and talk. So she couldn't help but criticize herself in her heart. Bao Chai and Dai didn't think it was strange. For the girls who studied in the palace, the noble concubine was a popular elder. Everyone was used to her occasional concern. "Thank you, madam, for your concern. Thank you, Sister Wen Lu." Dai saw Wen Lu coming in with a tray and some things, and she also thanked her in a friendly tone. Wen Lu smiled and poured the food for the three people before bowing again. "Don't sit there for now. I specially asked them to make milk tea, and added some small ingredients in it. I don't know if you like it. There is also this snack. Don't hesitate to try it." Lin Miyue had made milk tea a long time ago. Now she took it out to entertain the girls. Even the snacks were Western desserts that she had found out from Father Baoxin. First, they washed their hands. Bao Chai and Dai were a little curious about the dark snacks on the small silver plate. Seeing Lin Miyue say so, the two of them also took a small silver spoon to taste it. Although it was a snack, Lin Miyue had someone make a very classic Western pastry. Black Forest cake. The chocolate on it was also a new thing brought by Western captains. The small piece of cake prepared by Lin Miyue was not big, and the two girls finished it quickly. After watching the two finish their food and drink a few sips of milk tea, Lin Miyue took them to the place with running water separated by a screen at the back to wash their hands and rinse their mouths again. Sitting down again, Lin Miyue handed the cushion to the two of them, cleared her throat, and asked a question. "You just used this thing. How does it taste? Do you know where it comes from?" Yu pulled Bao Chai to talk to the Empress today. Naturally, she would not interrupt. So she looked at Bao Chai and asked, I think the taste of this snack is not bad. It is a little different from the sweet and salty snacks we usually use. But where is this thing from? Do you know? Bao Chai came to Mingzhou this time. It was her uncle Wang Ziting who acted as a matchmaker between the Lin and Shui families and the Wang mansion, and let her brother Shui Pan find a job. So she also answered seriously, Your Highness, I think this should be something that an overseas merchant has presented. Lin Muyue nodded. Then do you know that? The captain of the large ship hired by this merchant is a Western woman. When this was said, both Bao Chai and Yu were a little stunned. Bao Chai's voice was a little erratic. The place where the foreign merchants are located is far away from the country, and they have to drift on the sea for a long time. How can a woman be able to take such an important position as the captain? Most of the captains who can sail to Dajing are young and strong men. Lin Muyue had also received several captains who presented rare crops before. Later, when she heard that a female captain had come to Dajing, she even summoned the person to the palace to talk for a long time. Lin Muyue looked at Bao Chai's surprised expression, and then added, Not only is she a female captain, I talked to her, and she is also ruled by a queen in her country. The female captain was named Avia, a foreign woman with red hair and blue eyes. Although she spoke the Zheng Mandarin with a slight accent, she was still able to communicate normally with Lin Muyue. Lin Muyue also found this point quite interesting. At that time, Dezheng was still prosperous. So whether it was a priest who wanted to spread the gospel or a captain and merchant who often came and went, regardless of whether their accent was pure or not, they could all speak Dezheng Mandarin. Lin Muyue actually knew that in this era, both the East and the West had many taboos about women working on ships and sailing. In the West, there was a saying that it was unlucky for women to go out to sea on ships. And there were also some rules against women in the Eastern Fleet. Avia was born in a maritime merchant family. Her father was a big businessman who made his fortune on the sea. However, because she was a woman, her father always refused to let Avia, who had a great talent for sailing, to help on the ship. Then I ran away from home. I cut my hair and joined a small fleet. At that time, we sailed along a very safe route. But the original captain of the ship was a fool. He led us off course, seeing that the hostess of this land was very interested in her experience. Avia also slowly told a few things she had experienced in the Dezheng dialect she had just learned. What happened next? Lin Muyue asked with interest. She guessed that it was Avia who saved the whole boat. Avia smiled and raised her eyebrows. There was a coward on the same boat who accidentally saw me changing clothes and knew that I was a woman. He jumped out and wanted to ask everyone to throw me overboard. Those people were praying. But after hearing what he said, they came at me again. I beat them all up, threw away the people who were supposed to go to pay tribute to the sea god, and took the remaining obedient people back to the normal route. Lin Muyue couldn't help laughing after hearing this. Although it was different from what she thought. She thought this person was really interesting, and couldn't help chatting with her for a long time. After telling the two girls about what she had talked about with Captain Avia, Lin Muyue was also a little moved when she saw Yu and Bao Chai's thoughtful expressions. Bao Chai had recovered a little at this time. She lowered her eyes and thought for a while, then raised her head and said, You also know my family's affairs. My father was also a big businessman when he was young, and it was because of this that he later registered with the Ministry of Revenue. He told me that there were female chieftains in many places in the southwest, and he had met many of them when he traded with those natives. Yu said at this time, I remember that there was a female chieftain who sent troops to help in the southwest when it was not peaceful. And the court also gave her a title and reward at that time. Lin Muyue looked at the lost look on Bao Chai's face and was also a little moved, because she heard from Shifeng that her aunt, Mrs. Shui, had planned to find a family in Mingzhou for Bao Chai to marry. Although Master Shui passed away, it was not easy for Bao Chai to marry into a wealthy family. But Mrs. Shui thought that the local wealthy merchants also had strict family traditions and promising children, and it would be good if she could marry her daughter there. The wives and grandmothers of these families were also well informed. Bao Chai could study in the girls' school in the palace. So regardless of her family background, she must be very outstanding. Especially since Shenlin Gru and Luo Hoji studied at the same time as Bao Chai. These two families knew more. For example, this Miss Shui had some connections with the current queen. Even though they were far away in Mingzhou, this relationship was not useless. These two families could have relatives who were officials. These ladies would either go to see the queen or mention them when Xianqiu presented a congratulatory letter to the queen. As long as the queen still remembered this person, the subordinates would flatter her, and the family would benefit greatly. So after talking with Shifeng, Lin Miyue knew that Mrs. Shui had been to Shen and Luo's houses to listen to operas and appreciate flowers. Bao Chai was neither old nor young at the moment. Lin Miyue guessed that Mrs. Shui was not in a hurry to marry her daughter off, but was preparing to choose a good match now, and send her daughter off in 1 or 2 years. So she was willing to let her study more in the palace and socialize more. If you want to do something for yourself, you can come to me. I welcome you at any time. Lin Miyue looked at Bao Chai, knowing that she should also know that her mother was planning to arrange a marriage for her. But it was not easy to tell the two girls about this, so she just made such a promise. This was also a decision that Lin Miyue made after struggling for a long time. She also knew that the two families that Mrs. Shui had contacted did have some good children. If Bao Chai got married, it would not be a bad thing from the current perspective. But she looked at Bao Chai, who seemed to have changed, and after a while of arguing with the two villains in her heart, she still said this. Bao Chai was not unaware of her mother's plan, but the more places she traveled and the more people she met, the more she didn't want to get married in such a hurry. When she heard what the noble concubine said today, Bao Chai's mind moved. She knew what this meant, so she immediately replied, I understand. Thank you, madam. Chapter 126. The pond in the backyard of the palace not only has a pond of koi of various colors, but also has several turtles swimming leisurely by the pond or stretching their necks to look around. Lin Miyue strolled to the pond, and the turtles did not hide, so she turned around and plucked a leaf from the pond to play with the turtles. When Huai went to get fish food, Wenlu followed Lin Miyue and watched her actions and felt speechless, thinking that the queen was really childish when she was childish. Soon, she saw Wen Huai coming from not far away and said quickly, My queen, Wen Huai is back with something. Let's go to the waterside pavilion to watch the fish for a while. Lin Miyue leaned against the fence of the waterside pavilion and took the small red lacquer box from Wen Huai. She threw down the fish food and saw the koi slowly gathering around. It seems that the people in charge of this place are diligent. When feeding the fish in the palace before, the fish would jump out of the pond to fight for the food. Wenlu was quick-witted and said directly, Since Madame Yi took charge, these people have. Fearing Grandma's decisiveness and sharp tongue, I work harder. Lin Miyue laughed. She knew the ability and prestige of Shifeng, the housekeeper, but she really didn't expect that she would be so comfortable in the palace. It seems that Zhang Qianzhen and Yunxia have two good tempers. It's just that someone like Shifeng can calm you down. It's a pity that she can't work now. Fortunately, all the things have been sorted out. When Lord Zhang and Sister Yunxia get angry, they are also very majestic, but Madame Yi is a different kind, asked Luixio. Zhang Qianzhen and Yunxia were both female officials from the palace. People in the palace pay attention to rules and etiquette. Even if they are angry, they have to follow the rules and laws to suppress others. So the people who were brought out from the palace before were fine. Many people who came into the mansion later were sneaky and sly. After being caught, they cried and begged, and threw out many tricks that these two had never seen. At this time, Wang Shifeng showed some skills. Although she started to try to read and practice calligraphy after getting engaged to the Lin family, she usually cultivated her character with this. But she was a hot-tempered person after all, so she was merciless to these cunning villains. Since then, no one in the mansion dared to look down on this young lady. After listening to Wenlu's words, Lin Miyue finally realized the tricks involved. They all say to cultivate oneself and manage the family. I have been busy these days, and have paid less attention to the affairs of the mansion. Fortunately, you are taking care of these things. There are not many affairs in the mansion. When the prince marries a princess, and there is a little prince and a little princess, it will be lively, and we will be really busy. After Lin Miyue finished speaking, Zhang Qianzhen walked over slowly and bowed and said, Zhang Qianzhen watched Cheng Yu being born and growing up. It was fine when she was in the palace. After Lin Miyue took Cheng Yu to the barbarian, she was always worried about her prince's marriage. Lin Miyue turned around with a helpless look on her face. Sister Zhang is here. Why don't you wear a cloak? It's a bit cold near the water at this time. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Zhang Qianzhen knew that Lin Miyue was talking about something else, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only continue to ask Lin Miyue for advice on some serious matters. After the two finished talking about business, Lin Muyue said. Shifeng's situation is special these days, and it's not good to bother her with trivial matters. Sister Zhang and Yunxia should take care of the things in the mansion. Zhang Ginjin also quickly agreed. Very much. Madame Yi is very busy now, but she is a person who can't sit still, so you should go and talk to her. Regarding Shifeng's matter, Zhang Ginjin pulled Lin Muyue to talk about the need to arrange a marriage for the prince as soon as possible, and the need for a proper mistress in the mansion. Daiyu and Baochai came together to talk to the noble concubine, and when they returned, they went out together. However, after passing through a few doors, there was a person in pink waiting by the wall. Baochai smiled at Daiyu with a hint of apology, saying, I have an appointment to keep. I have decided to visit Sister Feng today. Daiyu also knew about the relationship between Baochai and Shifeng, so she replied, Okay. I heard that Sister Feng has been feeling unwell recently. I wanted to go see her, but I have never had the time. Sister, please bring my greetings to her today. After Baochai nodded, the two said goodbye to each other. Baochai followed Pinger in pink to Shifeng's yard. Baochai was surprised to see Pinger dressed in pink. Why is Sister Ping wearing such a dress? When she saw the pink-dressed person standing by the screen wall, Baochai thought it was the little maid next to Sister Feng. But when she got closer, she found it was Pinger. The material of the dress was good, but the color was too pink, not the color Pinger usually liked to wear. Pinger also lifted the hem of her skirt and looked at it. It's our young lady. She had been looking for the material for a long time. I don't know why she said it was beautiful. I thought she was going to make a small dress with it, so I agreed. I didn't know what she was thinking. She actually made a dress for me. Pinger was speechless when she saw the pink color that was even pinker than the peach blossoms in spring. After taking it back, she embroidered a large piece of white magnolia and brown branches on the hem of her skirt to show off her beauty. But she was very embarrassed when she wore it. Baochai thought about how smart and capable Sister Feng was usually. But now that she was pregnant, she started to act silly. How is Sister Feng? Mom said that when she came to visit Sister, she had severe morning sickness. So I wanted to come and see her today when I had time. Hearing Baochai's concern for Shifeng's health, Pinger smiled. She's been fine recently. The queen came to see her before and said that if she ate some local flavors, she might feel better. So she found a cook who could cook Beijing-style dishes. The woman could also make some pickles that people in Beijing often eat. Grandma really felt much better after using them. Wang Shifeng's health was pretty good, and she was at the right age when she got pregnant, although she had been a little tired before. After the doctor's diagnosis, she was forced by Lin Muyue and everyone else to rest so that she wouldn't worry too much. So, apart from being tormented by morning sickness for a while, she gradually recovered her health. Although she was going to visit her elder sister, Baochai still went to visit Mrs. Liang in the courtyard first. Mrs. Liang took her to praise her granddaughter-in-law for a while, and then let Baochai go to visit her elder sister. When they arrived at the courtyard where Wang Shifeng lived, Baochai and Pinger heard Shifeng's voice coming from inside before they entered the house. The taste of these candied plums is not fresh enough. It would be better if fresh green plums came down in a while. Seeing Baochai and Pinger coming back, a clever little maid hurried to open the curtain to let the two in. Miss Bao. Miss Ping. Please. Shifeng was lying on the couch in the inner room, covered with a small blanket. When she saw someone coming in, she wanted to get up, but Baochai and Pinger hurried over to push her back. We are all sisters. Sister Feng. Please don't be polite. I was ordered to come and see you. I have troubled you. Mom will blame me when I go back. Baochai saw Wang Shifeng lying down and said with a smile. The little maid who was listening to Wang Shifeng's words in the room also quickly moved 2 stools. Baochai and Pinger also sat down to talk. Thank you, Aunt, for thinking about me. Is she doing well recently? How is your brother? Wang Shifeng also asked about the recent situation of her aunt's family. Baochai usually studied in the Wang mansion, and the two of them met often, so she didn't ask Baochai again. Baochai also answered with a smile, and at the same time passed on some words of concern that Mrs. Shui had told her to show to Shifeng. This child came suddenly, and I was not prepared. Fortunately, the queen and the grandmother-in-law both cared about me. Now I just have to take good care of myself and this child. Wang Shifeng herself did not drink tea much after she became pregnant. She ordered someone to serve Baochai this year's new tea, and she drank a cup of red date water. Baochai had just met Mrs. Liang, and knew that she was a very kind lady. She was also very kind to the girls before. And she also gave the girls snacks that her own people were good at. Pinger also smiled and said, Madam likes to go to the temple. This time our grandmother is pregnant. And she has been to the temple to burn incense several times. Madame Liang was born into a noble family. The women in her family believed in these things very much. So she came to this place where famous temples and ancient temples gather in the south. She doesn't like to do anything else on weekdays. But she always likes to burn incense everywhere. This time her granddaughter-in-law is pregnant. And Madame Liang is also very happy, seeing that Wang Shifeng is not feeling well. She often goes to the nearby temple to burn incense and pray for Buddha's blessing these days, in addition to inviting doctors and training cooks. After hearing these words today, I can go back and learn them for my mother. She always misses my sister. So this time she can rest assured. Bao Chai had heard many words from Mrs. Liang praising Sister Feng. And now she saw Sister Feng smile from the inside out. So she knew that she must be living a very good life. So she was happy for her from the bottom of her heart. Mrs. Shui and her niece were actually far apart. And if they really talked about their feelings, it might not be that deep. But the Shui family was now tied to the ship of the king of Wu's mansion. And Wang Shifeng married the king of Wu's in-laws. So Mrs. Shui also tried to get closer to her niece. Wang Shifeng was not unaware of her aunt's intentions. But Mrs. Shui was very polite. When she was a child and lived in her uncle's house, as long as there was Shiming in the Shui family's annual gifts, hers would definitely be included. And the gifts would definitely be the same without any distinction of high or low. So at this time, she was willing to interact with her aunt. After the two sisters chatted for a while, Bao Chai saw that it was getting late. So she also got up politely and said goodbye. Wang Shifeng also asked Pinger to send Sister Shui out. In the governor's mansion, Lin Hai and his wife were sitting opposite each other playing chess to relax. Seeing that the chess game changed completely after her husband made a move, Jiamin twisted a chess piece in her hand and thought for a while before making it. Unfortunately, the chess piece that was placed after repeated thinking did not reverse the decline. Lin Hai placed another piece, and Jiamin threw all the chess pieces back into the bamboo chess basket. I lost, and my husband's chess skills have improved again. It's not that my chess skills have improved. Madam is thinking about something in her mind, and is not focusing on the chessboard. Lin Hai smiled and pointed out Jiamin's state directly. In fact, Jiamin is very good at chess. In the past, when the couple played chess, Lin Hai also had to concentrate fully to avoid losing. Today, he defeated his wife in a short time. So he said this. Jiamin glanced at the Western clock in the room, and saw that it was still a while before her daughter came back on weekdays. So she said, That's right. I went to the Shen family to attend the flower banquet hosted by Mrs. Shen recently. When I heard Mrs. Shen say that she was going to arrange a marriage for Linbru, I thought of our Daiyu. Chapter 127. Lin Hai was originally tidying up the chessboard in front of him. When he heard what his wife said, his hand paused. After putting the chess piece in his hand back into the chess basket, his movements also stopped. After thinking for a while, he asked, Madam, do you have a good candidate? When Jiamin heard what her husband said, a trace of worry appeared on her face. If there was a candidate, I wouldn't have to worry so much. In fact, Jiamin originally wanted to get closer to her mother's family, the Jia family. After all, Lin Hai had already intended to be transferred to the capital. So when she learned that her second brother's family had a good-looking and talented little brother in history books, she quietly kept this idea for the future. However, Lin Hai's job transfer was full of twists and turns. Jiamin was not a woman who was not familiar with the affairs of the previous dynasty. She knew that her husband would hardly return to Beijing in this lifetime. At most, he could return to Beijing after retiring. So the marriage between her daughter and her parents in Beijing was naturally not possible. Now Jiamin watched her daughter grow up, and she began to worry about her future. She also heard that the girl who studied with her daughter had found a home. So she was uneasy when playing chess today. Lin Hai was really open-minded. I have my own ideas in my heart. You, as a mother, can't bear to part with Daiyu. How can I, as a father, be willing to do so? So I thought of finding a son-in-law for Daiyu. In this way, the child will be in front of you and me in the future, and we can rest assured. But the men who can be married into the family, I always feel that Daiyu will not look down on these people. Jiamin knew about the method of marrying into the family, but she felt that the qualifications of the men who were willing to marry into the family now might not be what her daughter could look up to. Madam, don't worry. I have also noticed several poor scholars with good character. I am not a pedantic father. I will definitely let Dayu get along with them, and let her choose one she likes. Lin Hai added hurriedly. Lin Hai really thought it was a good idea to let his son-in-law marry into the family. His daughter was the one that the couple had been looking forward to for so many years, since he and his wife were reluctant to let her marry out. It was a good idea to directly invite a son-in-law for their only daughter to continue the Lin family's incense. Another advantage of inviting a son-in-law is that the son-in-law always lives with his father-in-law. Lin Hai has the confidence to protect his daughter and son-in-law. Whether the son-in-law wants to be a free and easy scholar or wants to become an official, Lin Hai can pave the way for his son-in-law. Jia Min looked at her husband's confident look and hesitated to speak. After thinking for a while, she said directly, "Do you still remember the teacher who taught you to read before?" Lin Hai was stunned. Jia Shifei. I wrote him a business card and asked him to take it to an older brother. I think he should have got a job or two. Did something happen to him? Dayu had been studying in the mansion before, and Lin Hai also carefully invited a teacher for his daughter when Dayu was going to study in the palace, because he felt a little sorry and saw that Jia Shifei was a talent. He also gave him his business card and asked him to find a job at another chief official in the governor's office. The Lin family changed a lot later. Jia Shifei had received some letters from him, but later he stopped hearing from them. Lin Hai did not expect anything in return, so he did not take it seriously. Unexpectedly, he heard about this man again from his wife today. Jia Min tried to speak tactfully. That man committed some crimes and has been dismissed from his post. After Jia Yutun left his post, he exchanged letters with Lin Hai again. These letters were first sent to Lin's wife Jia Min. Jia Min remembered this man in her heart, seeing that the envelope was written by Mr. Lin and his wife. She knew that the other party was writing in the capacity of a teacher of the Lin family's daughters. So she opened the letter and read it first. Knowing that her husband had thought that this gentleman was talented, Jia Min tried to only talk about the matter, without mixing in her own emotions and judgments. Seeing her husband's gloomy expression after hearing what she said, Jia Min said, "It's not that I don't trust my husband's judgment of people, but this gentleman, if the subordinates are not good, they can be replaced. But if there is a problem with the son-in-law in the future, can he be let go so simply? Nowadays, aristocratic families and even relatives like to intermarry with each other. One of the reasons is that these famous families know each other, whether it is marrying a daughter or marrying a wife. They know each other's family and personal character. In this way, it is not easy to have big problems when marrying two surnames." After listening to his wife's words, Lin Hai thought about the young scholars he had taken a fancy to, and was a little hesitant. The couple sat opposite each other in silence, but the sound from outside the door disturbed the silence in the room. After hearing the maid say that his daughter had returned, Lin Hai hurriedly continued to put away the scattered chess pieces on the chessboard, and Jia Min also turned her head to look out through the rosewood partition. When Dayu came in, she saw her parents cleaning up the mess. After paying her respects, she curiously leaned over to take a look. However, the chessboard had been cleaned up by Lin Hai so that she could not see the direction of the game. So she just asked curiously, "But did I interrupt your chess game with your mother?" Lin Hai saw that his daughter was still thinking about what the couple had just discussed, so he did not answer for a while. Jia Min asked her daughter to sit next to her. "No, we have already played a few games. We are just waiting for you to come back and have dinner together." After dinner, Dayu accompanied her mother to take a walk in the mansion to digest the food. Even if Jia Min was still struggling, she felt that it was not appropriate to talk to her daughter about her marriage. So when Dayu said goodbye and left, Lin Hai went to the study in the front yard to handle official business, before pulling his mother next to him to continue talking to her for a few words. "It's a pity that the families I know are all in Beijing. It's hard to find a family for Dayu to visit in Beijing now." Jia Min held a book in her hand and turned a page after a long while. She was still thinking about her daughter. The old lady was also from the Jia mansion. She looked at the lady's expression and said carefully, "After all, the old lady is still alive in Beijing, and the two masters and wives are the young lady's uncles and aunts. If the lady really wants to marry the girl back to Beijing, it is not impossible." Jia Min shook her head. "Mother is fine. She must love you very much. My two brothers don't care about family affairs. My sisters-in-law have their own grandchildren. No matter how much they take care of this niece, it is limited." Jia Min knew about the people in the Jia family. Her mother always loved her. If she sent Dayu back to Beijing to marry with the old relatives, Her mother would definitely help with the wedding and protect her in the future. But her mother was old after all. How could she, as a daughter, worry about her so much? As for the two sisters-in-law, Jiamin felt that if the eldest sister-in-law was still alive, she could still trust them. But now she was worried about these two. Dayu's brother and sister-in-law of the same generation were reliable. But as they were of the same generation, it was not easy for them to help out and support her when something happened. I have an idea in my heart, but I don't know what my husband thinks, and whether you're as willing to do it. Jiamin seemed to turn her eyes back to the book, but her eyes gradually drifted away. Confucius said, governing with virtue is like the North Star, which stays in its place and is shared by all the stars. Lin Miyue was bored in the evening and picked up a book to read. After seeing this sentence, she couldn't help but say to Yunxia beside her, the words of the saints can be used as a reference. If this person is immoral in his administration, it is easy to gather villains. Yunxia was embroidering a silk handkerchief on the side. Although she was a first-class embroiderer, she had not used the needlework for a long time. It was because Lin Miyue felt that the new dress was missing a silk handkerchief, and she disliked that others did not embroider well. So she asked Yunxia to embroider it again. Your Majesty, please take care of your own affairs. You still don't know why Zhang Ginjun likes to talk to you about the prince these days. Right? It was our wife who sent a letter from the capital. Mr. Zhang now has someone to rely on. Yunxia also knew who Her Majesty was mocking. She didn't think it was a big deal to say a few harsh words to the emperor. She was just thinking about her own affairs and trying to help Zhang Ginjun. Lin Miyue thought to herself that she had just made a promise to someone secretly that he could come to work for her without getting married, but now she had to face the pressure to get married for her son. I'm just observing what type of girl Changyu likes. Marriage is a big deal, so don't take it lightly, Lin Miyue said, and then pretended to continue reading. Yunxia knew her own queen too well. She snorted and continued to ask, did you observe anything? In fact, Yunxia felt that Lin Miyue was just making excuses. She also helped Madame Wang and Zhang Ginjun to persuade the queen, because she was also worried that the prince would keep dragging his feet and not getting married. It would be bad if the capital finally granted a marriage at will. So she couldn't help feeling discouraged when she saw her own queen playing tricks. You dare to ask after hearing what I said. Lin Miyue put the book on the small table beside her, and tapped Yunxia with her finger. However, Lin Miyue smiled mysteriously after she finished joking. As a mother, don't I know what that boy is thinking? I didn't pay attention before, but I have been asking him about it in a roundabout way these days. So of course, I know what type of girl he likes. Seeing Yunxia's eyes widen in surprise, Lin Miyue threw a smug look at her, and Yunxia immediately took the bait. Then, what kind of girls does the prince like? You said that, but he already has a girl he likes? Changyu, who was reading in the study, sneezed. His action startled Maokai, who was dozing off. Maokai woke up with a start and stood up to ask, does the prince think? It's a bit cold. Would you like me to close the window a little? Changyu got up and washed his hands in the basin on the basin rack beside him. Nothing. If you are sleepy, go and rest first. There are still some things here. I plan to rest after reading them. Maokai hurried over to close the remaining windows, and smiled a little embarrassedly. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I just couldn't help but close my eyes for a while. Please continue to be busy. The windows in the study were also inlaid with glass and wooden frames. The moon outside was also bright in the sky. Changyu looked at the long shadow cast by Maokai when he closed the window, and suddenly thought of the sentence dancing with the shadows. It seems like I am not in a human world. Then he laughed at himself for reading too many poems and songs recently. And now, he could suddenly come up with a poem in his mind when he saw anything. Maokai closed the window and turned around to look at the prince sitting there and laughing. He was quite puzzled. He had good eyesight. He saw that what was on the prince's desk was not some urgent official document, but a few volumes of poetry. He thought to himself that maybe the prince had suddenly had some divine opportunity and suddenly became enlightened, and could laugh so happily at poems and lyrics that he had not been very interested in before. Chapter 128. Dayu took the cloak and put it on herself, and went out of the courtyard with the maids. It was spring, and the girls who were studying in the Palace Girls' School also had holidays. She was on holiday that day and her father was on holiday, so the family of three planned to go on an outing. Lin Hai himself could ride a horse, and after leaving the city, he got off the carriage and rode around the carriage. Dayu was a little envious of her father riding a horse, and saw that there were not many pedestrians on the road. So she also went to the window to talk to her father. When Jiamin was young, her father and uncle held important positions in the army and had learned to ride horses. So when they saw their daughter like this, they said, Do you want to ride a horse? There is no pony at home. If you like it, you should ask your father to find a pony suitable for you. When we were studying in the palace before, the queen also said that she wanted to add a course like riding and archery for us. But Lin Ru and the others were not very interested. In the end, the queen did not force it. Dayu herself was quite interested in riding horses. When she heard her mother say this, she thought of a previous incident. In fact, Jiamin also felt that there were not many girls who were interested in these things. But since her daughter liked them, she also kept this in mind. In that case, we can learn it at home. But you have to learn it during your rest time. And I am afraid that you will be tired. It's good to relax after studying. And my daughter is just learning a little bit, not wanting to become a female general who is skilled in archery and horse riding. When Dayu heard her mother's agreement, she also went over and leaned her head on her mother's shoulder and said coquettishly, It is a good time to go outing in the spring, and to visit famous mountains and ancient temples. Lin Hai and his family also went to the famous Buddhist temple Fatong Temple nearby to burn incense. Dayu got off the carriage and followed her mother in a cloak. Fatong Temple was very popular. The day chosen by the Lin family was sunny. Although the temple was built in the mountains, it was still crowded with tourists. The monk in charge of reception in the temple naturally knew Lin Hai, the governor, so he put his hands together and saluted when he saw someone coming. Amitabha. Mr. Lin. I am honored. The three members of the Lin family also put their hands together and saluted in return. Lin Hai asked again, Hello, young master. May I ask if the abbot Huaiji is free? Lin would like to take his family to visit the master first. Master Huaiji of Fatong Temple was not only proficient in Buddhism, but also familiar with Confucian classics. He was a talent who studied both Confucianism and Buddhism. Whenever Lin Hai came here, he liked to visit Master Huaiji first, whether it was listening to the master's lecture or just sitting and drinking tea. This had become a habit of Lin Hai. Unfortunately, as soon as Lin Hai finished speaking today, the young monk smiled apologetically. It's a coincidence that the master is entertaining guests. Mr. Lin, why don't you go to worship Buddha first or go to the back mountain to enjoy some fun? Jia Min didn't come here often. But when she heard the monk in charge of reception say that the abbot had politely rejected her family's request, she thought to herself that this visitor must be of great importance. Lin Hai then spoke a few more words to the monk, and then went to the various halls in the temple with his wife and daughter to burn incense. Along with her parents, Dayu worshipped several halls one by one. She looked up at the compassionate statue of Guanyin and the angry-looking Arhat in the hall and lost her mind for a moment. She quickly lowered her head, clasped her hands together, and chanted a Buddhist mantra, leaning against the railing and enjoying the mountain breeze. Dayu felt extremely refreshed and comfortable. Fatong Temple was built on a mountain. She worshipped from the Guanyin Hall all the way to the main hall. She looked out at the surrounding mountains from the top of the mountain, and felt a bit like looking down on all the mountains. Seeing her daughter like this, Jia Min couldn't help but say, That's the wind outlet. Come here and take a rest after a while. Dayu smiled and hurried back to her parents. I know. Mother. I'm wearing a cloak, so I won't catch a cold. In fact, when worshipping Buddha in various halls, Dayu should have felt comfortable and relaxed when she smelled the sandalwood scent and heard the jingling of the bells. But she always felt a little uneasy in her heart. Now that she reached the top of the mountain, she felt much better, so she couldn't help but stay by the railing for a while. Lin Hai was sitting nearby. Seeing that Jia Min and Dayu were in high spirits, he asked, There is a wonderful purple bamboo forest in this temple. The lush bamboo forest is very quiet and elegant. There is also a small pavilion where you can take a rest. Do you want to go there to rest for a while? Dayu said. Purple bamboo comes from Mount Putu in the South China Sea. It is highly respected by Buddhists. Now we have planted it here. We can see that it is different from ordinary green bamboo. The Lin family also has a bamboo forest. Dayu had read the flora from the west before. She knew that Father Baoxin was quite knowledgeable in painting. She asked him many Western painting techniques, and drew many black and white sketches of her own bamboo. Lin Hai had also seen his daughter's paintings, so he smiled and said, After today's visit, we can expect you to produce another masterpiece. You heard her father say this. Her eyes changed and she smiled and said, "It's not enough to just look at it for a while. If you want to draw a good picture, you must have some purple bamboo at home to look at every day." Lin Hai laughed. Okay. If you like, why not plant some at home? In the small courtyard where the abbot lived. Chung Yu felt that he had gained a lot after listening to the master's lecture. He came today to apologize to the master on behalf of Mrs. Liang. Mrs. Liang and Master Huiji had agreed to come to listen to the lecture today, but she suddenly felt unwell and was unable to go. Chung Yu had originally planned to go out with his cousin Lin Jingyi to enjoy the spring, but Mrs. Liang was not feeling well, and Lin Jingyi wanted to stay home with his grandmother to rest. So Chung Yu thought about it, and decided to go to Fatong Temple to apologize to the old abbot in person, and also to relax and enjoy the spring. Master Huiji was indeed a wise man. Although he knew Chung Yu's identity, he did not flatter him. Instead, he read him a few scriptures and gave him some advice, persuading him to be diligent in cultivating virtue, and to be compassionate and do more good deeds. Knowing what the master said, Chung Yu also sat quietly and listened to Master Huiji's lecture. The morning passed like flowing water. Chung Yu later saw the sun getting higher and the room getting brighter. Master Huiji also showed some fatigue, so he stood up and said goodbye. "Thank you for your guidance, Master. It's already this time. I still want to go around the temple. Master, you can rest for a while." Master Huiji saw that the young prince could still sit still after listening to him talk about the scriptures for a whole morning. So he smiled and said, "Here are a few volumes of scriptures that I copied by hand. I have been chanting in front of the Buddha for a long time. I need to ask the prince to take them back to give to Mr. Liang. There are also excellent vegetarian dishes in the temple. Your Majesty, why don't you try some?" He stood up and put his hands together to bow to the old abbot. Chung Yu took the scriptures handed over by Master Huiji. After thanking him, Master Huiji also said that he wanted to see him off. So the two of them went out together. Maokai sat in the room next to him with Ma Qianhu, who was acting as a guard today. Ma Qianhu was silent. Maokai talked to the little monk next to Master Huiji. In particular, Maokai saw that the little monk had delicate features and fair complexion, and spoke in an orderly manner. He felt that he did not look like a little monk, but a young master from a certain family. So he was a little curious about him. Seeing the prince and the abbot coming out of the abbot's room together, Maokai, Ma Qianhu, and the little monk went to greet them. The little monk went to his master's side obediently, and said goodbye to the people opposite with his master. Chung Yu also glanced at the little monk, and then took Maokai to say goodbye. Maokai followed the footsteps of his prince, and said in a nagging voice, "Did the prince also notice this little master? I just talked with him for a long time, and I am familiar with this temple. Where does the prince want to go? I will lead the way for you." It was the first time for several people to come to Fatong Temple. Before leaving, Maokai did not find a chance to ask the people around Mrs. Liang about the situation in the temple. Just now, he talked to the little master beside the abbot to find out about the things in the temple. Chung Yu looked at Maokai's confident look, and said, "Master Huiji just mentioned the vegetarian food in this temple to me. It can be seen that the cooking skills of the monks in this temple are quite good. Let's go and taste it first." "Okay. Please go this way." "Young master, Maokai is really a talented person. He only talked to the little monk for a while, and he seemed to know the layout of this temple very well." He took Chung Yu to one side with full confidence. Unfortunately, Maokai's second-hand information seemed inaccurate. Or maybe he remembered the wrong way. Chung Yu felt that the three of them were getting more and more remote, and looking at the thin purple bamboo growing around them, he asked Maokai suspiciously, "Are you sure this is the way to the guest house, where you can eat vegetarian food? Why do I feel that we are getting more and more remote?" Ma Qianhu also looked around with some caution, his hand on the handle of the knife. "Are you sure that the road the little monk said is right? Or did you take the wrong way?" Maokai was chatting with the little monk just now, and it was like he was talking about the sky and the ground. Ma Qianhu was listening carefully at first, but later he couldn't stand the two people talking about the catfish in the temple one sentence, and the next sentence was about where Xiao was from before he became a monk. So he just let himself go and rest for a while. Maokai also looked around in confusion. "No, I remember that the young master said so." "TSK. Old Ma, what do you mean by putting your hand on the knife? Don't you trust me?" Ma Qianhu ignored Maokai, protected the prince behind him, and walked in front. "This place is remote, and it is not suitable to go forward. Master, let's go back the same way. Chengyu looked into the distance and said, don't be too nervous. You see there is a courtyard wall over there. We should still be in the temple. We just went off the road. We won't. There is no danger. Captain Ma's eyesight was also good. He looked into the distance for a while, and saw the temple's courtyard wall. He was relieved. I was too worried. Mouth Eye said at this time. You are alert. Sir. It is my fault. Master. Let's go back and ask a master for directions. Captain Ma pointed him out. Mouth Eye felt the wind in the bamboo forest was chilly, and there was the rustling sound of bamboo leaves in the wind. He shuddered and thought that he had done something wrong. Well, it's not that you remembered the wrong way. I guess that little monk is new to the temple. It's possible that he pointed the wrong way. Chengyu saw that the little monk was very dependent on Master Huiji just now, and guessed that he might have just come here to become a monk and practice. So he didn't blame Mouth Eye now. As the three were talking, there was a sound of footsteps walking on bamboo leaves coming from deep in the bamboo forest. Ma Qianhu's expression changed, and he became alert again. Mouth Eye also hurried to protect the prince. But Captain Ma listened carefully for a while, and said with some doubt, it's not just footsteps. It seems there are also women talking. These people don't try to hide themselves. What do you think, young master? Chengyu thought for a while and said, since there are women and they are not sneaking around, they should be just pilgrims. Maybe they are also lost. We should wait a while and remind them. If women travel together, they must have relatives or family members. Servants. We don't have to worry about bumping into them. Chapter 129. Because they were going to play in the purple bamboo forest, Lin Hai and Jiamin first took their daughter back to the guest house, brought along their family and mother, and the maids went into the bamboo forest. When they went back, Lin Hai and the servant walked behind, Jiamin and Daiyu walked in front, surrounded by their mother and the maids. This purple bamboo is thin and not very good when seen alone, but it is quite interesting when it forms a bamboo forest, Daiyu said to her mother. Jiamin, on the other hand, loved the stone Buddha statues with compassionate eyes and eyebrows in the bamboo forest. It is said that Guanzizi Bodhisattva first practiced in Luijia Mountain, and then opened a temple in Putua Mountain to save sentient beings. Purple bamboo is what Bodhisattva loves, so it is planted in both temples. The statue of Guanyin in the bamboo forest is carved with a solemn appearance, which is really a matter of fate. Daiyu also felt that the Buddha statue in the bamboo forest was more ancient and Zen, which was more authentic than the gold-plated Buddha statues with gems and other decorations that she had seen in the main hall just now. There are also flowers in front of the Buddha statue, which shows that the masters in this temple are very pious. Daiyu saw that although the stone Buddha statues had some traces of erosion by wind and rain, they were dust-free and had fresh flowers as tributes, which showed that the people in this temple still took very good care of them. That's true. You observe very carefully. After hearing her daughter's words, Jiamin recalled the Buddha statue she had just seen. It was true. She couldn't help but smile and sighed at her daughter's meticulous observation. As the mother and daughter were talking, a gust of wind blew through the bamboo forest, causing the leaves to rustle. A few leaves were blown down by the wind, and by coincidence, they fell into Daiyu's hair. Jiamin saw that the leaf was not a yellow fallen leaf, but a green bamboo leaf that looked quite delicate in her daughter's hair, as if it was specially pinned there. This leaf fell so delicately. I can't bear to help you or take it down. Lin Hai also walked to his wife and daughter at this time, and happened to hear what his wife said. He smiled when he saw his daughter. Very well. Our Yuri is dressed neatly today, and this bamboo leaf really suits her. Knowing that they were going to the Buddhist temple in the mountains today, Daiyu naturally did not dress up. She was an unmarried girl, so she simply combed her hair into a bun and fixed it with a light jade hairpin, and tied the hair hanging down at the back with a hair band, with a yellow top and a green skirt. The bamboo leaves falling in her hair really added some excitement to her outfit. Although she said so, Jiamin still signaled the mother beside her to help her daughter take off the bamboo leaves on her head. Xueyan, who was following Daiyu, also went to help Daiyu tidy up her hair. Looking at the bamboo leaves in the mother's hand, Daiyu said again, what a coincidence. Mom, please give me this bamboo leaf. I will take it back as a souvenir. The old mother smiled and said, okay, but the edges of this bamboo leaf are sharp. You should be careful when you hold it. Daiyu nodded to thank the mother for her kindness. and took the bamboo leaves in front of her eyes. She felt that these leaves were indeed dense and sparse, with a natural elegance. No wonder her parents said so just now. Because of this little episode, Lin Hai actually walked ahead of his wife and daughter. The three of them walked forward for a while. After turning a corner, Lin Hai actually saw three people standing in front of him. He was slightly stunned and squinted his eyes to look at them. Dayu followed her father's gaze, and was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that she and her parents would meet acquaintances when they went out. Here, Chengyu, Ma Qianhu and Mao Kai waited for a while. They heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. From time to time, they saw a group of servants surrounding the three people. Mao Kai was feeling regretful for messing up a little. But he perked up again when he saw the people across from him. Young master. Look! Aren't those Lord Lin and Madam Lin? And Miss Lin? Captain Ma was completely relaxed at this time. He found Mao Cai's attentiveness funny and interesting. He thought that this man was indeed from the palace. He changed his face so quickly. He couldn't help but tease. Eunuch Mao Cai has a good eye. Mao Cai was choked. He glared at Captain Ma and replied in a sarcastic tone. Master Captain is alert. It's a pity that this is the foot of the Buddha. How could there be any scoundrels acting so recklessly here, sir? You don't have to be so nervous. Chengyu was also a little surprised when he looked at the person opposite him, but the person opposite him probably recognized who was on his side. He looked at the people walking towards him quickly, and hurriedly coughed to interrupt the quarrel between the two subordinates. Okay, stop talking. Sir Lin and the others are here. Lin Hai was also confused when he looked at the person opposite him. It was really strange that the prince didn't go out of the city to ride horses and drink in his spare time at this age, but came to the Buddhist temple to worship Buddha. But although he thought so, he still hurried forward with his wife and daughter. Seeing Lord Lin and his family coming, Chengyu also took a few steps forward. When the family opposite and their servants wanted to salute, he quickly said, We are in the Buddhist temple today, so there is no need to talk about these worldly etiquettes. Lin Hai also responded readily. Thank you, Your Majesty. Buddhism talks about fate. Today, I see that it is indeed the case. It just happens that I met you here. Chengyu looked at the lady and Dayu behind Lin Hai. Your Majesty, what you said makes sense. Madam Lin is well. Miss Lin is well. Except for the first few more formal banquets. Lin Muyua later went out to play with the girls, or held small banquets, such as flower banquets in the mansion. She didn't like to bring the ladies with her. Although Chengyu had met Jia Min before, it was rare for him to talk to her face to face today. He did not expect that the prince would take the initiative to greet him and his daughter. Jia Min was a little stunned. After she reacted, she said politely, Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Dayu did not say anything, but bowed slightly to show her etiquette. Lin Hai felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. So he said, Your Majesty, did you come here to take a walk because you think the bamboo forest here is quiet and peaceful? If you want to go shopping again, then we will take our leave. Chengyu shook his head slightly. That's not the case. I originally wanted to go to the guest house to taste the vegetarian food in this temple, but unfortunately I took the wrong road. Lin Hai was a little confused when he heard King Wu say this. He also wanted to eat vegetarian food in the guest house. If he came alone, he would definitely ask for an invitation. But he came with his wife and daughter today, so he was a little unsure whether he should invite the King of Wu to join him. Seeing her husband speechless, Jia Min spoke first. This is a coincidence. My wife and I are also going to the guest house to have vegetarian food. Why don't you come with us, Your Majesty? In fact, when the couple went out together, Jia Min was not good at making decisions on her own. So Lin Hai was a little confused when he saw that his wife wanted to invite him before him. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was nothing. So he just followed his wife's words. That's right. There are many believers in this temple today. The guest house should be less occupied at this time. It would be more convenient if we come together. Would Your Majesty be willing to honor us? Lin Hai continued to invite. Chengyu smiled gently. Since the madam and the adults have already invited us, I dare not refuse. Please. It was clearly a normal smile. King Wu would also show such a smile to show respect to the wise men when he saw them. But Lin Hai always felt that the smile on King Wu's face was a little different from what he saw on weekdays. But he didn't think too much about it. He asked the servant beside him to lead the way, and everyone went to the guest house together. Dayu watched the prince and her father walking in front of her. For some reason, All she could think about were the words that the noble concubine had accidentally revealed to her in private about the prince. Although Lin Miyue said that she didn't want to interfere with her son's relationship with girls, ever since she had the idea of welcoming Dayu, this very flower in the paradise, as her own, she wanted to talk about her son in front of her from time to time. But as a mother, Lin Miyue has always been reliable in big things. But she is completely a sieve in small things. So she started by talking about her son's excellence and respect for girls since he was a child. And later, she would occasionally reveal a few interesting things about her son's childhood. So when Dayu saw Chungyu's elegant demeanor today, she recalled many of Lin Miyue's childhood stories. The vegetarian food in Fatong Temple was famous, and the guest house was already full of pilgrims, as Lin Hai said. However, Lin Hai, relying on his friendship with Master Huiji, naturally asked the monks to reserve a courtyard for him to enter alone. So he did not need the monks to lead the way, and led everyone to the courtyard. After sitting down, Lin Hai felt that it would be too boring to talk about official documents when he was out playing. So he only talked about some new talents, and the articles written by these talents. Jiangnan is a place where talented people come from. The people here may not be the best in the country in terms of the imperial examinations, but when it comes to the gathering of talented people, they can be regarded as the best together with the nearby provincial government. When it comes to articles and poems, Jia Min and Dayu can naturally say a few words. Although he is concerned about etiquette and doesn't want to stare at the girls carelessly, when it is Dayu's turn to speak, Chungyu still listens very seriously. So although he is chatting with everyone one sentence at a time, he is always thinking about how to talk to the girl from the Lin family naturally later. After sitting down, Chungyu finally found an excuse to talk to Dayu. He had just seen Dayu holding a few bamboo leaves. After sitting down, he carefully wrapped them in a handkerchief and handed them to the maid beside him. I just saw Miss Lin holding a few bamboo leaves. Do you like bamboo or have any reason? Chungyu finally caught an opportunity. After talking to Lin Hai and Jia Min for a few words, he asked Dayu casually. In fact, Chungyu saw the bamboo leaves Dayu had been holding in her hand in the bamboo forest just now. He thought it was a safe topic to bring it up now. Dayu didn't expect the prince to notice this. But she also said, I do like bamboo. Bamboo is solid, straight, empty-hearted, and chaste. It has the qualities of a gentleman. How can people not love it? Dayu praised bamboo for its gentlemanly integrity. And Xingyu also agreed from time to time, but didn't notice that Dayu had skipped over what happened just now. Jiamin glanced at the young man who was listening attentively, and added a few words to help her daughter. Just now, this bamboo leaf fell on my daughter. My daughter saw that the bamboo leaf was very delicate, and kept holding it to enjoy it. It made the prince laugh. Chungyu hurriedly said, No, bamboo and Buddha have a connection, which shows that Miss Lin is also blessed by the Buddha. Lin Hai felt that the atmosphere was strange again. It happened that a monk brought in a food box, and he hurriedly asked the people who accompanied him to help set the dishes. Maokai also stepped forward to help. After finishing the vegetarian meal, everyone said goodbye. Lin Hai and his wife and daughter went to visit Master Huiji again, and Chungyu asked for directions and planned to go to the purple bamboo forest. Chapter 130. After returning home, Dayu first took out a small wooden box, and carefully put away the bamboo leaves she brought back from the temple today, and then sat down in front of the mirror. After Xueyan brought in the hot water, she happened to see her girl's series of actions, and couldn't help but smile and said, The girl really cherishes these leaves. I see that your actions are more careful than any other precious objects you have collected before. You girl, you don't learn to tease me. But you have learned a lot. Dayu heard Xueyan's words, and smiled and replied to her. After washing, Xueyan used a wooden comb to comb Dayu's hair. She held Dayu's hair, and said with some envy, Your hair is really good. Black and smooth like satin. After combing her hair, Dayu took out a few small bottles from the corner of the dressing table, poured out some cream, and applied it on her face. Xueyan took a look at the exquisitely made silver small bottles, and said with a smile, This seems to be the new thing you brought back before? The shape of those small bottles is not very common, like Western objects, and each bottle has a different pattern while being covered with a layer of silver. Xueyan just saw that her girl was applying the same bottle with various floral patterns on it. After Dayu applied the cream, she smelled the scent on her hands. It is indeed a few bottles of new cream that I got before. The queen gave it to me to try. I thought if it works well, I would give it to my mother as a gift. Lin Miyue has a lot of shops. Before, Shifeng started with a glass workshop and gradually helped to manage these shops. Later, Wang Shifeng helped to manage some of the internal affairs of the palace. Recently, she is pregnant, so no matter whether it is inside or outside the palace, Lin Muyue is reluctant to let her worry about it. But a shop needs talented people to manage it. The female officials around Lin Muyue were already divided into 8 parts, and she did not add more burdens to them. Instead, she selected several people who were willing to manage the shop from the palace's guests, who had no achievements. Although he was a man, one of the guests selected to manage the shop, Mr. Wu, was originally a son of a wealthy family. Later, his family fell into poverty, and he had to work hard. When he was young, he did not like to study and take exams, but he read a lot of so-called leisure and miscellaneous books. So after taking over the shop, he gave Lin Muyue a lot of surprises. Mr. Wu combined spices from the West to create some fresh-tasting creams. He also had a lot of leisure and elegance. He also made some special designs on the containers for creams. He imitated the Western style and made various bottles and boxes. Once they came out, it set off a trend. Everyone was willing to buy something new. Dayu got up and put on the clothes she wore in the house. She walked to the small study on the other side of her house and sat down in front of the desk. She also took out a few books from the low cabinet next to her and prepared to draw some unfinished pictures before taking a rest. Xueyan followed and checked whether the window was closed. She lit some incense before going to do some embroidery on the couch beside her. Dayu had copied various paintings from the West before. Lin Hai found them interesting after reading them. He then found a scroll of insects and grasses by a famous artist of the previous dynasty, which was imitated by a painter of the current dynasty. This gave her some inspiration. So recently she has been thinking about painting some pictures that are vivid and detailed like those in Western books in the painting style that people like. After making up her mind, Dayu ordered someone to place a pot of orchids on the desk. She would draw a picture every few days when she saw some obvious changes in the orchids. After finishing today's painting, it would become a small album. She planned to show it to the noble concubine and the sisters who studied with her. The tip of the pen moved on the paper. Dayu carefully outlined the lines and then changed the pen to start coloring. Her wrist was very steady during the movement. Xueyan was originally doing her own embroidery. After looking up at her own girl, she couldn't take her eyes away. Lin Muyue knew that her son was going to Fatong Temple today, so she didn't plan to take her son to eat together. However, she didn't expect that just as she had set up the meal, someone announced that the prince had arrived. Putting down the chopsticks that were about to pick up the food, Lin Muyue said, "Let him come in, Wen Lu, and bring another set of bowls and chopsticks." Before, Lin Muyue didn't pay much attention to not talking while eating or sleeping in the palace. So after her son came to eat together, she also talked to her son about his going to the temple to burn incense today. "You said you met Lord Lin's family?" Lin Muyue had just used a serving chopstick to pick up a piece of fish belly meat for her son, when she heard her son say that he met Lin Hai's family when he went to burn incense today. Looking her son up and down, Lin Muyue also found that this boy had always been excited. She couldn't help but ask, "Then do you have any interesting stories to tell me? I'm not very interested in the stories you just told about discussing scriptures with the old host." Chung Yu had no choice but to think for a while and tell his mother what happened after meeting Miss Lin today. He also wanted to ask his mother what she thought. After her son finished talking about why he asked Dayu why she kept holding bamboo leaves, Lin Muyue smiled and said 3 good words in a row. "Good, good, good. This bamboo is really wonderful." Seeing her son looking at her in confusion, Lin Muyue did not tell the reason, but only said, "I didn't think you two were destined to be together. But today's incident reminded me of many things in the past. So I decided that you are destined to be together." After dinner, Lin Muyue sent her son away, went to Madame Liang's place, and invited Madame Wei to come, intending to talk to the 2 aunts. When going to Mrs. Liang's courtyard, Lin Muyue felt that what happened today was indeed very interesting. If Dayu had entered the Jia mansion according to her original fate, and had the visit of the imperial concubine, then after the villa became the Grand View Garden, Dayu's residence was the Xiaoxiang Pavilion. When the sisters formed a poetry club and joked, Tanshun said that she was the Xiaoxiang concubine. She also wrote many poems related to bamboo. Some of these poems were written on the handkerchief sent by Baoyu. After meeting Bao Chai, she confessed her feelings and asked her to come and talk in the evening. However, the autumn rain suddenly came, and she knew that she could not go. She picked up a book at random under the lamp and saw a poem of resentment. So she wrote a poem Autumn Window Wind and Rain Evening. Whether it was the tears of a Huang and Nuing that shed on the Xiangjiang River, causing spots on the bamboo, or Dayu feeling depressed and miserable every time she saw the shadow of bamboo. The image of bamboo seemed to foreshadow Dayu's miserable fate in the future. However, Dayu had been associated with bamboo several times, such as using bamboo characters to pass messages when playing with her sisters before, and feeling the bamboo leaves brushing gently in the purple bamboo forest in the Buddhist temple. These were all signs of joy and good fortune. Lin Muyue thought that since there were really gods and Buddhas in this world, was there any foreshadowing in this incident today? She thought randomly in her heart. And soon she arrived at the courtyard where Mrs. Liang lived. Liang. Madame Wei knew that her niece was going to talk. And Madame Wei also went to sit with her sister-in-law first. So when Lin Muyue entered, she saw the two aunts looking at her together. Madame Wei saw people coming and said, "How about we go to the tea room to sit and talk? I know that Jishua's tea room is good. Although it is not big, it is decorated as well as the one you built in the back," Madame Liang said as she stood up. "Not only that, I also want a box of good incense from your second aunt. We will taste tea and incense later. Isn't it beautiful? Vulgar people, how can you taste tea while burning incense?" Madame Wei heard her sister-in-law say that she won a box of incense from her, and she also responded with a small remark. After the three of them sat down in the tea room, Mrs. Liang asked first, "Are you saying that you want to marry the daughter of Lin Hai's family to Chengyu?" When Lin Muyue sent someone to pass on the message, she also asked Wen Huai to tell the two ladies privately why she asked them to talk today. Mrs. Liang came earlier than Mrs. Wei, so she knew more about the things here. When she heard her niece say that she wanted to marry a girl from the local governor's family for her son, especially a girl from the governor's family whose father would basically retire from this official position, her first reaction was to murmur. Seeing the smile on her niece's face, and the yes she said, Mrs. Liang thought for a moment and then asked, "You also know your third aunt. I am a straightforward person, so I just want to ask you, is it because of the Lin family that you want to marry your son? Or because of the girl's talent and appearance?" Mrs. Wei frowned slightly, but she felt that her sister-in-law's words made some sense. So she didn't say anything, just picked up the teacup and took a sip, and then looked at Lin Muyue together. Lin Muyue felt that it was not easy for her. Before she even got to the stage of being harassed by the girl's family when proposing marriage, she had to be questioned in front of her family. "Alas, I didn't expect that in your eyes. I was such a villain who forgot righteousness for the sake of profit." Lin Muyue pretended to be so serious, which made Mrs. Liang's serious expression broken. "Let's talk about business. Don't act like this." Mrs. Liang slapped the table a few times in dissatisfaction, and made herself serious again. At this time, Mrs. Wei couldn't stand it anymore. "Okay. You are so old. You will be a grandmother in a few years. Muyue, why are you still playing tricks like a child?" Lin Muyue then coughed lightly and said seriously, Okay, I understand what you mean, but I really just think that his children are good in both character and appearance. So I had this idea. And I'll tell you the truth, I think Qingyu should also have a crush on the girl from the Lin family." Lin Muyue also knew the reason for Mrs. Liang's suspicion. Lin Hai's position as the governor was estimated to be difficult to change. So if the king of Wu, as a vassal king, married his daughter, not to mention how much wealth Dayu could get as an only daughter, the convenience that such a father-in-law could bring to Qingyu would be more than a little. Knowing that Mrs. Liang asked this question out of love for the girls, she not only guaranteed that her desire for her son to marry a wife was not mixed with political considerations, but also expressed her son's intentions that she had observed. However, Mrs. Wei was not impressed by this. Mrs. Liang recalled her experiences after coming to Mingzhou City for a while, and asked suspiciously, I think Chengyu and Miss Lin have not met many times. How did you come to this conclusion? As a young unmarried prince? Even if the girls were studying with the female officials and female teachers in the palace, he had never been to that separate place. So Mrs. Liang doubted how the two children could have loved. Lin Muyue smiled and said, "If we talk about the origin, it has to be the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet of that year. Do you still remember that little girl from the Lin family wrote an excellent poem?" The boy remembered it in his heart at that time. Lin Muyue had questioned her son once before, and it was only after that she made up her mind to help her son and wanted to try to marry into the Lin Hai family. But my son only thought of her as a talented sister at that time. and he didn't have any other thoughts. But later, I always heard various news about her, and I couldn't help but pay more attention to her. Chung Yu was questioned by his mother, so he could also lower his head and turn his face away. Later, you lost the things I drew when I was a child. You later said that you sent them to that girl by mistake. She liked them after seeing them. She also drew some things for you. I felt that she was also very diverse and different from ordinary people. Chung Yu added, recalling her son's neck that had blushed when he spoke. Lin Muyue slowly told the two aunts about these things. Chapter 131. What's in your hand? Chung Yu glanced at the small box his mother was holding, and felt that the pattern on the box looked familiar, like the pattern his mother had drawn for the shop below the palace. Lin Muyue did not answer his son directly, but kept him in suspense, handed him the small box and said, "You'll know when you open it." Chung Yu took the box and looked at it without opening it. He waited again, and felt that it should be a light piece of jewelry. After opening it, he found that it was indeed a bamboo leaf hairpin with flowers. Chung Yu didn't take the item out for a closer look. After seeing what it was, he put the small box on the table and asked a little embarrassedly, "Hairpins and other items are not suitable for my son to give directly to the girl. Are you going to give them to Miss Lin on my behalf?" Lin Muyue looked at the small box and smiled. "That's right. But it's a good thing that you are in your fiefdom. Otherwise, if you were delayed to get married at this age, I guess your concubine would be anxious. The prince's marriages naturally pay attention to the order of seniority. Chung Yu is the second child, and his closest brother is not much older than him. If he were in the capital, Lin Muyue would not be able to wait so long even if she wanted to delay the princes. Speaking of Qingluan, I received his letter before. He has always been the same. After my elder brother ascended the throne, he restrained himself a little, but when things happened, he was exposed again. Speaking of his younger brother Qingyu, he also missed him a little. Among the children of the late emperor, the brotherly relationship between Qingyu and Qingluan was the best. After Qingyu left Beijing, Qingluan wrote many letters to his brother. When Qingyu got something new, he would definitely remember to use the excuse of honoring the emperor and the empress dowager to send some to his aunt and brother. Your Aunt Yun said that although the queen mother refused to let the girl and her family marry the emperor, she has set her sights on Qingluan, and she is worried about this matter. After hearing her son talk about Qingluan, Lin Muyue thought of another thing. Li Wancheng is now the queen mother. Logically speaking, the emperor is her biological son, and should be living the most comfortable life now. Unfortunately, the old man of the Li family is really a troublemaker. He just stopped for a while because of the war in the north. But now, he has returned to his old ways. The emperor did not marry the girl of the Li family in the end. Old Master Li thought that the emperor's grandson was unwilling, and there were other princes' vacant positions for the main wife. His family also had only one girl. Now there was another granddaughter who had grown up. So he sent his wife to the palace to talk to the queen. I don't know what's wrong with Lord Li. He insists on having another princess or imperial concubine in his family. Lin Muyue felt that Mr. Li was just looking for trouble. She couldn't hide her disgust when she mentioned it. If the girl from the queen mother's family didn't have to marry into the palace or the royal mansion, she could choose from basically all the handsome men in Beijing. Isn't it better to have so many good and ideal men to choose from than to force a melon? My son is far away in Mingzhou now. The queen mother and my brother don't want to break up with us. So this matter fell on Brother Luan. After hearing this, Chung Yu felt that Mr. Li was a talent and couldn't help but worry about his aunt and brother. Your Aunt Yun is not a simple person. If the queen mother cannot resist the pleas of the family this time and wants to take advantage of the weak, I don't think it will be that easy. Lin Muyue had just received the news, but she had always known Yun Danyuan's character, and felt that the queen mother might not be able to get her wish this time. Forget it. Let's not talk about this for now. I called Dayu to talk today, so you should hurry up and do your work. And don't bother me here. Lin Muyue looked up and saw the time. She realized that it was almost time for the appointment with Dayu. So she gave the order to leave without hesitation. After being kicked out of the house mercilessly by his own mother, Chung Yu also took Mao Kai away with a smile. He was also worried about the spring farming recently, and it was not easy to squeeze out a little time. Previously, the grain seeds were all sent from overseas, but this year we saved them ourselves. The day after tomorrow, you will personally tell the managers of each farm, as well as the agricultural officials in various places, to come to the palace to see me together, Chung Yu said while instructing Mao Kai beside him. Mao Kai also listened carefully. As a confidant, he naturally knew the schedule of the king of Wu. After the king had finished his instructions, he replied. Yes, I will send someone to pass on the message. How about meeting them the day after tomorrow in the afternoon? Just arrange it. Chung Yu nodded. And then, he didn't say anything more. Dai brought Xue in with her. Wen Lu and Wen Huai came together to meet her and lead her to Zihui Hall. Wen Lu felt a little regretful when she saw the sun getting higher in the sky. It's my fault. I didn't bring an umbrella when I went to pick up the girl. It was cloudy and rainy a few days ago. But today the sun makes people feel like summer. Sister Wen Lu, you are too kind. I am not so delicate. It doesn't matter if I don't bring an umbrella. Dai also felt a little hot. But it was still within her tolerance. Seeing that Wen Lu apologized a little embarrassedly, she also tried to comfort her. The two were talking. Xue Yan's eyes were quite useful. She saw from afar a figure in white with a cloud peak leading a man dressed as a servant. She whispered to her young lady, Miss, look, is that the prince? Although Xue Yan's voice was not loud, they were close together. Wen Lu and Wen Huai also heard it. They looked at each other and listened silently to what Dai was going to say. Today, Dai was able to come to see the imperial concubine alone, because the Shen family had something to do and asked Lin Ru for leave, and the old lady of the Wu family had announced the death of Wu Shuangjuan, so she could not go out. Seeing this, Lin Muyue simply gave the girls a few more days off. Dai and the other girls, who were studying, were all unmarried girls. They had talked about the prince several times in private conversations after studying. Recently, the Shen family wanted to arrange a marriage for Shen Lingru, so the girls teased her a lot. The girls also talked about their own girlish thoughts. Even Shi Xiao, who was always introverted, said a few words. Should it be the prince? I haven't seen the prince very often. If you want to ask, you should ask the two sisters Lu and Wen Huai. Recalling the discussion of the sisters at that time, Dai shook the round fan in her hand, but did not answer directly. Wen Lu quickly took over the conversation after hearing this. I didn't notice anyone just now, but the prince does have a white dress in the color of Xiefeng, and he has been wearing it recently. So the person Miss Xue Yan saw just now should be His Highness. After listening to Wen Lu's explanation, Dai also gently shook her fan. So that's how it is. The prince left this side at this time. Did he pay his respects to the queen? But this is not the time to pay respects. Morning and evening visits are required. And generally, even the most strict families require the younger generation to pay respects twice a day. This is the time of sea. So it is indeed not the time to pay respects. Seeing Dai was curious and willing to ask, Wen Lu perked up. Miss, what you said is very true. The prince is filial to the queen. But you know that our queen is different from other families. Sometimes when the prince encounters something, he is willing to come and discuss ideas with the queen. So he came at this time. As they were talking, they arrived at the Zihui Hall where Lin Muyue lived. Yun Xiao was standing under the eaves at the door waiting for people. Seeing everyone coming, she also stepped forward to greet them. Miss Lin is here. Come in quickly. The queen is in Xinyunzai. The main hall of Zihui Hall is very large, with many rooms under layers of partitions. Lin Muyue has cleaned up several private spaces by herself. At this time, Yun Xia invited Dai to a newly decorated place. Hearing the word Xinjuan, Dai's mind moved. Following Yun Xia to the place, she bowed and quickly looked around the place. Xinjunzai is not a big place, but it should be the last window of Zihui Hall. Outside the window is a green area. I don't know when a piece of green bamboo was planted. There are few brocade and flowers in the room, but bamboo curtains, bamboo mats and plain gauze curtains. Lin Muyue saw Dai coming, pointed to the seat opposite and said, Don't be polite. Come and sit down. After Dai sat down, Wen Huai brought in tea and snacks, and then followed Yun Xia out. This snack is Longjing pastry. We are talking here today, and I think it is just right to eat it. The small bamboo snack box that Lin Muyue brought over also contained 6 small Longjing pastries. Dai looked at the green color and felt that the royal concubine was really particular about everything. Thank you, Your Majesty. This method of eating with tea is really fresh. Looking at Dai eating the snacks in small bites, Lin Muyue felt very satisfied. Mingzhou is very close to the famous Longjing production area, and there is no shortage of new tea and good tea in the palace. So she was not reluctant to give up the things, and it took her a while to make these snacks. Anyone who is a little close to Lin Muyue is basically used to eating first and talking later when chatting with her. So Dai was not in a hurry to talk. In the room with a much softer light coming in under the shadow of bamboo, She leisurely ate some snacks with tea. When Dayu finished eating, Lin Miyue also picked up a small box from her side and handed it to her. I prepared a small thing for you. Do you like it? Dayu thanked her before taking the thing. Lin Miyue opened the box before handing it to her. So when she took it, she saw a bamboo-shaped hairpin lying quietly in the velvet cloth. Before, Chung Yu went to the temple to burn incense. And he met your family. I heard him say that the purple bamboo forest there is very beautiful. So I made this hairpin for you. Seeing Dayu looking at it for a while before closing the box and putting it aside, Lin Miyue took the initiative to explain. The purple bamboo forest in Fatong Temple is indeed very beautiful. I like it very much. If you have time, it is a good place to go. After hearing this, Dayu also thought of the bamboo forest. If you have a chance in the future, you can definitely go and see it. You said you drew a new album this time and planned to show it to me? Lin Miyue did not discuss this topic too much, but talked about the reason why Dayu came today. When Xiuyan went out just now, she handed the album she had been holding to her own girl. Dayu had been putting it on the table just now. When she saw the queen asking, she quickly handed it over. Chapter 132. Hey, you've changed your brushwork. Lin Miyue flipped through the album that Dayu brought and sighed. One of the skills that Lin Miyue has honed in this life is painting. The picture she drew in the palace and the garden were later jokingly called by Su Ruiqing as being passable to future generations. Although there are some jokes between husband and wife, the pictures are indeed good. She has practiced appreciation for many years. When Dayu saw that the empress had spread the pictures on the table, she also said softly, Yes, my father gave me a scroll of painting. I got some ideas from it. Do you think it's good? Lin Miyue nodded. Since ancient times, there has been the study of genealogy. The place where you and I are today is called Xinyunzai. The scroll of words hanging on the wall over there was taken from the Zhu Pu written by the ancients about bamboo. Looking over, Dayu saw a sentence among the plants. There is a thing called bamboo. Neither hard nor soft, neither grass nor wood. She couldn't help but smile knowingly. Since ancient times, there have been countless poems about bamboo. Your poem is really simple and natural. You chose a poem about the nature of bamboo. Your painting can be said to be a combination of Chinese and Western. Lin Miyue also laughed and teased. But she felt that Dayu's paintings were good from the bottom of her heart. There are also many beautifully illustrated books on various plants, but these paintings are either because the author himself may not have seen the real thing, so there are omissions, or the author's own illustrations are only for people to recognize the things described in them, so he doesn't pay much attention to the drawing techniques. In short, there are some regrets. Books like Description of Southern Plants and the Complete Collection of Flowers, Fruits, and Trees are complete. But if you can compile these atlases into a book, it will be more interesting for literati. After reading it, Lin Miyue thought that if Dayu could accumulate her paintings, the palace could help print a book in the end. The famous and unknown books that Lin Miyue knew, such as Huinanzi and Pujifang, were all compiled under the auspices of the princes of various dynasties. The current Wu Wangfu also has many craftsmen of various kinds, so it is still possible to print a collection of atlases. Dayu's drawings are good. These drawings have absorbed the meticulous and realistic characteristics of current Western plant illustrations and flora, and at the same time have incorporated the style of Oriental painting, so they look really eye-catching. I just tried to draw a few, and I'm still far from being able to publish a collection. Besides, if I really draw this collection, I still have to attach some text. Dayu knows her strengths, but also her weaknesses. Not to mention anything else, even her painting skills may not be as deep as the noble concubine sitting opposite her, so she doesn't brag about anything. Lin Miyue nodded without any hesitation. I'm just making a suggestion. But even if you're not in a hurry to publish a collection of pictures, you can save them for later. After saying that, Lin Miyue stood up and took out a book from the small cabinet behind the bamboo screen. This is for you. If you are interested, you can take it back and read it. It seems that only you and Xiao can keep up with Father Baoxin's classes. The book in Lin Miyue's hand was collected by her son from other missionaries and fleets. She also copied a copy for each girl in the class. The news that Father Baoxin became a guest of a certain feudal lord soon spread among the missionary circle. Therefore, Qingyu just spread the news that he liked new Western books, and missionaries from all over the country moved. Now, foreigners with high noses and deep eyes are no longer a new sight in Mingzhou City. This book is nothing if you give it to me. Xiao should like it very much. Although Dayu can keep up with the progress of Father Baoxin, she is not too interested in this knowledge. Xiao was different. Not only the girls who studied with her, but also Lin Miyue noticed the talent of this little girl in this area. And naturally, she was willing to provide some materials for her to learn and grow. She has some, too. I prepared one for each of you. Lin Miyue not only prepared advanced materials for the top student, but also did not intend to let go of the other girls. She prepared books and questions for each of them equally. Dayu couldn't help but smile. You did this. I feel Lin-ru will cry when she comes back. Hearing Dayu mention Shin-Lin-ru, Lin Miyue felt a little emotional. You girls have been here for a short time. Xuanjuan can't go out for a while now. I haven't asked about Lingru's family's opinion. I don't know how long you guys can stay with me. Shin-Lin-ru is now at home, and she is planning an engagement for her. Lingru's grandmother also came to ask for leave for her granddaughter in person. Lin Miyue naturally knew that her marriage was in sight. So Lin Miyue's feeling is about the wishes of Lingru's future husband's family. If the family doesn't want Lingru to go out more, then the girl's temporary leave will probably become a permanent absence. Dayu was also a little disappointed. I always felt that it wasn't long. But after this year, it seems that we are all adults. Lin Miyue saw some sadness on Dayu's face, fearing that she was too sad, and said, all good things must come to an end. But even if Lingru gets married, it will probably be in the local area, and you will have time to spend together in the future. Let's not talk about this. I have a new place here that I want to take you to play, but I don't know if you are willing to go. I wrote a letter to your parents, and they just asked your opinion. Dayu was a little curious. After all, when the noble concubine took the girls out to play before, she never asked this question. Where are you going to take me? Who else wants to go with you? A few days later, Dayu and Baochai each wore a veil hat. The two of them were at the bow of the boat, enjoying the sea breeze and looking into the distance. After the two of them stepped on the boat, they actually felt a little unreal. The noble concubine said she would take them out for a walk, but she actually took them out to sea. In fact, I have taken a boat to go north and south along the canal. But today when I went out to sea, I felt that the wind and waves and the scenery on the river were nothing. Baochai said while looking at the scenery in the distance. Dayu had grown up but had rarely traveled far. So she said with some envy, Sister, you have read thousands of books and have had so many experiences, which is really enviable, especially the trip to Beijing. Sister also knows that my mother is from Beijing, and she always talks about missing her grandmother and family. Baochai has always felt that she and her family have had many twists and turns. At this time, Dayu felt that she was knowledgeable and had a sense of sudden enlightenment. We are all related to Rongfu, and there are many sisters in his family. If you have the opportunity to go to Jiafu in the future, you can also see them. Dayu also took good care of Baochai because of these relatives. After listening to her, she smiled and said, Very true. In fact, gifts are given to each other during the new year. My mother also prepared gifts for my sisters, and I also received gifts from my grandparents. But they were just things that all the girls would like, and I didn't know the specific personalities of these sisters. After listening to this, Baochai told Dayu about the three sisters of the Jia family one by one, and the personalities of the two sisters-in-law of the Jia family. After thinking about it, she also said a few words. The two girls were chatting casually in the bow of the boat while enjoying the sea breeze. Soon, Yunxiao gradually came from the cabin with her hands shielding the sun. She came to the two girls and said, Girls, the sun is getting bigger, and the queen said that you should go back and sit for a while. Baochai and Dayu were also obedient. Seeing that Yunxiao had come to look for someone, they also took the maids around them and went back with her. Come on. We will reach our destination today. There are several fishing families on the island. We can also enjoy some fishermen's food. Lin Miyue saw the two girls coming in and asked them to sit down. The person sitting opposite Lin Miyue raised his head. Avia looked at the two little girls wearing veils and said, Then I will also go to watch them work. Madam and the two girls, I will take my leave first. After saying that, the female captain stood up and muttered, Lady, these titles are really too difficult to understand. The person who taught me your language said that Gu and Yang are both titles for elders. But why are they used together to address these young girls? The ship that was steered out to sea this time was built by the Wu Wangfu. But the person invited by Lin Miyue to be the captain was none other than the female captain Avia whom she had met before. The big businessman who hired Avia planned to rest in Mingzhou for a while, so she also had some free time. And Lin Miyue was able to invite her to work for her for a while. Avia usually managed an entire fleet. There were more than one ship in the fleet that could cross the ocean. The ship in the palace was a small boat built by local craftsmen. For Avia, being the captain of such a small boat and sailing near the coast with people was a piece of cake. This female captain was knowledgeable and humorous. Lin Miyue, Dayu, and Baochai all liked to get along with her and talk. Hearing her muttering, the three of them laughed. Lin Miyue said, "Your question is really interesting. Speaking of the language of our dynasty, you have indeed learned a lot. I heard that you love the food of our dynasty. Please be sure to come later." Seeing that the female captain was about to leave, Lin Miyue hurriedly said. Lin Miyue looked at the two girls who came in and sat down together again. Her thoughts drifted away. She took Dayu and Baochai out to sea to play. One reason was to satisfy her own selfish desire to go out to sea, and the other was to take these two girls to relax and spend more time together. When Baochai expressed her doubts before, Lin Miyue also felt a little emotional. In the world she was familiar with, Dayu had envied Baochai for having a mother and a brother, while she herself was living alone under someone else's roof. Now Dayu has parents and a happy family. Moreover, Lin Miyue saw that Lin Hai and Jiamin were now somewhat content with their daughter. No matter what Dayu wanted to do, they let her make her own decision, just like a loving mother and father. On Baochai's side, although Shui Pan did not kill anyone and did not make the Shui family passive by chance, although her family's dilemma was solved, she still did not know where her marriage was. At the same time, she had some other ideas and had many complicated thoughts in her mind. Lin Miyue also thought that marriage was really interesting. It was a topic that people could not skip, no matter in ancient or modern times. Especially for girls in ancient times, marriage was a bondage that Baochai could hardly break. Baochai talked with Dayu for a while. She looked at the expectant look on Dayu's face when she heard that the ship was about to dock, and she thought of something else. For example, when she first learned that the noble concubine wanted her to go out to sea to play, she wanted to refuse. But some other thoughts flashed through her mind at that time. She swallowed the word she wanted to refuse, and instead begged her mother to let her go. Just like her original idea that men should be sensible and serve the country when studying. And if women read widely, they should read serious books instead of reading randomly. Baochai wanted to take this opportunity to go out to play, and gradually began to make some changes in her actions. Chapter 133. The boat soon docked. This small island is not far from Mingzhou, and fishermen live there on weekdays. So it is not unusual for Lin Miyue to bring people out to sea here. However, in order to ensure safety this time, she not only brought the guards of the palace, but also hired several female martial artists to go to the island together. Zhang Ginjing stayed in the palace to keep an eye on various affairs. Yun Xia was given a holiday this time to rest together. It was also when Lin Miyue, Baochai, and Dayu took people to the island for a tour that she checked and repaired the villa where everyone on the island was going to live. After someone came to report that everything was ready, Lin Miyue led the two girls into the villa on the island. It was her first time here. Not bad. Although the courtyard is not big, it is well built. Yun Xia just got familiar with the layout of the villa. She smiled and said, "This was built by the order of the prince. And it was also built by the craftsmen in our mansion. How can it be bad?" After Baochai stepped into the courtyard, she felt a faint fragrance coming from it. There seems to be a fragrance coming from this courtyard. Sister Yun Xia, is there anything planted here? Yun Xia also smelled this fragrance when she was patrolling around the courtyard just now. She glanced at Yu, a little maid who had been here for a few days. The girl said cleverly, "Sister Yun Xia, it's a fragrant flower. We also call it Qianlixiang and Ruixiang. I didn't notice this. Miss Shui, please forgive me. But, Daphne? I remember the fragrant flower I saw just now seemed to be white. Is it this flower too?" Yun Xia smiled apologetically at Baochai first, then recalled the flower she had just seen, felt that it was quite different from the common Daphne, so she muttered softly again. "Daphne, I remember reading a book that recorded the Daphne flower of Mount Lu originated from a monk who slept on a rock during the day and smelled the strong fragrance of the flower in his dream. When he woke up, he asked for it, so he named it Sleeping Fragrance. People from all over the world were amazed by it, and called it auspicious among flowers, so it was named Daphne. But is this the flower? If there is one in this yard, it is probably a unique variety." Lin Miyue heard everyone talking and added casually. Dayu listened quietly on the side, thought for a while and said, "I have read some books before. And many flowers and plants have the same origin, but different postures after blooming. I think it is the same. Lin Miyue nodded. Very much. Okay. We are here. This yard is not big. You two can live with me in the main yard. Do you want to live separately in the left and right wing rooms? Or just live together? Yunxia also added. There are separate bunk beds in both wings. I just brought people to replace the rattan mats, curtains and other things with new ones. The bed is still enough for 2 girls. If the girls want to sleep together, I will bring people to rearrange the room. Baoyu and Daiyu looked at each other. Daiyu said, Then I'd better live with my sister. Please trouble Sister Yunxia. Lin Miyue also thought that the two of them probably wanted to live together. Girls of this age and sisters go out to play. Most of them like to live together. Come sit here first, Avia will be here soon. Let's talk for a while, and then have dinner together. Seeing that the two had made their decision, Lin Miyue also asked them to sit in her room for a while, and wait for the female Captain Avia to come. Avia was efficient. They just took a short tour around the island before arriving at the villa. She also took advantage of this time to quickly arrange the affairs on the ship, and she brought her trusted assistant Wu Yu to the courtyard where Lin Miyue lived. This is Una. You have seen her before. But this is probably the first time I have seen these two girls. The assistant that Avia brought with her this time was also a woman. She was much taller than most people. But she probably didn't speak the Zheng dialect very well. So she just bowed and smiled after coming in. Lin Miyue looked at the height of the person, and felt that if converted into the units she was familiar with, she should be more than 1.9 meters tall. Avia was already a tall and strong type among women. But standing next to Una, she was set off by a little bird. Please sit down. Dinner will take a while to prepare. Avia and Una, do you have anything you want to eat? Lin Miyue asked everyone to sit down first. She asked if the two people opposite her wanted to eat anything after dinner. Avia switched back to the language that Una could understand and asked a few questions. Una also smiled and replied to her. Una said that she likes to eat a soft-textured dessert with sweet fillings. When Avia said this on behalf of others, she was a little entangled. It can be seen that she didn't seem to understand what dessert her assistant was talking about. Baochai had heard the two talking just now, and asked a few questions tentatively. Una was very surprised to hear that this young girl could speak her country's language, and smiled, and then said a few more words to her. My queen, we all wants to eat sweet bean paste and glutinous rice skin snacks. Baochai looked at Lin Miyue and roughly said what we all wanted to eat. The language spoken by Avia and Wuya is currently common in the West. The sailors on the ship and the missionary Baoxin can also speak this language. Baochai didn't learn the course taught by Father Baoxin very well, but she unexpectedly had a talent for languages and learned a new language. Now the conversation with Wuya also surprised everyone a little. Lin Miyue was not surprised that Baochai had learned this language, but she was not stingy with her praise and encouragement. It's incredible. What kind of people are around me? Baochai actually learned this Western language. It may be because they are in different worlds. The language spoken by Avia, Wuya and Father Baoxin is not quite the same as the language Lin Miyue was familiar with before, such as English. So she actually couldn't understand it very well. At this time, Lin Miyue felt that it was a surprise to hear Baochai talking to Wuya in a rather casual way. Daiyu also went over and took Baochai's hand. Okay, sister, you are really good at hiding it. When did you learn it? Can you teach me too? Just after saying a few humble words to Lin Miyue, Daiyu started to make trouble again. Baochai wanted to touch Daiyu's forehead, but was nimbly dodged. Avia smiled and said, That's good. My Dezheng language. How to say? I see the first clues? I see the first results? No. Anyway, I don't understand what Wuya says sometimes. Now Miss Baochai can help me these days. Lin Miyue laughed at the idioms Avia said. Very good. Although it's not right. But there is a meaning. At the dinner in the evening, in addition to various dishes, Lin Miyue especially ordered a few more snacks. She also loves these snacks in Jiangnan. After the meal, both the host and the guests enjoyed it. The bunk bed was very large. Baochai and Daiyu took turns taking a bath in the evening. After drying their hair, they simply sat on the bunk bed to read and talk. Daiyu looked at Baochai holding a scroll in her hand, tilted her head and smiled. Sister, you always keep your needlework in your hands. I was wondering if you would bring unfinished embroidery work with you when you go out to play this time. Baochai didn't touch Daiyu's forehead during the day because she dodged it. This time, when the two of them were on the bunk bed with the curtains drawn, Baochai did touch Daiyu's forehead. Your mouth is not easy to worry about. When studying in the palace, the girls had different backgrounds and personalities. As a girl from the Lin family, Dayu also had to pay attention to her words and deeds. So whether she was doing things or talking, she was careful and meticulous, and didn't show her eloquent side. Dayu leaned on Bao Chai's shoulder. I don't know why, but I get along with you. I just talk to you casually. Bao Chai put the book on the shelf. Oh, you come to me to act like a spoiled child. Lin Miyue became a night owl. She didn't serve wine at the banquet she prepared in the evening because she was eating with two girls. At this late hour, she invited Avia to come over for a drink. What do you think of these two girls today? I have an idea in my mind, but I don't know if it's right or wrong after it's implemented. Lin Miyue drank a glass of wine and looked into the eyes of the person opposite her. Avia held the cup, took a sip of wine and savored the taste for a while, felt it tasted good but the cup was a little small, and always felt a little unsatisfying. She heard what the Oriental lady opposite her said, thought for a while and said, I don't know these two girls very well, so I may not be able to give you any advice. Chuckling softly, Lin Miyue felt that the person opposite her was worthy of being a person who could lead a fleet across the ocean. It didn't matter if he told her about his experiences and interesting things along the way, but he would not speak easily when he encountered something he couldn't control. Don't be nervous. It's just a casual chat between friends. After shaking the glass, Lin Miyue poured herself another glass, supporting her head with one hand and looking at the person opposite. Although there are many people around her who can discuss things, Lin Miyue is actually best at making decisions on her own. It's just that what she has to do now is too important. She can decide her own life and help her son plan for the future. But it's not clear whether she will move in a good direction or end up in a cold way. She still hesitated and always wanted to catch someone to talk. Avia looked at the person opposite her. She drank one glass of wine after another in silence. Well, not only you. I think it is also important whether that person can see his own heart clearly. Avia knew about Lin Miyue's identity. The emperor of this country can legally have many wives. The woman in front of her was said to be the favorite wife of the previous emperor. So her son could have such a vast and important fiefdom. Avia had not had much contact with the prince, but she had some understanding of the lady in front of her after several contacts. She knew that the person on the other side must not be asking a trivial matter, so she didn't really want to answer. Lin Miyue shook her head. She was also a slippery person, so she showed some sincerity. I remember your employer wants to buy a batch of goods. Right? I can help you. Besides, there is a girl whose family is a big businessman. Maybe there will be a clue about that batch of goods. Avia sat up straight. Although she was only the captain, if she could help the employer buy the goods he wanted, she could also take a commission from it. So she raised her glass to signal. Please speak. I will listen carefully. I promise. Chapter 134. The next morning, Lin Miyue asked Wen Lu beside her. Are all the girls up? Let them come to my place for dinner. We will go fishing later. Tell them to put on some cream and wear veils. Wen Lu helped Lin Miyue tie her hair. Wen Huai is gone to invite them. Your Majesty, please put on some cream later. The sun on the sea is really strong. Before setting off, Lin Miyue specially prepared veils for everyone. But except herself and the two girls, Yun Xia and others were too lazy to wear them. But they also liked to run outside the boat to see the scenery, so their faces were a little red from the sun. They only remembered to remedy it after arriving on the island. After Bao Chai and Dayu got up, they also washed and dressed quickly. After seeing the clothes prepared by Lin Miyue, they were both a little surprised. This is a set of men's clothes? Bao Chai picked up the clothes sent by Wen Huai and looked at them over and over for a while, with a puzzled tone. Dayu had just dressed herself up, covering her yawn with a handkerchief in her hand, and then came over and saw Bao Chai talking with a piece of clothes, and also went over to take a look. When Bao Chai saw Dayu coming, she also put her own dress back and took up another one to show Dayu. Look! This is yours. Looking at the round-necked robe in the clear mountain blue color held by Bao Chai, Dayu suddenly came to her senses. I just heard sister talking about men's clothing. It turned out to be this. After measuring the dress on Dayu, Bao Chai said, Sister, you have a slim figure. This dress looks slim and thin on you. But it does not show the sadness, but only the romantic look. Sister, you said that I am eloquent, but your words are mean. Dayu also went over to pick up the dress to measure it, and said with a smile after hearing Bao Chai's words. The two of them went behind two screens to change their clothes. Dayu had just seen that Bao Chai's clothes were light honey yellow. But she couldn't help but say, "Oh, which handsome and wealthy young man is this?" Bao Chai glanced at Dayu and smiled and replied, "If I were a handsome and wealthy young man, your elegant and graceful demeanor would be comparable to Panin and Song Yu." Wen Huai, who was watching from the side, thought that both of them were pretty. If we really talk about the two girls in front of us, they have their own merits. Dayu is extremely handsome and has a noble temperament, while Bao Chai has fair skin, black hair, bright and charming eyebrows, and a gentle and calm temperament. After watching the two girls exchange a few teasing words, she also spoke. "Girls, please come in now that you are ready. Breakfast is ready." Seeing Wen Huai and Bao Dai coming in, Lin Miyue couldn't help but smile. The clothes are really well prepared. They suit you too. Especially when she saw Dayu wearing a man's robe. Although she was slender but not frail, Lin Miyue felt even more relaxed. Today, she went out to sea to fish with a fisherman on the island. In addition to the two girls and Avia, Lin Miyue brought Yunxia, Wen Huai, Wen Lu and a female martial artist who could swim. The other palace soldiers were also guarding in a boat not far away. The original boat of this fishing family was not big enough to accommodate so many people. So Lin Miyue also picked another boat from the fleet that followed as the boat for today's voyage. Everyone went out to sea in this small boat. Avia looked at the bright weather on the sea and basked in the sun outside the cabin comfortably. It's rare to see the sun these days. You and the girls finally came out to play. What's the point of staying inside? The boat was not big, so when Avia spoke outside, everyone sitting in the cabin could hear it. In order to chat with Avia, Lin Miyue deliberately sat at the outermost seat. Looking at Avia's honey-colored skin, Lin Miyue thought it was pretty good. But looking at Bao Chai and Dayu's delicate and fair skin, she still said, "We will naturally go out when we get to the place. By the way, Avia, how is your fishing skill? I was hoping that we could catch some good catches today." Avia shrugged and spread her hands. "You may be disappointed. I'm not good at this." Bao Chai and Dayu were still excited about wearing men's clothes when the fisherwoman came in and said that they had arrived. The two of them thought about it and decided not to wear veils. Lin Miyue went out first, seeing the two people coming out without covering anything. She asked, "Aren't you going to cover yourself from the sun? Be careful not to hurt your skin later." Dayu smiled and said, "Just for a moment. I feel fresh wearing this outfit today. The veil is exquisitely made and embroidered. I don't think it matches well, so I came out like this. Okay, if you can't stand it, go back inside. Just don't get yourself sunburned." Lin Miyue looked at the two people, gave them a simple instruction, and went fishing. Fishing at sea cannot be as careless as fishing in the lake and pond of the palace. Lin Miyue not only prepared a fishing rod with a fishing reel, float and sinker for herself, but also prepared the same fishing gear for everyone. Some seabirds flew leisurely in the sky. Avia, who said that she had no fishing experience, put another fish into the bucket and received envious looks. Lin Miyue still had no catch, but she was still in a good mood. Just watching the float go up and down, she picked it up again to replenish the bait. Dayu didn't catch much either. There was a snapper swimming in the bucket next to Bao Chai, and Yunxia and the others also had some fish in their buckets. Yunxia felt uncomfortable after sitting for a long time. She stood up and stretched for a while before coming to her mistress and mocking her in a low voice. "Your fishing skills are still the same. Now there is no Maokai to help you take the lead, it's even worse." Lin Miyue was speechless. Go fishing, don't come around here." But Lin Miyue was also speechless. This place was a place that the fisherman who went out on the boat today said was unknown to many people. The fisherwoman didn't expect that the mistress would not be able to catch anything here, and she was a little nervous. Yunxia came close to the fisherwoman. "I just saw you cast your net. It's hard to find any fish here. I wonder if anyone can catch one today." The fisherwoman had a poetic name, Xia Yin, but perhaps because she made a living by fishing at sea, she was cheerful and outgoing. Although she was a little surprised to see Yunxia come over to talk to her, she immediately smiled and replied, "There are many fish here. There are all kinds of fish. Various types of sea bream are the most common. If you are lucky, you can catch perch and pomfret. If we talk about the most rare fish, it should be the stonehead fish." As soon as Xia Yin finished speaking, everyone exclaimed. Yunxia came back to her senses and saw that everyone was surrounding Bao Chai. A fish with a golden body was caught. She was speechless for a moment. Xia Yin said stumblingly after a while. It's this one. No wonder. This girl is so lucky. I have been out to sea for so long, and even if I cast a net, this fish is considered rare. She caught it with just a few casts. Just now, there was movement from Bao Chai, but she didn't take it seriously and was still talking to Dayu. It was not until the fish was almost caught that she saw a hint of gold and exclaimed, "Huh." Dayu held her breath and seemed more excited than Bao Chai. She simply put down her fishing rod and focused on Bao Chai. Lin Miyue and others were also attracted by this. Wen Lu also recognized what the fish was. Fortunately, the stonefish was not too big, and it was caught after a while. Everyone cheered. Dayu was happier than she was after catching the fish. Seeing that the fish had been put into the bucket, she went over and hugged Bao Chai. Sister Bao is really amazing. Sister Lu just said that this fish is very rare. Lin Miyue was actually a little depressed. She didn't have anything yet. But Bao Chai actually caught such a rare fish. She went over and her tone was a little sour. It's really good. Avia also came over with everyone. She looked at the fish in the bucket and came to Lin Miyue and whispered, "This girl is really lucky. There is a saying in our hometown that only those who are favored by the sea god can have such a harvest. It can be seen that what you ask for will also go smoothly." Hearing Avia's words, Lin Miyue smiled after she reacted. "Okay. I hope. So be it." Dayu and Bao Chai were reluctant to let go of the fish when they saw it was so beautiful and golden. On the way back, Dayu asked Lin Miyue, "Madam, we are all thinking of raising the fish we caught today. What do you think?" Lin Miyue didn't care. Since it was Bao Chai who caught the fish, "It's up to you. But it's not easy to raise this sea fish. If you put it back, it may be caught again by someone else." Xia Yin was also invited to rest in the cabin for a while. Currently, Avia is outside helping her husband to steer the boat. When she heard this, she looked at Lin Miyue and said, "The girls are so thoughtful. If you trust me, I can help raise the fish." Bao Chai and Dayu thanked Xia Yin for her kindness. Everyone was a little tired after a day, except for the energetic Avia. After talking for a while, they would either rest in the cabin or get up and go out to watch the sunset on the sea. After returning to the courtyard, Lin Miyue looked at Bao Chai and Dayu and said, "I'll have someone send the meal to your room later. Everyone is tired today. You should rest early after eating." Yunxia also added, "There is a Taoist temple on this island. It is said that it is very effective. If you have rested well tomorrow, you can go and worship. If you still feel tired and don't want to go, you can talk later." The next morning when Lin Miyue went out, she saw Bao Chai standing at the door. After Bao Chai bowed, she said, "Yur said she wanted to rest for a while today. I will accompany you to the Taoist temple to burn incense." Lin Miyue smiled. "Okay. Then we will go together." Chapter 135. The Taoist temple on the island is not big. There is only one old Taoist and a little boy. In addition to the statues of the three pure ones and other gods enshrined in the main hall, one of the two side halls enshrines the local goddess of the sea, Madame Huang, and the other side has several statues of the Dragon King. The old Taoist has white hair and beard but is energetic. Lin Miyue walked around the Taoist temple under his guidance and bowed everywhere. Bao Chai also followed him around but didn't say much. After visiting all the places, the old Taoist priest invited everyone to sit in the backyard of the Taoist temple. "Dear believers, I don't have anything good to offer you. The backyard is spacious and the scenery is quite nice. It's better to talk now than in the house. I asked my disciple to prepare some tea. If you don't mind, please go and sit for a while." Lin Miyue replied, "No, Taoist priest. Please, we are bothering you today." The old Taoist priest shook his whisk and led the way. "I don't deserve it. Please come this way." Everyone sat down. Lin Miyue asked Yunxia and others to leave. She took Bao Chai to talk with the old Taoist priest and his disciples. The old Taoist priest looked over 70 years old, and the little boy was just a toddler, so there was no need to be too shy. After Lin Miyue sat down, she looked at the little boy with a serious face, who wanted to pour tea for his master and guests. She couldn't help but touch the little hair on his head. Bao Chai also took the small pot and poured tea for everyone. She also took out a few candies wrapped in glutinous rice paper from her purse and handed them to the little boy. The old Taoist looked at his apprentice, who was looking at him eagerly, and said helplessly, "Go. The offerings in the main hall also need to be changed. You go and do this job yourself." seeing the little apprentice running away. The old Taoist said to the two in front of him apologetically, "The little boy is rude. I'm sorry to make you two believers laugh." Lin Muyue replied, "Children are like this by nature. But at such a young age. Why did you accept such a young child to serve you?" The old Taoist was so old, and the Taoist temple was not big. Lin Muyue felt that if he accepted a disciple, he should at least accept an adult who could take care of various matters. Why did he bring such a young Taoist child with him? The old Taoist sighed. The child is the only son of a family on the island. His parents went out to sea to fish and never came back. What's worse is that he doesn't have any relatives at home. Everyone on the island is just trying to make a living. I have enough food and clothing here, so I just took him in as a companion. Lin Muyue nodded. But she found something else in the old Taoist's words and asked, "So that's it? Did his parents go out to sea to fish and happen to encounter bad weather or something? Why didn't they come back? The people on this island have basically been fishing for generations, and they probably don't know whether they can go out to sea in terms of weather." So Lin Muyue felt that this matter was a bit strange. The old Taoist priest seemed to regret saying this. He stroked his beard after struggling for a while. To be honest, I also feel that something is wrong with this matter. However, after reporting it to the authorities also searched for a while, but neither the boat nor the people were found. So the matter was left unresolved. Bao Chai said at this time, "This is indeed a bit strange. Since the prince was in theft, the pirates here have been eliminated by the government and the soldiers brought by the prince. How could such a strange thing happen?" Lin Muyue felt strange because of this. So she said, "Very true. Since there is no one alive, no body, I will go back and send someone to investigate." After talking about the little Taoist boy, the old Taoist priest stared at Bao Chai for a while, and looked like he wanted to say something but stopped. Bao Chai was a little puzzled by the look, but she couldn't do anything in front of the queen. Lin Muyue also felt the old Taoist's gaze, and she quickly asked, "Master, why do you keep staring at the child beside me? What did you see?" In the two schools of Buddhism and Taoism, Taoism is of course better at fortune-telling. Although Lin Muyue claimed that she was not a superstitious person, she was already here, and if the old Taoist had anything to say, she would also listen. The old Taoist was relieved to see that Lin Muyue was willing to listen. "I hope you will forgive me for my nonsense first." But the old Taoist saw that this girl's face was originally a difficult star guarding her life, and she would be alone for the rest of her life. "But looking at your face, I am a little surprised that you can neutralize the fate of this girl." When Bao Chai heard the fortune-telling that the old Taoist priest had given her, she was shocked, but then he said that the lady beside her could neutralize the loneliness in her fate, and she didn't know what to say. Lin Muyue smiled. "You got this from Shenfeng Tongkao, which uses the Fate Palace and the stars in it to predict a person's fate. If the star of difficulty guards the fate, then the person will be lonely for life. And if the star of grace guards the fate, then the person will be prosperous for life." The old Taoist priest and Bao Chai were a little surprised, and they looked at Lin Muyue together, but Lin Muyue said, "Although there is such a saying, there is also a saying that everything depends on human efforts. Only after you have done your best can you talk about your fate." Speaking of fate, Lin Muyue felt that her fate was both good and bad. Coming to a strange dynasty was bad, but being born in a wealthy family was good. Marrying the prince as a concubine was bad, but having a son like Cheng Yu who was easy to take care of was good. Being forced to leave the capital was bad, but now the mother and son were managing the fiefdom successfully, which was good. Bao Chai also looked up and said, "Misfortunes are often accompanied by blessings, and blessings are often accompanied by misfortunes. I understand what the queen means." Lin Muyue stood up and said goodbye to the old Taoist priest. "The Taoist priest is proficient in the art of fortune-telling. It is me who is rude. Please don't take it to heart. I will leave today. I will take this girl to walk somewhere else." The old Taoist priest seemed to have finished his words, and he did not intend to say more to make the people in front of him believe him. Hearing this, he just said for his boy, "Good believers, take care. If it is convenient for you, please find out more about the child's parents." After leaving the Taoist temple, Lin Muyue said that she would take Bao Chai to walk somewhere else. But in the end, the two of them just found a beach and talked while walking. The position of Dianjing in the palace is of the 5th rank. "I don't know if you are interested in it," Lin Muyue said frankly, and she looked at Bao Chai and asked directly without any empty words. This is also the most important thing that Lin Muyue thinks she can promise Bao Chai. If Bao Chai is unwilling, She is also willing to help her make some efforts in her marriage. After all, she would feel it would be a pity if Baochai married casually with her talent. Baochai actually guessed a little bit. But she still asked after hearing it, Sister Yunxia has been with you for so long. There is only one position of Yinjin. If I take it, I am afraid it is not appropriate. Lin Miyue shook her head. I have some other expectations for this position. Yunxia may not be suitable. I have also talked to her. She will not care about this. Let Baochai work for her as a female official. Of course, Lin Miyue will not just let her be a housekeeper in the palace. Her expectations for Baochai are not just that. And the arrangement of these female officials is not just that. Hearing the Empress tell her about her views on female officials, Baochai's heart was in turmoil. She silently digested it for a while before replying, You have such a big ambition. Why did you choose me? Baochai was not self-deprecating. But she was just a little girl no matter what. And it would be too fake to say that she was not afraid when faced with such expectations. It is precisely because you are young that I want to entrust you. Only generations of young people can change some things through continuous efforts. How great it is to be young. I can't even go back to your age. Seeing that she was about to return to the road next to her, Lin Miyue lifted her skirt and went up the stairs. After Lin Miyue went up, she handed her hand to Baochai. Seeing the people below hesitated for a moment before taking her hand to help them climb up. Baochai looked at the people around her and whispered, I'm willing to try. But mother and brother. Looking at Baochai with blushing cheeks beside her, Lin Miyue knew that she had mustered up the courage to say these words to her. So she patted Baochai on the shoulder. Don't worry. As long as you are willing, I will take care of these things. At night, Daiyu was reading under the window. She heard the sound of footsteps and people talking outside, and knew that it should be the queen and sister Bao who were coming back. She went in and also went out to take a look. And when they came back, they said, Miss, the noble concubine and Miss Shui are back. Daiyu put the book on the small table. Okay. I got it. I'll go out now. You and Inga remember to go to the kitchen to get some hot water. You need to take a bath to relax after a long day. Yes. Shui Yin responded crisply. Inga also thanked Daiyu for her concern for her. The two maids went over to help her pack up a little, and then surrounded Daiyu and went out. When Lin Miyue came back, she saw Daiyu standing in the yard wearing colorful clothes. Let's have dinner together today. Daiyu, come too. The fish pot here is very famous. Before I left, I asked someone to cook a big pot of soup and prepare fresh fish and seafood. Before everyone went out to sea to catch fish or Xia Yin and her husband caught fish online, Lin Miyue and the others were so tired that they didn't have time to enjoy them. Today, they can get together to eat fish pot. After dinner, Daiyu and Baochai set up the chessboard to play chess. Baochai was concentrating on the next move. Daiyu looked at Sister Bao and smiled, saying, Sister, you seem to have changed today. I can't tell you the details, but you seem to be much more relaxed. Baochai was impressed by the sharp observation and delicate mind of the person opposite her. You didn't go with us today because you saw something. Right? There are indeed some things that have been figured out, but they are not confirmed yet. I can't tell you in detail. Yesterday, Daiyu said before going to bed that she was a little tired and couldn't go to the incense with the Empress the next day. Baochai thought at the time that she was doing so on purpose rather than being really tired. Today, Daiyu's question made her feel more certain. It is not an exaggeration to say that the two are close friends now. However, Baochai felt that today's matter was too important and involved other people. So she could only say this to Daiyu with a little apology. Daiyu also understood Baochai's difficulties. I understand. When is Sister Bao willing to talk? I will listen attentively. Chapter 136. Although she had an idea, she still had to do things one by one. However, before Lin Miyue could make any move, she received a big surprise after returning to the palace. This time, Lin Miyue went out to play because Cheng Yu urged her to do so. So when she came back, the first thing she heard was that her son had executed several families. For a while, Ming Zhou seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. Lin Miyue's mood was indescribable. It was quite fresh that her own son had learned to play tricks on her. Having said that, Lin Miyue smiled at her son's restless look. Why is that? Just now, Maokai boasted to me for a long time about the heroic spirit of Wu Wang's decisiveness in killing people. Maokai shrank his neck. He had served the noble concubine before. So before the prince came to pay his respects today, he also came to serve diligently for a while. Chung Yu quickly gave Mount Ai a look and asked him to leave with Yunxia and others. When he saw that there were only himself and his mother in the room, he stood up from the armchair and sat next to his mother. There was only a small table between the mother and son. My son has dealt with some people recently. I was afraid of disturbing my mother, so I persuaded you to go out for a walk. I have no other intentions, Chung Yu explained. Mingzhou is rich because of maritime trade and economics. The officials in the fiefdom are not all honest. In fact, Chung Yu does not want to force too much. He also understands the principle that if the water is too clear, there will be no fish. He can turn a blind eye to some things, but he can't stand some people who are too greedy and have second thoughts. That person not only reached out to the silver that cannot be touched, but also vaguely has connections with the capital. Chung Yu said this with a mocking tone. Lin Muyue looked at her son. You want to send me away because you're afraid that I won't agree with you dealing with these people directly? No one knows a son better than his mother. Chung Yu was a sesame-filled bun when he was a child. When he grew up, he was more gentle and elegant in the public's impression. However, his close friends and court officials also knew the temperament of this second prince. The corruption was fine. But no matter who in the capital arranged the chess pieces to test privately, Lin Muyue knew that his son would not tolerate it. So he dealt with them directly. It's not that he was wronged. 20,000 taels of silver is not a small amount. Even if such a large amount is dealt with according to national law, he will be executed in the autumn. My son just handled it quickly. Chung Yu saw that his mother did not show any sign of anger and said hurriedly. He supported his arm on the small table. It was rare that he did not sit upright. Instead, his whole body leaned towards his mother and looked at her. Looking at Chung Yu, Lin Muyue felt that this child was the same as his father. He was a Confucianist on the outside and a law-abiding person on the inside. When he had an idea in his mind, he would show no mercy when he found an opportunity. Some people thought that the prince was young and soft-hearted, but they had misjudged the pulse. It's all my own fault. Why should I be angry? You don't have to be like this in front of me. Speaking of which, Luaner's marriage is settled. She is the daughter of the left minister of the Ministry of Personnel. You should also prepare some gifts. Lin Muyue lightly changed the topic and talked to her son about the marriage of the third prince. Left minister of the Ministry of Personnel? But the Fong family. It's actually their daughter. Ayan has good taste. Chung Yu is a little surprised. The current left minister of the Ministry of Personnel used to work in the Ministry of Rights. Although Minister Fong did not become the Grand Master of the Ministry of Rights, he was transferred to the Ministry of Personnel. This was the official position of Lin Muyue's father in the past. Only those who are trusted by the emperor can hold it. Mr. Li had offended the Queen Mother once before, and this time the Queen Mother was even less willing to give face. Your aunt persuaded Luaner to buy a good girl from His Majesty, but she got the daughter of this family. Lin Muyue smiled, and was happy for her friend. The Queen Mother was annoyed by Mr. Li and his family's ideas. Concubine Yun was the best at judging the situation. After grasping this point, she taught her son to be very attentive to the emperor. Later, she pretended to be a good person and talked to the Queen Mother to refuse, giving the Queen Mother an excuse to reject the Li family. In the end, she got what she wanted and married her son to a beautiful woman. I have also seen that child. After your wedding, you should also curb your bad habits. If she is wronged, I will really punish you. Yun Danyuan instructed his son. Although his tone was light, Qingluan dared not listen seriously. Watching his mother fiddling with a cloisonné enamel inlaid with treasure grape bonsai, Qingluan handed a box to his mother flatteringly. He knew that this bonsai was a gift prepared by his mother for Miss Fong. However, Yun Danyuan always felt that something was missing after seeing people bring things back. Today, he took the small box handed by his son and added some broken gems to the pot as potting soil, which made it look better. My son knows everything. You asked me to go and apologize to my elder brother, and I did. Don't worry, I will treat Miss Fong well. Qingluan almost patted his chest to promise. The Miss Fong was the wife that Yun Danyuan had carefully selected for his son. She was very optimistic about Miss Fong during this election. She had this idea in her mind at that time. Later, she was happy for a while when Miss Fong caught the emperor's eye. The previous war seemed to have drained the emperor's spirit. After the Zhu family's power was gone, the Pei family took control of the court. The emperor also found that although the civil official's family was not as threatening as the Zhu family, he felt uncomfortable that he might hit a snag in whatever he wanted to do. Ironically, The only family that can compete with Pei Gulao in the court is Lin Gulao's family. Chung Yu could only hold his nose and get closer and closer to the Lin family and rely on them. Only in this way can he implement what he wants to do. The emperor had the idea of balancing all parties when he selected the girls. However, the girls from Pei and Zhu are not the ones favored in the palace now. The queen is still in the emperor's eyes, but she is busy with palace affairs and can't spare time. Therefore, a few inconspicuous female officials and concubines who were born in the palace have emerged as the most favored. Qingluan also knew about these things in the palace, but he didn't say much. After making the promise, he said to his mother, after a while, "My son will leave the palace after the palace is repaired. You must take care of yourself in the palace. This time, you have registered with the queen mother for my son's marriage. My son is incompetent, and there is nothing I can do to help you. I will not cause trouble again in the future." After Yun Danyuan finished the potted plants, she finally set her sights on her son. She looked at him, who was already much taller than herself. As son, although sometimes he disliked his son silly, but he felt relieved when he heard these words. "Okay, you should do the things that His Majesty ordered you to do well after all. You are brothers, and now the Emperor needs people to do things. You should be diligent and do things well, so that you can accumulate some reputation for yourself. After all, the concubine is already retired, and the concubines of Emperor Xinghe are the real busy ones in the palace now. Not to mention the two concubines who assist in the palace affairs. Empress Xiaoqing is not at peace now." Xiaoqing felt a headache when she saw the two crying concubines below. There are only 4 main positions in the palace except the queen. The emperor has been favoring concubines recently. The 2 concubines in front of him are the concubines promoted outside the selection. The one kneeling on the left with an unconvinced face is the beautician, who was a female official in the 6th bureau. The other one with tears in her eyes is the maid Gu, who is a maid in front of the emperor. The beautician has a better background and a higher position, but Gu is the emperor's new favorite recently. The 2 of them live in the same palace without a main position to suppress them. The 2 of them always had small disputes on weekdays. Today, they had friction again over some small things. Shen Marin was so angry that she slapped Gu Chong in the face. Gu Chong could not swallow this breath. She was only 1 level lower than Shen Marin. However, she was also smarter. Although she mocked back mercilessly at that time, she did not take action. Now that the lawsuit was brought to the queen, she began to cry again. No matter who came, they would feel that she was greatly wronged. Shen Marin could not think straight in front of the queen. She looked arrogant and unconvinced. Xiaoqing knew that Gu Chengzai might not be innocent, but she was better at acting in front of others after being beaten. So she punished Shen Marin with a month of house arrest and 3 months of monthly salary, and punished Gu Chengzai with a month of monthly salary, but did not punish her with house arrest. After sending the people away, Xiaoqing held Nianyan's hand and returned to the couch in the inner room. She complained in a low voice. "It seems that I have too good a temper. I always bring all the trivial matters to my court. I will send them back next time." Nianyun and Nianfeng are helpless now. The queen mother is high above and ignores the jealousy of her son's concubines. One of the 2 concubines, Jingfei, is only in name only and rarely gets involved in good or bad things. The other, Anfei, is used to saving face. She will shirk responsibility for good things and bad things. As a result, their master, the queen, is so busy that she can't take care of the emperor. Nian Feng glanced at her master and asked carefully, "Your Majesty, why don't you promote concubine Ren? I think she is honest and willing to listen to your orders. If you can give her some palace affairs, you can also be more relaxed." In fact, Nian Feng had another thing to say. Emperor Xinghe's harem is not empty now, but no one has ever had anything. The queen mother knew that the queen was busy and did not stop the emperor from favoring concubines, so she did not say anything. At the same time, she also tolerated the concubines of lower rank who were making trouble. The Xiao family had a daughter who married into the royal family and became the empress. Naturally, they hoped that their own queen would be the first to get pregnant. As long as Xiaoqing had a prince, Emperor Xinghe himself would be the heir to the throne as the eldest son, and he would definitely treat this son well, so that the Xiao family's wealth and prosperity could continue. After all, she is only in the position of the 9 concubines. It is not easy to be promoted to the position of concubine without any reason. If she is only in the current position, she is no match for concubine, and Xiaoqing did not look down on Ren Zhaoyi. But Concubine Anne's methods were there, and he was afraid of pushing her into the fire pit if he promoted her. The family sent a letter before, saying that the lady will pass a card to visit the queen in the palace soon, and would like to ask the queen when she is free and can have time. Seeing that this matter did not work out, Nianyun mentioned the matter of the Shao family's wife entering the palace. Shao Qingyi was chosen as the queen, and the Shao family naturally moved from Jinling to Yanqing. The wife of Duke Cheng'an also often came to visit her daughter. Shao Qingyi rubbed her forehead and knew what her mother wanted to say when she came to the palace, but she couldn't refuse. So she just said, "That will be 3 days later. There is nothing to do that day." Before entering the palace, the wife of Duke Cheng'an was only concerned about her daughter's diet and daily life. But later there was no good news in the palace. After she entered the palace to see her daughter, she always talked about this matter. Later, she also wanted to bring a prescription to the palace for her daughter. Shao Qingyi was so busy that even her daily life was a little messy. Seeing her mother like this made her even more unhappy. So the atmosphere between the mother and daughter was not good these few times. Chapter 137. Meeting her mother again, as expected by the queen, the mother and daughter parted unhappily. After Lady Qinjian left, Shao Qingyi sent the people around her away, and sat alone in the Zinfazai of Cunning Palace. Zinfazai is a small Buddhist temple. After Shao Qingyi moved in, she did not make any changes. But she was young and not old enough to pray to the gods, so she seldom came here on weekdays. But now her heart was in a mess, and she felt that the sandalwood scent here could calm her mind, so she came here to sit. Sitting on the kneeling mat under the Guanyin statue, Shao Qingyi kept thinking back to her mother's words. The wife of Duke Cheng'an originally doted on her daughter, but there had been no news since her daughter entered the palace. After she entered the palace, no matter what she said, she could not avoid the issue of the air. Shao Qingyi had brought a round fan with her when she came in just now. Now she felt even more annoyed when she looked at the picture of 100 pomegranate seeds on it, and casually threw the fan aside. However, Shao Qingyi did not have much time to rest. Nianfeng's cautious voice came from outside. Nianfeng did not want to disturb her own queen, but the people around the queen mother came to summon the queen, so she did not dare to delay. Shao Qingyi in the room heard what Nianfeng said, and stood up to change clothes and go to Xinang Palace to meet the queen mother. Queen Motherly called the queen at this time, and she really had something to tell her. But after Shao Qingyi heard what the queen mother said, she could not keep the smile on her face. What the queen mother meant was that she wanted her son to persuade his majesty. Shao Qingyi asked again without giving up, and received a kind smile from the queen mother. "It's more appropriate for you to do this kind of thing. Here is the soup that has just been cooked for the emperor. You can take it with you." The emperor should have finished his work at this time. Queen Motherly pointed to a food box on the table. The weather has been getting hotter recently, and the masters in the palace also want to go to the garden to escape the heat. However, the emperor had some health problems before, so Li Wancheng was afraid that her son would act up again and hurt himself after arriving at the garden. So she planned to order the queen to ask the emperor to take only a few concubines who were selected through this election to escape the heat in the garden this time. Fu Yu also bowed to the queen, picked up the food box and said, "I will go with the queen. Please go." Shao Qingyi had already had an unpleasant quarrel with her mother, but she didn't expect that the little thing just now was nothing. Shao Qingyi thought that the matter given to her by the queen mother was really fatal. But she couldn't go against the queen mother's wishes, so she could only get up and leave with a heavy heart. Arriving at the emperor's palace of heavenly purity, eunuch Xiaofan hurriedly went to greet the empress when he saw that it was the empress's carriage. He saw that the female official beside the empress dowager was also there, and his eyes rolled around. But she just lowered her head and didn't attract anyone's attention. Shao Qingyi saw Xiaofan from a distance, and after getting off the sedan chair, he asked, "Your Majesty, are you free? I went to pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager was worried about you, and stewed a medicinal diet for your Majesty. I came with Aunt Fu Yu. Although Fu Yu is now a female official, the Empress and others still call her aunt to show respect, and even the Emperor calls her the same way. If the Queen came by herself, Xiaofan would have to go in and make a report. But looking at the people standing by, he knew that the Queen's sudden visit today should be the Queen Mother's intention. So he quickly said, "Your Majesty, please." His Majesty has just finished his work. After telling the Emperor what the Queen Mother had told him to do, Shao Qingyi left the Qianxin Palace and looked at the stars in the night sky. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that today was finally over. It was really not easy for him to still see the moonlight and stars. In addition to the marriage of the third prince in Beijing, the marriage of the second princess was also in the spotlight. Among the princesses of the previous emperor, the eldest princess had already married out of Beijing. According to the recent news, this princess was living a good life. The second princess was now old enough to get engaged. For a while, all the families in Beijing who wanted to marry the princess had their own plans. And there were also people in the palace who asked for help from their connections and came to the side of Concubine Yao to drum up support. Concubine Yao can be regarded as one of the most popular people in the harem. Whether it is the Yuan family who first moved into the East Palace with her, the two giants in the harem, the queen and the imperial concubine, or the Zhu family who was proud for a while, Concubine Yao has some face in front of everyone. Seeing that the third prince of the Yuan family has a certain relationship, Concubine Yao likes to talk to her sister, who has solved a major event in her son's life. Sister, no matter what, you have married a daughter-in-law. I am the princess, and I am always unsure. Concubine Yao's worries are not false. Although the concubine can live in the princess's mansion, but Concubine Yao thinks about the eldest princess's affairs, and still does not intend to set this precedent herself. Even if she wants to go out of the palace to live with her daughter, she will have to wait a few years. Although the princesses have their own princess mansions to live in, and they also have wedding rewards and annual silver. After all, their fathers have passed away, and now it is the emperor's brother who is marrying his sister. So the princesses can still get less private money. Concubine Yao has accumulated some money in the palace over the years, but many of them are not easy to give to the princess. Concubine Yao has a common problem among mothers. She is always worried that her daughter will not have enough money after marriage, or will be looked down upon by the prince consort's family. Concubine Yun took a sip of tea, put down the teacup slowly and said, "The queen mother is not a stingy person. Even if the dowry given to Yin Yin cannot exceed that of Ling Yu's child, it is not much less. Besides, the queen mother has agreed to refer to your opinion in the end to choose a man for Yin Yin. This is already a great grace. Concubine Yun is a bystander. Now the prince consort is not banned from serving as an official in the court. There are many benefits to marrying a princess. The princess's dowry is rich in comparison. The descendants will basically be awarded titles. The downside is that the prince consort cannot be unrestrained in women. If the princess does not agree, the prince consort cannot take a concubine. Many children are already strictly controlled by their families, and they will not care about these fleshly matters. Maybe because the marriages of several princes and princesses before had some twists and turns. When it came to Yin, the queen mother simply sent a message privately to let Concubine Yao, the birth mother, make the decision. On the surface, it was still the queen mother who chose the family, but the actual right to make the final decision was given to Concubine Yao by Queen Mother Li. After hearing this, Concubine Yao also said, "The people chosen by the Empress Dowager are all good, but they are all in the open. To be honest, I came to talk to you today because I wanted Qingluan to investigate privately. Concubine Yao's mother's family has improved somewhat in recent years, but it would be fine if it was just for some small matters." Concubine Yao herself knew that she could not rely on her family for such things. The prince of the Yun family can already go out of the palace. Qingluan is now the emperor's younger brother, and is also a close relative of the royal family. It is still possible to investigate several families in the capital who have selected candidates for the imperial consort. Knowing what Concubine Yao was worried about, Yun Danyuan nodded. "I know. Qingluan will not ignore what my sister entrusted to him. Yin is also his biological sister, and it is his responsibility as a brother to check on her." Seeing that the biggest purpose of this trip had been achieved, Concubine Yao couldn't help but relax. "I will go to the garden in a while, and I will personally instruct the people in this small kitchen to prepare a banquet to entertain my sister and Qingluan. My sister must give me this face." Thinking of Concubine Yao's accomplishments in eating, Yun Danyuan couldn't help laughing. "Okay, then I'll wait for my sister's meal." Later, Qingluan was really busy for a while, and before the queen mother held a flower banquet, he handed over the information about the young masters of various families, who caught the queen mother's eye to his mother. Yun Danyuan looked at the thick stack of papers in her hand, which was almost a book, and praised her son for a rare moment. Regardless of the content, "Your attitude deserves praise." Qingluan was dissatisfied. "Mother, why do you say that to me? What do you mean by no matter what the content is? I have investigated the content for a long time. It not only includes the personal situation of these young masters, but also their family situation. I have found out clearly. When her son was complaining for himself, Yuan quickly glanced at the things in her hand. She found that her son did a good job this time. He really sorted out the information of these candidates as he said. So she called Shuesung over. You go and deliver these things to Concubine Yao. I have lived up to your trust. Qingluan saw that his mother was satisfied, and hurriedly said, Phew, finally I have completed the task. It is a strange day. When did it get so hot? My son has been riding all the way here, and is covered in dirt. Please have mercy on him, and let me drink some water. How could I not feel sorry for my son? Yuan looked at his son, who seemed reliable just now, and suddenly became like a child again. He said helplessly, I have prepared hot water, and new clothes for you. There will be a palace banquet in the evening. Don't be too unruly. Qingluan, who had already jumped up from his seat, and was ready to take a bath, hurriedly replied when he heard his mother talking. I know. I won't delay your nap. Son will take a bath first. Emperor Xinghe came to the garden to escape the summer heat this time, and brought several younger brothers and sisters with him. Qingluan liked to run back and forth because of the palace. Today, he rushed back because there was a small banquet in the evening. However, when the banquet started at Yakan Waterside Pavilion in the evening, Qingluan thought it would be better to take a leave and not come, so as to avoid sitting here and waiting for the time. The emperor sat in the main seat. The empress dowager and the queen sat on both sides of the emperor, and the rest were the two concubines and the emperor's brothers and sisters. At first, it was okay. The empress dowager even cared about the emperor's health and asked him to drink less wine. But when a group of palace maids from the Jia Fangxi came to perform a dance, the emperor's eyes were on one of them, and the empress dowager couldn't help but shout emperor to express her dissatisfaction. Unfortunately, the queen mother's shout had no deterrent effect at all. After the dance, Chung Yu directly called out to the maid who led the dance and asked her name. The maid who led the dance, despite the unfriendly gazes of the queen mother and the empress, still boldly replied, Your Majesty, my name is Yusin. Chung Yu also praised her. She is worthy of the description of a jade dance, so she should be named Yumarin. Li Wancheng thought that her son had learned a lesson by not bringing a new favorite to the palace, but she didn't expect that he would give her a big surprise before he came for a while. She was so angry that she almost couldn't breathe. She was impatient to watch the maid thanking her happily, and she left the table directly. Chung Yu glanced at the direction where his mother left, and then told her to continue in a deep voice. Kong Sheng went down to talk to the newly appointed Yumarin for a few words, and then told his apprentice Yofan to take her down. Chapter 138. Last time, I took Dayu and Baochai out for a walk. After returning, Lin Miyue went to Shue's house and talked to Mrs. Shui in person for a long time, and confirmed Baochai's matter. When Mrs. Shui heard the words of the noble concubine, she was stunned. She rarely looked directly at the person opposite her. Please forgive me, my queen. I only have 2 children after I got married. My son is fine, now that he is not committing crimes and has something to do. I am very grateful. But this daughter, after struggling for a while, Mrs. Shui said again, my daughter is smart and capable. You know the situation in our family. If her father hadn't gone, it would be fine. In this situation, I am really worried about her future. But helping you is also a lifelong thing. It is no less than getting married. I am not afraid of you getting angry. I am still worried. Mrs. Shui regretted sending her daughter to participate in the election. Fortunately, her daughter came back. Now her son has a destiny, so she doesn't want to force her daughter. Instead, she wants to find a family that can treat Baochai well and let her live a safe and happy life. Lin Miyue knew that she couldn't reassure the other person by saying anything else now. If she had a daughter, she would be more entangled in her daughter's future than Mrs. Shui is now. I won't say anything fancy. Just look at the female teachers in my house and Zhang Genjing, Yunxia and others around me. I will provide for them in their old age. Lin Miyue said seriously. Mrs. Shui sighed, knowing that the noble concubine was determined to get it today, and her daughter had not revealed anything to her before, so she must have made up her mind. So she decided to follow her daughter's wishes and agreed to this matter. Lin Miyue was in a good mood after arranging Baochai's affairs. She sent gifts to the 2 concubines in Beijing who were going to marry their wives and daughters, and then began to take care of her son's affairs. The album she mistakenly gave to Dayu before finally allowed Lin Miyue to discover a common hobby between the two. She also planned to use this as a starting point to test Dayu's thoughts on her silly son. Looking at the fish-watching album that her son compiled while investigating the corruption case, Lin Muyue said to Yunxia, "When school is over, please invite Dayu to have dinner with me. I will greet Madame Jia and send someone to send her home after dinner. It's really lively." After Wen Lu responded and went out, Lin Muyue took the letter sent by Yun Danyuan in Beijing and sighed leisurely. Yunxia had taken people to count the various materials in the palace. Lin Muyue planned to clear out the materials that had been stored for a long time. The fleet led by Avia was finally about to set sail. She planned to ask Avia to help sell these materials, and some goods from the various workshops and shops in the palace in the west. What happened in the capital? Recently, a prince is getting married, and a princess is getting engaged. It is indeed a bit lively, but you don't have to be so emotional. Right? Yunxia looked up from the account book and record book, and asked in a puzzled tone. The third Prince Qingluan was a prince, and his wedding was naturally handled by various government offices inside and outside the palace. In addition to the princess engagement and other matters, it was not uncommon for the capital to be busy now. However, after hearing Lin Muyue's tone of watching the excitement, Yunxia felt that it would not be just these excitements to watch. It's the emperor's business. Why didn't I realize that the temporary palace was such a good place for pleasure and hunting for beauties? The emperor has lived in the garden for less than a month, and he has taken in a beauty and 2 maids. And there are many more beautiful palace maids in front of him, said Lin Muyue, dusting the letter paper. The imperial palaces and other courtyards for the royal summer retreats were built very well by several generations of emperors. Lin Muyue felt that they were even better than the several royal gardens she had seen in her previous life. To be honest, they were more suitable for being unrestrained and having fun than in the palace. However, the emperors of the Su family for several generations were not those who indulged in women. Even Emperor Gaozong, who had many concubines, did not recruit palace maids from the imperial palace to fill his concubines. However, Emperor Xing has set a precedent for everyone to watch. After hearing this, Yun Xia was a little bit unbelievable. Your Majesty is not such a person. I remember that Your Majesty only liked to practice archery and horse riding when he was a child. Later, he did not dote on the concubines around him. Queen Motherly chose a palace maid who was knowledgeable about human affairs for her son, according to the rules. However, when everyone was still in the palace, Yun Xia did not hear that any palace maid who could serve the prince was favored. How could such a romantic affair happen now? Lin Muyue continued to read the letter. What else could it be? The affairs of the court are hard to control. The women in the harem, especially the concubines who were born as palace maids, are also hard to control. As long as the emperor cannot make the important officials of the court obey him, he could only deal with these things. In fact, the emperor has not sorted out the court for such a long time. Lin Muyue was quite surprised. After all, no matter whether there was something fishy about Su Ruiqing's death, the emperor ascended the throne according to the will of the previous emperor. In addition, with the blessing of his eldest son's status, he should have won the support of many court officials. But perhaps there were too many doubts about Su Ruiqing's death in his prime. Many court officials who did not take sides were confused, plus the previous fight between the Pei and Zhu families made the court a mess. The Lin family and its children were also a force, although these people were doing things normally. But Lin Feng was also cautious and did not completely turn to the emperor. There were more and more people in the court who were prudent and self-protective. Although the Zhu family was defeated now, Pei Guolao had freed up his hands to rectify the court. But these actions were based on his own interests, and the emperor did not buy it. So now the water in the court can be said to be getting more and more chaotic, and anyone who looks at it will have a headache. Yun Xia thought of something else. There has been no good news in the palace. Maybe it's because of this. The emperor and the queen have always had a good relationship. Now there are so many beautiful women in the palace, but there is no good news. After listening to Lin Muyue's words, Yun Xia couldn't help but think of this. Lin Muyue thought it might not be because of this. If they had been on guard against the Zhu family before, it would have been possible. But no matter how powerful the Pei family is, they are only civil officials. The emperor should not be worried about what will happen if Concubine and has a prince. If the emperor is a little shameless, he can even use the heir to control the Pei family. I don't know either. It may be because of this reason. However, the emperor has had several concubines in the palace who were favored by their parents. They also have no good news. I always feel that there may be something else. Lin Muyue also finished reading the letter and said after thinking for a while. Yunxia has always trusted her own queen's opinion. Hearing this, she said, "Yes, but it has nothing to do with us anyway. After all, your majesty is still young. There has been no good news in these years. In a few years, Pei Gulao will always have a letter." Lin Miyue also thought so. The Pei family now looks very good. But a very important problem is that Pei Gulao is too old. Even if the emperor does not take action now, his chances of winning will still increase. He only needs to endure this period of time. Once Pei Gulao is gone, it is not certain that there will be someone in the Pei family who can continue to win over the current forces. These are all matters that the Queen Mother and the Emperor should worry about. Forget it. There's no need to think too much about it. Lin Miyue felt that the Emperor should still have a clue, so she stopped worrying about it. Ahem. Water. Ahem. Bring me some water. Chengyu got up early and met with a few ministers to explain some things. After they left, he hurried back to the inner room. He coughed so hard that his lungs were broken. He only managed to squeeze out a few words to ask for water. Kong Sheng saw the Emperor like this and quickly poured water to him. He watched the Emperor coughing and his face turned abnormally red. And his heart was beating fast. But he changed his mind and said, "Your Majesty, do you want to summon the Immortal Master to preach again? You felt good after taking the Immortal Elixir given by the Immortal Master before. Why don't you ask him to come again now?" Before, he was busy with various affairs, and he was indeed a little uncomfortable. Chengyu took some of the elixir given by the Immortal Master himself. After taking it, he did feel more energetic. Recently, because the weather was getting hotter, he wanted to cool down at night, and he couldn't stop coughing. So Kong Sheng said this. "No need for now. Wait. You order someone to invite him into the garden. Isn't there a secluded place for meditation on Zhongchu Mountain? You give him some people to serve him." Chengyu refused to let anyone else bring in the elixir. But he also ordered someone to reward the Taoist master with a Taoist temple in the garden. Kong Sheng thought about these words for a while. He knew that the emperor had been too active recently, and didn't want to leave any more questions for others. So when he ordered someone to invite the Taoist into the garden, he also told him to bring the so-called elixir. In the garden, Empress Dowager Li lived in Shouhua Chunwei this time, and the queen lived in Fengming Kunyi. But the queen basically lived in Empress Dowager Li's residence these days. The emperor's behavior last time annoyed the queen dowager. So when the emperor went to pay respects later, Empress Dowager Li rarely refused to let her son in, and the queen was caught between the two again. But this time, she was ordered by the emperor to appease the queen dowager. "Your Majesty, this is what your Majesty picked out from the tribute from overseas, and invited a master to work meticulously. So you got this group of statues." Xiao Qingyi looked at this group of agar-wood root carvings of gods and Buddhas celebrating birthdays, and tried her best to speak well of the emperor. Li Wancheng glanced at the item, her expression unchanged. It's still a while before the Qianqiu festival, and it's not worthy of such a generous gift from the emperor. Empress Xiao was choked by the Empress Dowager's words, but she continued to smile and said, "The Empress Dowager's Qianqiu, your Majesty, naturally has something better to offer. This is what your Majesty prepared for you before." Li Wancheng was angry with her son not only because he disobeyed her wishes, but also because the emperor did not take care of his body. However, she did not want to make the relationship with her son too stiff. The queen came diligently these days, and always brought various things. She naturally knew that this was the emperor's way of showing goodwill and apology. Seeing that the expression on the Empress Dowager's face had eased, Empress Xiao also hurriedly took advantage of the victory, and said many good things to the emperor. "It would be the best birthday gift if he could get angry with me less. How has he been these days? I heard from the palace servants in front of the emperor that the emperor has been feeling a little unwell these days." Empress Dowager Li finally relaxed, and said to the empress about the emperor. Empress Xiao, who was being bullied from both sides, felt that she had finally seen some hope. She quickly took over the conversation and coaxed the Empress Dowager to send the emperor another soup. "Your Majesty has been feeling a little unwell these days. He told me before that he wanted to taste your cooking again." Chapter 139. The friction between the Empress Dowager and the emperor in Beijing came to an end, but Emperor Xinghe still faced a chaotic court and many difficult political affairs. Chengyu looked at the memorial sent from various places, frowned and read on. Kong Sheng was not serving him today. Xiaofan looked at the emperor's ugly face and did not dare to go up to persuade him. Rubbing his eyebrows, Chengyu ordered tea. Xiaofan also hurried to get the teacup. After watching the emperor drink the tea and sit down on the couch next to him to rest, Xiaofan boldly said, "The queen sent someone to ask if you are free to go to Fengmingkuni in the evening?" Cheng Yu put the teacup on the small table next to him. Did the queen say what it was? Cheng Yu also knew Xiao Qingyi's temperament, and he would not use such a trick to win favor if there was nothing wrong, so he asked directly. When Yanfeng came in person, in addition to conveying the queen's concern for the emperor, she also said that the queen wanted to ask the emperor to discuss the matter of celebrating the queen mother's birthday. Xiaofan then replied yes. When Miss Yanfeng, who is beside the queen, came, she did say that she wanted to ask you to discuss the matter of organizing the Qianqiu festival for the queen mother. Nodding in understanding, Cheng Yu suddenly felt very annoyed when looking at the pile of memorials on the desk over there, and said to Xiaofan, "Then go to Fengmingkuni to set up the meal tonight. And in the afternoon you go to Xuanyu Marin to Kaiyangwaxuan, and ask her to bring her pipa as well." Xiaofan took the order and left, and Cheng Yu returned to the desk to continue to deal with the pile of memorials. At night, Xiao Qingyi looked at the table full of dinner and asked Yanfeng beside her, "What time will His Majesty come? Why hasn't he come yet?" Yanfeng went to pass on the message and came back. Fengmingkuni was busy. She didn't know what was going on with the emperor. But Wang, a female official who was assigned to the queen's office after entering the palace, said with some hesitation, "Your Majesty, I went to the monk's clothing bureau this afternoon to discuss the dress prepared for the queen mother's birthday. I saw that His Majesty's carriage seemed to be heading to Kaiyangwaxuan." Wang was the female official selected by Queen Motherly for her daughter-in-law after Xiao Qingyi entered the palace. She was about 50 years old, so she knew that she was just a guide selected by the queen mother for the queen. The queen would probably promote her confidence in the future, so she was not in a hurry to show off after the queen took charge of the palace affairs. But today, since she had seen the emperor going there, and he did not show up on time when he said he would have dinner at the queen's place, she had to say it. Xiao Qingyi fiddled with the spoon in the bowl on the table. "Kaiyangwaxuan? I remember it was by the water. Why did your Majesty go there to enjoy the coolness?" The royal lady could only bite the bullet and continue. "I heard that Yumarin was summoned. I heard that Yumarin is not only good at singing and dancing, but also plays the pipa exquisitely. Although as the queen, Xiao Qingyi knew that she would eventually face the beauties in her husband's harem. But although the several new favorites in the palace were favored, none of them had occupied the emperor for so many days like Yumarin today. So that's how it is. Kaiyangwaxuan also has hot springs. It's a good place to relax at night," Xiao Qingyi said calmly. She looked at the food on the table. "Let's take it away and heat it up again." After hearing this, Yan Yun led the little palace maid to start working. Yanfeng walked to the queen and asked, "Your Majesty, will His Majesty come today?" Xiao Qingyi was also a little depressed, but she cheered up and said, "He should come. I want to discuss the matter of the Queen Mother with His Majesty. Your Majesty will not be so inconsiderate." Yanfeng also thought it made sense when the queen said that. She also smiled and said, "Your Majesty, what you said makes me feel relieved. I will take people to get the outside." The courtyard lights on the front were turned on. These lights were replaced by you later. I wonder if your Majesty noticed it. Xiao Qingyi herself was born in Jiangnan, Fengmingkuni, as the residence of the queen in the palace. Naturally cannot be changed. But some details can be changed. The Jiangnan-style courtyard lights in the courtyard are a detail she has just changed recently. She smiled after hearing what Yan Yun said. "Okay, you take the people with you, and burn some incense inside. When your Majesty comes, the whole garden will be filled with fragrance." Seeing Yanfeng taking people out with great enthusiasm, Xiao Qingyi said something else and got up, and went back to the inner room to reapply her makeup. Cheng Yu sat on the dragon sedan chair, and went to Fengmingkuni. In the afternoon, he summoned Yumarin to play the pipa, but later Yumarin pestered him to go to the hot spring palace at the back. After such a delay, the sky was already full of stars. In fact, he regretted fooling around with Yumarin here, but he also thought that since he was the emperor, it was not a big deal to favor a concubine. If the queen got angry about this, it would be a loss of virtue. Xiaofan followed the dragon sedan chair, and prayed in his heart that the queen would not show His Majesty a disgrace later. After all, the queen was still young, and had not been in the palace for long. He was worried that the queen would explode after His Majesty's behavior today. But when they arrived at Fengmingkuni, everyone was a little surprised. Before they entered the door, they could smell a faint fragrance. After entering the door, Cheng Yu looked at the courtyard lights in the courtyard. When he was a child, His mother also lived here for many years. So he knew at a glance that these things had been replaced. Xiao Qingyi was waiting for the emperor at the gate. The palace maids on the left and right were holding a lantern each. She bowed after seeing the emperor. Seeing this, Cheng Yu hurried over and took the queen's hand. It's not warm at night yet. You don't have to wait next time. After smiling, Xiao Qingyi said softly, I am willing to wait for your majesty. I have asked someone to heat up the dinner and add a few side dishes. Your majesty, please come quickly. Xiao Fan followed the emperor and thought to himself that the queen was not a simple person. Today's incident had so many people's eyes on Feng Mingkunyi. If the queen made a fuss, the matter would have been spread out soon. As a result, the queen showed her virtuous and generous side. And those who wanted to see the joke were frustrated. Empress Xiao used a retreat as a means of advance, which did not make the emperor uncomfortable. After that day, she secretly compensated the empress a lot. She also went to Feng Mingkunyi many times during this period for the Qianqiu festival. The Qianqiu festival was also very well organized. The empress dowager and the emperor praised the empress. But later, when the summer heat was unbearable, another case broke the peace in the palace. The emperor's favorite Yumarin was pregnant, but she accidentally fell into the water and lost her fetus. Yumarin cried uncontrollably as soon as she woke up. She actually knew she was pregnant a long time ago, but she had been too prominent recently and offended several bigwigs in the harem. She wanted to wait 3 months before telling the story. When Xiao Qingyi was sitting outside, she was a little sad when she heard her crying. However, since it had already happened, she looked at the 2 palace maids, Fei Hong and Jitsui, who were kneeling on the ground, and asked, How did your beauty fall into the water? I remember that there were corridors all over the Shihui pavilion. Right? Fei Hong hesitated for a while, and then she looked up at the queen and said, Your Majesty, our beauty was pushed into the water by someone. It was because there were corridors all over that place that the beauty hit her stomach, and it was so serious. Didn't the beauty take you with her when she went out? How could she be assassinated? Xiao Qingyi looked at the 2 people and asked suspiciously. Ji Chui also said at this time, To answer your Majesty's question, when we arrived in front of the Shihui pavilion, the beauty said that she felt a little cold and asked me to go back to get a cloak. So I went back at that time. Fei Hong was alone with Yumarin at that time. She waited until Ji Chui finished speaking and then continued, I followed the beauty to the Shihui pavilion at that time. The beauty said that she was tired and rested in the pavilion for a while. Later, she saw the peonies that were in full bloom and wanted to use them as hairpins. I went to find the person who took care of the flowers in the garden to get scissors to get the flowers. Nian heard the 2 people talking, and also went out to find the palace servants at the Shihui pavilion to check the testimony, which confirmed Fei Hong's previous statement. So Xiao Qingyi could only let Fei Hong and Jitsui get up. She sent someone to check on Yumarin. After hearing the person come back and say that she was still worried but could reply normally, she got up and planned to ask questions. Yumarin was crying on the bed, but she wanted to get up and salute the queen after she came in. Xiao Qingyi would not let her move, so she hurried over to stop her. Just lie down. I just want to ask you something. Because of the fall into the water and the miscarriage, Yumarin was now haggard. She said in a hoarse voice, Your Majesty, please ask. But I didn't pay attention at the time, and there may not be any details to tell you. After all, it was her duty, as the queen, to take care of the concubines in the palace. Seeing that Yumarin was still cooperating, Xiao Qingyi felt that she was still. It was reasonable. And the anxiety in my heart also dissipated a little. Then tell me something you can remember. I have reported the matter to His Majesty and the Queen Mother. Don't worry. I promise to do my best to give you justice. At night in Feng Mingkunyi, Xiao Qingyi thought that she had learned so many things. Why didn't she find a Longwan from the Ministry of Justice to learn some skills in solving cases? When Yumarin was pushed into the water, she was alone, but she couldn't provide any clues. The people from the Palace Administration Department only asked those questions later. She had no idea where to start now. In Shihui Chunhui, Empress Dowager Li and her son sat opposite each other. Both of them looked unhappy. Empress Dowager Li spoke first. This matter should involve a lot of people. What does the emperor mean? There are only a few people who can secretly harm concubines in the palace. Empress Dowager Li is not afraid that the matter will not be found out, but she is afraid that the matter will eventually be found out by a few people who no one wants to see. Qingyou's face was not good either. This was the first time that a concubine in his harem was pregnant, and she was diagnosed with miscarriage. He stared at the rosewood enamel landscape screen opposite him, and said in a tone that was neither light nor heavy, "I understand what you mean. Just ask the palace administration office to check it out. The person behind this incident was very efficient, and it might not be found out." Chung Yu had been exhausted from handling state affairs these days. This year's solar terms were not good. The continuous rain in spring caused many places to burst the dikes. In early summer, there was a continuous drought. It was obvious that this year's harvest should be extremely bleak. Empress Dowager Li also knew that her son had been entangled in state affairs recently, and could not get away. However, she could only tell the emperor not to be greedy for coolness, and take care of his health. After the mother and son talked about the matter of Yumarin, there was nothing else to say. Chung Yu got up and said goodbye and returned to Jiulong Shengjing. Chapter 140. Among the three leaders, only the queen really wanted to find the real murderer. The emperor and the queen mother had already let it go in their hearts. Although the queen was still asking about it, the actions of the palace administration office were getting more and more perfunctory. So later, although Queen Xiao sent the people of the palace administration office to talk back and forth several times, the final conclusion was that the palace servants working at Sher Whiting had not seen any suspicious people, and in the end, no suspects were found. Xiao Qingyi watched Nianfeng take some fruits out of the ice container and put them on the table. She said a little depressed, "You can give them to Shuan. I don't really want to eat them." The palace administration department didn't find any results in the end. Empress Xiao has been feeling listless these days. In addition, the hot weather made her have no appetite. Nianfeng also saw this, so he wanted to find a way to let his queen use more food. However, Nianfeng persuaded her several times. Seeing that Empress Xiao still refused to give in, she had no choice but to take the iced fruits to Wang Nuguan's place. After she arrived, she did not say goodbye after delivering the things, but sat next to Wang Nuguan. Wang, the female official, was originally planning to teach the newly assigned young palace maid some needlework. But Nianfeng suddenly came with something and sat down. So she asked first, "Miss, what do you want to say? I have nothing to do today. If you want to ask anything, just ask." Nianfeng was silent for a while, and then asked directly, "Sir, is it really impossible to investigate this matter? Your Majesty has been busy for so many days. Is it just going to be over?" Queen Xiao summoned people from various places to ask questions these days, and often asked people from the palace administration department to answer questions. After being busy for a while, it ended up in vain. She felt uncomfortable, and the people around her felt sorry for the queen. "Miss, I have been in the palace for so many years, and there are too many unclear things." Although the queen did not find anything this time, the queen mother and his majesty did not blame me. This is already an attitude. Wang Nuguan looked at Nianfeng and said leisurely, "If you are just worried about whether the queen will be blamed for not doing a good job this time, you can rest assured. It won't happen." Wang Nuguan added when she saw the changing expression on Nianfeng's face. After hearing what Wang said, Nianfeng knew how to persuade the queen. So she pursed her lips and said, "Thank you. I understand." In the misty moonlight of the palace, Pei Anfei held a pearl and looked at it carefully. "You did a good job this time. I underestimated you before." Lu, who was standing next to her, saw that Anfei had been enjoying the pearl for a while, and hurriedly handed over a brocade bag for the queen to put the things back. "Your Majesty, you are too kind. It is my duty to share your worries. I don't deserve your praise." "No. This is indeed a beautiful move." Although the palace administration department did not investigate it in detail this time, even if it investigates it carefully, there may not be any results. Pei Anfei put the pearl back into the brocade bag and said with a smile, "The location was chosen very cleverly this time. There were no precious flowers, plants or trees near the Sherhuai pavilion, and the palace maids, who were responsible for cleaning there were often lazy. So Lady Lu chose to do it there. And Lady Yu lost her child as expected. Lady Yu wanted to hide her pregnancy, but she was not careful enough. Fei Hong, who was beside her, had caught a cold and asked a female doctor to come. The female doctor was bribed by Concubine Payan, and she felt something was wrong when she saw Lady Yu. After Concubine Payan knew about this, she carefully observed Lady Yu for a while, and found that she did not use tea when paying respects in the middle of summer, and she was always careful when walking, especially since she sent people to bribe the people around Yumarin, and learned that she had not had her period for a while. She decided to investigate no matter what. Lady Lu smiled. Your Highness has caught Umaran's carelessness with your cleverness, which is why I made this arrangement. Take this pearl to the Shanfu Bureau and ask them to make a pearl hairpin for her. Pei Anfei stopped Lady Lu from talking and handed the thing to her. Lady Lu took the pearl out. A batch of tributes were sent to the palace from the south during this period. There was a box of excellent pearls in it. The Queen Mother got a lot, and the Queen and the concubines got nothing. The remaining 2 ladies also got 2 pearls each. Concubine Pei and watched Zhu Hui make a new pair of earrings, and she thought about making a pearl hairpin and keeping one for later use. There were so many things going on in and outside the palace in Beijing. The story of Concubine Yu losing her dragon fetus was just revealed. Later, in order to appease her, the emperor promoted her to a noble lady. But Concubine Yu was no longer favored by the emperor. After Empress Dowager Li passed away, the palace began to organize polo matches. Although the match was openly inviting young people from various families to play polo, every family in Beijing knew what it was for. So the families of those who were interested also urged their children to cram for the exam. Every family was ready. And naturally the trend also reached the Jia family. Jia Baoyu had already entered the Imperial Academy to study, and many of his classmates had also asked for leave during this period. Mrs. Wang was eager to try, but Jia Zhu talked with his father and mother for a while, and finally gave up the idea of going home. Li Wan watched her husband come back. She had just coaxed her little daughter to sleep, and made a gesture to her husband to make him move quietly. After letting her daughter's wet nurse take her out, she said, "You're back. Why are you so late today?" Jia Zhu leaned back in his chair. "Don't say anything. I had to attend a social event today." The sensory was not an idle office. Not to mention that Jia Zhu was now the chief censor, and he could not avoid some social events with his colleagues. Li Wan nodded. "You've been busy these days. I didn't know that something exciting happened at home." It was rare for his wife to say such things. Jia Zhu also asked with interest, "It's incredible. What exciting thing can I trouble you to say a word about?" Among the daughters-in-law of this generation in the Jia family, Li Wan not only entered the family early, but also was able to establish herself. Over the years, everyone in the family praised her. Although Jia's mother, the old lady of the Jia family, knew that Jia Lian from the eldest son's family was the one who inherited the title, and Jia Lian's wife Yang was also carefully selected by her. She also saw the hard work of Li Wan in managing the family affairs over the years. So even if Yang gradually helped to take over the family affairs after entering the family, Li Wan's status in the family did not decline much because of the favoritism of the old ancestor. Although Li Wan was not silent, she would not easily gossip about other people's affairs. So today, she said that there was something interesting to watch, which really aroused Jia Zhu's curiosity. "It's the neighbor next door." Sister Zhen's family came. The old lady brought 2 girls with her, but they didn't live there for long and some unclear things happened. Li Wan had a headache when she mentioned this matter. Jia Zhu was the eldest son in Rong Mansion, but in the whole Jia family, the Ning Mansion next door was still the eldest. Jia Zhen, the head of Ning Mansion, had inherited the title, so he was still the head of the Jia family. You can't write 2 Jia characters with one stroke. Now that Ning Mansion has made a joke, everyone in Rong Mansion is unhappy. After hearing this, Jia Zhu frowned and said, "I know. This matter is big or small." Seeing her husband thinking, Li Wan handed him the soup to sober him up. "You don't have to worry about it. You are not the only one in the family." The old lady asked Sister Zhen to talk to her. Sister Zhen is rare. She is such a person at ordinary times, but she can handle the trouble when she goes back. Although Jiamu is an old lady at this age, she should only enjoy her life. But now she has a precious grandson who is an official. Although there is nothing outstanding in the remaining grandsons, there is no bastard who commits crimes every day. So at this time, some mess happened in the Ning Mansion next door. After thinking about it, Jiamu called the nephew's wife from the next room to talk. Jiamu was old and experienced. After calling Yushir, she sighed in her heart when she saw Yushir's awkward appearance in front of her. She knew what kind of men in the Jia family were. Although she had never seen Yushir and her sister, Jiamu knew that they must be 2 stunning beauties just by listening to the rumors. This could make the absurd things in Ning Mansion more interesting. If you are just confused about women, it's fine. The family is not short of money. As long as the other party is willing, I don't care which girl you want to marry. But whether this matter can be done or not, everyone knows it in their hearts. Looking at the people who were fidgeting below Jiamu finally spoke out. In fact, Yushir was relieved to be called to speak. The wives and grandmothers in the Ning and Rong mansions each had their own difficulties, but if we really talk about it, Yushir can be said to be one of the ones who had the hardest time. These days, old lady Yu brought her two beautiful sisters to seek refuge. Yu thought that her sisters did not want to get along with the family they were married to before and wanted to ask her to cancel the engagement and hide away. So she took in her stepmother and stepsisters. But she did not expect that her good intentions would go wrong this time. The men in Ning Mansion stared at these two beautiful girls with their eyes wide open. For a while, the mansion was in a mess. Yu wanted to take care of it, but she could not control either her husband or her stepson. Yushir stammered for a moment. I understand what you said, but I'll tell you the truth. I can't control these masters. Jiamu looked normal, and her eyes were clear. I will send someone back to Jinling in a while. If your mother and two sisters are willing, they can go with you. There are a few families in the capital, but those with official positions may not look down on Yushir and her sisters. However, the father and son in Ning Mansion, who have no family background, may not give up. They don't care about having an affair with a married woman, as long as they can take advantage of it. They will make a profit. Therefore, the result of this matter was that the old lady took charge of the family, sent the old mother and two sisters of the Yu family back to Jinling, contacted the old relatives in Jinling, and hired the two sisters of the Yu family. After hearing these things, Jiazhu didn't know what to say. After a long while, he said, the old lady got involved in this matter for us. I have to pay my respects to her after I'm done with my work. The absurd things in Ning Mansion were nothing. In fact, even the censors were too lazy to investigate the inner affairs of these noble children. But Jiazhu himself was an imperial censor. If the things in his family were too ugly, it would be difficult for him to be an official. After hearing his wife's story, he also knew who the old lady, who was no longer in charge of the affairs, had done it for. And that's why she said she wanted to go and pay respects. Li Wan knew the story behind this. Yes, I have been thinking about making some things to honor the old lady these days. When you are free, take Brother Lian and Bao Yu to pay respects. The old lady must care more about this. Jia Lian studied hard for many years, but was only a scholar. Jia Zhu saw that he was not a good candidate for the imperial examination, so he asked for help from some connections to get him to work in the Ministry of Revenue. Now the Ministry of Revenue is busy. Jia Lian does not have to go back home earlier than Jia Zhu every day. Bao Yu is studying in the Imperial College, and his family still has some expectations of him, so he does not go home until the Imperial College is closed. Jia Zhu nodded after hearing his wife's words. When they are all in the house one day, we brothers will go together. Chapter 141. Jia Mu closed her eyes and took a short nap. After waking up, she looked at Yuanyang and asked, "What time is it? Is it too late?" Yuanyang went over and helped the man to slowly stand up. "How did the old ancestor wake up so quickly? I thought I would let you rest for a while, so I didn't call you. But I looked at the time. It won't be too late. Today, all the young masters in the family have greeted and asked to come and pay their respects together." So Jian Mu's day seemed normal. But she was probably still thinking about this matter. After all, she didn't take a good nap today. After Jia's mother stood up, she thought for a moment and said, "Are the cream puff pastry rolls ready? I remember they all love them." Yuanyang helped Jia's mother put on her clothes, and immediately said, "They are all ready. The young masters have been very busy these days, and they all came to pay their respects at different times. This time we finally got together, and the old ancestor gave instructions in advance. So how could we not prepare them?" Although Jiazhu wanted to come to pay his respects to his grandmother on a day when everyone was off, it was really difficult to find such a day. In the end, he had to choose a day when Bao Yu was on vacation and went home. And then he and Jia Lian came to pay their respects to their grandmother on the normal days when they were off duty. Seeing the grandchildren coming in, Jia's mother looked at the three of them kindly. After the three of them sat down, she said, "You are all here. You have been busy these days. What's the big deal about coming to pay respects to an old lady like me?" Knowing that his grandmother said this just because she didn't want to burden him, Jiazhu smiled and said, "No matter how important the matter is, it won't delay us from fulfilling our filial piety." Did the old ancestor say this because she doesn't want to see the grandchildren feel annoyed? Jia Baoyu was the youngest and the most willing to take risks. Although he was old enough to study at the Imperial College, he still went straight to his grandmother and said intimately, "There are several people around the old ancestor now. How can you look down on us brothers if you are served by a sister? Don't you think so?" Seeing that the two brothers had spoken, Jia Lian also stood up and bowed to his grandmother. "It is our fault. I hope you can forgive me." Seeing the three brothers start to play tricks, Jia's mother also laughed from ear to ear. "How old are you three? You are still acting cute and coquettish in front of me. Especially you. You don't act like a brother. Your brothers have learned bad things from you." Seeing his grandmother pointing at him, Jiazhu also hurriedly raised his voice to protest his injustice. "No. The old ancestor is wronging me. These two little ones are not counted. Filial piety? What did I teach poorly?" Yuan Yang happened to come in with snacks at this time. Hearing this, she also said, "Oh, what the old ancestor said. Then why don't you give me this cream puff pastry roll?" Before Jia's mother could speak, Bao came to Yuan Yang and took the food box over. "It's heavy. Sister, please let me take it." Jia Lian also hurried over to take out the food and put it on the table. "We brothers all love to eat this. The old ancestor loves us so much. Brother Zhu, please admit your mistake to the old ancestor. The younger brothers are still waiting to eat." Bao was so embarrassed that he could make his own brother suffer. She was also happy to add fuel to the fire. Very true. Brother Lian is absolutely right. Big brother, admit your mistake. Seeing Jiazhu glaring at his two younger brothers, Jia's mother also said quickly, Okay. It's prepared for you. Let's go eat together. Don't make trouble for your big brother." Jia Lian and Jia Baoyu knew when to stop. And when they saw their grandmother's words, they also said in unison, "Big brother, come quickly. Let's have some snacks together." After several people finished their snacks, Jia Lian and Jia Baoyu said goodbye to each other. Jia Lian had a rare free time and wanted to go back to talk to his wife and play with his daughter, while Baoyu was thinking about going to pay his respects to his mother. Jiazhu stayed with his grandmother. Yuan Yang knew that the old lady had something to say to the eldest son, so she served tea and went down. Jiamu looked at this eldest grandson, who had already been able to support the family without knowing it. "I kept you here because I want to tell you something. Thinking about what happened recently at home." Jiazhu was a little confused. "Just tell me if you have anything to say. You are not worthy of saying so. Although it is the parents' order and the matchmaker's words, the marriage of your brothers and sisters should be decided by your uncle, aunt and parents. But I think I should ask your opinion." After listening to the eldest grandson's words, Jiamu slowly expressed her thoughts. In the Jia family, Chun and Baoyu are now old enough to get married. The Jia family has not severed its relationship with some noble families, because grandmother Jia is still alive. As Jiazhu's official position is getting higher and higher, some civil servants' families have also taken the initiative to communicate with the Jia family. Grandmother Jia has already made some plans for Baoyu's future, but she is still a little worried about Chun, her granddaughter. The old ancestor means that she wants me to find a family for my sister. After listening to her grandmother's words, Jiazhu also understood what she meant. Grandmother Jia nodded. "Yes, if your colleague's family has someone suitable, I hope you can find out for your sister. There are many families willing to come to the Jia mansion to propose marriage. And there are also families with titles. But grandmother Jia knows the rules of these families. And now that there is a better choice, she also wants to make some plans for her granddaughter. Although the current trend is to marry a daughter to a rich family and marry a wife to a poor family, grandmother Jia thought a lot about the current situation of her family and decided to find a good family for her granddaughter to marry, instead of using her as a capital for a family to climb up. Knowing his grandmother's good intentions, Jiazhu also stood up and bowed to his grandmother, saying, "I understand your meaning, and I will definitely pay close attention to my sister. Don't worry." Jiazhu knew that his grandmother was actually reluctant to interfere in the affairs of her grandchildren. After all, the relationship between the two masters of the Jia family has always been a little subtle. Jiaxi, the master of the first house, always felt that his mother was partial to him. But in the eyes of Jia's grandmother, the younger generation of the second house is indeed more promising. Not to mention Yuan Chun in the palace and Jiazhu, who has become the implicit leader of the Jia family. Even Baoyu and Tan Chun, another young lady of the second house, are smart and can please the old lady. Although she remembers to treat them equally, how can she not be partial to such a young generation in front of her? Fortunately, Yang, the wife of Jia Lian, the eldest son of the family, is indeed as virtuous and capable as Jia Mu knew. Over the years, she has learned everything about the family. She and her eldest sister-in-law Li Wan are in charge of the household affairs, which makes the eldest master and his wife look better. Now the granddaughter of the eldest son is old enough to be married. After thinking it over, Jia Mu decided to intervene. She knows her eldest son's character. Even if he would not sell his daughter, it is possible that Ying Chun will be married to a rich family where she cannot stay just to save face. The news that the Jia family wanted to hire a man for their daughter was only circulated in a small circle. But the news that the second princess in the palace was about to marry was the latest news in Yanqing. Everyone in the capital is watching. And the one who won the first place is your companion. The imperial edict for the princess marriage was issued in the capital. And Lin Muyue thought it was a coincidence when she saw the candidate. The things sent to the capital a few days ago included the makeup that Lin Muyue prepared for Princess Inian in advance. She also felt that time was flying in her heart. The girls back then were actually getting married one by one. Cheng Yu has been busy these days. Today, he had a rare chance to talk to his mother. Hearing this, he looked up and said, "It is true. But Ji Yuan doesn't look good. I don't know why Inian likes him." In fact, Cheng Yu has a good relationship with his companions. He said this only because he felt uncomfortable about his sister getting married. Ji Yuan was born in Ingbo Marquis Mansion. After the Zhu family retired, the family got some military power in the north. Lin Muyue felt that this was also a very important reason why Ji Yuan could become a son-in-law. My brother also wants to win over these previously neutral families. The fact that Ji Yuan's family is interested in participating in the polo match is also a signal. Cheng Yu saw through it clearly. He also thought this was a good move. If Ingbo Marquis' mansion is willing to accept the grace of heaven, then naturally other families will no longer wait and see. Lin Muyue also agreed with her son's opinion. That's true. It seems that your elder brother has also found a way out of the situation. After talking about the things in the capital, Lin Muyue asked her son again. Speaking of which, how about I also hold a flower banquet? I wonder if His Royal Highness the King of Wu, who is so busy, can honor me? Cheng Yu smiled helplessly. If you want to hold a flower banquet, my son will immediately put aside whatever he is busy with. However, there has been some progress in the matter you asked me to do a few days ago. My son has been busy with this matter recently. Lin Muyue had met a little boy whose parents were missing in the Taoist temple on the island before. The boy's parents went out to sea and never came back inexplicably. She was asked by the temple master to find the boy's parents. So she told her son about it. Unexpectedly, her son said that he was busy with this matter these days. If that's the case, wouldn't it involve a lot of people? Lin Muyue frowned and asked her son. Cheng Yu nodded and told his mother about the matter slowly. After hearing his mother's words, Cheng Yu just handed the matter over to his subordinates. After the official system in the palace was gradually completed, if he, as a prince, didn't worry about it, he could have spent his days leisurely. But when his subordinates put the results of the investigation on Cheng Yu's desk, he felt that the matter might not be that simple. So he took the lead in the next investigation. The fishermen on the island all have fixed fishing spots when they go out to sea. The person in charge of the investigation is Song Binbing, a centurion from the Jinui in the palace guards. This centurion Song led his brothers to investigate the case diligently, getting information from the fishermen bit by bit, and leading the team out to sea in person. Finally he found some clues. You mean there are small countries around that are plotting to rob merchant ships, and the child's parents were killed by bandits? After listening to her son's words, Lin Muyue doubted her life from time to time. Cheng Yu felt a little sorry when he heard that the child's parents had passed away. But what happened later made him worry even more. He sent people to cooperate with the local guards to sweep the island, which was a precaution. It turned out to be like this. Lin Muyue felt that there was some fate. Her temporary thoughts helped others, and she helped her son find a disaster. Speaking of which, my son thought of another incident. You said that the child became a Taoist child because his parents died. But my son saw that the parents were still alive, and they let him become a monk. Cheng Yu thought of the little monk he met when he went to the Buddhist temple before, and felt that the impermanence of the world was very tricky. Lin Muyue looked at her son, who suddenly sighed. I haven't heard you talk about this. What does it mean to have both parents but become a monk? Cheng Yu was talking about the little monk next to the abbot when he met Daiyu's family by chance. He thought that the child was from a wealthy family. When he went to the temple to talk to the abbot later, His guess was confirmed. The child's family heard something from somewhere, saying that if the child did not convert to Buddhism, it would be difficult for him to grow up. So they sent the child to Master Huiji. After Chung Yu told his mother about the matter, he felt a little strange to see the lost look on his mother's face. Lin Muyue came back to her senses when she heard her son calling her. She smiled and said, "Nothing. You continue." Chapter 142. When Lin Muyue heard her son talking about the little monk, she actually thought of Daiyu and Miaoyu. There is a saying that Miaoyu is the Daiyu, who would have been if the Lin family had believed the monks and Taoist priests. For a moment, she felt that the fate between all things in the world was amazing. Although it seemed strange that his mother was distracted, Chung Yu did not dwell on this topic. He continued to bring the topic back and said, in the blink of an eye, "Luiner and Enian are getting married. Time really flies." Looking at her son saying these words expressionlessly, Lin Muyue wanted to laugh. Controlling her facial expression, Lin Muyue said to her son seriously, "Didn't I say I would organize a flower banquet for you? The palace is so confining after all. I remember that the villa over at Muping Lake is almost finished. Although it is not as famous as Yu and Fenghe, it also has a charming lotus fragrance. It is a good place to cool off in the summer. The palace was built according to the regulations." Lin Muyue felt that although it was in line with her wishes, it was still a little imperfect. So she started looking for a place to build a garden in recent years. Although it could not be built into a famous garden like a royal palace that could be passed down from generation to generation, the place she mentioned was also a good place surrounded by mountains and rivers. "Don't say I don't care about your business. I also took the opportunity to find out what Daiyu thinks. Besides, I have several generals under my command, and they are all capable." Lin Muyue smiled mysteriously, watching her son looking at her eagerly, which whetted his appetite. Lin Muyue wanted to win someone else's daughter, so she naturally needed a few military advisors to help her. After talking to her two aunts, Madame Liang and Madame Wei naturally became her natural allies. In addition, Wang Shifeng was pregnant and was ordered to take good care of the baby at home. Several people gathered together to think about how to hold this small banquet. After Mrs. Liang knew her niece's intention, she was relieved. Looking at the serious look of several people, she questioned, "Since you have this intention, just go and propose marriage. What are you hesitating about?" According to Mrs. Liang's thinking, her nephew, the prince, is a young talent. If the girl of the Lin family decides to marry in Jiangnan, this husband is already the best. If her niece goes to propose marriage in person, it is not a sure thing. But there is room for negotiation. Madame Wei frowned and asked, "But what other rumors have come out from the Lin family? After all, Miss Lin is the only daughter of the couple." Madame Wei said this by judging others by her own experience. When Lin Muyue was born, she was the only girl in the family. The whole family was not only pampering, but also obeying her in everything. Lin Feng had told his brothers that if the situation allowed in the future, he wanted to find a son-in-law for his daughter. After thinking about this, Madame Wei was worried that Daiyu's parents would have this idea. Wang Shifeng pondered for a while. Although her sister did not marry into the family, she had agreed with the family that if Shiming gave birth to two children, one of them would inherit the Wang family's surname. If that's the case, it will be very difficult to do, Shifeng said in a low voice to the elders. Qingyu was a member of the royal family after all. Even if he and the noble concubine were willing, it would be difficult to do it. Seeing everyone's thoughts scattered, Lin Muyue hurriedly stopped. "Don't. I met their wife before." Lord Lin did have this intention, but Madame Jia had persuaded him to go back. Regarding marrying into the family, Jia Min was not as optimistic as her husband. After all, there is a saying that you can know a person's face but not his heart. And there is also a saying that things change over time. It is inevitable that there will be some friction between normal couples. In this era, it is not a very glorious thing for a man to marry into the family. If this man only thinks about things like returning the family lineage for 3 generations, it is fine. If he has other bad intentions, Jiamin also knows that she and her husband will not be able to support their daughter for a lifetime. So one day, at a banquet attended by Lin Muyue and Jiamin took the initiative to talk to Lin Muyue. "Your Majesty, be well. I have been to Lord Lung's house before. There is a place in this garden with beautiful scenery. Would your Majesty be willing to go for a walk?" Jiamin made an invitation with a smile. Lin Muyue happily accepted the appointment. She looked at Wen Huai and Wen Lu beside her. "You all wait here. I'm going to talk to Madame Jia. There's no need for so many people to follow me." although Jiamin made an excuse. She had indeed been here several times. Under her guidance, the two of them really came to a small building built on the water. There were two maids from the Lung family in the building. After seeing the arrival of the people, the two girls also bowed and served tea and left. The series of actions were done in one go. Lin Muyue thought that it seemed that Jiamin was not lying. She seemed to be quite familiar with this family. The two of them sat quietly, and neither of them was in a hurry to speak. Lin Muyue was the one who wanted to kidnap someone, and was not in a position to speak. She guessed that the person opposite her felt that the matter was serious, and didn't know how to start. However, Jiamin finally started the conversation. She looked at the black lacquer tea table inlaid with mother of pearl at the Lung family for a while, and finally raised her head and said, "Before, my family and I went to the Fatong temple to burn incense and happened to meet His Highness. Not long after that, when Yura came back, she brought back a bamboo leaf hairpin." Lin Muyue also hurriedly replied at this time, "Madam, don't misunderstand. I gave that hairpin to Yura, and there was no private exchange between the two children." Although she wanted to bring the two children closer, Lin Muyue also knew the importance of the girl's reputation at this time. It was one thing for her to give jewelry to a little girl, but it would be really reckless for her son to give such a thing to an unrelated girl. Jiamin smiled and nodded. "I know. You also said that it was given by you, the queen. But I and my husband have been married for so many years, and we only have this one daughter. I saw something and wanted to ask more questions." Lin Muyue was silent for a while. She knew that the meaning behind Jiamin's words was that her family didn't really want to climb up the social ladder. The position of a princess was very tempting, but they just wanted their daughter to have a safe and smooth future. After thinking for a while, Lin Muyue replied, "Madam, do you know that the Fengwang mansion was stripped of its title? The Fengwang mansion is located in the northwest. The head of the family is also a prince. The previous generation of Fengwang is one generation older than Qingyu. If the two meet, Qingyu will also call him uncle. The position of the Prince of Dezheng is hereditary. So if any emperor can take back a piece of the prince's fiefdom that was previously granted, it would be a great achievement." In the two generations of Chengyu's father and grandfather, Emperor Gaozong did take back a fiefdom. Su Ruiqing was eager to take action against the princes, but unfortunately he died before he could achieve his goal. However, the current Emperor Xinghe took over a prince's palace without bloodshed. After the death of the old Prince Feng, there was no male heir in the Prince Feng's palace, so the title was removed. I can guarantee to my wife that this generation of prince we will only have one woman, the principal wife. Even if it is difficult to have children in the future, the Prince Wu's palace will be stripped of its title, and the fiefdom will be taken back by the court. I will not regret it." Lin Muyue watched Jiamin finish this sentence, although the tone was light, but the content was like a storm that hit the person opposite. After Jiamin joined the Lin family, she had difficulty in having children. She thought it was a good match for her daughter to marry into the palace, but she was worried about whether her daughter would have children like her and her husband in the future. She was also worried that the king of Wu would have many concubines, and her daughter would be sad. Lin Muyue's words stopped both worries. After Jiamin's mind returned to normal, she smiled and replied, "With your words, I feel relieved." After Lin Muyue told her two aunts and a niece-in-law what she and Jiamin had said, she also received 3 stunned faces. This time, it was Madame Wei who spoke first. "Your Majesty, this is not a joke." Lin Muyue knew that it was not her family's business to know the future of the Wu Palace, but she looked at the people in front of her and said, "If this position can be passed down in the future, it would be good, but if it can't, it's not without benefits. Our family is too closely tied to the royal family. Now I'm still here, and I'm not in trouble, but in the future, the relationship between my family and the Wu Palace will gradually fade, which will be an opportunity to become a loyal minister again." Now Lin Muyue's mother's family is the Wu Palace's in-laws, but if Lin Muyue doesn't find a cousin for her son to marry, then the relationship between the Wu Palace and the Lin family in the capital will always fade in the next generation, and if the title of the Wu King cannot be passed down, then the Lin family will indeed become a loyal minister again. Everyone present knew how many branches and people there were in the Lin family. At present, it seemed that there were successors within 3 generations. What Lin Muyue said just now made some sense. Besides, I think this is not certain. Aunt, there is no need to worry about this matter so early. Lin Muyue smiled. She knew how much her family had paid for her, so no matter what the situation was, she wanted to do her best for her family. If the inheritance of the palace went smoothly, the Lin family would always have a way out in Beijing. Not to mention outside Beijing. If there was a problem with the palace one day, then the Lin family would get rid of the mark of King Wu. No matter who sat on the throne, there was no reason to not use such a large force. Seeing that Lin Muyue had made up her mind, Madame Liang and Madame Wei did not say anything more. It was rare for Wang Shifeng, as a daughter-in-law of the younger generation, to come to listen to the matter today, so naturally, she would not speak rashly. Madame Liang then asked, since Lord Lin Hai and Madame Jia have already given in, then you now, in this case, Lin Muyue, as a mother, could already send someone to arrange the engagement and discuss the marriage proposal. Madame Liang was a little puzzled as to what her niece meant by asking her and others to come. Do you want us sisters-in-law to go and talk about it? Madame Wei also thought of this, and she hurriedly asked. As the imperial concubine, it was indeed not in accordance with etiquette for Lin Muyue to come and say that she wanted to get engaged to a certain mansion. Madame Liang and Madame Wei were both suitable candidates. So Madame Wei asked this question. Lin Muyue said with an awkward but polite smile, well, it will take some time. I invited everyone to come here today, mainly to create some opportunities for Chengyu and you heir to get along. To see how these two children get along, and whether they can get along. Madame Liang was speechless after hearing this. It seemed that her niece had said so much and made such a promise in front of the girl's mother, and she was still trying to find out what the girl was thinking. You have prepared so much. What if the maid doesn't have that intention towards Chengyu? Madame Wei also followed suit. Lin Muyue stroked the small ornament she had been holding in her hand. Oh no. I think even if Yu-er doesn't have that intention, she should have a good impression of Chengyu. As for feelings, we have been together for a long time. So today I invited you too, and she phoned to talk. Okay. Let's continue talking about the flower banquet. Chapter 143. After talking about the cause and effect, Lin Muyue decided to bring the topic back herself. After all, the preliminary preparations have been done. The small banquet in a while is the final acceptance. She didn't want to have a problem with the last trimmer after the 800 bows. Wang Shifeng also spoke out at the right time. Didn't the Queen Mother in Beijing say that she held a polo match? Although the villa you are going to has no place for everyone to play polo, it's not bad to go on a lake cruise at this time, and hold a night banquet for young people to play together for a while. Lin Muyue was a little entangled. Cruise is not bad at this time. The lotus is in full bloom, and it's a good pastime for us to go out and pick lotus in the morning. But let's forget about playing. It is the way of smart people to play to their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. The weaknesses of her own son are clearly there, and she feels that she can't let her son down like this. After hearing this, several people were a little worried. Mrs. Liang thought about the personality and behavior of the prince's nephew, and felt that there was not much that could be shown in front of the little girl. Mrs. Wei was also worried. That's right. Being calm and strategic is an advantage in the eyes of the father-in-law and mother-in-law. But girls still like gentle, considerate and talented men. Lin Muyue didn't quite agree with Mrs. Wei's words. Not necessarily. If a man is gentle and patient with all girls, then this man is not worthy of trust. Central air conditioning is certainly good, but Lin Muyue thinks that it is better to help Daiyu refuse such a blessing. Seeing the topic deviate again, Wang Shifeng was a little troubled by how these elders, who had always been reliable in the past, began to act strangely when discussing such a serious topic. Lin Muyue seemed to sense the resentment of the people around her. After thinking for a while, she said, there is nothing that can be changed in the short term. You can work hard on other aspects. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. I asked Yunxia to buy Qingyu a new set of clothes, said Lin Muyue. Madame Liang turned her head back to Madame Wei as if nothing had happened and said, Ling, do you have any newly made calming spices? I haven't been in a good mood these days. Please give me some. Madame Wei quickly responded after hearing what Madame Liang said. Okay. I'll have someone send it to you later. Seeing that the two aunts ignored her, Lin Muyue turned to look at Wang Shifeng. Facing the gaze of the empress, Wang Shifeng didn't dare to say anything and could only respond with a smile. However, although she did not receive praise from the two elders, Lin Muyue still continued her plan. She was very confident in her aesthetics and Yun Xiao's needlework, and felt that this would definitely give her son some impression points. Chengyu looked at the hem of his clothes uncomfortably. He looked at his mother with a slightly suspicious look and asked, Do you really think this dress looks good? After looking at her son several times, Lin Muyue smiled with satisfaction and said, "What do you mean by that? When has your mother ever lost to others in terms of dressing up? You are so ungrateful and don't trust me. Now that she has retired to her fiefdom, Lin Muyue is not very concerned about dressing up. Except for some occasions when she needs to dress formally. She mainly dresses for comfort at other times. Most of the pearls and jade on her head have been put into the dressing box. But when the late emperor was still alive, Concubine Lin was indeed the most beautiful woman in the harem. And her dress was always the best within the rules." Feeling that his mother's words seemed to make sense, Chung Yu sat down at ease. But Yun Xia couldn't bear to look at him, thinking that when it came to things related to Miss Lin, the queen and the prince, who had always been wise and powerful, would both be confused. Lin Muyue had tried to use her son's face, which inherited the advantages of his parents, to get a good start. After seeing his son change his style today, he felt that his idea was not bad. "I thought that we've been playing the game of making music, and writing poems is meaningless. During the day, we'll go to enjoy the lotus and cruise the lake. In the evening, I thought about it, and decided to invite the recently famous yachting troupe to perform." Lin Muyue looked at her son, and told him about today's plans. Chung Yu was a little curious. "Aren't you the most impatient to listen to these plays? Why did you think of inviting a troupe? During the festivals in the palace, the songs and dances of the Jia Fangxi and the plays were indispensable. However, when Lin Muyue was in control of the palace, the people of the Jia Fangxi and the palace servants who could perform plays in the palace were neglected for a while. Why would they think of inviting a troupe to perform at this time?" Lin Muyue smiled tiredly. She hadn't written a play for a long time. This time, for her son's future, she wrote a synopsis of the play. She also found a famous talent to write the full play and gave it to the yachting troupe for rehearsal. Chung Yu looked at his mother's smile with some doubts, but his intuition told him not to ask any more questions, so he stopped talking. Lotus can be picked in Jiangnan, and the lotus leaves are so lush. There are also famous lotuses planted in the gardens in Beijing, but seeing the endless lake, where the flowers and leaves are connected and spread to the horizon, Lin Muyue still felt very fresh. Lin Muyue brought the families of these girls to the banquet that day in addition to her own family. Wang Shifeng felt that she was too pregnant to make any trouble. Mrs. Liang, Mrs. Wei, Zhang Dianjing, and others were on the same boat. Lin Muyue and Jian Min were on the same boat. There were also Mrs. Shen, the mother of Shen Lingru, and Mrs. Luo, the mother of Luo Hoji. Mrs. Shen and Mrs. Luo were not simple characters either. They not only admired the beautiful scenery around them, but also subtly praised Lin Muyue in their words. So the atmosphere on the boat was very good. Although Lin Muyue didn't like to hear these words, she knew that the Shen and Luo families were trying to show goodwill to her, and Chung Yu behind them. So she listened to them praising the two ladies' daughters from time to time. The adults were praising each other, but the girls were just here for fun. But they were all from the south of the Yangtze River, so they were more or less immune to these scenes. However, this boat trip on the lake to watch the lotus was also a bit of a nostalgia for the elegance of the ancients. So a few people got together and chatted happily. In fact, the girls knew more or less what the noble concubine wanted to do by pulling everyone out this time. But it was not good to bring up such a thing to tease Daiyu. So everyone tacitly talked about things between sisters. "I heard that the queen invited a troupe to perform. The queen always came up with something new. I wonder if there will be anything interesting in this play." Although Shen Lingru was engaged, she still looked like she had nothing to worry about. She said, as she fanned the water in the lake, "Luo Hoji's family often listens to operas." She thought for a while and said, "If an ordinary opera troupe stages an excellent play, either one of the actors is good, or they put a lot of effort into dressing up. I think the queen will not fall into these cliches." Daiyu was looking at the scenery, and didn't have time to respond. Bao Chai saw her like this and teased her. "Why? What are you thinking about? What do you want to get?" Daiyu came back to her senses, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I can't have a moment of distraction. But I am listening to what you say. I really know some inside information." Seeing Daiyu's face with a little smug expression, Bao Chai gave a look to the others, and everyone started talking about what new dishes would be at the dinner later. It was a rare occasion to be choked. Daiyu was at a loss for a moment, but she reacted immediately. She was not in a hurry. There was plenty of time. They took a boat to the lake and took a slow circle. Then they took the boat to the villa. The biggest feature of this villa is that it is built by the mountains and rivers. The scenery of the lake and mountains is gathered in one place. The local craftsmen have worked hard. When they went out, they all went separately. Lin Miyue and the ladies of each family, and the girls set off together. Chung Yu set off with his two great uncles, and Lin Hai and others. So when they met in the courtyard, the ladies and girls looked at the prince's clothes with some appreciation in their eyes. Lin Miyue felt that the aesthetics of the ancients, especially the aesthetics of teenage boys, actually had some meaning of appreciating beautiful boys. And wasn't her son also at this age? Although she felt that Chung Yu's calm and modest temperament neutralized this youthfulness to a certain extent. If he was dressed in a way that reduced his age, he would still be a beautiful boy. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Lin Miyue knew that she had made a good move. She paid close attention to Daiyu's expression and felt more stable. Daiyu was indeed amazed for a moment when she saw the person walking in front of her. Chung Yu was wearing a dress with a natural and elegant aura today. According to Lin Miyue's words, he was trying to walk like a hero in a fairy tale. But soon everyone greeted each other and broke this subtle atmosphere. But Chung Yu naturally caught the look in the eyes of the person on the other side, so he also followed his mother's instructions and tried to relax a little, not to give people too strong a sense of alienation. Lin Miyue planned to go back in a less hasty manner this time. So she had people clean up several different courtyards for people to rest. After everyone came back, Lin Miyue asked everyone to go back and see if there was anything missing. If they wanted to take a walk, they could walk together in the garden and then gather again when the banquet was held in the evening. Although the Lin family was wealthy, Lin Hai's position had always been linked to money. No matter how rich the Lin family was, they could not be extravagant on the surface. Daiyu had rarely visited such a courtyard. The several farms of the Lin family that Daiyu had visited were also built in places with mountains and water. However, there was still a gap between the beautiful mountains and water and ordinary mountains and water. Daiyu walked in the garden and looked at the scenery, which changed with every step. She also slowed down her pace and walked to the courtyard assigned to her family with an appreciative attitude while following her parents to visit the garden. Chapter 144. After Daiyu entered the house, she was still in high spirits. She looked at her parents eagerly, and she wanted to go find other girls to play with. Noticing her daughter's gaze, Jiamin looked at her daughter's delicate bun that she had specially combed today and gave up the thought of patting her daughter's head. She just smiled and said, "If you are not tired and want to go for a walk, you can, but remember to take an umbrella. Don't get yourself exposed to the sun." Xu Weiyan followed Daiyu. When she saw that the lady had agreed, she also looked at her own girl. After getting a look, she quickly went to get the umbrella and followed Daiyu out. Lin Hai didn't say a word. After drinking a sip of tea, he felt a sense of desolation that his daughter had grown up and should not be kept at home. However, seeing the smile on his wife's face, he suppressed his thoughts. Jiamin turned her head to look at her husband and caught the expression on Lin Hai's face that had not changed. She said with a smile, "Why is it like this?" "Well, didn't the two uncles of the queen ask you to play chess together? You should go too." In each courtyard of the villa, there is a steward from the palace who is in charge of various matters. And there are servants on standby in various places in the garden. After Daiyu left the house, someone came over to greet her and said, "Hello, Miss Lin. All the girls should be going to Rongwenchuan now. Do you want to go there too?" Daiyu was a little surprised. She lived closest to the Luo family's courtyard, so she wanted to find Luo Hoji first to go to another courtyard to gather her friends. But when she went out, she heard that they had agreed to go to a place. The maid who spoke smiled and replied, "It was Miss Shui who ordered it. She said that they all agreed to go there. If you go out, I will tell you." "Okay, then I'll trouble you to lead the way." Daiyu also wanted to find someone, so she nodded and asked someone to lead the way. When Daiyu arrived, she saw several people gathered together and talking. She slowed down her pace and walked in. "Great. You actually chose this place without telling me." Baochai stood up and pulled her to sit beside her when she saw people coming. "My dear sister, you are so heartless. How did you get here? Could it be that our talented Lady Lin is not only extremely talented but also good at fortune-telling?" Hearing that Baochai not only did not fall for it, but also teased her, Daiyu really couldn't find anything to say back for a while. But at this time, Shi Zhao's silly words pushed the advantage back to Daiyu. "Didn't Sister Baochai invite Daiyu here?" She said. She wanted to ask her what was different about the play tonight. Luo Hoji covered his face with a fan. Shen Linru also pulled Shi Zhao's sleeve. and she lowered her head, as if she had realized it. Bao was tricked by her own people just when she had gained a little advantage. However, she reacted quickly. She picked up a plate of cut and chilled honeydew melon on the table and handed it to Dayu. My dear sister, you must have felt hot on the way. This honeydew melon is good. Would you like to have a piece? Shenlin-ru also came over and personally raised a piece of honeydew melon with a small silver fork and handed it to Dayu's mouth. It's really sweet. You're. Try it. Luo Hoji and Shishao also looked at Dayu eagerly. So she couldn't resist the various attacks of her friends. It's nothing else. I just happened to hear the queen say that the script of this play was written by her herself. Bao just forked a piece of honeydew melon and used it. It was not easy to speak immediately after hearing this. Shenlin-ru spoke first, the queen herself. This sentence was full of doubts. Even Shishao, who had always believed in Lin Miyue, remained silent and did not refute anything. Dayu put the honeydew melon plate she had just taken back on the table. She added slowly. The queen said that she just found a story, and the details were left to others to write. As soon as Dayu finished speaking, others started chattering again, and the atmosphere became lively again. No wonder. I don't know how the queen looks, but she always has some strange ideas. This voice is very rebellious. I want to know if there is anything delicious at the evening banquet. I asked Sister Yunxiao before I came, but she didn't tell me. This sentence is about liking to eat. Dayu closed her eyes and tried to find a topic, and Bao, who had been watching with a smile on her side, said kindly, Okay, let's not talk about this for now. Why don't we go for a walk in the garden? As soon as these words came out, the girls who were talking happily just now also came to their senses, and they stood up and prepared to take a small walk in the garden. Young people have the energy to travel around. Lin Miyue, as the host, heard a few more conversations. Only the wives of the Shin and Luo families came here. The heads of the two families tacitly did not come, but they still sent their sons and nephews to come. Xue Pan from the Xue family happened to go back to Jinling for business. Mrs. Xue thought about it, and did not attend the banquet. Only Bao came alone this time. So several lords Lin gathered together to talk. Among the young people, Chung Yu also invited several young men to come to his place to discuss where to spend some time. There were guards everywhere in the garden. So when Chung Yu came to ask if he could take people for a walk, Lin Miyue thought about it, and felt that it was no problem. Then go ahead. But remember to restrain people. Don't let them wander around alone, Lin Miyue said to her son. Chung Yu also knew the meaning behind his mother's words, and he nodded before taking Maokai out. Master Shin and Master Luo were both waiting respectfully under the corridor, and Lin Jingyi was also leaning against the pillars of the corridor. He was not able to come with his wife this time, so he was a little uninterested. And the sons of Yi and Fu, the two female officials, were also brought here this time. They were familiar with each other because their mothers were colleagues, so they talked together at this time. As soon as Chung Yu went out, Jingyi also patted the dust on his body that didn't actually exist and stood up. Did Anne agree? Agreed. But the sun is so hot. Do you want to go for a walk in the back mountain? Looking at the clear sky outside, recalling the temperature he had just felt, Chung Yu didn't really want to go out and walk around in the hot sun. Jingyi thought for a moment. Okay. Why don't we ride into the mountains to see if we can get something? Jingyi knew that the sons of the two female officials, Shi Zhe and Chan Huguang, could ride horses. He looked at the sons of the Shin and Luo families. The two who received the King of Wu's gaze also bowed and said, You two students can still ride horses. These two sons were both scholars, so it was appropriate to call them students in front of the King of Wu. Qingyu saw that they were not weak scholars who would be blown away by the wind. So he also said, Then go to the stable to pick a horse. After saying this, Qingyu was about to step out. He stopped after going down the steps, and told Lin Jingyi, Take them to the stable first. I'll be back soon. After saying this, Qingyu took Maokai back to the house without waiting for anyone to reply. The rest of the people looked at each other, wondering what the King of Wu was up to. Lin Jingyi watched the graceful figure walk away, knowing that he must be going to change clothes. So he smiled and said, Let's go. I'll take you to pick horses first. Although he went to change clothes, Chung Yu didn't waste much time. He arrived soon after. Chung Yu touched the neck of his horse. The white horse was eating grass calmly, but it was visibly excited when it saw its owner coming. After a snort, it wanted to rub its head against its owner. At this time, when its neck was touched, It even pushed against its owner to act coquettishly. Cheng Yu was happier with the horse than with the people. He took some candy out of his purse and fed it to the white horse. Lin Jingyi also let out a horse that he often rode. He looked at the white horse and teased Cheng Yu. "What's wrong with Fei Guang? He acts like a spoiled child when he sees you, and kicks his ass when he sees us. He is only respectful when he sees his aunt. Is Fei Guang a horse that understands human nature?" He turned his head to look at Lin Jingyi and snorted again. But it was different from the happy snort when he saw his master just now. Lin Jingyi didn't know why he felt a hint of mockery in the horse's movements. The two young masters of the Shen and Luo families looked at the remaining horses in the stable. Each of them chose a horse that looked very docile, and let it out to get on the horse to get a feel for it. They rode together into the woods behind the mountain. The young men talked about some recent events in Mingzhou City for a while, and became more familiar with each other. Especially Cheng Yu, who also talked. Everyone was a little flattered. The back mountain had been checked inch by the palace soldiers of the palace, and it was guaranteed that there were no wild beasts, and no thieves, who suddenly jumped out from somewhere. Cheng Yu, who was riding in front, gradually became interested. He saw the shadow of a small animal flashing in the bushes not far away. He held his breath and drew an arrow from his quiver. With a flash of cold light, he hit the hare lurking in the bushes. Lin Jingyi, who was standing next to him, was startled. However, after seeing Cheng Yu's decisive arrow, he also teased, "Your Highness's arrow was as powerful as thunder. But how come you only got a little rabbit?" Cheng Yu turned around and looked at his cousin, who seemed to be a little abnormal. Lin Jingyi also blinked and looked back. "Knowing that my cousin's wife is not here, I won't bother with you this time." After saying this lightly, Cheng Yu pulled out the arrow, picked up the rabbit, kicked the horse lightly and walked away. Lin Jingyi thought he would get a rare word of concern. But Cheng Yu did not intend to show any brotherly love as always. He smiled on the horse, and the depressed feeling in his heart because his wife could not come dissipated a lot. And he continued to ride his horse to catch up. Luo Hoji's elder brother Luo Houyu was born in a wealthy family. He also liked to go out of town to ride horses on weekdays. This time he came to the king of Wu's villa. He thought he could only lead the banquet and write poems honestly. But he didn't expect that the king of Wu invited them to go out hunting for a while. The one who came to Shenlinger's house this time was her cousin. Although this Mr. Shen could ride a horse, his riding and shooting skills could only be said to be mediocre. So he just casually shot a few arrows from time to time. Chapter 145. Seeing that the king of Wu had already obtained some prey, Mr. Shen also looked around to see if he could hunt something. The children who traveled with their elders this time were different from the ones who had often appeared before. They were all the next generation in the family, who were most proficient in the imperial examination. Shen Bicheng was now almost certain to pass the provincial examination, and the status of a Juren was already in his pocket, so there were some disagreements within the Shen family. Some members of the Shen family believed that since it was rare to have such a good candidate in the imperial examination, Shen Bicheng should focus all his energy on the imperial examination. Making friends with the king of Wu at this time is to plan to use the power of the cabinet elders in the capital to help Shen Bicheng get some support in the future, and to expand the influence of the Shen family into the capital in the future. However, there are also members of the Shen family who think that since the family's roots are in Mingzhou, it is better for Shen Bicheng to enter the palace as a Juren after the provincial examination and become an official, and then look forward to being transferred to the governor or other departments. Although the status of Juren is not as glorious as that of Jinshi, the Shen family has been operating in Mingzhou for generations. The children of this generation have seen their ancestors' blessing and progress, and the family has also boarded the ship of the vassal king. So they should not be reckless and keep their position in Mingzhou. Shen Bicheng was also conflicted. He was confident of his talent and thought that the capital city would be a better place to realize his ambitions. On the other hand, he thought it would be good if he could stay in Mingzhou. After all, the power and business of his family were enough to put him in the officialdom. Lin Jingyi had just been hanging around his cousin when he came back and saw Shen Bicheng alone behind him. He thought about it and rode over. Seeing Lin Jingyi coming, Shen Bicheng was a little relaxed. He couldn't salute on the horse, but he still bowed and said hello, "Master Lin." In fact, Lin Jingyi and Shen Bicheng were not much different in age, but Lin Jingyi already had an official position, so Shen Bicheng also politely called him master. "Why call me sir? I am a few years older than you. You can just call me Jian," Lin Jingyi said. Shen Bicheng nodded and called out, "Brother Jian." After hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, Brother Jian was born in a famous family in the capital. Now he is directly serving as an official as a Jiren instead of a Jinsher. Do you have any regrets? Lin Jingyi looked at the young man next to him. After thinking for a while, he said, "It's not that I don't have regrets. But everyone's circumstances are different. So they have different choices. As long as you don't regret it in the future, that's fine." After hearing Shen Biqing's words, Lin Jingyi naturally knew why he looked so absent-minded. Shen Biqing was silent for a while after hearing this. He looked at Lin Jingyi and said, "Thank you, Brother Jian, for clearing up my doubts. I actually want to go to Beijing to see the scenery of Beijing." The scenery of Beijing? Lin Jingyi silently repeated these words in his heart. He had been one of the people who stood at the highest point and looked down at the scenery of Beijing since he was a child. So he didn't think the scenery in Beijing was beautiful. However, Lin Jingyi didn't want to undermine other people's self-confidence. In this case, you have to continue to study hard. There are many talents in Jiangnan. And there are no mediocre talents on the list of dragons and tigers in Beijing. If Brother Shen has lofty ambitions, he should work harder on his articles. Shen Biqing nodded and thanked him solemnly. "I understand. Thank you for your advice." After figuring out the matter, Shen Biqing had nothing to worry about. His cousin's brother was also quite talented and could support the family in the future. If he could achieve fame in Beijing, it would be good. If not, the family would not be without successors. As soon as the two finished talking, there was a burst of noise in front of them. Lin Jingyi frowned. He was worried that something had happened to Cheng Yu. So he looked at Shen Biqing. The two of them stopped talking and rode their horses quickly. However, when they arrived at the crowd in front, the two of them put down their worries. The King of Wu was riding on the white horse, and he was fine. After passing by, Lin Jingyi found that a yellow muntjac was hit by an arrow. The noise from the crowd just now was to cheer for the arrow that the King of Wu had just shot. "Your Highness, you are very skilled. This yellow muntjac is very agile. You just shot it with one arrow. It is really rare." Ma Qianhu, who is guarding the King of Wu, said with envy. In fact, Ma Qianhu also saw this yellow muntjac just now. He saw that the prince was quite interested, so he didn't want to rush in. However, he secretly thought that the prince's arrow might not work. It was beyond his expectation. Lin Jingyi smiled at the yellow muntjac. "Thank you, Your Highness. We will have a good meal tonight if we take it back." When Captain Ma saw the prince smiling, he knew that he was in a good mood, so he quickly said, "Your Highness, we are already deep in the forest. Since we have such a good thing, why don't we go back first? Cheng Yu had a great time on this trip." He nodded and said, "Okay, we will have a banquet at 11 p.m. and everyone can rest for a while if they go back now." When they went back, Shizhe looked at the yellow muntjac hunted by the prince. Muntjac, chatting with Chang Hugwang beside him. "Shower asked me to learn horse riding a while ago, but unfortunately she really has no talent, and it was over after a while." Chang Hugwang felt sympathetic. He was just a horseman, and it was very exhausting to go out today. Hearing this, he said, "I am not very good at riding and shooting. Running horses on flat ground outside the city and hunting on horseback in the mountains, these are two completely different situations." Chang Hugwang's horsemanship is average, and his arms are not very strong. Someone had a lot of fun just now, but he was a little tired. Hearing Shishao say that his sister couldn't stand the hardship of riding a horse, Chang Hugwang felt that he felt the same way. Cheng Yu happened to hear the two talking. He heard that Dai Yu was also learning to ride a horse recently, and thought that it would be nice to find an opportunity to go on a horseback outing together. The night banquet started at 11 p.m. The weather was good that day. It was a clear sky during the day, and the bright moon and stars could be seen scattered on the sky at night. Everyone first gathered in the Duxin Hall in the garden to eat some delicacies together, and then moved to Zuilu Tower to watch a play. After returning from hunting, His Royal Highness the King of Wu did not rush to rest, but spent some time choosing clothes and accessories after bathing. The King of Wu, who usually chose sachets and jade pendants casually, spent half a day choosing accessories for his clothes that were quite elegant in the Wei and Jin dynasties. In the end, he threw away the sachets and other unnecessary items, and only hung a white jade pendant around his waist, and chose a jade crown to wear on his head. When Huai and Wen Lu did not serve Lin Miyue, they were entrusted with important tasks by Lin Miyue this time, and they were in charge of all the arrangements this time. So they were busy everywhere. When everyone sat down to watch the show, Lin Miyue felt that the arrangement for the whole night was very good. After the show started, she looked at Wen Huai and Wen Lu, who had a rare moment of leisure, and praised them. You are already able to take charge of your own affairs. You, Master Yun Xia, will have a relaxed time in the future. Yun Xia did not react much when she was named, but the smiles on Wen Huai and Wen Lu's faces deepened a little. After the show started, except for Lin Miyue's praise, the voices of other people talking and chatting gradually dissipated. The play Lin Miyue ordered to rehearse this time was a fairy play. It was not so good at the beginning, but as the plot got deeper, everyone could taste some differences. Not only did the clothes and makeup of the people on the stage look better, but the plot was also quite interesting. The characters in this play were the cowherd and the weaver girl, but it was quite different from the scripts that everyone often heard, such as In Han Cha, Jun Tianle, and Crossing the River. The play did not try hard to describe the plot that the cowherd and the weaver girl forgot their respective jobs because of love, which angered the Emperor of Heaven. And then, they were separated by the Milky Way. Nor did it write about the happy ending that many opera masters gave the two of them out of their beautiful imagination of men farming and women weaving. The first half of Lin Miyue's book follows the story that Niulong's predecessor was Jin Tong, and he and Jinu had a previous relationship in heaven. However, the story does not continue with the previous relationship between the two. Instead, Jinu was alert and did not let Niulong, who already had Jin Tong's memory, steal her clothes. Later, she used her magic power to trick Niulong, who wanted to peek at the fairy bathing. Jinu later awakened her consciousness and felt that it was unreasonable for her father, the Emperor of Heaven, to only want her to weave cloth. She did not return to heaven to continue the heavy weaving work, but went to the Queen Mother of the West. Since then, she has been diligent in cultivation and became a female fairy with outstanding combat power under the Queen Mother of the West. Seeing the weaver girl change from her gorgeous colorful clothes to her gorgeous armor later, fighting against the demons on the stage and saving the mortals who were in trouble, everyone cheered loudly. After Dayu returned to her own courtyard, she was still thinking about the play she had just heard, and she couldn't stop smiling happily. Jiamin looked at her daughter and said with a smile, "This play is interesting. I have also read Liang's novels. Later generations have also added plots. I didn't expect that this story could be said in this way." Lin Hai rarely participated in the conversation between his wife and daughter. This story is meaningless. What father can bear to see his daughter working day and night? He finally saw his daughter's hard work and wanted to marry her off. But he still married her to someone he didn't know. After that, Lin Hai added, "The story that the queen changed today is a bit interesting. Compared with the words of the predecessors, it is at least refreshing." Hearing her husband's nonsense at this time, Jiamin pursed her lips and smiled, and knew what he was talking about. "Okay, you are so old, and you still talk so much when watching a play." Lin Hai was scolded by his wife, and he snorted and stopped talking. Dayu had recovered from her previous excitement. She looked at her father, and then at her mother. She seemed to realize something in her heart. She smiled, and waved her round fan, and stopped talking. After playing in the courtyard for a while, everyone went back to Mingzhou, and got busy. Cheng Yu continued to keep an eye on the situation in the farms and fields. In fact, the solar terms this year were not very good. There was too much rain in Mingzhou and its surroundings, and there were several problems with the river. Fortunately, there was enough silver in the treasury of the vassal state. Cheng Yu was willing to spend money, and ordered various places to organize river patrol teams. In the end, there were no casualties, and there was no loss of land and harvest. In contrast, the north reported drought and disasters one after another. Many places cried poor and wanted to ask the court to exempt part of the Liang tax, and some places even asked for disaster relief. Cheng Yu also received reports from various places. Knowing the situation of the nearby governor and the north, he was worried that there would be problems when the grain was harvested in Beijing this autumn. Chapter 146. Lin Miyue woke up in the morning and ate the fish soup, pickled mustard greens, and shredded pork noodles that the cook had just learned to make. She felt warm all over. She was just thinking about going back to sleep when she heard Wen Lu say that the prince had come. She glanced at the time shown on the clock, and then said after thinking for a while, "Send him to the tea room. We don't know if he has had breakfast at this hour. You go and get some snacks to satisfy your hunger." After returning to the inner room and changing clothes, Lin Miyue went to the tea room. When she arrived, she saw her son happily eating a few peach cakes with tea. "What are you talking about again? Didn't you have breakfast? Seeing her son eating snacks, Lin Miyue didn't rush to speak, but waited until her son finished 2 pieces of peach cakes and drank a few sips of tea before speaking. After Changyu drank a few sips of tea, he wiped his hands with a cotton towel on the table and waited until his mother sat down before saying, "I have something to discuss with you." Hearing that her son didn't reply to her, Lin Miyue sighed in her heart, knowing that he probably didn't have breakfast. "Wen Lu, go to the kitchen and get some more serious things. I remember that there were good steamed buns this morning. Bring some over." Changyu smiled embarrassedly. He came here to discuss something with his mother, but he didn't expect that his mother would worry about whether he had breakfast. When Wen Lu brought in a basket of coal, Changyu ate first, then slowly told the purpose of his visit today, which was whether to send the high-yield crops that Ming Zhou had already explored some planting experience to Beijing. These crops have been planted in Mingzhou for more than 1 round. And the snacks such as French fries, mashed potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes, and even popcorn that often appear in the Wu Wang mansion are a proof of this. Are you worried that the grain harvest in Beijing this autumn is not enough because of the bad weather recently? After listening to her son's words, Lin Miyue also vaguely guessed what was going on. Problems in the court appeared one after another. The emperor finally sorted out the affairs in the north, and the people in the army gradually got rid of the Zhu family's stigma. However, the emperor had let go of the things that the Li family had done in the maritime government office. For a time, there were countless people with connections in the maritime government office. There was a clan relative on the left, and the grandson of the eldest princess on the other. In addition, Pei Gulao also secretly stuffed some people in. After moving the maritime government office out of his brother's fiefdom, Emperor Xinghe found that this government office was no longer as prosperous as it was when his father was still alive. On the contrary, my brother still has a good port. So although the government office was abolished, the Maritime Merchants Association set up by the Wu Wangfu was also doing well. The Maritime Merchants Office was not as easy to run as imagined, and the silver received by the court gradually decreased. Therefore, everyone still turned their attention back to traditional grain, salt, iron and other goods. This year, the disaster news reported to the capital from all over the country flew into the capital like snowflakes. Changyu thought that so much news had been sent to the capital at this time, so the autumn must be extremely difficult. Lin Miyue felt that Changyu was also unlucky. The rivers in the south were repaired once, when Su Ruiqing was alive. There is always a pattern and time for the river to change its course. But the rain in spring this year was indeed strange, and the rivers in various places happened to change their courses one after another. The floods have already made many people in the capital busy and exhausted. After the summer, the continuous droughts in the north have posed another problem for the emperor and his ministers in the capital. Qingyu also felt that his brother was really unlucky. But he also knew that these situations only caused problems in the capital. The current emperor Xinghe knew how much wealth his father had accumulated. And Changyu, as the king of Wu, knew it even better. However, he looked at the various actions in the capital regarding the disaster. And he also knew that his brother was unwilling to use the money to help the people. I guess there shouldn't be much disaster relief in the capital. And the livelihood of these disaster victims this year will be a problem next year, Changyu said. After the disaster, there may be an epidemic, and ordinary farmers who have been affected by the disaster will find it difficult to save money to prepare for next year's farming. Changyu thought about sending the things to the capital now. If the emperor in the capital wanted to promote these crops, the farmers' spring plowing expenses would be reduced. That's fine. But I've seen some changes in the capital. Forget it. I just hope that the capital can adopt your suggestions. Lin Miyue agreed with her son's approach. But she was worried. These crops have been tried to be planted in the capital before, so I don't think my brother will be ungrateful. Changyu himself knew his mother's concerns, but he had some different ideas. After the mother and son finished talking, Lin Miyue asked her son to go about his business and return to her study. She wrote a letter to her father. Lin Miyue planned to ask her father to meet the emperor in private to find out what the emperor was thinking and saying. As a cabinet elder, Lin Feng had naturally seen the memorials sent to the capital. He had tried to submit memorials from several places that were severely affected by the disaster. But unfortunately, these memorials were sent back without receiving the emperor's approval. After knowing the emperor's attitude, Lin Feng still asked his students to test the waters a few times during the court meeting. At that time, Emperor Xinghe just said lightly that the cabinet had already reached a conclusion, and there was no need to mention these things. Yours idea is good. but I don't know if His Majesty is willing to accept it," Lin Feng said to his wife after reading his daughter's letter. During this period of time, Lin Feng turned to urge his nephews to do things well. Emperor Xinghe was also tolerant of the Lin family because he had his own ideas in mind. But the letter from King Wu was another variable. Lin Feng didn't know what Emperor Xinghe thought of his younger brother. After all, these two brothers were not a change in the throne. They had a conflict because of the princess's marriage. Moreover, Lin Feng always felt that the emperor seemed to have changed his temperament due to the complicated government affairs. The kings of the 3 generations of the Great Zheng dynasty, Emperor Fengtai liked to expand the territory when he was young. The previous emperor implemented various policies, making many so-called barbarians return to the king's rule, and took over his father's ideas about maritime commerce and continued. And Lin Feng also knew that the previous emperor had high expectations for his grandson. He had heard the previous emperor mention that there were some things worth learning from Western ships and artillery, and he planned to send people to the West. Su Ruiqing also revealed to his father-in-law at that time that if the empress was not deposed and the throne was passed on to the eldest son, then his idea was to wait until his son was more stable and let him try to take charge of these things as accumulation. Although the previous emperor passed away early, these things became a flash of light. But Emperor Xinghe was also ambitious when he was a prince. Lin Feng felt that he could also achieve something, and at the very least, he could follow the path of his father and grandfather. However, one thing after another, it seemed that the emperor's energy was gradually drained. As a cabinet elder, Lin Feng naturally knew about the turmoil in the harem. But the emperor relied more and more on eunuchs. And there was a fairy master around him. This was what Lin Feng was most worried about. Lin Miyua's letter back home was not just about these things. She also mentioned in the letter that she was planning to find a wife for her son. Mrs. Wang listened to her husband talking about state affairs for a while. The more she talked, the tighter her brows frowned. She quickly found this topic to talk about. After Mrs. Wang's words, Lin Feng was indeed a little relaxed. Set up a family and build a career. You should build a career first, and then set up a family. He nodded in agreement. Mrs. Wang also felt that her grandson's marriage was becoming more and more important. Now that her daughter finally agreed to propose marriage to her son, she was also very relieved. I don't know what Miyu is thinking. If she had a princess, she would just keep delaying. But now she is doing the same to you, Mrs. Wang complained. Lin Feng didn't quite agree with his wife's opinion. Whether his daughter gave birth to a boy or a girl, marriage should be handled with caution for both men and women. Although the royal family allowed divorce, unless it was under extremely special circumstances, neither party was willing to go to this step. Marrying a daughter makes parents worry. But marrying an unvirtuous woman is also a big problem. Yuri is in this position, so she really needs to be cautious about which girl to marry as a princess, Lin Feng said. Mrs. Wang recalled the family her daughter wanted to marry in the letter just now, and smiled and said, "That boy has high standards. I'm afraid ordinary virtuous women will not be in his eyes." After saying this, Lin Feng coughed lightly. Not all virtuous women are the same. For example, Madame can not only manage the household chores, but also give advice to her husband. This is the role model of virtuous women in the world. Mrs. Wang smiled but said nothing when she heard this. When her father chose this husband for her, the old minister looked at the young man in front of him and asked a serious question. My daughter is different from ordinary people. Although she is good at managing the household affairs, she is not very thoughtful. If you can accept it, we can talk about other things. At that time, Lord Wang was very worried about marrying his daughter. The daughter of the Lord is naturally easy to marry. But Lord Wang knows his daughter's temperament and is unwilling to marry her easily. So until he saw the young man Lin Feng, he really entrusted his daughter to him. Now seeing that her daughter is also going to marry her grandson, Mrs. Wang originally felt that she had to sigh that time flies. But she felt some unknown joy when she heard what her husband said just now. After the beginning of summer, even the royal courtyard was extremely hot. Jia Yuanchun sorted out the books and planned to send them back to the newly built library in the palace. She sighed at the scorching sun outside, and finally went back to the house to get an umbrella. After arriving at the library, Yuanchun saw that the people on duty were also lazy and enjoying the cool air. She coughed lightly, and the young eunuch stood up and looked around. After seeing that it was Jia Yuanchun, he called out, "Sister Yuanchun," because she liked reading. Yuanchun did not put on airs with these young eunuchs guarding the library, and asked them to call her sister instead of adults. This young eunuch was called Huiji. He was not very old, but he had been in the palace for a long time. These books are for you. The princess wants to read a copy of Cai Xian collection of essays. I need you to find it for her. After returning the book, Jia Yuanchun told another reason for coming here. The third Princess Shiro didn't know where she got a collection of essays compiled by female officials of the previous dynasty. She also asked Yuanchun to help her find it. Huiji thought for a while. It seems that there is such a book. I saw it when I was drying books before. Please wait a moment. I will go and find it. Huiji didn't dare to be careless when doing things for the princess. He searched in the library for a while before he took out a book and came back. Jia Yuanchun admired the eunuch's quick work. After she took the book, she said, "It's really there. I remember that this book was a collection of essays by the female officials of the Empress Dowager Xuanmu in the previous dynasty. It was not circulated outside the palace, but it was actually preserved in the palace." Huiji smiled. "It was all kept by the Empress before. The Empress ordered it to be preserved. Sister, why don't you sit down before going back? Here is some sour plum soup with ice. Would you like to try it?" Knowing the reason for the pause in Huiji's words, Jia Yuanchun smiled and said, "No need. I will go back to rest for a while, and then go to work. I won't stay with you for long." After returning to her residence with the book, Jia Yuanchun also had to prepare for the afternoon class for the princesses. Chapter 147. There were not many princesses in the palace. The eldest princess married far away, and the second princess was already engaged. So it was up to her to attend classes. The princess of Concubine Kai was old enough to study, but she was a few years younger than the third princess. Seeing this situation, Empress Dowager Li showed mercy and allowed several princesses from the royal family or the eldest princess children to study in the palace. Finally, 4 girls of the right age were selected to enter the palace. With more noble ladies coming to study, more people had to be selected to serve. However, Empress Dowager Li did not want to cause trouble for her son, so she asked the female teachers to set questions and asked the female officials and palace servants working in other places in the palace to take the test. Finally, several talented women were selected to serve as female scholars. 3 of the 4 girls were surnamed Su, and they were all daughters of the Duke and Duke's mansion. Another one was the eldest daughter of the Duke, named Su Yuexin, who had been granted the title of County Lady. The remaining 2 were named Su Mingyu and Su Yamei. Another girl was the aunt of Emperor Xinghe, Gu Yuan, the biological daughter of Grand Princess Yao. This girl was also granted the title of County Lady out of the ordinary. Grand Princess Yao was demoted to the family of Gu, the Minister of Rights. Later, this Minister of Rights was promoted to the Minister of Works. Unfortunately, Minister Gu was not from the Hanlin Academy, so his hope of entering the cabinet in the future was not great. After being married to her husband for many years, Princess Yao gave birth to a son and a daughter. Her son married the daughter of Zhou, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, who was also the daughter of the mother of Concubine Zhou, the concubine of Emperor Xinghe. The little daughter who entered the palace was unexpectedly born to the princess. So the princess and her husband cherished her since she was a child. Now that her beloved daughter is going to study in the palace, Princess Yao has also visited the palace many times to pay homage to the Empress Dowager. The reason why she chose this companion was because Emperor Xinghe wanted to build another garden for his mother. So after looking at the candidates, he still chose the girl from Yao's aunt's family. Miss Gu's name is Yulan. Before she entered the palace, her mother had told her for a long time, asking her to be respectful to the princess and polite to the ladies of the royal family. There are many places to play in the royal courtyard. The third Princess Shiro is kind and takes care of the new girls, so everyone gets along well. Before the afternoon class, Jia Yuanchun led people to review what they were going to teach today. After seeing that the newcomer, who was going to teach the princesses and noble ladies for the first time, was thoughtful in everything, she felt relieved. The princess's afternoon class was not long, and the day's class was over in the evening. When Jia Yuanchun waited until the princess finished her get out of class, she took the book to Princess Shiro and said, "Your Highness, this is the book you asked me to find before." When Shiro heard that she had found the book she was looking for, her eyes lit up and she took the book and said, "Oh, thank you." Gu Yulan looked at the princess's happy expression and was a little curious. "Your Highness, what good book did you get that made you so happy? Can you show it to me?" The 3 Su clan girls naturally had to flatter the princess, and they all asked one by one. Even the little Princess Chaohan ran to her sister curiously. holding her face, and asked her sister, "What book is it?" Touching her sister's head, Shiro looked up at everyone and said, "It's just a book compiled by female officials of the previous dynasty, with some articles and palace poems in it. The previous dynasty also used many female officials, and there were many talented people among them. However, this collection of articles was compiled because it was personally collected by the Queen Mother at that time with the help of the female officials around her. Why did your highness think of reading this book? But do you also want to help someone publish a collection of articles?" One of the royal family women, Suyueshin, asked curiously. Princess Shiro said shyly, "Not really. It's just that my sister is going to marry, and we sisters have saved some writings over the years, and the masters who taught us also have excellent work circulating in the palace. I want to compile a collection of writings to give to my sister. The princesses have a good relationship, and after Princess Inian got engaged, Queen Motherly wanted to keep the princess, so the preliminary wedding date was also next year. So Shiro started thinking about what gift to give to her sister since her sister got engaged. Although she could get any treasure she wanted with the Queen Mother behind her, but she still wanted to give some more meaningful gifts. Princess Shiro pondered for a long time, and suddenly got inspiration during class one day. That day, an older female teacher came to teach. During the class, she talked about a palace poem written by a female official of the previous dynasty. Princess Shiro asked after class, and learned that there was a collection of female officials in the previous dynasty. "I think this is quite meaningful. After all, it is what we wrote over the years." Princess Shiro touched the cover of the Saixuan collection. Few of the princess's writings have been circulated in the world, and Shiro just wanted to compile a collection of works as a commemoration, to commemorate the carefree days of the sisters. Gu Yulan looked at Princess Shiro, and somehow she thought of her mother. It was only when she was about to enter the palace that she realized that her mother could write poems that surpassed those of the princes. After knowing Princess Shiro's thoughts curiously, Gu Yulan mustered up the courage to say, "Your Highness, I wonder if I can help you in any way." Su Mingyu and Su Yame also stood beside Suyueshin. Suyueshin looked back at the two of them and said, "And us. If your Highness needs it, we can all help." Shiro looked at them and smiled brightly. "Okay. I have all our articles here. Let's see which ones to choose and how to arrange them." At the end of July, there was another piece of good news from the royal villa. "This is really a great event. Your Majesty has won the first prize at this time. It is really blessed by God," said Yang, the female official beside Renjiaoi. Happily, Renjiaoi was lying on the couch, stroking her belly with a smile on her face. After hearing what Yang said, she said, "It is really God's will. The favored people in the palace change like water, but Renjiaoi is not one of the favored ones. So this time, another pregnant concubine in the harem of Emperor Xinghe is herself. She is also dreaming now, bringing in a bowl of nourishing soup." The maid Biu who served Renjiaoi said, "Miss, you are a blessed person. This is the yam pigeon soup sent by the kitchen. Would you like some?" Looking at the soup bowl with a pink peony pattern, Renjiaoi smiled. "They are really attentive." Another maid Lingbai of Renjiaoi said, "This little villain is really, Your Majesty is really good-tempered. If I were you, I would teach them a lesson." Renjiaoi wanted to order a first-class tofu before, but the kitchen said that there was not enough food and the ingredients were not complete, so they didn't make it. It was Shuijing who passed the message that day, so she said these words today. The smile on Yang's face remained unchanged. "Miss Lingbai, don't be angry. This villain is not worth it." Renjiaoi also nodded. She knew that Yang's words were also for her. "I also know what you mean. It will do us no good to break up with him. I am not such a stupid person." Lingbai lowered her head in acceptance. It was only when Biu came over and pulled her hand that she looked up and smiled at Biu. Lady Yang looked at Lingbai and comforted her. "You are young and have little experience, so you are like this. You will feel sorry for them when you see more in the future." Renjiaoi was drinking the soup. After putting down the spoon, she said, "Lingbai has always been with me. I know you say this because you feel sorry for me. You just need to remember what Lord Yang said." Lingbai smiled and said, "It's my fault. I need the Queen and Lord Yang to comfort me." Renjiaoi's pregnancy also touched the hearts of other people in the palace. Empress Dowager Li was the first one. She gave her many gifts these days. Empress Xiaoqing's mood was much more complicated, but she also knew that Concubine Ren was not favored by the emperor, and her father was only the left censor-in-chief. Compared with the two concubines, Concubine Ren's pregnancy was not much of a problem. After paying respects to the Empress Dowager, Xiao Qingyi returned to her Fengming Kunyi. She took off the pearls and jade on her head and changed her clothes. She first planned to lie on the couch and rest for a while. After the Empress had rested for half an hour, the female official Wang personally brought in a tray, on which was a bowl of snow pear bird's nest. Hearing footsteps and the friction of fabrics, Xiao Qingyi opened her eyes. Another bird's nest? I don't have much appetite. Why don't you take it and eat it? Wang Guan put the things on the small table. Your Majesty, you should use one. Didn't you say that you couldn't sleep well at night a while ago? This is the best. Then you might as well ask someone to prepare a box of soothing spices for me. Xiao Qingyi didn't want to waste Wang Guan's kindness, so she got up and used the bird's nest even though she said so. After quietly watching the queen finish the things, Wang Guan said, "It may not be all bad for the queen to be pregnant." Xiao Qingyi thought for a while. Do you mean you want me to promote Ren Jiaoyi? Before, Queen Xiao had discussed with the people around her whether Ren Jiaoyi could be used to share the palace power of Concubine and Concubine Jing. But even if I ask for a title for her, I should wait until she gives birth to the child before letting her do anything. Xiao Qingyi had thought about it, but she also gave up the idea because she felt that even if she could push Ren Jiaoyi to do something, it would take a long time. After thinking for a while, Wang Yuan said, with Ren Jiaoyi's background and qualifications, as long as she gives birth to this child, she will sooner or later become a concubine. Your Majesty, if you help her now, you will always have a good relationship. These words were said by Wang Yuan to the queen based on the future harem structure. She was a little worried that Queen Xiao was young after all, and she would feel uncomfortable seeing other concubines get pregnant first. So she was unwilling to ask for a title for Ren Jiaoyi. Empress Xiao was also somewhat shaken by these words. Should I talk to His Majesty or the Empress Dowager? Although the Empress was the head of the harem, she still needed to consult the Emperor or the Empress Dowager for matters involving the status of concubines, especially such a critical change of status from Jiaoyi to concubine. Wang, the female official, naturally came after careful consideration. According to your humble opinion, it would be better to talk to His Majesty. The Empress Dowager was happy to reward so many things before, and she had no intention of changing the status of Ren Jiaoyi. So Wang, the female official, thought that it still depended on His Majesty's opinion. Xiao Qingyi nodded. Then you should also tell Nianfeng to remember to prepare some things. I will bring the things to greet His Majesty tomorrow. Chapter 148. The Emperor, who was being missed by the Queen, was not in a good mood now. He was not in a good mood after meeting the second assistant today. Emperor Xinghe recalled what the second assistant said when he came just now. Emotionally, he felt that his second brother was really tortured by God. But rationally, he knew that there was room for negotiation on his brother's conditions. In the letter that Lin Feng had received before, there was not only the idea of King Wu wanting to offer good seeds to the capital, but also the conditions that Lin Miyue added after discussing with her son and asking for the capital to agree. It is not a good deal to rush to the front. Although Lin Miyue knew that her son was not preparing to submit a petition for material gain, she felt that she could not give the initiative to the emperor all the time. Emperor Xinghe had cheated her family several times before with a few excuses, and there was no reason not to return the favor once. After Lin Feng received his daughter's letter, he also agreed with the views in his daughter's letter. When he came to see the emperor this time, he also talked about the matter slowly. Lin Miyue also grasped the scale of the request she drafted on behalf of her son. She thought that the emperor might feel a little entangled, but he should agree in the end. And now Emperor Xinghe really felt so in his heart. The Prince of Wu's mansion now made two requests. One was that the emperor should agree that Mingzhou could form a navy, and allow the Prince of Wu to send people to sea in the name of a vassal king. The other request was that the emperor should give his younger brother an additional salary, and let the Prince of Wu become a double salary prince as a reward. Of these two requests, the first one was quite unusual, but the Prince of Wu's mansion only wanted to use the existing soldiers to fill the navy, and did not need to expand the number of soldiers. The second request was just for reputation, and there was nothing that could not be agreed to. So although he was a little unhappy with his brother's various requests, Emperor Xinghe also knew that disasters were raging everywhere, and he had no choice but to agree under such circumstances. Emperor Xinghe was thinking about something, but Xiao Fan quietly came in and interrupted his thoughts. Your Majesty, the Queen brought green bean soup to pay her respects. Do you want to see her? Looking up at Xiao Fan, Emperor Xinghe thought for a while and said, Ask the queen to go to Shuya Hall first. Shuya Hall is a place in the back hall of Jiulong Shengjing where guests can be received. After Xiao Qingyi entered, the imperial attendants came in to serve tea. Soon, footsteps were heard outside. Emperor Xiao stood up to greet them. The couple sat down on the Luohan bed hand in hand again. Are you talking about asking for a title for Consort Ren? Emperor Xinghe first drank the bowl of mung bean soup with osmanthus honey that the empress brought. He was still a little surprised after hearing the empress's intention. I have this idea. After all, Ren was selected during this election. Now she is pregnant. It is not too much to give her a concubine title. Empress Xiao kept smiling and slowly expressed her thoughts. Several of the main ladies in the palace were selected together and entered the palace. Although they did not have any friendship at that time, it was not unusual to promote concubine Ren in terms of family background and seniority. Emperor Xinghe also vaguely knew the queen's thoughts behind promoting concubine Ren. But he did not want to refute the queen's face. The 15th day will be in a while. And you will also be busy with Mid-Autumn Festival. And then you will return to the palace from the garden. It is too busy to hold the ceremony of conferring the title of concubine. Capturing the emperor's voiceover, Emperor Xiao continued, how about after the double 9th festival? The weather will be just right in autumn. And concubine Ren's dragon fetus should be stable by then. And there is no need to worry about overworking her. Emperor Xinghe nodded in agreement. The queen suggested, since that's the case, you should also ask your subordinates to prepare in private. However, there are many things to do in the palace. And you should also take care of your health. Hearing the emperor's last words, the smile on Queen Xiao's face became more genuine. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, the affairs of the court are busy. And you should also take care of your health. Queen Xiao was not someone who turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. Although no one in her family held an important position, she was naturally aware that the court had been very busy recently with disaster relief and other matters. After watching the empress go out, Emperor Xinghe called Xiao Fan. Go tell the immortal master to come after noon to prepare to preach to me. Xiao Fan took the order, and the immortal master followed his master's instructions and brought some pills into the palace. Emperor Xinghe had said not to take pills anymore. But the government was busy, and there were many beauties in the harem waiting to be favored. So the emperor continued to take the so-called elixir offered by the immortal master. Another reason for taking the elixir was that the emperor saw that concubine Ren was pregnant again, and knew that the elixir would not be a big hindrance. So he no longer restrained himself. As time went on, the queen mother knew that her son did not know how to take care of himself. And he started to use pills and fool around with the concubines again. The relationship between mother and son became delicate again. Yu Guiran, who had lost her child a while ago, also jumped out at this time to accuse Ren Zhaoyi of murdering her. Ren Zhaoyi was pregnant with the dragon fetus, and she could not help but take the blame. Empress Xiao was very busy, since it was related to the dragon fetus. She also reported the matter to the emperor. Emperor Xinghe had a new favorite now, and Yu Guiran had no actual evidence. She just used a little palace maid who was taking care of the flowers and plants in the garden to talk. When Empress Xiao questioned her, concubine Yu said nothing, only saying that she would be willing to produce evidence after seeing His Majesty. Xiao Qingyi was really worried for a while, but she didn't expect that it would end up being such a farce. She was also very angry. Emperor Xinghe was already annoyed by the previous government affairs and the relationship between mother and son. Concubine Yu had no real evidence to make trouble, so he directly demoted her 2 levels to a concubine. The final outbreak point of these disturbances in the capital was after the disasters in various places after the autumn, and the news of the people's rebellion in the north were transmitted to the capital. The emperor rushed back to Yanqing from the temporary palace, but fainted during the fierce argument among the ministers at the grand court meeting. The important ministers hurried back to the palace to welcome the bad news. Lin Feng hid himself in the crowd and did not speak. Pei Gu Lao's face, which showed no emotion, showed some confusion. He had finally bet on the right treasure and planned slowly. But the emperor had trouble again at such a young age. Pei Gu Lao glanced at the student who followed him. Zhongqu Sharon my Xian. And the man went out with understanding. Not long after, the door creaked again, and Xiao Fan in front of the emperor also came out. He looked around and pulled this Lord Xiaomai to the corner to talk. Don't talk. My master said it's not a big deal. Just tell the elder to keep calm. Seeing the young official opening his mouth to ask questions, Xiao Fan spoke first to stop him from talking. He wanted to ask back, but Xiao Fan didn't give him a chance. He turned around and left after he finished speaking. Lord Mai wanted to keep him, but didn't know what to say. He could only follow the pace of the person in front and enter the Qianqing Palace again. Empress Xiao was so scared by this change that she didn't know what to do. Empress Dowager Li was calmer, but didn't have any ideas. She thought for a while, and ordered people to call the three elders to talk. After ordering the imperial physician not to talk nonsense, and tightening the strings for the people in front of the emperor, Li Wansheng ordered the queen to take good care of the emperor. And she turned around and left with Fu Yu and others. After changing to a room where they could talk, Li Wansheng sorted out her thoughts for a while, and said to the three people in front of her, the imperial physician just checked the emperor's pulse, and said that the emperor was just overworked recently, and suddenly felt unwell. You don't have to worry too much. The three of Pei Gu Lao had different thoughts. But since the queen mother had said so, the three of them could only agree, and said something about the emperor's health, and that they would share the worries of his majesty and the queen. After Li Wansheng finished explaining these things, she was exhausted, so she sent the ministers back and took people back to the Xinang Palace to rest. After the three ministers left the room, they looked around and could only call the people from the 6 ministries and the commander of the capital to come to the palace to listen to the matter. Fortunately, a batch of grain from Mingzhou was recently transported to the capital, and the disaster relief matter had been figured out. Otherwise, the ministers would have a bigger headache. Empress Xiao stayed by the emperor's side and took care of him. Empress Dowager Li also ordered the other concubines in the harem to strictly guard the palace gates, and they were not allowed to communicate privately to pass on messages. During this period, women from other official positions were not allowed to pass cards into the palace. Ren Zhaoyi sighed. She had received the imperial edict of promotion during the Mid-Autumn Festival, but before the ceremony, such a big thing happened in the palace, so now she was very embarrassed. I hope your majesty is fine. After she became pregnant, the queen mother rewarded her with a white jade statue of Guanyin. She would go to Guanyin to worship for a while every day, and today after offering incense to the Bodhisattva, she couldn't help but murmur. Bu, who helped her to stand up, also said, Your Majesty is the true Dragon Emperor, so there is nothing wrong. Miss, you should take care of yourself. You have been worrying too much these days. Didn't the imperial physician come to pay his respects a few days ago and say that you are too worried and need to worry less? Ren Zhaoyi said a little depressed. How can I not worry? Your Majesty is so young. I am scared. In fact, Bu also felt that this matter was unusual, but she could only calm herself down. You don't have to worry. Didn't Miss Nianfeng, who is beside the queen, come to visit you on behalf of the queen? If the Majesty is not well, how can the queen still have these thoughts? Alas, that's the reason. Well, I have a good appetite today. I want to eat a chicken soup fish roll. Ren Zhaoyi sat back on the couch and picked up the needle and thread to make a few more strokes. Knowing that her young lady couldn't eat fish since she returned to the palace, Bu asked again after receiving the order. Why not order another dish of cherry meat? Also, the kitchen seems to have deer tendons today. If the young lady likes it, she can order one to taste. Ren Zhaoyi nodded. Just arrange it. Concubine of Yongshou Palace didn't have such a good appetite as Ren Zhaoyi. The queen mother ordered everyone not to go around and pass on messages. She was not a quiet person. She had been trying to find ways to pass on messages to her family during this period. Unfortunately, the news that Concubine had received was not good news. The Qianqing Palace was now guarded by the Empress Dowager and the queen like an iron wall, and Pei Go Lao and others were not too sure about the emperor's health. Is there any news from the Imperial Hospital and the Imperial Pharmacy? Can you find out anything? Concubine looked at the faded nail polish on her fingernails and asked the people around her calmly. Kai Lu knew that the Empress was anxious, but it was hard to get news recently. People in both places did not dare to leak secrets at the height of the storm, and they could not find out anything no matter how much money they spent. Concubine Pei frowned. You are so tight-lipped. I feel that His Majesty should be fine. Or even though he is in danger, his health should be getting better, said Lady Lu hesitantly. Oh! Concubine Pei sat up straight and gave Lady Lu a look to continue. Lady Lu glanced at Kai Lu, who understood and asked all the servants in the palace to leave, and she personally guarded the door. Seeing that only she and Concubine Pei were there, Lady Lu said boldly, Your Majesty, do you still remember the time when the late emperor was about to die? The imperial concubine guarded the palace tightly, but the news of His Majesty's health could not be suppressed. The imperial hospital was fine, but the people in the imperial pharmacy were not so tight-lipped. Although the imperial concubine was only a concubine at the time, the Empress Dowager, who was the queen at the time, was also there. And the current situation was not much different from that year. But Lady Lu's words still gave Concubine Pei some ideas. In that case, we shouldn't act rashly. Unfortunately, Pei Anfei touched her belly. She wasn't pregnant at the moment. Otherwise it would be a good time. Lady Lu watched Pei Anfei's actions. She didn't dare to speak anymore. Ren Zhaoyu's position and background were there. It would be extremely difficult to attack her. Fortunately, Pei Anfei only lamented that she didn't have a rat now. After she figured out the situation of His Majesty, she stopped worrying and got up and went back to the study. Go and ask Silu to come in and serve. I have to continue copying scriptures. After His Majesty is safe, I can go to the Buddhist temple to offer sacrifices. Chapter 149. Your Highness is in the house. I brought some snacks back. Gu Fenghan returned to the princess's mansion after his shift. As usual, he went directly to the main courtyard where he and the princess lived. After entering, he did not see the maids beside Princess Yao to greet him. Gu Fuma and the princess had a good relationship. Over the years, whenever Fuma returned to the mansion, the princess would go out to greet him at first. Later, Fuma did not want the princess to work so hard, so the princess took a step back and let her personal maids go to greet Fuma every time. Today, when he returned to the mansion, Gu Fuma went to Tuanan Tower to bring the princess' favorite snacks, but when he entered the door, he didn't see anyone to greet him, so he felt a little strange. The maid who stayed behind to guard the door was Lian Shui, the second-class maid in the princess' mansion. She bowed to Gu Fuma. Your Highness was invited by the two eldest princesses Wenhong and Yucheng, and left temporarily. I see. Although he felt that his wife was a little hurried this time, but knowing that she went to her two sisters' houses, Gu Fuma stopped asking. Lian Shui looked at the prince consort and continued. The princess has ordered the preparation of your favorite dishes. Would you like to set the table now? He personally carried the snacks into the inner room. Prince Gu said. Okay. Then let's order the table service. He originally thought that his wife had gone out during the day. But when Princess Yao had not returned home after midnight, Prince Gu was a little surprised. He called the servant beside him over and said, Can you find out when the princess went out? Why did she go out? Why haven't you come back yet at this hour? The servant was called Gu Ding. After he came in, he bowed and then replied, It seems that Her Highness the Princess will not go out until dinner time. During dinner time, Gu Fenghan was a little confused. He casually put the book in his hand back on the table. Go get the cloak. The princess should be back at this hour. I'll go out to greet her. Seeing that Gu Ding only brought his own cloak, Gu Fuma said speechlessly, Why are you so stupid? Boy! Go and ask Lian Shui to bring one of the princess's cloaks. Gu Ding slapped his forehead. It's not mine. Sir! Wait a moment. I'll ask Sister Lian Shui to find a cloak for your highness. Let Lian Shui find the fragrant flower and bird pattern cloak that Princess Yao often wears. Prince Consort Gu first took a walk in the princess's mansion to digest his food. When Gu Ding came back to say that the princess's carriage had arrived from the street corner, he went to greet his wife with the cloak. Princess Yao got off the carriage and saw her husband holding a cloak to greet her. Although she was upset, she couldn't help but smile. Put it on quickly. How about this one? I remember you like this color. Gu Fenghan took the cloak and put it on his wife himself. Saying softly, Princess Yao smiled. Her husband had given her a red cloak that could only be worn during the Chinese New Year many years ago. After she told him once, she became more careful. No matter which one it is. I like it as long as it's brought by the prince consort. After Yao put on the cloak, she looked at the cloak made of the same material as hers on the prince consort and smiled. This matter was a little fun between the couple. Seeing the tired look on his wife's face, the prince consort Gu didn't say much, and the two of them went back to the main courtyard hand in hand. Why did you go to the two imperial sisters today? Seeing his wife put on her pajamas and started to toss those bottles and jars in front of the dressing table, the prince consort Gu asked curiously. Yao was applying a cream on her face that was said to delay the growth of wrinkles and rejuvenate the skin. These things were gradually introduced from Mingzhou. It was said that the noble concubine of the Wu Wangfu had made them. They added many spices and skincare treasures from abroad. Although she didn't feel that her wrinkles had decreased much, but after applying it, Princess Yao felt that her skin seemed to be smoother and whiter. So she insisted on using it. What else could it be? It's just that there was some movement from His Majesty again, Sister Wenhong asked us to go over and give a few instructions. Yi Yao put down the things in her hand and turned to talk to the prince consort. When Prince Consort Gu heard about this, his brows furrowed a little bit. When you went to pay your respects to the Queen Mother before, didn't you come back and say that His Majesty's health was getting better? Yi Yao and others, as the Emperor's aunt and the Queen Mother's younger sister, still had some face in the palace. Several princesses went to the palace to pay homage to the Queen Mother together. Queen Motherly also revealed a few words after her son woke up. At that time, the Emperor woke up, but was still weak. These words could be leaked out. And Queen Motherly also wanted to convey some words to appease people through the princesses. However, this time, the news was not revealed by Empress Dowager Li, but by Grand Princess Wenhong herself. She also quickly called her two sisters to talk. It was the Empress Dowager who dealt with the eunuch beside His Majesty, the one who used to be called Kong Sheng and was now named Wang Xian. Yi Yao sat down on the bed, and Prince Consort Gu turned sideways to let the princess lie down inside. It turned out to be this matter, but it's not surprising. Prince Consort Gu had also heard about the reputation of this eunuch, and he was also somewhat happy to hear that the Empress Dowager had dealt with this eunuch. Yi Yao sighed. Empress Dowager Li really cut the Gordian knot. Eunuch Kong Sheng had done a lot of things to disrupt politics and collect money to do things for the officials below. But the Empress Dowager knew that her son trusted this eunuch, so she turned a blind eye. But after this incident was exposed, the Emperor suddenly fell ill because this eunuch randomly recommended some immortal master and elixir to the Emperor. However, how could Empress Dowager Li tolerate him? But His Majesty seems very unhappy. Although Kong Sheng was punished, he quickly saved his apprentice after he knew about this incident. Yi Yao sighed. Now she didn't know what to say to her nephew. After hearing this, Prince Consort Gu tucked the corner of the quilt for his wife. I know you are worried about Yulan, but she is a junior, so she should be fine. If you are still worried, ask for leave from the Queen and bring her back. The reason why Princess Yi Yao was so worried was because her daughter was still in the palace. At that time, the Emperor's illness broke out suddenly, and several companions were also detained in the palace. The Emperor's illness has improved recently, and Princess Yi Yao always wanted to go to the Queen Mother to inquire whether she could bring her daughter back. So today, when she heard that the Queen Mother had dealt with the eunuchs around the Emperor, she was so worried. I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager and His Majesty will start fighting again, and that would be hard for me. The princess didn't hide anything in front of her husband, and said it directly. Gu Fuma loved his daughter. This little daughter was an unexpected birth when the couple got older. Since her birth, the prince consort has spoiled her more than the princess. However, he couldn't say anything more at this time to deepen his wife's worries. In that case, I remember that Jia Yusher of the Inspectorate has a sister who is a female minister in the palace. Why don't you go to her house and do her a favor? Gu Fuma thought of an idea. Prince Consort Gu was on duty at the Dali Temple, but the Inspectorate was near the Dali Temple, so he knew who was in the Inspectorate. He was also somewhat acquainted with the Imperial Censor Jia Zhu mentioned earlier, and Prince Consort Gu often asked people to accompany him when he drank tea and wine. Yi Yao thought for a while before remembering this person. Jia, is he the descendant of the late Lord Rong? Prince Consort Gu responded. Yes, it's his family, but Imperial Censor Jia doesn't look like a young man from a noble family. He is diligent and thorough in his work. I remember that the two chief judges in their courtyard both liked him very much. You make it sound like all the rich families are playboys, Princess Yi Yao said with a smile. Prince Consort Gu replied, I was just a playboy at first. If I hadn't married a virtuous wife like the princess, I wouldn't be who I am now. When Princess Yi Yao was first married to Gu Fohan, Prince Consort Gu was indeed just a rich and noble young man who was spoiled by his parents. However, he was honest and obedient. He remembered everything the princess said and loved her sincerely. So after so many years, Princess Yi Yao, apart from being envious of her sister's pregnancy, has always been the one who loves Prince Consort the most among the princesses. I was just attracted by your handsome face like Panin and Song Yu at first, but I didn't expect to marry a man with both talent and beauty. Yi Yao joked. Although the couple joked a few words at the end, Princess Yi Yao still didn't forget the business. She politely sent an invitation to the Jia family the next day, inviting her wife and grandmother to come to the princess's mansion to talk in a few days. In fact, in the Jia family, except for a few old relatives, the wives and grandmothers in the mansion have been difficult to get in touch with the Grand Princess's mansion. Jia she still has a title. But Lady Xing is like this. So Lady Jia is not at ease to let her go out to socialize. Lady Wang is more considerate than her sisters-in-law. But she is also restrained by her mother-in-law and husband. Persuaded by her son. And she is getting older. So she has basically not been out for so many years. Jia Zhu is still an imperial censor. And his wife Li Wan can still go out to socialize. The other masters have their own status. So there is nothing to socialize. Lady Wang was a little at a loss after receiving the invitation. And she took the invitation to her mother-in-law. Grandmother Jia was talking and joking with her granddaughter and granddaughter-in-law. She heard the little maid say that Madame Wang was coming. And she also gave Yuanyang a look, asking her to take her out to play first. Grandmother, look at this. How should we respond? In fact, Madame Wang has always been a bold person. But her son has warned her countless times over the years. So this time she took the invitation and came to discuss with her mother-in-law honestly. Yuanyang happened to come in. And she also hurried to get a glass mirror for Grandmother Jia. Grandmother Jia put on the mirror and started to look at the invitation. I think His Highness is just doing this for the daughter who is studying with her family. Just agree to it. Jia Mu is an old and shrewd woman. She looked at the note and thought about the recent events in the palace in Beijing. And said with finality, Wang Furen suddenly realized. You are right. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Wang Furen felt both sad and happy. She felt sad because her daughter still didn't want to leave the palace. But she was happy that Yuan Shun had worked hard to make it. And she could even get the eldest princess to write a note to ask for something. However, no matter what Wang Furen thought, after discussing with Jia Mu, she still took Li Wan and the 3 daughters of her family to the princess's mansion to accept the invitation. Chapter 150. Jia's mother had discussed the marriage of her granddaughter Yingchun with her grandson before, but she did not tell her 2 sons and daughters-in-law about these things. It was not until that family came to propose marriage that others in the Jia family knew that their master had found a family for the second daughter on the orders of the old lady. Jia Yingchun was also a proper lady of the duke's mansion. Although she was not the biological child of the general's wife, she was also raised by her grandmother, the wife of the Duke of Rome. To put it in a bad way, her temperament was dull and wooden, but to put it in a good way, she was gentle and silent. Jia Mu knew her granddaughter's character and thought that as long as she didn't marry into a rich and powerful family, and only chose a family with good family tradition to marry her granddaughter, her shortcomings would not matter. In the end, Jia Zhu found a candidate for his sister-in-law, a young man named Gu Tongfang from the Dali Temple next to his own yamen. His background was also interesting. He was a member of the family that Princess Wenhong married. Princess Wenhong was promised to the Gu family, the Minister of Justice. Now Mr. Gu has retired, and the family is headed by Mr. Gu, the son-in-law of the emperor. Mr. Gu is now the assistant minister of the Ministry of War. Mr. Gu counts himself as one of the 3 brothers. The Gu Tongfang that Jia Zhu knows is the youngest son of Mr. Gu's 3rd master. He is also a second-class Jinshi. He is now the 6th-ranked temple director of the Dali Temple. He is also a young man with both talent and appearance. But this young Mr. Gu has an awkward point. That is, he is not the son of Mr. Gu's 3rd master's wife, but the illegitimate son of a concubine. Although he is very promising, Mr. Gu has to consider his wife's opinion, so he is a little worried about his son's marriage. Jia Zhu also knew about these things. So after several attempts, the 3rd master of the Gu family also invited Jia Zhu to have tea. The 3rd master of the Gu family was a junior official in the Taichung Temple. He also knew about the things in the Rong Mansion. Over the years, the Jia Mansion has become much more restrained. Apart from the 2 masters, the young masters of Jia Zhu's generation are also promising. So they also agreed to Jia Zhu's request to let his wife come to see him. The 3rd lady of the Gu family arranged a marriage for her own son with the daughter of Zhu Tongzheng of the Tongxingxi. This Miss Fang was bright and cheerful, and she also had the ability to manage a house. It was the 3rd lady of the Gu family who finally got her son to marry. After Mr. Gu San and his wife talked about the marriage in the Jia Mansion, Mrs. Gu San also felt that the marriage was suitable. Although she was a little concerned about the marriage of a concubine's son, she was not an unreasonable mother. In this way, the lady went to the Jia Mansion, talked with the old duke's wife for a while, and met Yingchun herself. In the end, she was satisfied. Jia she was a little angry that his son had arranged a marriage for his daughter without telling him. And he also disliked that the son-in-law was a concubine's son. But Jia's mother directly suppressed her son's opposition. Mother Jia directed Lady Xing and the Gu family to socialize, and asked Jia Lian's wife Yang and Jia Zhu's wife Li Wan to help, and settled the marriage between the two families. This man is also confused. The young master is now a 6th-rank temple official, and Ying Chun will be a 6th-rank Onren after marrying. There is nothing to do, and they just need to live a good life as a couple. What's wrong with that? Mother Jia complained about her son to Yuan Eng, who was by her side. In private, Mother Jia herself did not think that the legitimate and illegitimate children were a big deal, especially as long as the man had a promising future. The legitimate and illegitimate children did not matter at all. The old lady was very satisfied with what her grandson had done this time, and she just ignored her son's words. This time, when Princess Yao invited people, Jiamu also thought about it and decided to exclude Jia Zhu's wife Li Wan, and let his wife Wang Furen bring several girls from the family. Princess Yao naturally knew about her sister's family affairs. After seeing Jia Yingchun, she also thought that this girl was good, although she didn't talk much and was a little shy in front of her. She couldn't find any mistakes in etiquette, which showed that she had a good upbringing. It's boring for the girls to sit here. Zhuing, take your sisters to play. After Yao gave the girls gifts, she saw that the girls were sitting obediently, and she also smiled and told her daughter-in-law to take her sisters to walk around the princess's mansion. Zhou Zhuing heard her mother-in-law's order, and she also stood up and replied to the princess with a smile, and then said to the 3 girls of the Jia family, "Yes, 3 sisters, follow me." Seeing the girls walk away, Yi Yao also talked about the business of inviting people today. After listening to the princess's words, Mrs. Wang replied according to her mother-in-law's order, and Li Wan listened quietly on the side. Princess Yi Yao was helpless. She and her sisters had some foundation in the palace, but their mothers had either passed away or left the palace. In addition, her brother had also passed away, so it was extremely difficult for Yi Yao to take care of her daughter in the palace. However, she met the Jia family today and felt that they were quite sensible, so she was relieved. Although Jia Yuanchun could send letters home and even meet her grandmother, mother and others during the new year, she could not reveal too much about the palace. So when she entered the princess's mansion today, Mrs. Wang and others really knew the status of the eldest daughter of the Jia family in the palace. Li Wan came back from the princess's mansion. After changing her clothes, she chatted with the people around her. "I still remember how Yuan Chun looked when my husband passed the exam. I didn't expect that there would be 2 Jia masters in our family. Yuan Chun was still a young girl at that time, and she was also a pampered girl in the family." Li Wan felt that in the blink of an eye, she had become a reliable adult. Su Yun was packing up the headgear that Li Wan had just taken off. Hearing this, she said, "That's right. It hasn't been easy for the eldest lady these years. But fortunately, she is only serving the princesses, so she doesn't have to worry about anything else. It was okay when the late emperor was alive a few years ago, but Emperor Xing's harem has not been peaceful in recent years." After hearing Su Yun's words, Li Wan agreed. "That's true. It can reduce disturbances." The master and servant were talking, and footsteps were heard outside. Jia Zhu lifted the curtain and came in. "What are you talking about? Why do I hear you sighing?" Li Wan looked at her husband and stood up with a smile and said, "Nothing. I'm talking about Yuan Chun. After going to the Grand Princess's mansion, we found out that the eldest sister has. How capable. For her sake, the princess was a little more polite to us." Jia Zhu did not let his wife help, and let her sit on the couch by herself. He went behind the screen to change his clothes and wipe his face. "I just went to greet my father and mother." My mother said the same thing. After changing into half-new clothes, Jia Zhu sat on the couch. He took the teacup handed by his wife and took a sip. He looked a little disappointed. "I would rather she was still that little girl." Li Wan looked at her husband and was a little sad. After she married into the Jia family, her younger sister Yuan Chun was very considerate and close to her. At the beginning, she also deliberately said a lot of good things about her sister-in-law in front of Mrs. Wang. The relationship between the 2 sisters-in-law was pretty good. "I just hope that I can be more valued by His Majesty, so that I can ask for grace for Yuan Chun in the future." Jia Zhu himself cheered up quickly. Li Wan also smiled. "And Lon, if Yuan Chun is willing to go home in the future, he will definitely be filial to his aunt." Hearing his wife talking about his son, Jia Zhu was in a better mood. How is Loner's homework these days? In fact, I think his studies at home are not good enough. It would be good if he could be sent to study abroad. The Jia family's school hired a teacher who was a Jiren. But Jia Zhu also felt that his son was smarter than himself. So he always felt that letting him stay in Beijing was a waste of his time. Although Li Wan was a loving mother, she also knew that if a boy wanted to succeed in the imperial examination, he had to study hard. So after listening to her husband, she said, "If you have this idea, it's not impossible to send him to the academy in the south. Aren't Aunt and Uncle Lin in the south?" Jia Zhu nodded. "Let's not talk about this for now. Even if we want to send him there, we have to discuss it with the ancestors. Father and Mother, I see that they love Lanner more than the two of us. They all say that the relationship between generations is the same. But Jia Zheng and Mrs. Wang are not mentioned. Grandmother Jia really dotes on Jia Lan's generation of children. She loves Jia Lan, Jia Zhu, and the daughter of Jia Lian and his wife. Even Jia Shi and Lady Xing rarely show some grandfather and grandmother attitude towards the little girl of Jia Lian's family, which seems to be much better than towards her son. The Jia family now has a rare treasure that the whole family coaxes, namely Jia Baoyu. Among the brothers of the Jia family, Jia Huan is not mentioned. Jia Zhu and Jia Lian have already become officials. Now only Jia Baoyu is still counting the days to study hard. Jia Baoyu looked at the article given by the teacher in the school, and thought for a long time, before carefully writing a line of words. Shiren was doing embroidery on the side, and she felt a little worried when she saw her master was like a clumsy woman holding an embroidery needle, and not knowing where to start. When Jia Baoyu was learning to read, both his father and his teachers thought that he was more literary than his brother. However, he did not expect that his talent for writing couplets and poems when he was a child was completely useless when he was writing articles. After finally finishing an article, Jia Baoyu breathed a sigh of relief, carefully put the paper away, and planned to show it to his elder brother later. He then stood up and went outside to relax for a while. Qingwen and Shiwei returned to the courtyard where Baoyu lived. Qingwen saw Baoyu playing with a parrot in the corridor and couldn't help laughing. Although Baoyu's eyes were on the parrot, Qingwen's smile was seen by him. "What are you laughing at? How funny is that?" Qingwen and Shiwei went to get the fabric for Baoyu's clothes in autumn. When Baoyu asked, she explained, "Nothing. I just went with Shiwei to select fabrics, because the two Master Zhu wanted to be more stable. The colors given to us were more tender. I also saw a piece of feathers that looked very similar to the color of this parrot." Baoyu was helpless. "I thought it was something else. But you have good craftsmanship. No matter what the material is, it will not be bad as long as it is in your hands." Qingwen felt a little complicated after hearing Baoyu's words, but she also cheered up and said with a smile, "Yes. With your words, I have to work hard on these ingredients." Jia Baoyu was a little surprised by Qingwen's awkward smile. But at this time someone came in and said, "Greetings to Master Bao. Master and Madam asked you to come over for dinner. Master Zhu, Madam, and Huana are all going over today. Master, please go first. It will be bad if you are late." Hearing that people were urging him, Jia Baoyu had no choice but to say to Qingwen and the others, "I have also asked the kitchen to prepare a few dishes today. You and Shiren can have them together. If there is anything else, come back and talk about it." After saying that, Jia Baoyu hurried out with the servant. Qingwen sighed and went back to the house with Shiwei. Chapter 151. When Jia Baoyu arrived at the courtyard where his parents lived, his brother and sister-in-law Jia Zhu and his wife had not arrived yet. Only his younger brother Jia Huan was already sitting in the room. Jia Zheng had a lot of free time now, and he asked his son a few more questions, which made Jia Huan very uncomfortable. When Jia Baoyu came in, he stood up and saluted as if he had seen a savior. Jia Baoyu also knew the character of his younger brother. He went forward to greet his parents, and then he sat quietly by the side. Jia Zheng was not very satisfied with his second son, but when he saw Jia Baoyu and Jia Huan sitting together, the two were indeed very different. He stroked his beard and stopped thinking about continuing the test. Mrs. Wang saw her son coming and wanted him to come over and talk for a while. However, her husband's face was not very good when he was testing Jia Huan just now. Now that he was drinking tea, she waved Jia Baoyu over. "How have you been studying in the Imperial College these days? I heard from your elder brother that your essay should be good for this provincial examination." Mrs. Wang looked at her son and asked. Jia Zheng looked at Baoyu again at this time. "Don't be arrogant. The Emperor has granted you the grace to study in the Imperial College. You should also know that there are many talented people in the room. Don't think that you can do anything just because you are a little smart." Just now, Jia Baoyu was still thinking about his younger brother. Now it was his turn to be taught a lesson by his father. He had to shrink his neck and listen to the lecture. He dared to say a few words in front of his elder brother Jia Zhu. But he was just a quail in front of his father. When Jia Zhu and others came to have dinner, the atmosphere in the courtyard became much better. After the dinner, Jia Zhu went to his father's study again, intending to discuss something with his father. Jia Zheng returned to the study to write a scroll of calligraphy. But someone came in to report that the eldest son had come. He put down his pen and let his son in. Jia Zhu didn't say much this time. He was thinking about what he had discussed with his wife before. This time he came to ask his father's opinion. My son knows that you have high expectations for my second brother, but his personality is not suitable for being an official in the court. So my son thinks that if he is allowed to walk around more, there is no harm, and said his thoughts. Jia Zhu looked at his father's thoughtful look and added, Jia Zheng has always attached great importance to his son's studies. He had strict requirements for his eldest son, and he also had high hopes for his second son, Jia Baoyu. However, after listening to his eldest son's words, he actually felt that it made sense. The imperial examination is not only a way for men to advance, but it is also a hurdle that Jia Zheng can't get over. However, it is just like when he was relieved to see his son succeed. He had the idea of retiring. After listening to his eldest son's words, he knew that letting his second son go was actually the best for this son and the Jia family. Although Jia Baoyu did not dare to say those crazy words in front of his father, Jia Zheng knew it very well. He just knew that his son was still sensible. So he was too lazy to care. It is a way, but it doesn't count for me. You still have to get through your mother's test. Jia Zheng raised his eyes and replied to his son, and at the same time expressed his attitude. Jia Zhu smiled. Son knows. I will trouble you to worry about it when the time comes. A few days later, Jia Zhu and his mother mentioned that they wanted Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan to go to Jiangnan together. And Mrs. Wang was indeed a little hesitant. The person who spoiled children the most in the entire Jia family, besides the old lady Jia Mu, was Lady Wang. Lady Jia's knowledge was obvious. In fact, she spoiled her grandchildren and great-grandchildren with moderation. Only Lady Wang was always worried about this and that. However, Jia Zhu persuaded her for a long time. And finally Lady Wang couldn't change her son's mind. In the end, she decided that if Baoyu passed the imperial examination, he would take his nephew Jia Lan to study in Jiangnan. Lady Wang had agreed to the request of Princess Yao before, and in the end, she just needed a letter written by her to Jia Yuanchun in the palace. Princess Yao later went to the palace to pay respects to the Queen Mother, and then went to Lanji Hall to see her daughter and talk to Jia Yuanchun, the person who served her mother in the past. An aunt named Yenru followed the princess into the palace, and Yenru went to Lanji Hall with the princess. And she also felt a little emotional. It has not been easy for the Queen Mother over the years. When outsiders looked at the Queen Mother, they all thought that Queen Motherly was so glorious now that her son had ascended the throne, which was a world of difference from the precarious situation when she was about to lose her position as queen. But Aunt Yenru is an old lady in the palace. It is not easy for her to pay respect to the Queen Mother today. When Princess Yao saw that there was no one around, she murmured, "My mother was enjoying her old age in those days. The Queen Mother is so worried now. She is really tired." Queen Motherly is actually younger than Princess Yao and the other princesses. But now, anyone with eyes, looking at the grand princesses and the Queen Mother, will feel that Queen Motherly looks more haggard and older than the princesses. And Yenru also felt that His Majesty was indeed a little too much. But these things were not something that an old aunt like her could say. Well, I don't have the ability to worry about these things. I just need to take care of my 2 children and my wife. Princess Yao also felt that her nephew was a little too much. But she had no other choice but to take care of her own business. When Princess Yao arrived at Lanji Palace, several princesses and their companions happened to be gathered together talking about something. Princess Chaohan had good eyesight. She saw Yi at a glance. "Hello, Auntie Yao. Why are you here?" Everyone present was either Ye's juniors or royal officials. So the people in Lanji Palace came to pay their respects to Ye. Princess Ye personally helped the 2 princesses up and called everyone. "Okay, I just came to see you. No need to be so polite." And Yenru also directed the maids who came with her to arrange the things Princess Ye brought. Although she came to the palace for her daughter, Ye also brought many famous snacks from outside the palace to share with the children who were studying. watching her daughter sharing snacks with others. Yi Yao also called a maidservant who was serving beside her and asked, "Where is your Lord Jia now? Is he available? I want to find her for something." The maidservant saw that it was the princess who asked, and she honestly replied, "To answer the eldest princess, Lord Jia is not on duty today. He must have gone to the second princess's place." Princess Yi Yao secretly thought it was a coincidence, so she could only ask, "Okay, I know. When did Lord Jia go? But when did he say he would be back?" "The Lord usually comes back at 3 p.m. The maidservant replied. Jia Yuan-chun is now the de facto female official in charge of Longji Palace. Originally, she rarely leaves Longji Palace even on holidays. But the princess is busy these days, so she will take some time to help the second princess. Then you give this to Lord Jia, and tell her that I will have tea with her next time I enter the palace." Knowing that Jia Yuan-chun will not come back today, Yi Yao can only regretfully give the box containing her and Madame Wang's handwritten letters to the person in front of her. Gu Yulan was already sharing snacks with her friends. The third princess was fine, but the little princess could not eat these snacks outside the palace. When she saw her aunt bringing food in, she was so happy sitting around the table. When Princess Yi Yao returned, Chao Han stood in front of her aunt and asked with blinking eyes, "Aunt Yi Yao, when will you come to the palace next time?" Everyone else was holding back their laughter. Only Shiro went over and tapped her sister's forehead. "You are just a greedy ghost. If you don't know, you would think that Empress Luo treated you badly." Chao Han covered his forehead, but for the sake of food, he continued to look at his aunt aggrievedly. Princess Yi Yao's heart melted when the little girl looked at her. She went over and touched her head. "And will come to the palace to see our Chao Han in a few days. But you can't eat too much of these things. Chao Han still needs to eat well. Only if you are a good aunt can you bring you food." Seeing the little princess nod obediently, Yi Yao put her back and asked Shiro, "When I first came, I saw you gathered together to discuss something. What are you discussing?" Shiro smiled a little embarrassedly, but still replied when she heard her aunt's question. "It is a collection of essays to be prepared for my sister. It contains all the articles and poems that we sisters wrote when we were studying." Yi Yao was stunned. Somehow, she thought of her sisters in the past. Looking at her niece in front of her, she suppressed her complicated thoughts and said, "Very good. This kind of thing can show the friendship between you sisters." When Shiro told her mother about this idea, Empress Dowager Li only allowed her daughter to do so, but she didn't praise her. This time, she was praised by her aunt, and the little girl was still very happy. After being dragged to look at the manuscripts of her nieces for a while, and giving them some suggestions, and promising to write a preface for the book, Yi Yao and Aunt Yenru left the palace together. In the carriage, Princess Yi Yao couldn't help talking to Aunt Yenru beside her. The Queen Mother must be a decent person to be the mother of the country, but it is a little boring. If the royal concubine was here, these girls might be able to live more comfortably. Aunt Yenru smiled. "Your Highness, what you said is not bad. The royal concubine is indeed fun. If she looks after the princesses, the lives of the princesses might be more interesting." Princess Yi Yao recalled the Queen Mother's behavior at the time, and she had some other thoughts in her heart. But she just kept these words in her heart and didn't continue. Lin Miyue had a good time in Mingzhou City. She looked at the pile of fabrics that Wen Lu found. She said that the moon-white one with plum blossom pattern was good, which matched her skin tone. Then she said that the dogwood pink brocade jacquard fabric looked good. Yun Xiao looked at her own queen and couldn't help saying, "Queen, this is for the prince. The colors and patterns you see are the colors that girls like. The prince can't wear them. Of course, that bamboo leaf silk looks breathable and suitable for making another set of clothes to wear next to the body. Come on. Write it down." Lin Miyue raised her chin and designated a piece of fabric for her son. Yun Xia found that since the wife of the governor visited the palace before, her queen had a talk with Jia Min, and she was much happier. This time, she said, she was selecting materials for His Highness. But in fact, all of them were to be sent to the Lin mansion. The two were choosing. And when Hui came back with a letter from home, after she bowed, she handed the letter to Lin Miyue. "My queen, there is a letter from the capital." Chapter 152. Lin Miyue looked at the envelope. The words on it were in her father's handwriting. So she said, "I guess His Majesty has agreed to our request." Yun Xiao also curiously leaned over to look. "You said before that His Majesty might hesitate. It seems that he agreed very quickly." After Lin Miyue opened the letter and read it, the content inside was just as she expected. She handed the letter back to Wen Huai and ordered, "Take this letter to the prince and tell him that he can officially submit the memorial." Watching Wen Huai go away, Lin Miyue also smiled and said to Yun Xia, "We have to trouble our Lord Yun Xia to make a trip. You still have to take these selected materials to Yur." Yun Xia also liked the girl in the Lin mansion. Although she felt that it was a bit childish for the queen to find an excuse to choose the materials, she went out happily now that she got the task. Today is also a day for the girls to rest. In the Lin mansion, Dai followed her mother and prepared to add makeup for her sister from her maternal family in Beijing. Jia Yingchuan's marriage was set, and Jia Min, as her aunt, naturally had to show her support. So she watched her daughter rest today and pulled her over to be her advisor. "Do you think this set of headwear is better? Well, then choose this one." Jia Min was also very generous to her niece. She took out several sets of headwear and planned to choose one for the little girl. After asking her daughter's opinion, she chose a set of headwear inlaid with tourmaline, pearls and jade. "Mother said that my sister has a gentle personality. I think this set may be more suitable for my sister's temperament than the ruby and sapphire ones." Dai saw that her mother was still a little hesitant. She wanted to choose the more gorgeous headpiece inlaid with ruby and sapphires. So she explained. Jia Min listened to her daughter's words and thought about it. She also felt that this was the truth. The headpiece she chose might be more expensive, but the suitable one is the best. The headpiece her daughter chose is indeed more suitable for young girls. It is estimated that Yingchun will wear it more easily on weekdays. However, stroking the pearls on her head, Jia Min's heart was stirred again when she looked at her daughter. After talking with the noble concubine before, she asked her daughter's opinion when she returned home. Although Dai blushed with embarrassment, she still did not express any reluctance. Looking at her daughter like this, Jia Min somehow thought of her own youth. She was also the only legitimate daughter of the Duke of Guo at that time, and was the little daughter loved by her parents. When her family arranged such a marriage for her, they also took a fancy to Lin Hai's appearance and ability. This marriage was also talked about in Beijing. Jia Min also met Lin Hai once before she got married. She was still a young girl at that time. Seeing Lin Hai was gentle and elegant, but he kept his head down and didn't dare to look at her when he met her. Jia Min thought the shyness of the person opposite her was very interesting. After the engagement, although Jia Min was reluctant to leave her parents and relatives, she was still looking forward to her future life. Now it was her turn to marry her daughter off. Jia Min suddenly recalled the way her mother secretly shed tears after her engagement, and suddenly understood her mother's worries. Children who live in a family where their parents love each other either feel that it is difficult to find such an excellent partner and become less looking forward to marriage, or they may be full of fantasies about future married life and become less resistant to marriage. After Dai heard her mother mention her marriage, she felt embarrassed and reluctant to leave her parents at first. But what Dai saw and heard over the years were all scenes of her parents loving each other and supporting each other. So she also had a vision for her future marriage. After Jia Min confirmed her daughter's intention and went to talk to Lin Miyue again, Lin Miyue also asked two aunts to come to the house to formally settle the marriage. The mother and daughter continued to talk. But at this time a little girl came in and bowed and said, "Madam, Miss, the adults in the palace are here, saying that the queen has given something. As a vassal king, the king of Wu actually has to look at the Beijing's opinion on marriage according to the rules. However, whether it is the mother and son in the Wu palace or Lin Hai and his wife, everyone knows that the Beijing can't actually control the affairs of the Wu palace." So after everyone agreed, Lin Miyue slowly submitted a memorial to the queen mother and the emperor to ask for the imperial edict to grant the marriage. The principal wife of a vassal prince is the wife of a prince. Ordinary vassal princes rarely marry after ascending the throne. Generally speaking, they will marry a prince's wife when they are the crown prince. After becoming a prince, the crown prince's wife is just granted the crown and clothes of a prince's wife as usual. As for the prince, who has not yet married and has been infect as a prince, Lin Miyue found that her son, Su Qingyu, the prince of Wu, is indeed the first since the national dynasty. His wedding is indeed a bit difficult. After all, ordinary princes usually marry a prince's wife directly when they are princes. After obtaining the title of king, the prince's principal wife will be directly conferred. Lin Miyue read through the classics of the imperial court. These days, she is discussing with everyone what ceremony to use to marry her son's wife. When her good friend concubine Yun's son got married, Lin Miyue didn't feel anything. When it came to her own marriage, she realized that these rules and regulations were really terrible. Su Qinglun in the capital was a prince. The process of marrying a concubine was basically the same as that of a prince, with only some minor changes. According to the ceremony of a prince marrying a concubine, a prince needs to pay a betrothal gift, confer a title, welcome the bride, see the temple, join the couple, see the emperor, wash the clothes, see the East Palace and return home. There are 9 ceremonies. However, the king of Wu had already been in theft, and the current emperor did not have a crown prince. So the 4 rituals of the marriage ceremony, namely, the temple visit, the court visit, the washing, and the visit to the East Palace, could not be carried out. In the end, Lin Miyue, her son, and the officials of the palace discussed the process of changing the temple visit to kneeling and worshipping the ancestors in the ancestral temple in the palace, completing the temple visit ceremony, which was a total of 6 rituals, and it was considered complete. This time, Lin Miyue sent Yunxia to the Lin mansion to deliver clothing materials. On the surface, she packed some things for Daiyu, but in fact, she wanted Yunxia to show the sorted process to the Lin family first. Seeing Yunxia coming with so much fabric, Jiamin also used the excuse of asking Daiyu to go back to look at the fabrics and make clothes to coax her back to her own courtyard, leaving Yunxia to talk. What the queen meant was that although Nasai, Naji and Najing were combined into one ritual, the prince would also follow the ancient ritual and personally hunt geese and send them to the Najing ceremony. Yunxia said to the lady in front of her. Hearing Yunxia's words, and looking at the booklet she brought with the details of the wedding ceremony, Jiamin planned to keep the booklet until Lin Hai came back so that the couple could read it together. So she replied, "Thank you for making this trip. Sir, please ask your majesty to greet the queen and the prince on my behalf." Yunxia saw that the governor's wife did not look at the booklet first, and knew that she probably wanted to discuss it with Lord Lin again. So she also politely replied, "Madam, you are too polite. I will take my leave first." Daiyu took people back to her own courtyard. When she returned to the house, she saw Xueyan coming forward to greet her with an irrepressible smile on her face. "The girl is back. What are you laughing so happily about? It's like a cat that has stolen some meat," Daiyu joked. Xueyan took out a box from behind her. "You'll know after you take a look. Young lady, this is what Master Yunxia brought when he delivered the fabrics." Daiyu's expression changed for a moment, but she quickly adjusted her expression and said with a smile, "You're teasing me with this. It's boring. Put it over there. I'm going to start reading." Seeing her young lady return to her square table with a table curtain and sit down, Xueyan suppressed her smile and brought a teacup from the fan-shaped table next to her. Daiyu was already reading a book, and she was a little surprised when she smelled the tea. "What kind of fragrance is this? Why do I feel it's a little strange?" Xueyan glanced at the small glass jar on the fan-shaped table. It was also said by Master Yunxia just now. Master said that this thing can't be kept, so I just brewed a cup. After listening to Xueyan's words, Daiyu said, "These strange things are indeed what the queen can make." She responded without surprise, and then looked at the book in her hand without saying anything. Not long after taking a sip of the tea on the table, Daiyu's expression changed again and again. She frowned and looked at the teacup on the table. After thinking it over, she called Xueyan in. "Is this tea said directly to me? Go and give it to father and mother to taste." Xueyan suppressed her smile and said yes, and took the pot of tea out. Another maid, Qing Tang, replaced the fruits on the antique shelf with freshly delivered Buddha's hands, and changed a cup of tea for the girl. Then she looked at the windows in the house, and turned around and quietly left the door. After Xueyan came back, she saw that everything in the house was ready. She nodded to the newly promoted maid in her heart, and then she left again, so as not to disturb the girl from reading. Since Jiamin was preparing for her daughter's marriage, she began to rearrange the maids around her daughter. It turned out that the maid who served Daiyu with Xueyan was a servant girl in the Lin mansion. The father and mother of that family came to ask Madame Enrin, wanting their daughter to marry. It was common for maids to want to marry when they reached a certain age. Jiamin was not a demanding mistress, so she agreed to the family's request and gave the maid some silver as a reward for serving the young lady for so many years. When asked by the lady, Xueyan confessed herself and expressed her willingness to accompany the young lady to marry. Jiamin also promoted a few young maids to her daughter's side. Qing Tang was the most outstanding one among them. When Daiyu saw that the maids had all gone out, she stood up and slowly walked to the antique shelf, picked up the box that Xueyan had taken before, and looked at it carefully for a while. The box was made of yellow rosewood with floral patterns, and was very small. After Dayu picked it up, she first admired the box for a while, wondering what was inside that was worthy of such a box, with the doubt that it was not a case of buying the box and returning the pearl. Dayu opened the box, but she was attracted by the hairpin she saw. Before, the noble concubine gave her a bamboo leaf hairpin with flowers, and she took it out and wore it several times. This time, the box contained an emerald bamboo hairpin with a lush green color. There were several exquisite small leaves on the head of the hairpin, and the edges of the leaves were outlined by gold thread. The whole hairpin was much more luxurious than the previous hairpin with flowers. Thinking of the hair ornaments she had seen with her mother before, Dayu touched the hairpin in her hand and walked briskly back to the dressing table. She gestured in her hair, pursed her lips and smiled before putting the hairpin back into the box and putting it in her dressing box. Chapter 153. When Lin Hai came back from his duty at night, he saw the servant beside him serve tea and took a sip without any precautions. After drinking it, Master Lin couldn't hold back the expression on his face. He swallowed it and asked the people around him, "What is this? Why did you make such a strange tea?" The servant who served the master was newly transferred. The young man named Lin Bai had an honest face, and was also naive when he answered. His face was full of innocence. To answer the master, "It was sent by Sister Xueyan next to the girl. She said that the young lady gave it to you as a gift, because it was sent by his daughter." Lin Hai could only take a few more sips, with a complicated expression before saying, "Okay, I received the girl's kindness. Go tell your side. You are my son. Next time, you can present these things to madam. You don't have to send them to me." The master, Jiamin, heard this as soon as she came in. She couldn't help but tease her husband and said, "This is your intention. Is this how your husband treats her?" Lin Hai stood up to greet madam. He felt a little embarrassed that madam heard what he said just now. He could only smile and apologize. "Madam, please don't blame me. I am really not blessed to enjoy this taste. I thought that madam still likes this flavor, so I said so. In fact, Jiamin really likes this flavor of food." After drinking the fruit tea sent by her daughter today, she felt that it was pretty good. Although it was not as good as the tea she usually drank, it still had a different taste. This was sent by the female official of the palace today. It is said that the queen and others have discussed the wedding process and rules. I brought it to you for you to see, without dwelling on this issue. Jiamin took out the booklet she got today from her sleeve. Lin Hai also put away the joking look on his face. He took the thing and read it carefully. The booklet was not thick, and he finished reading it in a short while. It is quite complete, but we still need the imperial edict before we can start preparing. Lin Hai put the booklet on the small table between the two of them and said slowly, "Although both families have the intention to marry each other, their family is marrying off their daughter, so they have to be cautious. Lin Hai thinks that they should wait until the imperial edict comes down before taking any action. Jiamin also thinks so. Yes, so we are just discussing these things privately. However, the queen has officially submitted a memorial, and I guess the edict will come down in the next few days. The two masters and wives of the Lin family and the two younger generations, Lin Jingyi and his wife, are still living in the palace. Wang Shifeng is still pregnant, and Lin Miyue doesn't want to do things at this time. So in the rule sent today, the wedding date is set for next spring." Lin Hai was also emotional. He still remembered the scene when his wife gave birth, when the midwife held his daughter out. The daughter wrapped in a brocade quilt was still so small, but now she was about to get married. Looking at the expression on her husband's face, Jiamin seemed to know what he was thinking. She glanced at her husband and said, "Raising a child for 100 years, worrying for 99. Now we have chosen a good son-in-law. We only hope that you will be safe and smooth in the future, so that we as parents can rest assured." Lin Hai smiled sadly. "I hope so." The emperor in the capital was still recuperating, and the memorial submitted by Lin Miyue only concerned the marriage of King Wu. So after the cabinet saw this memorial, they all tacitly sent someone to give the memorial to the queen mother. Pei Lao also saw the memorial, but he saw the family that King Wu wanted to marry, so he didn't care much and didn't intend to cause any trouble for King Wu and the Lin family. If King Wu wanted to marry the daughter of a noble family in Beijing or a daughter of a powerful noble family, Pei Lao would have obstructed him. But the Lin family didn't pose any threat, so he just went along with it and didn't want to offend Lin Feng again. The illness of the emperor in Beijing was a thorn in the hearts of the Empress Dowager. the queen, and the ministers. Pei Gulao had been exhausted these days, so he didn't have the energy to stir up any more trouble. After the memorial was submitted, Empress Dowager Li did not think twice, and directly agreed to let the cabinet draft an imperial edict and send it back to Mingzhou. Lin Feng also quietly selected a Hanlin who was famous for his literary talent and asked him to draft this imperial edict for his daughter, grandson, and future grandson's wife. Recently, the Empress Dowager was still wrestling with her son. Before, Li Wancheng dealt with the eunuch Kong Sheng beside her son, in order to show that everything she did was for her son's health. She still planned to lay out everything and talk to her son once. So one day, Empress Dowager Li brought people to the Qianqing Palace. She only took Fu Yu into the bedroom to talk to her son for a while, and cared about his health for a while. Li Wancheng saw that her son's health was getting better, and she felt a little comforted. However, she couldn't suppress her anger at the eunuchs for corrupting her son when she saw that her son had been covered with a winter quilt and the windows of the back hall were closed. So she couldn't help but feel angry at the eunuchs for corrupting her son. After watching her son drink the soup she brought, Fu Yu, who was beside Empress Dowager Li, packed up her things herself, and then went out with the palace servants, who served in front of the emperor. Empress Dowager Li herself was not someone who could control the court, nor did she have the intention to control the government. So when her son got into trouble, she entrusted the affairs of the previous court to the cabinet. Now when she came to visit her son, she could only talk about some things in the harem. Su Chengyu listened to his mother's words and responded from time to time. He was also happy that his mother took the initiative to come to see him to ease the relationship. It's not that I want to deal with the people around you, but this eunuch is really too outrageous. In addition to sending you some useless elixirs, he also has some private relationships with ministers and formed a clique for personal gain. I don't believe you don't know. Empress Dowager Li looked at her son lying on the dragon bed. She felt distressed and angry. After a while, her words became less gentle. Cheng Yu was originally very happy that his mother came to see him. He had not seen any other concubines except the queen recently. After the queen mother dealt with the people around him, Queen Dowager Li herself gradually stopped visiting her son. At this time, his mother came. The mother and son talked calmly. Although he basically knew what his mother said, he was in a good mood. Just listening to his mother enumerating Kong Sheng's crimes, and occasionally inserting a few words to criticize him, Cheng Yu did not change his expression, and did not look at his mother. After Empress Dowager Li talked for a while, Su Chengyu just replied calmly, I understand what the Empress Dowager means. But the eunuchs are my slaves no matter what. The Empress Dowager should just take care of the affairs of the harem. This matter will not happen again. After talking to her son for a long time without any serious response, Empress Dowager Li was already full of nameless anger in her heart. Now that these words came out, she was even more angry at her son's impolite words. Empress Dowager Li also stood up and brushed her sleeves. She couldn't help but scold her son loudly. Who am I doing all these things for? Does the emperor mean that I can't deal with a slave? If you say so, then what is the Empress Dowager? I might as well go to the temple and be a nun. As a mother and Empress Dowager, Li Wancheng actually didn't understand it. She dealt with the slave who hurt her son's body. This should have been a good thing. But her son always looked dissatisfied and even angry with her. Now that she had given in, her son still spoke in such a disobedient manner. Li Wancheng finally could not bear it any longer and spoke even more harshly. Seeing her mother's agitation, Cheng Yu turned to look at her. You are joking. Mother, even if we go to the temple, it should be the concubines of the previous emperor who have no children who go to the temple to pray for blessings. I am willing to keep these concubines in the palace for their upbringing. You are my father's mother, so you should be the Empress Dowager. In fact, Cheng Yu himself knew that the eunuch should be punished. But the Empress Dowager punished the eunuch and the immortal master in the palace in such a high-profile manner. And he still felt a little embarrassed. He had hardly seen any outsiders in recent days, and he was already anxious about the affairs of the court. The Queen Mother brought up the old matter again, and he could not suppress his anger for some reason. Fu Yu was waiting outside, and heard the Queen Mother talking loudly inside. She was a little anxious, but did not dare to go in directly, so she could only pace outside the door. The palace servants in front of the emperor were like quails, and they did not even dare to get close to them after being brought out. Although Kong Sheng's apprentice Xiao Fan was not liquidated, he had been keeping a low profile these days. He happened to be off duty today, so he escaped. The leader of the eunuchs serving the emperor was Pang Chong, the seal-holding eunuch of the imperial household department. Pang Chong looked at the crowd. And then he turned his eyes to Fu Yu and said, "Hello, Lord Li." But before Pang Chong and Fu Yu could talk, the door was suddenly opened, and the Queen Motherly rushed out with an angry look. "Fu Yu, we are going back." Pang Chong looked at the Queen Mother's back as she left, and walked into the bedroom with light steps. He bowed and said, "Your Majesty, it's time to take the medicine. Please ask me to bring the medicine." Su Chengyu actually regretted what he had said just now, but he couldn't bring himself to admit his mistake to his mother. In addition, even if he wanted to admit his mistake now, it would be difficult to do so. So he simply gave up the idea of admitting his mistake on his own initiative. Seeing Pang Chong coming in, Chengyu waved his hand and asked him to leave. "Forget it. Go and call Guo. I have something to tell him." These days, because Concubine Yao chose Guo's family as the engagement partner for her daughter, Su Chengyu was quite satisfied with the choice of Concubine Yao and her sister. He felt that they were quite sensible. At the same time, he also valued Guo's family more and more. Guo had already taken control of part of the military power in the north. General Ji was also very fond of the ability of this marquis. The two of them had a sense of heroes appreciating heroes. However, as Ji Yuan from the Guo marquis family became the prospective consort, the emperor suddenly fell ill, and after waking up, he ordered the transfer of the person back to the capital, and appointed him as the commander of the Beijing camp. Since then, Guo marquis has become the general military officer who controls the lifeline of the Beijing camp and protects the royal family. Guo marquis is not old, and because he is a military general, he is tall and straight. Seeing people saluting him, Emperor Xinghe quickly called him up and gave him a seat and tea. After waiting for the palace people to go down, Emperor Xinghe told Guo marquis, "How have you done the things I ordered these days? Is it going well?" Although Guo marquis was given a seat, he was so focused that he just sat there lightly. When he heard Your Majesty's question, he quickly bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, the Taoist said he was from Fuzhou, and I also said people to secretly investigate. There is indeed a small Taoist temple over there, with 4 Taoists inside. My subordinates showed them the portrait of the criminal, and they confirmed that he was indeed the former master of the Taoist temple and their master." Emperor Xinghe closed his eyes, and then continued to ask, "I know. It seems to be an accident. Have the 4 been dealt with?" Hearing the emperor's question, Marquis Guo also replied, "They have all been dealt with, Your Majesty. Don't worry." After getting a satisfactory answer, Emperor Xinghe relaxed a little. He told them to guard the palace gates strictly and pay attention to the movements of various families in the capital before letting them leave. Chapter 154. Marquis Guo is named Ji Yongjie. He and his wife have 2 sons. The eldest son, Ji Yuan, used to be the second prince's companion. Now he is trusted by the emperor and has been transferred to the imperial guards. Ji Yuan also has a younger brother, Ji Chen, who is more talented in martial arts than his brother. Now he has taken over his father's position in the north. Although he cannot directly take charge of an army like his father, he also works directly under General Ji. Today is not Ji Yuan's turn to go to the palace. He played with a gun in the martial arts field in the mansion for a while, until the servant beside him poked his head in and said that the marquis had returned. Father came back earlier from the palace this time. Where am I going now? The main courtyard or my mother's? Ji Yuan took the cloth handed over by the servant and wiped his sweat, walking forward with big strides. The servant had to run in small steps to keep up with his master's pace. He replied, "At the madam's place." The marquis said, "You can just go there directly. The madam has something else to tell you." Ji Yuan nodded. Father came back to talk to him about official business, but his mother wanted to discuss something with him, and he actually had a headache and wanted to avoid it. According to the rules, the princess has her own mansion for her husband and the servants to live in after marriage. But the marquis always wanted to let the princess live in the mansion after marriage, and she used this matter to bother her husband and son for a long time. In fact, Guo was also very troubled by his wife's idea. But after he said it several times, the marquis still wanted to stick to her own opinion. And now she even pulled her son to talk to her. At present, both Guo himself and Ji Yuan brothers are ministers who are highly valued by the emperor. And to the emperor, the second princess is just a sister born by his concubine mother. In addition, there are also board ministers in the court who stare at the princesses and make trouble. If Guo or Ji Yuan himself are willing to say it, It is indeed difficult for the emperor to go along with it. When Ji Yuan arrived at the main courtyard where his parents lived, he heard the sound of his parents arguing inside as expected. To be precise, it was the Marquis wife who was chattering non-stop. Ingbo Marquis listened and occasionally responded. Chinner has gone to the north now. We only have Yuaner, our son, by our side. It's so hard for our son to get married. But he can't serve us by his side. The voice of the Marquis wife when floated out from the house. Mrs. Wen didn't get a response from her husband and continued to talk. The Marquis's mansion is also newly renovated. If the princess marries here, she can live with Yuaner in the East Garden. The scenery there is beautiful and open. And it is enough for the young couple and their servants. Ji Yuan paused, wondering whether to wait a while before going in. However, Ingbo Ho was indeed a military commander. With sharp ears, eyes, and senses, he heard footsteps outside and saw a figure flapping his wings. And he knew that his son had arrived. Marquis was stood up and pushed the door. When he went out, he saw his son standing outside. He glared at his son. Why don't you come in? What are you doing sneaking around the door? Ji Yuan was helpless. His father couldn't handle his mother, and now he wanted to drag him into the water. I just heard you and mother seemed to be talking about something. I didn't want to disturb you. The Marquis wife was still wondering why her husband ran out in the middle of the conversation. She sent the nanny beside her out. Go and see. And Yuaner. Why hasn't he come in for so long? Nanny Lu went out in response, and saw the father and son staring at each other. She said carefully, Hello, Marquis. Hello, Prince. Madam invites you two to come in. Marquis was stepped into the house first, and Ji Yuan followed his father in obediently. After entering the house, Mrs. Wen saw her son coming, as if she had seen reinforcements. Yuaner, come quickly. Tell me, what do you two mean? In fact, Mrs. Wen was not unaware of her husband and son's intentions, but she really couldn't bear to part with her son. So she spent so much time convincing them now. Ji Yuan looked at his silent father, and said to his mother sternly, Mother, don't think about it anymore. The princess is a king who came to our family, not a son who married into the family. My father and I can certainly talk about your idea, but this is a coercion, and not the way of a minister. Although her husband and son had said some rejection words before, no one had said such strong words as Ji Yuan today. Mrs. Wen was stunned by her son's words, and it was only when Madame Lu pulled Madame's sleeve that she came back to her senses. Madame would open her mouth and whispered this. I didn't think so much. I just wanted you to be with me and your father. Seeing that his wife's tone was getting more and more depressed, and she even wanted to wipe the tears from her eyes with a handkerchief, Ingbo Ho quickly coughed and said, Yuaner, how can you talk like that? Go and apologize to your mother. Ji Yuan knew that his father was looking for a way out, and he also quickly bowed to his mother and said, My son is rude, and I apologize to you here. Although Ingbo Ho asked his son to carry his wife, he also knew that his wife had no bad intentions. Seeing that his wife's face was gradually brightening, he added fuel to the fire. I think this kid deserves to be punished. Madam, don't be angry. Come with me to the study. Pointing at his son, Ingbo Ho deliberately pretended to be angry. Seeing her husband about to get angry, Mrs. Wen was a little afraid that her husband would really punish her son. Instead, she said hesitantly, Hey, don't. If you have anything to say, just talk. Ingbo Ho had a fierce face. Since Madam has spoken, I will let this kid go. Taking his son to the study in the front yard, Ingbo Ho also relaxed a little on the way. Ji Yuan looked at his father's serious expression, and dared to tease the tiger and pull out its whiskers. Today, father has given this offending job to his son. Is there any reward? Ingbo Ho glanced at his son. As a junior, you should naturally share your father's worries. And you want to give a reward? Hearing his father's words, Ji Yuan smiled and stopped talking. The father and son went to the study together to discuss business. Madame Wen, who was left behind, was still a little worried. After the father and son left, she sat for a while and asked the nanny beside her, Will Yuaner be beaten by his father? The Marquis likes to use violence when he gets angry. But the child is so old and has a job, so it's not right to do that. The old nanny was also choked by the words of the lady. The Marquis and the prince were clearly acting just now, but the lady was still fooled. Madam, you also said that the prince is already grown up, and the Marquis should also know his limits. Nanny Lu went over to help the Marquis's wife sit down, and said carefully, Madam Wen sighed, Okay. Remember to send someone to the kitchen to check. I have prepared roasted venison that both father and son like. Let them cook carefully. When the time comes, go to the study and invite them to eat. In the study, the father and son finished talking about business. Marquis Ingwa hesitated and stopped his son, who wanted to go out. You know what kind of person your mother is. If the princess has any conflicts with your mother after she comes down, your highness must not offend her. But you must also remember to comfort your mother. Marquis Ingwa's wife was not of high birth. She was the daughter of an old friend of Marquis Ingwa. When Marquis Ingwa was young, he was stationed in southern Xinjiang. At that time, he led his troops to encircle and suppress a small group of barbarians. Unexpectedly, this group of barbarian soldiers led the people into the woods. The old Marquis of Ingwa underestimated the enemy and was ambushed. It was Mrs. Wen's father, Captain Wen, who carried her out of the forest. However, Captain Wen was also injured at the time. He rescued her, but died of his injuries. Mrs. Wen's mother died after she was born. Her grandmother had been raising her. Later, when Captain Wen's death came, the old lady of the Wen family fell ill. The old Marquis of Ingwa felt guilty, and took over the responsibility of raising the little daughter of his old friend. The old Marquis of Ingwa treated the little girl as her own. Later, her son said he wanted to marry this sister, and the couple agreed without much hesitation. The blow of the death of her father and grandmother made the young madam Wen depressed for a while. But the love given to her by everyone in Ingwa Marquis's mansion also made her grow up gradually. It may be because she was protected too well. Madam Wen is still too naive, and she is a little self-centered when encountering things. Ji Yuan recalled the few times he spent with the princess before, and somehow his face turned red. Son, I know, but the princess is very good. I think she should get along well with her mother. Looking up suspiciously at the blush on his son's not-so-white face, Ingwa Marquis felt that it was a bit hot to the eyes, and thought about his son's words again, and waved his hand to let him go out with more disgust. The task that Emperor Xinghe entrusted to Marquis Ingwa was that Ji Yuan should escort military rations and military equipment to the north this year. Marquis Ingwa had been stationed in the northern border, and now he had a son working for General Ji. So Emperor Xinghe felt more at ease to hand this task over to the father and son. Escorting rations and military equipment was also somewhat dangerous, so it should not have been done by Ji Yuan, who had already become a consort and was only waiting for the wedding date. However, Emperor Xinghe also knew the urgency of this matter, so he still appointed Ji Yuan to do it. Ji Yuan himself also wanted to make achievements. In fact, he had already prepared to request to be stationed in the northern border. It just happened that the palace was choosing a husband for the princess, because he was favored by Concubine Yao and the princess and had a past relationship with Emperor Xinghe. He became a stable candidate for the son-in-law. So this time out of the capital, it might be one of the few opportunities for Ji Yuan to visit the northern border in his life. He also cherished this opportunity. After a while, the young master of Ingwa Marquis's mansion was going to leave the capital for the north, while the two young masters of another family in the capital were going to go south along the river. In the Jia mansion, Mrs. Wang sat in her son's main hall and watched people packing things. Shiren and others were quick and efficient. In just one afternoon, they quickly packed all the things that Jia Baoyu was going to take out of the capital according to Mrs. Wang's instructions. Looking at the clock in the room, Mrs. Wang said to Shiren, Very good. Everything is ready. Baoyu should be back soon. I will wait for him here. You all go and do your own things. Shiren and others heard Mrs. Wang say so, and they all responded and went down. After everyone left, Mrs. Wang looked at the prepared things and the maid she had just seen, and sighed in her heart. Chapter 155. Sister, Lin Dayu was bored and fiddling with the tassels of the purse she was wearing today, until she saw Shui Baochai, and then she stood up to greet her and called her sister. Shui Baochai had been occasionally called by Lin Miyue to attend some small classes since a few days ago. Dayu was also curious about the content of these classes taught by the Empress herself, but Baochai always smiled and said nothing, just saying that she would know in the future. Dayu knew that there was some teasing in these words, and she became shy after hearing it, and didn't dare to continue asking. Today, the two of them agreed to go to Dayu's house together. Before, Dayu and Baochai were invited by Lin Miyue to try some Western cakes. They both thought the taste was good, so they asked the queen for the recipe and took it home to make it. The two girls agreed that if the chef of one family made something new, they would invite the other family to taste it at home. This time, the chef of Dayu's family made a new flavor of cake, so Dayu invited Bao Chai to taste the cakes in Lin's house and have dinner together. After Bao Chai came, she apologized first. "I'm really sorry. I'm a little late today. I've kept you waiting for a long time." Dayu smiled. "What are you talking about? Besides, Shower has been talking about the topic for a while, and I've only been waiting for a short while. Did Shower get a new topic from Father Baoxin? She really likes this one." Bao Chai went over and took Dayu's arm, and the two walked out together. Xue Huangshan also took his daughter to do the accounts. Bao Chai has been sensitive to numbers and accounts since she was a child. But these pure mathematical things still give Bao Chai a headache, as the course became more and more in-depth. Even Dayu, who could keep up with the class, found it increasingly difficult these days. Shi Xiao, on the other hand, was always learning with great interest. When the two of them took the carriage back to the Lin mansion, Dayu saw Lin Bai, who was beside her father, walking hurriedly, pulling an old man to an unknown courtyard. Xue Baochai also saw this scene. It was not her first time to come to the Lin mansion, but it was the first time she saw the servants of the Lin family in such a hurry. The two looked at each other. Dayu was a little worried whether something had happened to her father. Seeing that she was a little uneasy, Baochai immediately said, "Why don't you take me to see the lady? It's been a long time since I paid my respects to the lady." In fact, Baochai and Dayu are getting better and better now. So when the two of them came to the mansion, they didn't go back to pay their respects to Jiamin every time. After all, Jiamin, as the lady of the Lin family, was also very busy on weekdays. It was only today that Baochai saw that something was not right and saw the worry and anxiety on Dayu's face. So she took the initiative to say that she wanted to go and pay her respects to Jiamin. When she arrived at Jiamin's place, Dayu saw a little maid sitting in the corridor in the yard. There was no sound in the house, and she was even more worried that something had happened to her father. Fortunately, the little maid saw the young lady and the young lady from the Xue family coming back, and quickly stood up and went over to greet them, saying, "Hello, young ladies. Madam said that someone from the Jia mansion in Beijing has come, and she is going to the front yard to settle the guests. Madam sent me to wait here. If the young lady comes back to find Madam, she will tell you." Dayu still had some doubts in her heart after hearing what the maid said. The old man she saw just now was obviously dressed as a doctor. What about father? Has he returned home from work? The little maid blinked. The master should not be at home when Madam went to the front yard. Xue Baochai had been listening silently on the side. Seeing Dayu breathe a sigh of relief when the little maid finished speaking, she went over and put her arm around Dayu's shoulders. "In that case, shall we go back to your yard and wait?" The guests were settled in the front yard, and the two knew that they should be male guests. So Dayu nodded, and then took Baochai to her own yard. When Dayu and Baochai were sitting opposite each other and eating snacks, Luin, a second-class maid who served Jiamin, came. Luin looked at the two girls and bowed, and then said, "Madam, I heard that the young lady has returned. I want to tell you to rest assured that everything is fine over there. However, it is not appropriate to keep Miss Xue for dinner since there are guests. Madam, I want to apologize to you." Baochai smiled and replied, "No, I don't deserve your words, Madam. But since this is the case, I will trouble the government to send a car to take me back later." Dayu also looked at Baochai a little embarrassedly, but Baochai didn't feel it was wrong. She smiled at Dayu with a comforting look in her eyes. After hearing what Luin said, Dayu guessed that her mother must have known that she saw the doctor coming, so she sent someone to tell her to put her mind at ease. She nodded and replied, "Mother is busy with something. Sister Luin, please go back first." Luin smiled when she saw the lady said so. "Thank you for your concern. I will go back first." Seeing that Dayu finally relaxed, Baochai also teased, "Just now, you were here eating cakes with me, but I don't know where your soul went. Now you are finally well, and you are back." Dayu knew that Baochai had been worried about her just now, and now that there was nothing serious, she came back, wanting to ease the atmosphere. She just smiled and said, "Sister, you are so naughty. I can't argue with you. But this dessert is good. Please have another one, as my apology to you." After taking the last dessert handed over by Dayu, Baochai took out a small thing from her purse. "I won't eat my sister's dessert for nothing. Here, this is for you." Dayu took the thing, and saw that it was a colorful gem. She asked curiously, "What is this?" "It's very novel." Lin Daiyu was also knowledgeable. But the little gem she received today was indeed something she had never seen before. "It's the thing called Liju, which is recorded in the book. And it flashes like a mountain cloud. My brother recently helped him to make a deal. It was given to him by a Westerner. He gave it to me because he thought it was new. I brought another one to you today," Bao Chai explained. Recently, Xue Pan helped a big Western merchant to get in touch with a family in Jinling that was once a royal merchant. The Western merchant seemed to have some kind of noble title. And he was generous. Not only did he pay for the goods quickly, but he also gave Xue Pan, the middleman, some gifts. Xue Pan saw that they were some gemstones. So he picked them up and gave some to his mother as a filial gift, and left some for his sister. Xue Baochai naturally wanted to share with her sisters. Daiyu held up the stone and looked at it in the window, and saw the different colors reflected. "Sister, have you thought about making something with it?" Baochai was also happy to see that Daiyu liked this little gift. "I thought it would be better to set it on a necklace, or make a bracelet to set it on." The two girls relaxed now. Jia Min was sitting in a courtyard in the front yard of the mansion, but was nervous. Seeing the doctor coming out of the inner room, she hurriedly asked, "What's the matter? Is the person inside in danger?" The doctor was dragged by Lin Bai all the way here. He was immediately pulled in to check the pulse of the person before he had a rest for a moment. The old doctor himself almost couldn't breathe. But after seeing the patients, he also knew why the family was so anxious. The two young men had knife wounds on their bodies, which really looked scary. Now, when the lady sitting at the top asked, the old doctor also spoke carefully. "Madam, the two young men are fine. The wounds on their bodies look scary, but they are not deep. It is normal to have a little fever now. I have prescribed a prescription for you. Just take the medicine on time." Jia Min silently chanted a Buddhist mantra, and her heart finally settled down, knowing that her second brother's children, Bao Yu and Lan'er, were coming to her place. Jia Min did not take it seriously when she first received the letter. After all, when Jia Zhu came to visit his uncle, his aunt did not have any problems. However, she did not expect Jia Baoyu to be bold. He did not take a boat directly south with his nephew, but changed to a land route halfway, saying that he wanted to take his nephew to visit various places. This trip caused problems. Jia Min was originally thinking about what dishes to prepare for her daughter's handkerchief when she returned to the mansion, but was shocked by the news reported by the doorman. "Madam," the gatekeeper said that there were several people knocking on the door, saying that they were from the Jia family. They were not sure, but they saw that the two young men seemed to be injured. They did not look like thieves, so they came to ask your opinion. Lu Yin was also confused when she received the message from the gate, but the matter was of great importance, so she hurried in to answer. Jia Min was a little surprised. The Jia family was not a small family. When a young master went out, he should be surrounded by people. When he came to visit, he should write a visiting card. However, when she heard that someone was injured, she asked, "Do you have any token of love?" Lu Yin took out a jade pendant when she heard the lady's question. This was taken out by someone. The gatekeeper saw that this jade was not something that ordinary people could wear, so he did not drive them out. Jia Min took the jade pendant and was shocked. This was one of the full moon gifts she had prepared for Jia Lan a long time ago. So she quickly asked someone to welcome the person to the front yard. She also went into the inner room to change clothes and went to the front. When she rushed to the front yard to see someone to ask for a doctor, her daughter happened to return home. She had no choice but to send someone to calm her daughter down and not let her know these scary things. At the same time, Jia Min asked Lin Bai to find someone to ask Lin Hai to come back, and also wrote a note and asked someone to send it to the Wu Wang mansion. Now seeing that the doctor said that the person was fine, Jia Min nodded and said, "Thank you, doctor. Lu Yin, take the doctor to rest, and ask someone to take him back in a car later." Seeing that there were no outsiders, Jia Min asked Lin Bai, "Where are the people following the two young masters? Is there anyone who can answer the questions? Please ask someone to come. I have something to ask them." Jia Min was actually a little angry. It was such a long way, and the two masters were young and had made trouble. How could these servants not persuade them and let Jia Baoyu act according to his temper? Soon, Lin Bai came back with a young servant. The servant had a sad face, but he forced a smile when he saw the lady. He knelt down and greeted her, saying, "Hello, madam. I am Ming Yan, serving Master Bao." Jia Min was furious. So she did not call him, but asked him to kneel down and answer. "Tell me what happened on the way here. Why did Bao Yu and Lan'er become like this?" When Lin Bai went to pick up the people, Jia Min also went in to see Bao Yu and Jia Lan. Although she had never seen these two people, she saw that the two young men who should have been pampered and respected were now lying on the bed haggard. Especially Jia Lan, who was still young and his face was getting thinner. Her heart was also in pain. Ming Yan actually had a strip of cloth wrapped around his head, and he didn't know how he got a cut on his head. But now that Jia Min asked him, he didn't dare to tell the truth. So he could only respond in a humbly, "To answer your question, it's like this." Chapter 156. There was a reason why Jia Baoyu took his nephew with him. Before leaving Beijing, Mrs. Wang talked to her son about the maids around him. "You are an adult now. You must take care of Lan'er when you leave Beijing this time. You must be careful not to get into trouble," Mrs. Wang told Jia Baoyu. A mother worries when her son is away from home. This time, it was her son and her grandson who were going out. Mrs. Wang could not hide her worries. And no matter how much others praised Jia Baoyu, Mrs. Wang had to admit in her heart that this son was spoiled by her. Unlike his elder brother, he was capable. However, Jia Baoyu was not impatient when his mother asked him to talk to her. He just listened and occasionally said a word or two. Not only that, he said that he would bring back good fabrics to make clothes for his grandmother, mother, sister-in-law and sisters, and that he would buy all kinds of popular facial creams, rouge and powder in Mingzhou City to add color to everyone. Although she was delighted by her son's clever words, Mrs. Wang still did not forget the purpose of coming today. Seeing that Bao Yu had listened to everything she had just said, she also told her son the serious matter she wanted to talk about today. "You said that you want to disperse some of the people in my room. If I come back, I will move to the front yard." Jia Baoyu was struck by lightning when he heard his mother's words. He stood there in a daze. Mrs. Wang looked at her son, who seemed to be unable to accept it, and continued, "This is also what the old lady meant. At your age, it is not good to keep so many maids around you." Mrs. Wang did not say this casually. Although the old lady raised the topic, the final decision of who to keep and who not to keep was made by Mrs. Wang herself. "We mean that among the several older maids around you, only Shiren will remain to serve you steadily." The old lady said that Qingwen was originally with her, so she will go back to serve her. Shiwei will go to serve your sister-in-law Hailing. Xiaowen, Xianxue and others will also go to their own places. These arrangements were made by Mrs. Wang herself. She said to her son, "The number of maids in Jia Baoyu's room is also a special case in the Jia family. When Jia Zhu was young, he studied hard and needed to go out to socialize and participate in literary gatherings. So there were always mostly servants around him. Although maids were used for food and daily life, there were only 2 of them to serve. Later, Li Wan married into the Jia family and took over her husband's affairs, big and small. And Jia Zhu no longer needed maids to serve him. Jia Lian did have some days of being a dandy, but his father didn't care about his affairs. His mother died early, and his stepmother didn't ask much about his stepson's affairs. Although there were some maids around him, they were not as many as his younger brother. After marriage, he let many of them go out to work or marry out of respect for his wife. Jia Baoyu was getting older, and now he had a reputation and could not do anything like a commoner. So Jia's mother decided to rearrange the maids around this grandson. In fact, when Jia Baoyu started to study, a group of maids around him had been dismissed. Now Jia Mu wanted to streamline it again. If Baoyu returned from Jiangnan this time, he would only live in the front yard and have more servants to serve him. Mrs. Wang also knew that this was for the good of her son, so she personally called a few maids to talk to her. In the end, it was decided to leave Shiren to her son, because of the dismissal of the maids around him. Jia Baoyu had been a little unhappy, but the itinerary had been set, and he could not change it at will. So he left Beijing and went south as usual. So what you mean is that Baoyu got angry because of these things, and only took Lan'er to wander around to relax after leaving the capital? After listening to the servant's words, Jiamin felt that this nephew really made her at a loss for words. But what about their injuries? Why are only the 2 masters injured? And you are still fine? Jiamin's eyes were stern, and she continued to ask. Mingyan choked up when she heard this. We were separated once, and Uncle Jia Chong was with the 2 masters. Uncle Chong is already has already passed away to save the two masters. Looking at the sobbing servant, Jia Min had a headache, and she could only comfort him and let him continue. After the person finished speaking, Jia Min waved her hand and asked someone to take Mingyan out. Jia Min pinched her brows and told the people around her, "Tell someone to take good care of Bao Yu and Lanner, especially at night. Don't let anything go wrong. If they have a fever, give them medicine or wipe their bodies to lower their temperature." After everyone agreed, Jia Min got up and went to Lin Hai's study. Just now, Mingyan not only talked about the family affairs and why Bao Yu took people everywhere, but also explained some more important things. She planned to tell her husband quickly. Perhaps this matter should also be reported to His Royal Highness the King of Wu. Lin Hai was hurriedly called back home from the government office. He saw his wife sitting on the armchair under the window in a restless state, as if she was staring at the tree outside the window in a daze. He sat down on another armchair with gentle movements. When Jia Min found him coming back, he asked, "Madam, is there any urgent matter? How are your two children?" When Lin Hai came back just now, he also heard the reply from the family members who came to invite people. So when he came back, he thought that Jia Min was worried about her children. So he asked this question first. Unexpectedly, Jia Min shook her head. "It's not just this matter. I heard something wrong from Mingyan. Even if they changed their route, there were so many people serving these two people. How could the master be injured so seriously? I think it's wrong." Lin Hai sat up straight after hearing this. What else did the servants say? Where were they attacked, and how did they get to Mingzhou City? Jia Baoyu was with Jia Lan, so he was still a little considerate. Although he stopped sailing south shortly after leaving Beijing, he went south along the prosperous state capital, and did not wander around in remote places. As soon as the Jia family arrived in Yizhou, they felt something was wrong. Although there was a disaster this year, farmers should be tending to the fields and preventing losses. This place has been a place of prosperity in the northern etiquette since ancient times, and the prefectural and county towns should still be somewhat prosperous. However, after walking in the prefecture for a long time, the villages and towns were extremely desolate, and some villages were even empty. After arriving at the prefectural and county towns, they saw many ragged people begging on the streets. Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan, the leaders of the Jia family, were both sons of wealthy families. They had never experienced such a thing since they were born. It was an old servant among the servants who left the capital who had experienced it and saw that something was wrong. He asked for the opinion of the young master Jia Baoyu, and the group planned to go south quickly and not stay any longer. However, things did not go as planned. When the group reached the south of Yizhou Prefecture and were about to cross the river, a big mess happened. A group of people holding various farm tools suddenly appeared from nowhere and blocked the road and demanded money. The Jia family spent money to get rid of the disaster, but when they gave the money, they were targeted by another group of people. After getting on the boat, they were driven off by the boatmen. The group of people who followed them appeared, and the group was dispersed in the chaos. The group that came out later was much more vicious than these farmers, who blocked the road temporarily. Not to mention that everyone was holding weapons. The leaders also carried knives. Jia Baoyu was willing to take the money, but the group of people wanted to kill him to silence him. In the end, Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan were protected by Jia Cheng, who had been to the military camp. The remaining servants looked like they could hardly stand, but they still protected the two young masters tremblingly. After a fierce battle, fortunately, soldiers came and rescued everyone. These people were soldiers from nearby counties. They were escorting the county's legal advisor back to the county town and saved the Jia family. The legal advisor didn't want to get involved, but when he heard Jia Lan say that his father was Jia Yusher in Beijing, he was kind enough to send everyone off. However, Jia Baoyu and Jia Lan were also injured in the chaos, and had not recovered well along the way. When they arrived in Mingzhou, they were all covered in dust and dirt. This made the gatekeeper of the Lin mansion hesitate for a while. Listening to the lady repeating what she had just heard, Lin Hai also looked solemn. He felt that in addition to the strangeness of this matter, and the big things hidden behind it, it seems that there is a civil uprising, which is a big thing. But there seems to be no relevant news in the court. Madam, please take care of the two nephews and nephews of the Jia family. I have to go out for a while. After thinking about it, Lin Hai felt that he should report the matter to the prince. So he planned to go out immediately. Jia Min also said, "When I sent the letter to you, my husband, I had already sent a letter to the palace. You go, I will take care of the family affairs. When Xue Baochai returned home from the Lin mansion, she happened to see the carriage of the head of the Lin mansion going out. She lifted the curtain and looked at the back of the carriage going away, and felt a little uneasy. Lin Miyue was originally struggling with the orchid that was newly presented to her room. She wanted to try to use this orchid to make a landscape. At this time, she was trying with a bunch of flower pots and small ornaments. Seeing her son coming in without even being called, Lin Miyue was a little surprised. She brushed the dirt off her hands and stood up to ask, "What's the hurry? Suching, you didn't say much else." "Mother, let's go to the tea room to talk. I also invited Lord Lin Hai and 2 uncles to come. Something big might have happened in the north." Hearing this personnel configuration, Lin Miyue gradually became serious. She thought about what happened in the north recently for a while, and had a general idea in her mind. So she nodded and followed her son. It took Lin Hai a while to get from his home to the palace. So when he arrived, he saw the king of Wu, the queen, and the 2 lords Lin already seated. He went over to greet them, and told them all what had just happened in a serious tone. There has been a civil uprising, but the capital doesn't seem to have heard any news. Lin Miyue had just exchanged letters with her parents, but the letter did not mention this matter. Lin Hai also said hesitantly, "If the capital knows, it's fine. If not, I'm afraid there will be a big change. I have to report this to the capital, and tell your majesty and the gentleman." Lin Jun held a string of beads that Madame Wei and her sisters-in-law had asked for when they went to the temple to burn incense. He said, "It's not us who should report this. We should find someone appropriate." In fact, Lin Jun was thinking that one of the 2 young masters of the Jia family had already won the title of Juren. So it was not a violation of the rules to submit a petition. But since my family is going to marry into the Lin Hai family, the son of the Jia family is the legitimate nephew of Mrs. Lin, it is not easy to push him out. Lin Miyue was also thinking whether there was anyone suitable to report this matter, whether the master who sent someone here could make use of it. Just then a voice came from outside. "Prince, madam, and all the adults, someone wants to see you." Chapter 157. Su Qingyu asked someone to come in. The 2 people who came to report were Ma Qianhu, who was beside him, and Yunxia, a female official beside his mother. Yunxia was the one who came in and answered the question. She said to everyone with a serious face, "Your Highness and Madam, former Imperial Physician Luo from the Imperial Hospital wants to see you." Lin Miyue looked up suddenly. "Who are you talking about? Dr. Luo? Please come in quickly." Dr. Luo was the Imperial Physician who helped Su Ruiqing treat his illness. After the noble concubine and the king of Wu left Beijing, Dr. Luo also found an opportunity to leave the Imperial Hospital and continue to travel around to exchange the art of medicine with famous doctors from all over the country, and to treat people with difficult and complicated diseases to hone his medical skills. As soon as Dr. Luo entered the room, he saw several pairs of eyes staring at him. He had been through a lot of trials and tribulations, but he still felt uncomfortable being stared at by so many people. "Dr. Luo, no need to be polite. Please take a seat." Seeing that someone wanted to greet him, Lin Miyue quickly interrupted him and asked him to sit down. After Dr. Luo sat down, Lin Ling, who was beside him, personally raised his hand and poured him a cup of tea, which made Dr. Luo feel flattered. He even bowed to the person in return. Although everyone was anxious, seeing the tiredness and dust on Dr. Luo's face, they tacitly did not urge him. After letting him sit down and rest for a while and drink a cup of tea, Lin Miyue started to greet him. Where did Dr. Luo come from this time? As soon as he arrived in Mingzhou, he came here to ask for an audience. Is there anything urgent? Lin Miyue looked at Dr. Luo and said. Dr. Luo held the teacup in his hand, and a look of fear gradually appeared on his face. He did not keep the secret and drank another cup of hot tea and said, I have been practicing medicine all these years. This year, the places I visited have different scenes from the past. The sudden death of the previous emperor, Dr. Luo, as the imperial physician, also knew some of the secrets, so he was actually able to leave the capital in one piece. And the Lin family's operation was indispensable behind it. After leaving Beijing, Dr. Luo changed his name to Lin Bingcheng. He was quite content as a traveling doctor who saw patients and gave medicines everywhere. Over the years, Dr. Luo had visited many places. This year, he once again went to Qingzhou. But this trip almost cost him his life. I didn't feel anything wrong after entering the city. But when I wanted to leave the city, I saw that something was wrong in the city. Dr. Luo recalled his experience at that time, and he still felt a little frightened. As a traveling doctor and a former imperial physician, Dr. Luo was not someone who turned a deaf ear to what was happening outside. He naturally knew about the disasters in various places this year, so he did not pay much attention when he saw refugees in the city. However, when Dr. Luo wanted to leave the city, he saw that the officers and soldiers who were checking him were much stricter than when he was in the city. The queues for leaving and entering the city were very long. Dr. Luo had a full set of new identities and certificates given by the Lin family, so he was naturally fine. The officers and soldiers saw that he looked handsome and had a bookish air, and thought that he might be a scholar, so they did not question him too much. But when Dr. Luo left the city, he was shocked when he saw the refugees outside the city. The refugees were pale and thin and dressed in rags, which was secondary. It was the sores on some people's faces and bodies, and the listless look that shocked Dr. Luo. I suspected that there was an epidemic somewhere at that time, but I thought that these refugees were blocked outside the city because the adults in the city knew about this matter, and they should have taken some action. Dr. Luo smiled bitterly and continued. Dr. Luo didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, he was forced to leave the capital because he was involved in the court and the court's underworld lawsuit. And if it weren't for the help of the Lin family, he might have lost his life. But he was unlucky after leaving the city. On the way, he was kidnapped by a group of refugees just like the Jia family. There was someone in the group who could read. Seeing that he had medical books and herbs in his possession, he asked him if he was a doctor. Dr. Luo saw that he did not seem to be a vicious person, so he admitted that he was a traveling doctor. The man was overjoyed, and not only returned all his belongings, but also apologized to him. It turned out that the group of people were from the same village. This year, disasters hit all parts of the country, and their village was no exception. Everyone had experienced droughts and floods before, but this year's disaster was a little different. The elderly, children, women and children in the village first developed fever, and later the strong laborers of the families, who had patients, also fell one by one. The young man who could read was a scholar named Hichinda, who was supported by the village head. He went home to visit his relatives and learned about this incident. He felt that there might be an epidemic. After returning, he reported the matter to the county magistrate. The young man thought that the village could get help from the county magistrate, but he did not expect that the old father of the county was a traitor. For the sake of his official position, he suppressed the matter and ordered the soldiers of the county to go to Hijia village to surround the people in the village and not allow them to enter or leave. These soldiers claimed to be there for disaster relief, but they surrounded the entire village and did not allow anyone to leave. In fact, they wanted these patients to wait for death and not infect others. Those who escaped from the village were forced out under the leadership of Hichinda. They saw the doctor now as if he were their savior and wanted to ask Dr. Luo to go back and treat the villagers. I asked the young man at that time, since there are soldiers from the county guarding, how can I diagnose people's pulses? Unexpectedly, the young man told me that this is the situation in all villages now. The governor has already known about this. As long as people guard the city and do not let anyone in, they will not care about the rumors spread by these people. After Dr. Luo finished speaking, everyone present frowned. Dr. Luo went to the village later, but he knew that there was an epidemic just by listening to what these people said. When he arrived in the village, he saw soul-guiding banners and paper money everywhere, heard crying in every household, and even some of his captors had started to get sick. The young man Hichinda was also reasonable. In fact, he knew that this might be an epidemic, so he didn't make things difficult for Dr. Luo. After getting a prescription from Dr. Luo, he let the people go. After listening to what Dr. Luo said, Lin Miyue asked first, "Sir, you have come into contact with so many patients along the way. Have you also contracted the disease?" Dr. Luo has a strong physique because he can travel all over the country. But Lin Miyue saw that his cheekbones were slightly protruding and his face was not very good today. So she asked this question. "That's true. I was able to save my life thanks to the kind-hearted people who gave me medicine. I came to you after I recovered." Although Dr. Luo was a doctor and took precautions, he was still infected. So he came to Mingzhou City in a hurry after he recovered to report to the King of Wu and the Queen Mother. Su Qingyu saw that Dr. Luo was beginning to look tired after talking for a while. So he said, "I know. Sir, go and have a rest. I have prepared a courtyard for you." Lin Miyue also said, "I also asked the child from your clan to come. His medical skills are now quite good. But he is still not as good as you. I will let him come back to learn from you. Dr. Luo smiled after hearing what Lin Miyue said, and his expression relaxed a little. That child. I will. He looks good. It is his ability to be praised by you. I understand what you mean. I came here for this matter. Lin Jun also added, there is another thing I may need to trouble you with. Since you have already learned all this, I still need you to submit a memorial. After taking a look at the third master of the Lin family, Dr. Luo nodded in agreement. He was able to leave Beijing thanks to the Lin family. Lin Feng was busy with many things. At that time, the two brothers Lin Ling and Lin Jun met several times, and Dr. Luo helped him a lot. Although Dr. Luo no longer works in the Imperial Hospital, he still holds the position for the sake of everyone's good looks. If we look at it from the perspective of a civil servant, it seems like he is just sitting idle, so it is okay for him to submit a memorial. After finalizing the matter, Su Qingyu said goodbye to his mother, and took the three lords Lin to hold a meeting with other officials in the palace and local officials. Lin Miyue returned to the Zihui Hall by herself, and she lost interest in looking at the orchid that she had been tinkering with so much interest just now. When Lu looked at Yunxia carefully, and seeing Yunxia shook her head slightly at him, he did not dare to go forward to ask again, but went down quietly. However, Lin Miyue was only depressed for a while. Soon, she ordered someone to call Wen Huai over. Please invite the female official Fu to the palace. Ask her to bring the book of medicinal materials currently recorded in the bureau. I have something to tell her. The Jimin pharmacy under the palace was open for the poor. But Lin Miyue also took this opportunity to expand some medicinal materials business. It was because of this that the medical clinics and pharmacies in the city that originally engaged in this business had some resistance to the newly opened pharmacy in the palace, because Lin Miyue had already started business dealings with them. By the time Fu Shan arrived in a hurry, Lin Miyue had already glanced over the accounts and records she had sent over for archiving. The two of them quickly checked the amount of medicinal materials that could be used and the amount of medicinal materials that could be purchased from various drug dealers. So there's no need to buy on a large scale. Lin Miyue felt relieved after seeing what Fu Shan brought. She couldn't control other places now. But if there was a disaster in the fiefdom, Lin Miyue still hoped that disaster relief could be provided quickly, rather than just surrounding the village and waiting for everyone inside to die of illness as Dr. Luo had seen. As the king of Wu, Su Qingyu led the officials to discuss how to deal with refugees if they appeared, how to arrange for refugees if they were infected with the disease, and strengthen the inspection work in various places, and if there were bandits looting. They would also protect the safety of the subjects in the fiefdom. In addition, there was the grain in the fiefdom this year. It had been promised that a batch would be sent to the capital for allocation by the court. Su Qingyu estimated that the amount of grain previously agreed upon might not be enough, so he also gave the officials a task, asking them to prepare to send another batch of grain to the capital. Chapter 158. Lin Hai returned home in the dark. Jiamin had not rested, but was waiting for her husband. But it was too late. She was rubbing her eyes when Lin Hai came in. After Lin Hai entered the house, Jiamin was more energetic and greeted her husband. You are back. Lin Hai was also very tired, but he was still very moved to see his wife waiting for him. Today's work is so busy, I came back late. Why didn't you go to rest first? Jiamin shook her head. The two children woke up later and were not feeling well. I had to go to see them myself, and it took some effort. I thought since it was already this late, I might as well wait for you to come back. Lin Hai thought of the two children of the Jia family. The children were also afraid. Today I met Dr. Luo. There is an epidemic where they came from. It is a blessing that these two children did not get infected with those diseases. This sentence made Jiamin completely sober. Epidemic? If so, it is indeed lucky for them to only suffer some physical pain. When Jiamin was young, she saw her father commanding the army. After getting married, she traveled to many places. On the basis of reading thousands of books, she has traveled thousands of miles. But she has also traveled to many places in Zheng. When she heard about the epidemic, she naturally knew the seriousness of these things. She thought for a while and said, I still remember that there was an epidemic in a mansion before, and it was brought under control by the imperial court after sending medical officers. This time the situation seems to be much more serious than before. The epidemic that Jiamin mentioned happened when she was a child. At that time, Su Ruiqing's father, Emperor Fengtai, was in power. This old man had much stronger control over the government than the current Emperor Xinghe. The officials under him did not dare to conceal the news, and they had a hard time dealing with it when they reported the matter immediately. Lin Hai also recalled that the disaster victims came to the capital, and the various departments did not handle them properly, which made the prince and the previous emperor angry. He thought that it was fortunate that no disaster victims came to the capital this time. Otherwise the emperor might also be angry. At this time, Xiamen heard her husband's words, and knew that this epidemic was serious. The current court under the governance of Emperor Xinghe was quite difficult to describe. And Xiamen had another worry in her heart. The queen said 2 days ago that she wanted me to take her to see the drawings drawn by the new person, and said that she wanted to discuss the marriage of the 2 children again. I think these things will have to be postponed again. Xiamen also felt that the marriage had some twists and turns. But there was no way to deal with such a thing now. The imperial edict of the court granting marriage and conferring the title of emperor had been issued. No matter what the people in Beijing thought about this marriage, the people in Mingzhou City were not surprised. Lin Daiyu was one of the most outstanding ladies in the whole Jiangnan area. No matter her family background, her father's official position, or her own appearance, she was outstanding. If the king of Wu married a wife in Jiangnan, that is, the young ladies who were waiting to be married, it was expected that the Lin family would be selected. Lin Hai was a little depressed by his wife's words. There has been no news for so long. I thought there would be no major disasters, and there would be major epidemics after this, but it was not as expected. Beijing was also stirred up again with the memorial of Dr. Luo. Su Chengyu, the emperor of Xinghe, had just recovered and could start to govern the country. Seeing this memorial and the snowflakes of petitions in the court, his eyes went dark, and he even thought that he might as well go back to the Qianqing palace and lie down. The newly promoted eunuch Peng also pretended not to exist without daring to breathe. Su Chengyu pushed the memorial away and stood up and said, "Accompany me for a walk, and you can send someone to call the gentleman to discuss matters later." Although he was going out for a walk, Su Chengyu turned to the Fengxian Hall and stared at the tablets of his father and ancestors in a daze. With so many things in the previous dynasty and the harem piled up at the same time, I feel that being an emperor is meaningless now. Looking at his father's tablet, Su Chengyu had a confused look on his face. As the eldest son of the empress, his mother and others around him seemed to be working hard for him to inherit the throne in the future. He also felt that he should inherit the position of his grandfather and father since he was a child. However, as he grew up, Su Chengyu had to admit that he was not his father's favorite prince. Deep down, he even knew that he was not the most suitable one to inherit the throne. For a while, Su Chengyu saw that his mother, the empress, began to give in. She no longer competed with the imperial concubine for palace power, and no longer repeatedly told him to study hard to make his father pay more attention to him. But no one expected that there was another force in the harem. At that time, Concubine Rong was so bold that she did not point her spearhead at the imperial concubine and the second prince. Instead, she lay dormant after murdering a pregnant concubine, and finally dealt a fatal blow to the emperor. At that time, Su Chengyu was still studying. Xiao Man, the second most capable son of Queen Li, had a complex and secretive look of panic and joy on his face. He announced the shocking news to the young prince. When Su Chengyu recalled what happened next, he felt it was like a scene in a play. He was an important supporting role in the play without any lyrics. Watching Concubine Rong, Prince Pei and his mother dealt with the imperial concubine and her son together, and finally pushed himself to the throne. When Su Chengyu ascended the throne, he had lofty ambitions. But governing the country was not as easy as he imagined. The court officials had their own thoughts. After finally sorting things out, man-made disasters gradually subsided. But natural disasters began to trouble him again. After thinking about his father's throne, Su Chengyu said some words that were destined to be ignored. He felt that the depressed mood in his heart gradually dissipated. And then he got up and returned to the Qianqing palace to meet the important officials who had entered the palace. Among the 3 cabinet elders, the invisible Lord Bian was the first to arrive. Lord Bian was also a top scholar. Not long after entering the Hanlin Academy, he was appointed to the Decayuan. Then he left Beijing to become a prefect and was promoted to the position of governor. The 3 cabinet members of the previous emperor resigned due to old age after the new emperor ascended the throne. The remaining 2 cabinet members struggled to unanimously recommend this person, who did not want to be associated with any faction and had sufficient qualifications to join the cabinet. Su Chengyu trusted Bian, but he frowned when he saw that only one person had arrived and asked, Where are the other two gentlemen? The cabinet members had their own office in the palace, so that the emperor could summon them at any time. At this time, he summoned people in advance, but only saw one person. In fact, Su Chengyu was a little unhappy. It was Elder Bien who spoke up to explain for the two seniors. Your Majesty, Elder Pei took sick leave today. Elder Lin just received a document from the north and went to the Ministry of War. Lord Lin is on his way back now. He should be here soon with the officials from the 6 ministries. Hearing Elder Bien talking about the document from the north and the Ministry of War, Su Chengyu frowned and said nothing more. Luckily, Lin Feng arrived soon as Elder Bien said. Su Chengyu just gave Lord Bien a little eunuch to serve tea, and Elder Lin entered the palace with the important officials from the 6 ministries. Everyone bowed to the emperor together. Everyone sat down, but no one spoke rashly. It was Lin Feng who took the initiative to speak after looking at his colleagues. We have all read yesterday's memorial. The current plan is how to provide relief to the victims. This epidemic is serious, and the doctors of the Imperial Hospital may need to come up with a prescription. Moreover, it is not clear how many places are affected. I think we should send an Imperial envoy to inspect the area outside the capital, the Minister of Revenue said with a bitter face at this time. Your Majesty, the grain and grass sent to the capital from the disaster-stricken areas this year have to be discounted. The silver in the treasury was used to purchase various military equipment sent to the north. The rest will be used for various expenses next year. There is not much that can be taken out. Lin Feng looked at the Minister of Revenue, who was speaking but said nothing. This man was a subordinate of Pei Gu Lao, and was used to crying poor and pitiful. Lin Feng believed him a little when he said that there was not enough food. But it was a bit exaggerated to say that there was not enough silver. However, there was indeed an important matter in the north. The Minister of War saw that the Emperor's face was not very good after the Ministry of Revenue spoke, and secretly cursed the other party for being unkind, but he had to bite the bullet and stand up to reply. Today, I received a memorial from General Ji in the north, saying that General Ji was attacked by cavalry while escorting military equipment and food, and it is not known whether it was the work of the An people. General Ji led his troops to fight back and suffered casualties, and some of the military supplies he escorted were also looted, the Minister of War said carefully. After hearing what he reported, everyone present was shocked. After all, everyone had some experience in dealing with epidemics. However, if the An tribe in the north did something strange again, it would be fatal. Emperor Xinghe also hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? Have the identities of those people been investigated? Are they An people? In fact, there are not only the An tribe in the north, but also many other large and small tribes. If it is those small tribes this time, it will be fine. If the An tribe once again covets the Great Zheng, that would be the most worrying thing for Emperor Xinghe. The Minister of War was also confused when asked by His Majesty. He had not received any new information, so he made such a careful report. However, he had to answer His Majesty's question. He could only lean over and reply, no new news has been received yet. Your Majesty, I am incapable of asking for forgiveness. Seeing the Minister of War like this, Emperor Xinghe had no choice but to ask people to stand up. With such an urgent matter, the discussion about the epidemic ended hastily. Finally, Emperor Xinghe asked people to go back and draft a memorial. He also quickly summoning Guo to the palace to ask him to strengthen the protection of the capital, and not to let the refugees infected with the epidemic have the opportunity to enter the capital. After arranging the affairs of the previous dynasty, Emperor Xinghe asked the eunuch to pass on a message to the queen, asking the queen to pay attention to the arrangement of the palace maids in various places in the palace. Unless there is an important matter, the palace maids are not allowed to leave the palace and meet their families recently, and pregnant concubines should be more careful. Chapter 159. Empress Xiao has been very busy recently. It was originally a good thing that the emperor was getting better, but recently there was the epidemic. When the emperor got better, the Qianqing palace was brightly lit at night, and various matters were piled up on the emperor's dragon table waiting to be dealt with. The people in the harem used various means to deal with the emperor. The soup, drinks, and snacks received by Qianqing palace every day were almost enough to hold a banquet. The queen had another layer of worry. That is, she would continue to be caught between the Empress Dowager and the emperor. This time, the queen mother was hard-hearted. She did not forgive her son for the recent incident. She still did not see her son not accepting the other party's greetings. The queen was ordered by the emperor to sound out the situation several times. In the end, Queen Motherly was annoyed and even reprimanded the queen. Your Majesty, please use some things. Be careful not to tire yourself out like this. Nian Yun looked at the queen worriedly with a bowl of porridge. Nian Feng, who followed behind her, also carried a small food box with some steamed dumplings, siumai and other things. Since being reprimanded by the queen mother last time, the people in the harem have also had many thoughts. Pei Anfei went directly to the queen mother to please her. Queen Motherly did not know why, but she accepted Pei Anfei's kindness. Empress Xiao also had some thoughts in her mind, but that thought made her feel cold all over, so she had been distracted recently, even to the point of affecting her diet. Seeing Nianfeng and Nianyun coming in, Empress Xiao simply leaned on the table with her arms as a pillow, covered her face, and said in a muffled voice, Nianfeng, Nianyun, do you think I am a failure as an empress? There is no help at home who can help your majesty. And now I can't even be filial to the Empress Dowager. Nianfeng felt very distressed after hearing this, and she wanted to say something but didn't say it out of consideration for the rules and hierarchy. Nianyun couldn't help but say, what's this got to do with you? Madam? Isn't it because of the fight between the two masters that you are caught in the middle and suffer? Besides, the help from the previous dynasty wasn't the Empress Dowager. Nianyun really felt sorry for the queen. Although the Xiao family didn't have a high-ranking official in the court, Queen Xiao's family background was good enough to be chosen as the queen. The Queen Dowager and the Emperor chose their own daughter as the queen to prevent the Pei and Zhu families from being so proud. Now they are looking down on the queen's family for not having help. What's going on? Seeing that Nianyun's words were getting more and more outrageous, Nianfeng quickly pulled her sleeves, letting her swallow her unfinished words. Empress Xiao looked up at the two people who grew up with her, and she felt a little better after being comforted by the two. Although she complained, she still stood up and patted the two on the shoulders. Okay. There are still so many things to do. You can accompany me to see Concubine Jean. The ministers in the cabinet have also been staying up all night recently. Lin Feng has been feeling very tired after returning home at night recently. After returning home, he joked with his wife. Now I think it's not easy for Lord Pei. He has to take care of things at such an old age. I can't stand it now. But he is still full of energy. There is nothing outstanding among the younger generation of the Pei family. Even though Lord Pei still has many disciples in the court, he still feels uneasy about the power in his hands. So he dare not relax at all. Mrs. Wang knew it was not good, but couldn't help laughing. You have been really hard these days. Have you chosen the imperial envoy? I have heard so many people choose the envoy in the mansion. Sending an imperial envoy out of the capital is a common idea, but who to choose is a topic that the court officials argue about. Although the current epidemic is said to have originated in Qinzhou, it is hard to say how many counties it has spread to, or how many counties have spread outside the provincial government after such a long time. The number of officials involved in such an epidemic is incalculable. Many of these people have relatives, old friends, teachers, and fellow villagers serving in the court. So who to send to investigate is also a matter of great significance. Once the Qinzhou incident broke out, the left and right governors in the entire provincial government, as well as the officials of the Judicial Inspection Office and the Military Command Office, may all be in trouble. And the left governor of this place happened to be Pei Gulao's disciple. Naturally, he wanted to put the blame on the officials below, and wanted to do his best to protect his disciple's official position. The right governor had no foundation, but he had a very good reputation, and was transferred to the post not long before the incident. It was obvious that the blame could not be put on him. The Qinzhou prefect under him was not an ordinary person either, but a figure who could get into the capital. His teacher's wife was the daughter of the Qingyuan Marquis family, which still had real power among the nobles. The family also had the emperor's aunt, the Grand Princess Yuqing. Other prefects and county magistrates under him also tried to push the matter to their superiors, saying that it was the superiors' intention, and they were just following orders. Other provincial governments are also stepping up their investigations of the situation in their territories, fearing that the fire will burn them. The fighting between the parties is now colorful, and Lin Feng, an outsider, feels that these people's methods are really endless and eye-opening. It's a pity that none of these people really care about the people until now, and they are still thinking about uniting the party to fight against dissidents and eliminating dissidents. Mrs. Wang also shook her head. It is ironic that these people continue to quarrel not for the country and the people, but for their own official hats. Lin Feng thought the same. Madam, what you said is very true. But what I am worried about now is that His Majesty seems to have been led by these people. We need to push someone out who can break the deadlock. Madame Wang saw that her husband seemed to have a good idea. So she asked with interest. Oh, do you have a candidate? Lin Feng nodded and said a name. Princess Ling Yu, dressed like a grassland girl, sat in the tent and read a letter carefully. The two maids beside her, also dressed like grassland people, looked at the princess with worry. Nothing, it's just a matter between sisters. As long as this letter and these things are in my hands, it's definitely not a big deal. Seeing her by and the other two staring at her without blinking, Ling Yu put down the letter and said with a smile. Erbai breathed a sigh of relief and said embarrassedly, "It's all because of the previous incident. We are worried about you. The tribes on the grassland are nomadic and pursue rivers and places with abundant water and grass." Princess Ling Yu was indeed not very adaptable to the local customs when she first came. However, since Princess Ling Yu married to the grassland, the relationship between the Ong tribe and De Zheng has indeed eased a bit. The Khan of the Ong tribe was not a fool. Although he also wanted to make the Central Plains rich, he also knew the gap in power between the two countries. De Zheng was not a place he could conquer in one go. So he treated Ling Yu with courtesy. However, the army sent by De Zheng to the north to escort supplies was attacked recently, and the relationship between the two countries became tense again. However, this time it was not done by the Ong tribe. The Khan also met with Princess Ling Yu and asked her to write a letter to her family and send it to Yincheng along with a letter from the Ong tribe. The reply Princess Ling Yu was reading now was the one written by the princesses in the capital. The princesses have also sent books. You can read them when you are free. Herju also saw those books and looked at the pile of books curiously. Princess Ling Yu also brought a pile of books she often read when she went to the frontier. This time, Herju saw that the princesses in the capital had sent new books, so he wanted to see what they were. Shaking the letter in her hand, Ling Yu said, "My second sister is also going to get married. They have compiled a collection of essays." Enian said she would bring me a copy. Herju paused to get the book, but Ling Yu didn't care at all. She took out the book and looked at it herself. It looks like a work of art in the palace. I remember it was the idea of the noble mother back then. The book is well printed and well laid out. Just as she was about to see if there were any new poems or essays written by the sisters in the book, a maid outside opened the curtain of the tent and came in. She said in the Zheng language with a slightly strange accent, "Your Highness, the Khan is coming." Ling Yu raised her eyebrows. "I know. The Khan of the Ong tribe was named Mu. He was a tall and strong man." After entering the tent, the couple saluted each other, and then he sat next to the princess like a small mountain. Mu secretly glanced at the letters on the princess's desk, but was caught by Ling Yu. Ling Yu folded the letter and put it away, and pushed the book in front of the Khan. "Why? Khan is interested in these books?" Mu Khan turned his eyes away from the book, smiled at Princess Ling Yu and said, "Just a casual look. I came here today to thank the princess. This is for your highness." Ling Yu watched Mu take out a kitten that was meowing from his coat. She was so shocked by the whole scene that she didn't know what to say. Seeing the princess' eyes widened, Mu Hyuk looked at the cat on the table carefully and said, "Didn't the princess say she wanted a cat to keep? Isn't it this kind? Or does your highness like tigers and leopards?" Seeing that the kitten's fur was all messy, and the little one was also trying hard to lick its fur, Ling Yu finally came back to her senses and divided her attention to Mu Hyuk. "No, it's this kind of kitten. But doesn't such a small cat need to drink milk?" Mu Hyuk grinned and said, "No, it can already eat meat. I have asked Amur to prepare its food every day." "Princess, don't worry. Amur was the maid who came in to pass on the message just now." So Ling Yu just nodded and thanked her. Before the army of De Zheng was in trouble, An Kan Yu was actually worried that the two tribes would resume fighting. A new force has emerged in the west recently, which has put great pressure on the An tribe. Mu did not want to be attacked from both sides, so he asked Ling Yu to write a letter to the emperor of De Zheng. The Ong tribe on the grassland married and had children earlier than the people of De Zheng. Mu already had a wife and children before marrying Ling Yu. Now, compared with husband and wife, the two of them are more like partners. Mu has his own ambitions and ideas, so he also deliberately maintained a good relationship with Ling Yu. Ling Yu, as a princess, had received an orthodox literati education. Although she was taught by a female official, her knowledge was not inferior to that of men. Naturally, she knew what the Khan meant by showing goodwill to her. Although she felt that this man was an enemy who had invaded her homeland, she had to bow her head under the ease. Ling Yu knew that if she wanted to survive, she had to maintain a good relationship with the Khan. So the two of them maintained superficial harmony. After watching Mu go out, Ling Yu looked at the cat on the table for a long time without saying a word. After Erju couldn't help but call her out, Ling Yu whispered, "Nothing. Go find some old clothes to make a nest for this little thing." Erbai took the kitten and held it up to look at it. Time flies so fast. We can't let this little guy get cold at this time. Thinking of the cold wind brought into the tent when people came in and out just now, Ling Yu also felt the same way. Indeed, the palace should be preparing for the next Yuan at this time. When Erju came back from behind the screen with old clothes, she heard the princess mention the court life of Dezheng. She went over carefully. "Princess." Ling Yu smiled at her cautious look. "I'm just feeling a little emotional. I heard from Amur that they will also hold a fire festival in a while, so we can have some fun together." Seeing that the princess didn't show any sadness, Erbai and the others breathed a sigh of relief, and they continued to accompany the princess to make a nest for the kitten. Chapter 160. Ling Yu changed into the clothes of a grassland woman and left her tent. She watched the An people gather together holding candles, or torches, and everyone was walking slowly along the river bank. Erbai and Erju were also standing around the princess, and each of them was holding a palace lantern brought from the central plains. "Princess, do you want to go over there too?" Erju asked the princess holding a palace lantern. "I won't go over to join in the fun. It's good for us to just watch here." Princess Ling Yu didn't want to go over. She knew that this festival was somewhat similar to the Xiaoyuan festival in the Central Plains. It was the day when the An people worshipped their ancestors, and she, a foreigner, had no reason to participate. Muhi came out from behind Ling Yu at this time, holding a candle and saying, "Princess, I picked this candle myself. Give it to you." Turning back to look at Muhi, Ling Yu was a little helpless, but also gave face and took it. "Thank you, Khan." Ling Yu just saw that other people were kneeling by the river holding candles and talking. And after they finished talking, they dripped some oil from the candles and placed them on the wooden racks that had been set up in advance by the river. Some people were holding torches, and they stuck the torches on the river bank, and then knelt aside and chanted prayers. Everything on the grassland is precious, and the candle is also small. After Ling Yu received it, she had no choice but to quickly go to the river. She didn't have anything to pray for, but just silently said peace in her heart, and then put the candle on the wooden rack beside her. When Ling Yu was putting the candle, Muhi also came over and put a candle next to her candle. "Princess, you have put it, but you have to walk with me again." Under the candlelight, Muhi's face concealed his overly cold facial lines, and the pair of green eyes that Ling Yu always felt were a little cruel also seemed a little gentle. Ling Yu was silent for a moment, and finally agreed with a smile. In fact, the fire-chasing festival is not held every year. When I was a child, I was very happy every time I celebrated the festival, because once the festival was held, it meant that I could see my father. But I didn't think so when I grew up. Muhi took Ling Yu and walked away along the river bank. When the flickering fire had been left behind, he spoke. Ling Yu turned her head to look at her. "Heroic and extraordinary. Did the Khan who unified all the tribes have such a past? I don't know much about the tribes of Dezheng on the grassland. In fact, there were many heroes on the grassland before, but those people could only pose a small threat to Dezheng. It was the first time in so many years that someone like Mu, he could break through the gate of an important border town. As for the new Khan, the people of Dezheng knew very little about his background. They only knew that he seemed not to be the son that the old Khan had always trusted, but someone who suddenly appeared. Huh? Just think that you are praising me. Princess, are you guessing my background? Muhi looked at Princess Ling Yu's thoughtful expression and said with a smile. Princess Ling Yu smiled but did not say anything. She did not respond directly. Looking at the princess smile, Muhi also smiled and continued. It's not as bad as the legend says. It's just that my mother is a woman sent by the defeated tribe. The old man naturally didn't care about us. But later, the son he valued so much was also a waste. Of course, he was too. That's why I can stand beside the princess. Muhi said, and looked at Princess Ling Yu. Princess Ling Yu didn't react much. Such court struggles were numerous in the court of the Zheng dynasty, or the Central Plains dynasty. The patricide and fratricide hidden in Mu's story were not new. But Princess Ling Yu thought about it again. She asked hesitantly, What about your mother? Just now, Mu only mentioned his origin. She hadn't seen the Khan's mother since she came to the grassland, so she felt that something bad might have happened. Mu-He smiled carefree. Nothing. My mother returned to the embrace of the Father God because she was sick. There is no other reason. Ling Yu nodded thoughtfully and believed his words for the time being. But she had not seen any of Mu-He's brothers and sisters during this period of time. So she was skeptical about this sentence for the time being. But the Khan came to talk to me today. It should not be just for this matter. Princess Ling Yu walked with Mu-He for a while after listening. The wind blew over her and she gathered her clothes. And suddenly asked another question. Mu-He grinned. As expected of a princess. I came here today to tell you something else. Looking at Princess Ling Yu seriously, Mu-He asked. Recently, there are two voices among the people below. One is to take advantage of the turmoil in the Zheng dynasty to go south and pacify the central plains. The other is that the people in the west are easy to control. So it is better to cross the river to the west to establish a country instead of fighting the Zheng dynasty in the south. Ling Yu lowered her head and looked at the ribbon tied around her waist today. The Khan should think that he wants to go west. But there are still high mountains to cross in the west. Is the mountain pass already heavily guarded? The princess knows me well. Mu-He smiled. He said this because he already had an idea. And he wanted to tell the princess because he wanted to borrow the power of Zheng dynasty to help. Princess Ling Yu was silent for a while. Although she was in the inner palace before, she knew a lot about the affairs of the court. So after listening to Mu-He's words, she didn't think that De Zheng would take the initiative to help. Seeing that Ling Yu didn't reply, Mu-He also knew that this matter might be difficult to handle. But he pulled Ling Yu back and let her see the old and young women and children by the river. I took the men of the tribe to attack De Zheng. For them, and for everyone in the tribe to survive. Mu-He didn't just talk about his life experience just now to gain sympathy. When he was young, he was not valued enough because of his mother's background. But he also saw the living conditions of non-nobles in the tribe. He was smart and studious since he was young. He knew the wealth and prosperity of the Central Plains dynasty. As a child, Mu-He yearned for the land of the Central Plains, and naturally had the idea of leading the Ong tribe cavalry to the south. However, as Mu-He grew up, he discovered the stupidity of his father and brother. They also coveted the prosperity of the Central Plains, but would only use the lives of the warriors in the tribe in exchange for some small benefits. For such a situation, Mu-He felt that it was the incompetence of his father and brother that led to such a result. However, when he grew up and began to take power through some means, he found that after years of accumulation, the Central Plains dynasty was not as fragile as he thought. He tried so hard, but only managed to occupy one city. They could indeed occupy Fancheng until De Zheng agreed to their conditions. But when Mu-He wanted to continue to march south, he felt that it was extremely difficult. So when some strangely dressed people came from the west, Mu-He thought it was an opportunity. He knew that De Zheng had traded with many other places, so there were other rich places in the world besides De Zheng. So he had this idea. But this idea is shocking. Going south to De Zheng to thresh straw is our specialty, but I am not the only one in the tribe who can make the decision on this matter. Mu-He could joke with himself. Even when Ling Yu said it was difficult, he could still say such words with a smile. If you need any advice, you can come to me. But if you want to use me and De Zheng to make a connection, it won't work. Ling Yu was also honest, and said what she could do to help. Although Mu-He was a little disappointed, he also understood Ling Yu's difficulties. He nodded and said, "It's a blessing that the princess is willing to help. Let's go back." The palace in Yanqing was indeed preparing for the Xiaoyuan festival on October 15th. Just as Princess Ling Yu thought. Although the old custom of the Xiaoyuan festival in the palace was not like the Shangyuan Lantern Festival, it was still necessary to light lanterns and candles to welcome the ancestors. Although the emperor did not have to go to the Taimu to worship his ancestors on that day, he still had to worship his ancestors in the Xianfeng Hall. Although Emperor Xinghe was a little uncomfortable due to the repeated winter solar terms, he still cheered up and went to the Xianfeng Hall to worship his ancestors. Because it was a festival mainly for worshipping ancestors, it was not easy to hold any banquets in the harem. Moreover, Xiaoyuan was a Taoist festival. Because Emperor Xinghe had found a fairy master before, everyone in the palace only went to the Buddhist temple to chant Buddha. Even during Xiaoyuan festival, no one dared to offend the Empress Dowager and copy a few volumes of Taoist classics. However, after worshipping his ancestors, Emperor Xinghe thought of the only pregnant concubine in the harem. After thinking about it, he sent someone to Concubine Jin's palace. After Concubine Jin returned to the palace after being crowned as a concubine, she also moved into a new palace. Now she lives in Qisheng Palace, where Concubine Lin, the favorite concubine of the previous emperor, once lived. In fact, Qisheng Palace is not a very good palace in terms of location. From the perspective of palace location, it is not as good as Yongshou Palace and Jingren Palace, which are the inner palaces closest to Qianqing Palace. But Qisheng Palace was renovated by the previous emperor. Concubine Lin has lived here for so many years, and the interior is exquisite. In addition, the second prince also grew up here, so it is a good start. After Concubine Jean became the master of Qisheng Palace, she was also very surprised. When Su Chengyu arrived at Qisheng Palace, he glanced at the familiar plaque and walked in without stopping. In front of the main hall, Concubine Jean also held the hand of Biyu beside her. When she saw the emperor coming, she smiled and bowed to greet him. After asking people to stand up, Su Chengyu did not hesitate to show his concern. He took people in while saying a few words of concern. Although the emperor came to visit the pregnant concubine, it was Concubine Jean who was always attentive during the meal. Su Chengyu also enjoyed the service of the opposite person. Concubine Jean was pregnant and could not serve. After finishing the meal, Su Chengyu returned to his Qianqing Palace. After such a day, he felt a little more relaxed. He planned to go to bed early to gather enough energy to deal with tomorrow's government affairs.